It has been detected that the host desires financial freedom. The I will stop once I earn 30 million system can now be loaded for the host, predicting what comes next. Please receive 3 earth-shattering dog heads. The I will stop once I earn 30 million system has been successfully activated. Congratulations! From today onwards, every day when you wake up, 30 million soft sister coins will be credited to your account. The future will be even more exciting, so stay tuned. At this moment, in the town hospital, Su Ziwon is lying in the treatment room, groaning. His nose is indeed bleeding, his forehead has a small scrape, and his legs are numb from squatting in the bathroom for too long. There is actually no major issue. That crazy girl Gao Jielu, I must make her leave the school. Su Ziwon is grimacing and shouting on the hospital bed. When the doctor is applying medicine to him, he twists like an eel, shouting, "Be gentle, it hurts so much, just wait, I will find someone to deal with her." Tian Xiufang is about to plead for leniency, but you step in first and say, "These two cousins are clearly trying to extort money, why not negotiate directly?" Jejia is usually very well behaved, so it's about compensation, right? Name a price. As you say this, you stare at Su Qiwen. This old rogue has had his eyes glued to Gao Yike since he entered. Only now does Su Qiwen notice you, smirking with a crooked smile. When did the old Gao family get such a character as you? Is that Bentley outside yours? He rubs his fingers together. Without at least 100,000 or 80,000, this matter won't be settled. You chuckle lightly as you watch him perform. The head of the teaching department originally planned to play along to extort more. Last time they extorted 50,000. He pocketed 30,000. But seeing you arrive in a Bentley, calm and composed, he immediately lost some of his bravado and only emphasized that medical expenses are a must. Su Qiwen licked his lips and leaned towards Gao Yike, saying, "Why not let this girl keep me company and soothe me?" Before he could finish his sentence, your fist had already smashed into his face. "You dare to hit me!" Su Qiwen cried out, covering his face. "Security! Call the police quickly!" Gao Yike hurriedly pulled you back. Outside, Gao Jielu was so excited that she jumped up and down, shouting, "This brother-in-law is so cool. I've wanted to beat this old pervert for a long time." In the police station, Su Qiwen walked out humming a tune, provocatively sticking out his belly towards Gao Yuntao and the others. Old Gao was so angry that he wanted to rush up, but you stopped him. In the end, you paid 100,000 to settle things down, but the matter was far from over. In the dead of night, 5 masked men burst into Su Qiwen's house with baseball bats. The old rogue on the Kong was awakened by a blow, and then a series of dull thuds exploded in the darkness. "Big brother, spare me," Su Qiwen begged on the ground, but the leader struck his calf hard with a bat, and with a crack, it echoed. When 100,000 cash was thrown in front of him, this scoundrel actually crawled towards the pile of money, crying and laughing at the same time. In the Gao family's yard, the old brothers were smoking Chinese cigarettes and muttering, "Taozi, why is your son-in-law so cowardly? He just gives away 100,000. Gao Yuntao sat silently smoking without saying a word. Inside, Gao Yike was scolding you for being too impulsive, while Gao Jielu leaned over excitedly and gestured. "Brother-in-law, you should have locked his throat first and then kicked him in the groin." The next day, the school announced that Gao Jielu would be suspended for a week. As she left school, half of the grade came to see her off, and this girl had clearly become a heroine of justice. The classmates shouted, "Hero Gao is mighty." She scared that coward Su Ziwon away from school. She, with red eyes, stuffed her notebook into Gao Jielu's backpack and said, "Lulu, I will bring you my notes every day. If you don't understand anything, just ask me anytime." As she spoke, tears began to fall. Gao Jielu hugged her shoulder tightly, her fists cracking as she said, "If that guy dares to bully you again, I'll knock out his front teeth to use as marbles." This made Yu laugh through her tears. The director of education, Tang Yukuan, was walking into the office with a thermos cup when he was suddenly blocked at the door by the disciplinary committee. The moment the handcuffs clicked shut, this longtime corrupt official's legs went weak. Su Qiwen was lying on the Kong, happily counting money, his broken leg casually wrapped in bandages, with a bottle of Mao Tai and fried peanuts on the table. A few drinking buddies surrounded him, teasing, "Brother 1, this is a big win. Next time we see that sucker, ask for 200,000. Look at his car, the cigarettes he smokes are enough to buy you a leg." Su Qiwen smirked. "You guys don't understand, that big girl from the Gao family is the real." Suddenly, with a bang, the door flew open, and 5 shadows rushed in with baseball bats. The sound of breaking bottles and screams mixed together, and Su Qiwen's other leg was also broken. By the time this group came to their senses, 100,000 cash was thrown into the pool of blood. The doctor shook his head while looking at the x-ray. "The left leg is useless, and if you want to treat the right leg, you'll need to pay more." The next few days became a nightmare for Su Qiwen. Every midnight, those 5 people would show up on time, forcing him to kneel and stack 50,000 into a redemption wall. On the 5th day, when the baseball bat was raised again, he collapsed and hugged his head, crying, "Please spare me, grandpas, who is trying to get me?" The leader crushed his fingers harshly. Think carefully about which wealthy person you have offended recently. In the dead of night, the knocking on the Gao family's courtyard door sounded like a death knell. Gao Yuntao came out holding his slippers and saw Su Chiwen with 2 broken legs and a face swollen like a pig's head, desperately banging his head on the ground. "Tao Ge, I was wrong. I'm just a useless person. Please show mercy." Meanwhile, you leaned against the door frame, casually brushing off ash from your cigarette. Seeing this, Su Chiwen broke free from his support and thudded to the ground, frantically knocking his head. "Master Bai, spare me. I won't dare again." The 3 nearly crashed into a tree while fleeing. Gao Yuntao scratched his head and turned around, only to see his son-in-law had already gone back inside to continue brewing tea, keeping his achievements and fame hidden. The 3 of them ran faster than rabbits, and even the car couldn't catch up. Gao Yuntao stood at the door smoking. Although he didn't say anything, the corners of his mouth were almost reaching his ears. Yu yawned and turned around to go back inside to catch up on sleep. The next day, Bai Hao proposed that since his sister-in-law didn't want to go to school over here, she should go to Mordor to go to school. The teaching environment in Mordor was better, and there wouldn't be any problems with Gao Yike taking care of her. Gao Yuntao and Tian Shoufang were still worried about the school registration, but after Bai Hao assured them that this was not a problem, they gladly agreed. After all, to go to Mordor to study is really a good opportunity for Gao Jialu. It's unattainable. The school side of the school registration will take a few more days, so during this time Bai Hao followed his sister-in-law in the mountains to pull out bird eggs, down the river to touch the fish. As for Gao Yike, most of the time is dealing with the company's affairs. Things saved a whole lot. Although Gao Yuntao didn't say anything about Su Chiwen, everyone is not a cutie. Who knows what's going on? Family and friends envy the Gao family for having such a capable son-in-law. It was still a Saturday, and Bai Hao and Gao Yike took Gao Joshua on a departure to the Magic City. In the Gao family's yard, Tian Shoufang was weeding the yard when the next-door neighbor poked his head out. "Shoufang, did your son-in-law really take your penis to school in Magic City? So you're kind of up now." The neighbor looked envious. "It's White's business if he's rich. What's it got to do with me? It's better than anything for the 2 of them to make the best of their days." Tian Shoufang didn't know whether she was happy or worried after saying this, but anyway, she had been weeding without looking at her neighbors. Chapter 28, Future Boss Lady. Waiting for Bai Hao to return to the Magic City has been the past half a month. Turn the eye has entered the September. The Magic City's climate has not been as hot as before, but there is a burst of autumn. The house in the happy neighborhood has been decorated according to Bai Hao's requirements, and today is the first day of moving there, so Bai Hao is ready to get a firing banquet. Gao Yike was on his way to pick up his sister-in-law Gao Jialu. Bai Hao was going to find a key high school for his sister-in-law, but Gao Yike still wanted to find one nearby, so in the end, Bai Hao got her enrolled in a nearby high school. But because there was a certain gap between the education in the Magic City and the north, in order for his sister-in-law to get a college entrance exam, Bai Hao had the ability to get her a couple of tutors to specialize in tutoring. Bai Hao was in the kitchen, wearing a light gray home t-shirt with the sleeves rolled up to the elbows, revealing his sturdy little arms, and an apron on the outside. It really looked like a housewife. He was holding a wooden spoon in his hand, and was concentrating on stirring the hot pot base that was tumbling in the pot. The aroma of thick butter mixed with peppercorns and chili peppers filled the air, and the heat was steaming. The other pot was prepared with a mushroom soup base. Bai Hao was not averse to spice, but Wen Zi and Wang Dan and the rest of them couldn't eat it, so they directly prepared a mandarin duck pot. On the side of the cooking table, Xiang Yicheng was neatly arranging the prepared ingredients. Fresh slices of lamb like flower petals were spread on the porcelain plate. Tender spinach, enoki mushrooms, tofu cubes and crystal clear shrimp sliders were all prepared. Every now and then she turns around and quickly cuts a few slices of potato with a sharp knife, making a deta sound. Bai Hao really didn't expect Xiang Yicheng to be so good at this knife work. It looks like he shouldn't have done much cooking at home. And soon Lao Xia and Wang Dan, Wen Zi, Lan Meng, Jun Zai, Ruo Chao and a few others arrived. Originally, when Bai Hao decorated the house, he felt that the living room was still big, but after standing 6 or 7 people, it still appeared to be too small. Old Xia and the others weren't idle, looking for Bai Hao's stash of wine in the room. Today, a few people from Bai Hao's dormitory came with their dates. That's right, Lan Meng and Wen Zi. As for how Jun explained to Xiang Yicheng that day, Bai Hao doesn't know, but Jun brought Ruo Chao to dinner today, so he knows it should be properly resolved. Bai Hao also glanced at Xiang Yicheng in the kitchen and realized that there was no change on her face when she saw Ruo Chao, so he knew that she had already let go. The pot was already on the table, just waiting for Gao Yike to come back so he could start. The night was spent talking and being upset, and everyone found their own happiness. It wasn't until the middle of the night that everyone slowly left. Bai Hao was seeing them off downstairs when he saw Winko go and come back. What's the matter? Can't give up, buddy? You kid is really blessed. Bai Hao did not have any envy for Wenzi, but did sigh. Like when Z, this honest man, finally found the department flower like beauty. How Z? Do you know anyone in the entertainment industry? Wenzi lit a cigarette on a bench in the park downstairs and looked at Bai Hao as he smoked. Of course I do. What? You want to go into acting? I can make you a headliner. Bai Hao looked at Wenzi. Looking at his face, it wasn't a material to be a star. Such a dark face. Winky took a deep drag on his cigarette and exhaled slowly, then looked at the stars in the sky and said slowly, "It's not me, it's Blue Moon. I don't want her to go part-time, but she wants to." Winko had something she hadn't told Bai Hao, but Bai Hao knew it. Blue dreamed from the beginning of college on the outside to do some part-time work, such as going to the car show as a car model, or to go to the event as a Miss Manners. But these part-time work will inevitably attract a part of the rich and colorful heart of men. Bai Hao did not come back to that period of time. Blue dream in the part-time time by an old man to steal the picture, when the smell of the sun is going to pick her up, and the old man clashed with the son of 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 the old man to spend 5,000 to buy a mobile phone. This thing is not over. The cell phone thing is only finished. Okay, Lao Xia told me about what happened before. This Starfire Entertainment. You can take Lan Meng with you. I'll have someone specialize in taking care of her and see what she's suited for. Bai Hao pushed the green bubble of Lu Mingchang, the general manager of Starfire Entertainment, to Wenzi. You brat better work hard. Bai Hao ignored Wenzi's grateful expression and turned to go upstairs. Bai Hao took the opportunity to change the computer for Founders Building to send a list worth $700,000 to Wenzi's cell phone. Thank you, brother. Bai Hao listened to the voice behind him, but didn't turn around, just waved his hand gently. Excellent. Gao Yike was still cleaning up the leftover garbage on the table, while Xiang Yicheng was scrubbing the dishes, and his sister-in-law was in the house doing her homework. Bai Hao also reached up to help, and Gao Yike probably thought the clothes smelled like hot pot, so she changed into a loose beige linen dress, the hem of which swayed gently with her steps, as if with a hint of lazy elegance. The neckline of the dress has a simple design, slightly revealing the collarbone, adding a few points of casual sophistication. Her hair was casually pulled into a low bun, with a few strands of broken hair hanging gently by her ears, looking natural and casual. There is no excessive makeup on her face, only a light lip color, but it sets off her complexion extremely well. The whole outfit looks easy and casual, but inadvertently exudes an understated elegance and calm. It's worthy of the woman I'm looking at. It's so pretty. It feels so much prettier again. Gao Yike looked at Bai Hao staring at her all the time and thought that there was something unclean on her clothes. She was about to turn around in front of Bai Hao to check it out when Bai Hao walked in front of her, and when Gao Yike turned around again, her face happened to kiss Bai Hao's chin. For a while, the four eyes were facing each other, and Gao Yike's small fists kept dangling over Bai Hao's body. When Xiang Yicheng saw this, he turned around and went back next door, preparing to broadcast live for a while longer in the evening, while Gao Yike quickly ran back as well. All of a sudden, Bai Hao was left alone in this house, looking at the large living room. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. Before Bai Hao went to bed, he logged into his small number and went to the live broadcasting platform to brush dozens of rockets for Xiang Yicheng, clicking until his hands hurt. This piece of software doesn't know how to come up with a push button for continuous firing. Soon Bai Hao was in dreamland. In the happy neighborhood, there is a free market every morning from 6 to 9 a.m., where some old people come to sell the vegetables they have grown. Gao Yike had to go to the construction site early, so it fell to him to take his sister-in-law to school. It was already more than 10 o'clock when Bai Hao arrived at the company, but it didn't matter. The company was the same with or without him. Lao Zhang is still responsible for the daily operation of the company as always, but also gradually decentralized to Gao Yike. One is Gao Yike's ability is really no say. 2 Gao Yike will be the boss's wife in 9 out of 10 cases. Chapter 29, The Sick Little One. Early in the morning in Magic City, the September sunlight pours through the glass walls of skyscrapers and spills onto the busy streets. The mellifluous sound of bells from the bund seems to be reminding people that it is time to go to work. The cluster of buildings in the Lujiazui financial district glistened in the morning sun. Downstairs, pedestrians walk in a hurry, suited and booted office workers clutching briefcases, the pounding of high heels intertwined with the steady footsteps of leather shoes. At the entrance of the Huangshon mansion, the glass revolving door was spinning. A security guard was standing at the door in a straight uniform, giving a handsome man with a work license to confirm if he was working here. The handsome man stood in the morning light, his figure slender and erect, like an aspen. His face was angular, with features as delicate as sculpture, and his eyebrow bones were slightly bulging, adding a bit of valor to those deep eyes. The jawline was clear, with a slight bit of green stubble, adding a bit of maturity and uninhibitedness to him, wearing a simple white shirt, and a pair of dark-colored casual pants, well cut, showing the whole person is more slender, feet stepped on a pair of clean white sneakers, the overall wear simple but no loss of taste. The man was none other than Bai Hao, and Xiao Chang called to give him a report on the current state of his wealth, as well as his next major investment direction. Hello Mr. Bai. It's been confirmed. The people from Huirong Center will come down to pick you up right away. Yes. Bai Hao nodded his head in greeting with a sharp but polite gaze, looking at the entrance to the elevator. People holding coffee, or look down to flip through the phone, or talk softly, the air filled with the aroma of coffee and light perfume. The elevator arrives with a ding, and the crowd streams in, as if this building has always been so busy. Soon Bai Hao walked into a large finance company led by Xiao Chang and was greeted by a spacious and bright reception hall. The marble floor is light and bright, and the walls are hung with modern art paintings, simple but with a sense of design. Inside the office area, transparent glass partitions divide the space in a well-organized manner. Employees sitting at spacious workstations, staring intently at the computer screen, fingertips on the keyboard quickly tapping. In the conference room, the beam of the projector hits the screen, and several employees are concentrating on discussing the data report. Xiao Chang guided Bai Hao to a wide and bright office and said, Mr. Bai, this is your office. Bai Hao looked at the bund in the Huangpu River outside and realized that indeed standing high, seeing is far. Even the Jing'an Temple in the distance can be seen. Mr. Bai, at present, your fixed assets are more than $30 billion, including mansions and some office buildings, and the current operating conditions of several listed companies are also very good, and the projects invested previously have yielded 300%, as well as other investments. Bai Hao stared out the window for a while, almost did not hear Xiao Chang's report. Is a sentence. Their own money has a lot of money. The investment also made money. No loss. Are you married yet? Old Xiao Chang was already over 30 this year, almost 40, but still alone. No, I'm so busy at work, how can I have time to get married? Huirong Wealth Center was also Bai Hao's company, but he didn't manage it. It was all handed over to Xiao Chang to take care of, and he usually didn't ask questions. That cannot you should also find a person, otherwise you go home even have no one to talk with you. The love of the bitter still need to eat a little drop. Life is hard enough, it's better not to eat love. Bai Hao and Xiao Chang talked for a while. Xiao Chang analyzed the current direction of investment, hoping to enter the live entertainment industry. Everyone is more concerned about the live broadcast and other derivative industries. Bai Hao also agreed with him to do so, before the Starfire Entertainment Company. Although Bai Hao is the majority of the big head, but ultimately there are other people's participation. So this time, I am ready to buy the company all over. Lu Mingcheng, this guy is very powerful. In the entertainment industry is a big brother level of existence. Otherwise it is not possible to 5 years to let Starfire Entertainment become the industry leader. Just do not know Bai Hao bought his shares. He will not leave. After all, such a person exists his own arrogance. Bai Hao didn't intend to talk about it himself, so he can only give Xiao Chang this task. Bai Hao sat spread-eagled in a chair, signing documents here all afternoon. In a brightly lit pantry, several working women sit around a small round table, each holding a steaming cup of coffee or tea. Their conversations are muffled, but they can't hide the excitement and curiosity in their eyes. Have you heard? A lady in a gray professional suit leaned forward slightly and lowered her voice. I thought that office was the boss's? Why is it a young man? Doesn't look as old as me? Really? The eyes of another female coworker in a shredded shirt lit up and immediately came a few inches closer. I heard from Mr. Xiao that people started from nothing? It's more than that. A lady wearing glasses next to him pushed the frame and added mysteriously. The two colleagues who were sent out last time. It seems that they went to a company called something like Founder Construction, which is also his. This would be great for my husband. Young, rich, and handsome. A few people looked at each other and laughed in unison, while not forgetting to glance warily at the door for fear of being overheard by the others. Bai Hao's arrival causes quite a bit of discussion in the company, but Bai Hao is the man they'll never get. Master White has a little money, is it in? Are you there? Harassment JPG. Coco, not available. At the hospital. Master White has a little money, are you sick? Where? Coco, it wasn't me. Ching Ching fainted. She's in the hospital for tests. Hospital positioning. Bai Hao signed the documents at hand and rushed to the hospital afterward, accompanying Gao Yike to give Xiang Yicheng a run for his money before finally sitting on a bench outside the hospital to rest for a while. There were many resting chairs outside, and Bai Hao saw a skinny little boy, curled up on that cold bench, like a bird wet by the wind and rain, wearing a slightly wide hospital gown. The hem of his shirt hung down to his knees, revealing his thin calves, and his skin was so pale that it was nearly transparent, as if it would dissipate when the sun shone on it. His cheeks were slightly sunken, his eye sockets deep, but his eyes were unusually bright as he looked aside at his mother. His mother sat by the bench, holding a thick stack of medical records in her hands, her eyes red and swollen, obviously having just cried. Her face was etched with exhaustion and helplessness, and the clothes on her body, though clean, had obviously been washed white. By how heard the people next to her talking about how the boy was only 10 years old this year, but had been fighting a rare disease for 3 whole years. The boy's father died in an accident a few years ago, leaving her and her son to fend for themselves. In order to cure the child, she sold the only house in the family and owed hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. The doctor said that this disease requires long-term treatment, so she stayed with the hospital during the day and worked at a nearby restaurant until late at night. Chapter 30. There are still a lot of good people. Gao Yike saw Bai Hao sitting on a chair and walked over as well. Gao Yike's steps were elegant and calm, her high heels stepping on the ground with a crisp and rhythmic sound. She had a tall figure and was wearing a well-cut beige trench coat, the hem of which gently swayed with the wind, outlining her slender waistline and long legs. A section of white ankle was revealed under the trench coat. Her hair was soft long straight hair, black and shiny, falling like a waterfall over her shoulders, swinging gently as she walked, emitting a faint fragrance. Her features were delicate and three-dimensional. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her eyes were like autumn water, her nose was high and straight, and her lips were slightly reddish with a natural smile. Her skin was fair and delicate, as if it was permeated with a light halo, making people unable to help but look at it a few more times. She walked over to Bai Hao's side, slightly tilting her head sideways, the corner of her lips hooked into a shallow smile, her voice soft and gentle. "Why are you sitting here? She's no big deal, right?" Bai Hao asked as he looked at Gao Yike's soft face. "It's just that I usually live an irregular life and stay up too late, causing my body to be deficient, and the doctor said it would be fine if I nourished myself for a while." While the two were talking, a paramedic walked up next to the kid from earlier and talked to his mom. "Now it's really hard to get the right bone marrow for transplantation. If we miss it, we don't know when the next time will be." Xiaoho's mom, "I know it's hard for you to come up with so much money for a while, but the opportunity doesn't wait for anyone." This paramedic, after finishing, also handed a thick envelope to Xiaoho's mom's hand, then gently patted her shoulder. "It's a small token of our section's appreciation. Take it." "Sometimes," choked Xiaoho's mom, "I wish I could bear it all for him. He's still so young. Why does he have to suffer so much?" Hao listened to his mom and the paramedics as he silently kept his head down, fiddling with a broken toy car with those small, skinny hands. The car was the only toy he'd brought from home, and the wheels were so worn that they barely turned, but he still nursed it carefully as if it were the only childhood memory he could hold on to. "Mom, the biggest wish is to get well soon and go back to school. I love math and hope to be a scientist one day and invent a medicine so that all the kids who are sick like me can get better." As he said this, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining with determination and a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. "You're going to be fine, my baby." The wind blew, bringing a hint of the coolness of early fall. On the bench, Xiaoho's mom hugged him tightly, tears slipping silently. Gao Yike and Bai Hao sat aside for a while and left, and when Bai Hao drove Gao Yike and Xiang Yicheng out of the hospital, Xiaoho's mother was preparing to go to the hospital to pay the bill, and she was holding a lot of loose change in her hand, which she had borrowed bit by bit from the people in the village. She organized a lot of change. "These total 11,517. Can you let me hold off the rest for 2 more days?" Xiaoho's mom looked at the charge officer with an apologetic face. "Ho Xinhuan child, right, his fees have all been paid. A one-time payment of $1,733,000. Take the money back." The toll collector pushed out all her money and said, "Ah, it can't be. Sure it's Ho Xinhuan? It can't be called wrong, right?" A look of disbelief flashed on her face. "There's no mistaking it. It's Ho Hsin Huan, taught by a young man who was not very old and somewhat handsome. Whitehall's car. Haruka, you can't stay up late anymore. Can you switch that job of yours as an anchor to daytime?" Gao Yike was still worried about Xiang Yicheng's health. Xiang Yicheng reached out his hands to Gao Yike's face and gently rubbed it. "It's okay, I stayed up too long this time. It won't happen again." Invincible Jelu, seeing is believing edition. "Brother-in-law, you are not at home? My sister isn't home either." "You too." Adultery JPG. "Master White has a little money, what do you think? I've taken Sister Yicheng to the doctors. What do you want to eat tonight?" Since Gao Jialu arrived in Magic City, the house that Bai Hao bought was usually occupied by this little devil. Bai Hao wasn't too accustomed to the noise downstairs but would come over as soon as he was free. Originally, he wanted to buy the house that Gao Yike and the others had rented and then open up the 2 houses, but Gao Yike didn't agree. Arriving at the market below his home, Bai Hao simply bought some ingredients and followed the 2 of them upstairs. Bai Hao stood in the kitchen, tying a slightly old but clean apron, preparing to do stir-fried shrimp. Fresh shrimp was peeled, a little oil was poured into the pan, and when the oil was hot, he gently slid the shrimp into the pan. which instantly resounded with the sound of ZZ. The shrimp quickly changed color in the hot oil, from transparent to pink, exuding a rich fresh aroma. He adds a few slices of crunchy pinto beans and a pinch of minced garlic, tossing quickly and finishing with a pinch of salt and black pepper. Then came the braised eggplant, garlic broccoli, and finally when the water in the pot boiled, he poured in the chopped tomato cubes and cooked until the tomatoes were soft and the soup was slightly red. He gently poured in the beaten egg mixture. The 3 dishes and 1 soup were ready. Brother-in-law, your cooking is so good, better than the cooking of everyone I've met. Gao Yike was still staring at the braised eggplant as she ate from her bowl, and was able to praise Bai Hao a few times at the end. Why isn't your sister Ching Ching's cooking good? Didn't see you eating less either. Sister Haruka's cooking is also good, and so is my sister's. A meal to coax 3 people in a row. Have you been keeping up in school lately? Gao Yike usually for her learning management is relatively small. By how to find private tutor teacher in charge. Originally by how also want to get the younger siblings to the magic to school. After all, a sheep is also put. A group of sheep is also put. Unfortunately, Bai Ma does not agree. And then this 2 people do not want to go to an unfamiliar environment. Bai Hao can only give up. Anyway, he has money. Even if his younger siblings do not do well in the exam, they do not have to worry about money in the future. Bai Hao received a call from Xiao Chang after dinner. Mr. Bai, Lu Mingsheng has already agreed to continue to stay in the company, but he hopes that Mr. Bai can continue to inject capital. And then for his professional problems he also hopes that he can decide on his own. And we can't interfere too much. Characters like Lu Mingcheng can just stay in the company. As for the rest, they are promised. After Gao Jielu was dragged away by Xiang Yicheng, the living room fell silent, leaving only Bai Hao and Gao Yike. The 2 of them smiled at each other, and the atmosphere in the living room became more relaxed and warm. Outside the window, the moonlight poured into the room, coating their figures in a silver-white color, and time seemed to slow down in this moment, with a hint of sweetness in the air. Chapter 31 The Gambling Xia Huangshon. Bai Hao didn't go back to Wutong Court last night, but stayed in the happy neighborhood, and certainly didn't sleep with Gao Yike, and although the 2 were in love, I don't know why Gao Yike was just pretending to be confused. Bai Hao also thought that because the 2 people do not know long enough, after all, love is so sacred, so did not ask too much. 2 people like this together to drink, eat, look at the sky is also quite good, but Bai Hao always know a little bit of Gao Yike will definitely be his woman. In the morning, Bai Hao drove to work with Gao Yike. And when he was seen by many people at the entrance of the company, Gao Yike was greatly dignified in the gaze of the crowd, and after embracing Bai Hao, he went up the stairs, while Bai Hao parked his car and just went up the stairs. Sitting in my office thinking about this woman, what the hell is she doing? Hugging herself in broad daylight, but it does smell good. This feels good. Mr. Bai, you're really good at this class, either playing games or groping fish. Old Zhang said as he walked into the office and saw the game interface just opened on Bai Hao's computer and his demented look. Bai Hao saw Old Zhang and handed him over a cup of water, then looked at him with a smile. Old Zhang, why are you here? Looking for me for something? You know, I can't do big things, and I don't want to do small things. Old Zhang was in charge of the company's operations and was very busy at his usual time, so he must have come to the office to find Bai Hao for something. It's that Anxia material company you recommended. Aren't they a bit of a problem? Our payment was made a long time ago, and they still haven't shipped the goods until now. And that final payment from last time, just after it was transferred in, it was withdrawn by an out-of-state company. A few days ago Xiao Chang sent those 2 financial found this problem. Only Bai Hao was not in the old Zhang before touching the fish to tell him how to say that Anxia material company is also recommended by Bai Hao. Okay, I'll ask what's going on and I'll get back to you. After old Zhang finished chatting about work, he quietly leaned his head toward Bai Hao and whispered in his ear, by the way, you and Co are getting along okay? Ha, I heard that you guys came together in the morning? It's not like you're already living together. You kid must inform me first when you have good news. Bai Hao hemmed and hawed before sending old Zhang out of the office, then dialed old Xiao's phone, but the phone was not answered on the other end of the phone, and had wanted to dial Wang Dan's phone, thinking that he did not have anything to do, and went directly to Anxia Materials to see what had happened. In the lobby of Anxia Materials, Inc., the hall was crowded with employees, some standing and some sitting, but with fatigue and dissatisfaction written all over their faces. From time to time there were also loud shouts and low curses, and others leaned against the wall in silence, deep disappointment in their eyes. Can't pay wages? The company's accounts are clearly up to over $1 million. The finance people all said to come over. Do you think we came here without knowing anything? A middle-aged male employee stood at the front of the crowd, his voice hoarse but extremely penetrating. His fists were clenched, his veins bulging, and his eyes were filled with rage. This man was Gu Chang, a veteran employee of Anxia Material Company, a meritorious member who had fought with old Xia's uncle Xia Hongxing at the time. Several Ansha Materials top managers stood at the other end of the hall, their expressions looking both embarrassed and helpless in the face of their employees' anger. One of them, a middle-aged man, wearing a straight suit, with fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead, tried to calm everyone down. Everyone calm down. The company is really in trouble right now, but we're already working on a solution and it will be resolved soon. Speaking is the old Xia. He did not know what the situation. Anyway, his uncle's phone has not been able to get through the past 2 days. His aunt Qian Lingling also do not know where to go. It will be resolved soon. How many times have you said that? A young female employee interrupted, her voice sharp and full of sarcasm. Her face carried obvious exhaustion, and the dark circles under her eyes showed how tormented she had been during this time. We can wait, but can the children and elderly at home wait? Can the mortgage and car loan wait? The atmosphere in the hall became more and more tense. A few security guards stood on the side, their faces showing embarrassment, obviously not knowing whether they should go forward to maintain order or not. As for the few executives of the management, they obviously also realized the seriousness of the matter, and the expression on their faces changed from embarrassment to anxiety. Ji Xiang, you are Mr. Xia's own nephew. Where the hell did he go? You wouldn't be unaware of that. Would you see if you can call Mr. Xia out? Otherwise we really can't do anything about it. I really don't know. Old Xia really didn't know how to answer in the face of several of their inquiries, but he was telling the truth. Inside Xia Hongxing's villa, Xia Hongxing's wife Qian Lingling received an electronic bill in the morning. The amount on it is more than 10 million. In the subsequent phone call, she realized that her own old Xia, gambling, lost more than 20 million. People began to call the debt. She didn't know what to do as a woman, so she could only call Xia Ji Xiang, but the noise on the old Xia side was too loud and she never heard it. When Bai Hao drove to the entrance of the company, he found no one at the entrance, so he knew that something must have happened, and he didn't find Lao Xia until he saw the people in the hall. Bai Hao are familiar with such a scene, but the funds of Ansha Material Company should be enough should not be unable to send money What's going on here? Why are there so many people? My uncle disappeared and the money in his account is gone. Old Xia looked dejectedly at Bai Hao, who was currently his only saving grace. It was only when he checked his cell phone that he realized that Qian Lingling had called him and sent him a message. This is to know what is going on. Xia Hongxing and a few people went to gamble, was made a game, and is currently detained, just waiting to get money to ransom. Old Xia drove Bai Hao directly to the Xia Hongxing villa. Auntie, what the hell is going on here? How can my uncle go gambling? Shouldn't he? Xia Hongxing liked to drink, but knew nothing about gambling, so it wasn't like him to do anything at all. It's all my fault. If I hadn't wanted to divorce him or he wouldn't have gone gambling. Divorce? What's going on? Old Xia head too big. A moment in gambling and divorce. This seems to be very loving couple. How to come to this point? Xia Hongxing outside the socializing, drunk, and a woman in bed. Was the woman threatened? And finally this photo fell into the hands of the money lingling, so she wanted a divorce. But Xia Hongxing has not agreed. The engineering project urged and urgent. He did not know how it is. He got hooked on gambling. At first okay, is a few tens of thousands of dollars, and slowly addicted to it. The more you play the more you grow. Chapter 32 Underground Casino. Some underground casino in Magic City. In an old residential neighborhood. The entrance is a narrow staircase, and at the end of the staircase is a heavy iron gate with a warning sign: no one is allowed to enter. Inside, under the dim light, several gambling tables were set up in the center, each surrounded by people. The roulette wheel in one corner of the table rotated rapidly. Red and black numbers flashed under the light, and the gamblers around them held their breath and stared intently at the bouncing ball, as if all their hopes were pinned on that last-minute drop. On the dice table, the dealers skillfully shook the dice cup, while the gamblers frantically shouted big or small, with a bit of hysteria in their voices. There were a lot of people in front of the poker table, and in front of the slot machine in the corner, but Xia Hongxing was locked up in the room next to him. The air was also filled with the smell of mold and blood, only to see a man tied to a worn wooden chair. His hands were tightly bound by rough twine, and his face was full of bruises and blood, so it was obvious that he had already suffered some torture. Next to them stood two ferocious thugs, one of them holding an iron bar in his hand, while the other had a cigarette in his mouth, his eyes coldly staring at the man in the chair. In the corner of the room, a middle-aged man wearing a leather jacket was sitting on a chair, crossing his legs and playing with a dagger that shone with a cold light in his hand. There was a hint of a smile on his face, but that smile sent shivers down one's spine. Say it, when will the money be returned? The middle-aged man spoke coldly, his voice low and full of threats. The man in the chair lifted his head weakly, his voice trembling. Big brother, give me a little more time. I will definitely get together the money to return to you. Time? The middle-aged man sneered, stood up and walked to the man, the dagger in his hand gently pressed against his face. You think we're running a charity here? It's only right to pay what you owe. You've been dragging this out for so long. Are you fooling us? The man's face turned white with fear and his voice almost turned into a sob. Big brother, I'm really thinking of a way. Please forgive me for a few more days. The middle-aged man impatiently waved his hand, and the thugs behind him immediately stepped forward, raising their iron bars and ruthlessly smashing them on the man's shoulders. The dull impact sound accompanied by a miserable wail echoed in the small basement. The man curled up in pain. The middle-aged man leaned down and stared at him with icy eyes. Listen up. We're not here to negotiate with you today. Money, either hand it over now, or your fingers stay here one by one. Your choice. The man's body trembled violently, his voice breaking. No, don't, please, I'm really thinking about it. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. The dagger in his hand slowly moved down, the sharp tip of the blade resting against the man's finger. Looks like you're toast. No, don't, I say, the man shouted as he broke down, tears mixed with blood running down his cheeks. I still have a little money at home. I'll go get it right away. Please spare me. The middle-aged man straightened up and nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Remember, if you play tricks again, the consequences won't be so simple. When he finished, he waved his hand and the thugs released the man's ropes and dragged him to his feet. The man staggered to his feet and before he could catch his breath, he was being shoved out the door. Huangshon, who saw this scene, had long been scared to death, seeing that this person was his downfall. Only now he still had time. Bai Hao's cell phone sent him a location of this underground casino, and he drove in with old Xia. A number of gamblers in rags and disheveled hair were seen at the door, but no pity could be seen in the eyes of either of them, for those who came here deserved it. Two of you, first time here? A woman in front of them wearing a tight dress with delicate makeup and a glass of red wine in her hand, sitting at the front desk, stared at the two of them and said, "We've come to find someone. His name is Huangshon. I know it's in your place. How much did he borrow from you? I'll pay it back. Name a number." When he came, old Xia begged Bai Hao if he could pay up front, because he really couldn't get that much money together on hand. Good to say. Two of you do not play a little? Our game types here are the most complete in the entire Magic City. Beautiful women we also have a lot of. As long as you have money, we have everything here. This demonic woman kept sizing up Bai Hao as she spoke, and seemed to see that Bai Hao was not an ordinary person, so she whispered in Bai Hao's ear. No, just call Huangshon out to me directly. This woman saw the situation and ordered a few tattooed men under her command to bring out Huangshon, who at this time had a clear water stain on his pants and a tawdry smell. He owes us a total of $12,350,000. It's our first time meeting. Just pay $10 million, and consider the rest as a friend. How about it, handsome? Bai Hao didn't chime in but asked Lao Xia to see if Huangshon had been hurt, and only after seeing Lao Xia shake his head did Bai Hao open his mouth. Thanks for the kind words. Here's a check for $13 million. And the next time this man comes in, I'll ask you to kick him out or you'll be the ones who go out. You understand? Bai Hao's words caused the surrounding people to laugh. Who didn't know that the demonic woman was a famous figure in the underground of Magic City? How could she be intimidated by a few words? Unbelievable? Bien Xian Lan? Bai Hao directly called out the name of the woman in front of him. You? Yes, I'll do as I'm told. This demonic woman obviously didn't expect Bai Hao to be able to call out her name. She was from your province. She was trafficked to this side of the world on the hour. Her name was never mentioned to anyone again from the moment she was taken away from her hometown. And this person in front of her easily said it. Watching Bai Hao and Lao Xia take Huangshon away, he didn't say anything more, but instructed his men not to allow Huangshon in. The Magic City is so magical, not just the glitz and glamour, but also the gloom and doom. After Bai Hao and Lao Xia sent Huangshon safely to his home, Bai Hao didn't ask him to make an IOU or say anything more, but left with Lao Xia because he knew the storm Huangshon was going to face next. As expected, not long after the villa came from a fierce quarrel. The old Xia was still a little worried to watch, but he could not do anything about it. About half a month, Huangshon jumped off a building and committed suicide. An Ansha material company was also taken over by the old Xia, although Bai Hao did not go to the funeral, but still let the old Xia brought a branch of chrysanthemums, because he has long expected Huangshon is this end, and there is no way. Once dabbled in gambling, you want to jump out is very difficult. Chapter 33. How dare you, meow? Sycamore Court. Only to see Chow enthusiastically talking to the owner of a Lamborghini Aventador SVJ, and looking closely. Isn't this Bai Hao? Bai Hao handed Chow a red packet from the car and then drove into Sycamore Court. The last few days Bai Hao had been living in the happy neighborhood, and Chow had helped feed the yuanbao at home, so he planned to pick up the yuanbao. Bai Hao's car just drove away. Brother Chow, Mr. Bai is so generous to you, but it doesn't look like much. A few people in the security room spoke regarding the red envelope in Chow's hand. What do you guys know? This is called a light gift, and besides, Mr. Bai is not a stingy person. Chow looked at these people with a serious face and said. One of the young security guards coaxed at the red envelope in Chow's hand. Brother Chow, just open it up and take a look, and let us see what a rich man is. Go, 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 hurry up and go on patrol. What are you looking at? You guys do a good job. You'll get one too. Chow directly drove a few people out before opening the red envelope. It was a check worth $50,000. The moment Chow saw the check, he smiled like a child, and was able to buy his wife a new dress, and the money for his children's schooling was there again. Bai Hao pushed open the door of his house, and before he could take off his shoes, he heard a soft meow. Looking up, he was seeing Zhenpu crouching on the back of the couch, his tail wagging gently, his golden eyes looking straight at him. Having not met for a few days, Yuan Bao's posture was slightly detached, neither eagerly welcoming nor coldly avoiding. It just quietly looked at Bai Hao, as if examining whether this long-lost pooper scooper was still the same familiar presence. Zhenpu, have you been good these days? Bai Hao softly called Yuan Bao's name with a hint of apology and anticipation in his voice. Only then did he slowly jump off the back of the couch and land lightly on the floor, walking step by step towards Bai Hao, his tail erect and the tip gently curved, his pace steady and unhurried. When he reached his feet, he stopped and tilted his head up to look at Bai Hao, then its entire body pressed up against him, its tail wrapping around Bai Hao's wrist. A low purring sound came from its throat, as if it was telling of the days of longing. Bai Hao picked it up and gently stroked its back, feeling its body temperature and soft fur, and a long-lost warmth welled up in his heart. I'll take you to your mom this time, so you have to fight for me, otherwise your cat strip is halved. Bai Hao touched Yuan Bao's furry belly. Looks like Chow didn't bother much. Yuan Bao has gained weight again. Bai Hao put the commonly used things, packed some, and was ready to go back to the happy neighborhood. And when he left, he also took a few manhwa in the storehouse. Bai Hao drove his sports car and slowly drove up to the entrance of the happy neighborhood. The window rolled down and he peeked out, a gangly smile on his face. Do you recognize me, sir? Open the door. Old Li too, the security master, was sitting leisurely on a chair in the guardhouse, holding a cup of hot tea. He raised his eyes and glanced at Bai Hao and said slowly, I know you're the new owner of Unit 5, right? But boy, we have to follow the rules. Bai Hao froze, and secretly laughed in his heart. You little old man, really the whole set? Bai Hao pretended to be naive and asked, rules? What rules? My car is registered. I'm the owner. Old Li too narrowed his eyes and shook his head gravely. The rule is that you have to greet them first and pass them a cigarette, which is called salute and pass the incense. Bai Hao's eyes widened and he almost didn't laugh out loud. The traitors wouldn't even dare to do this. Grandpa, I don't have any cigarettes in this car. Besides, I've never heard of this rule before. Didn't you just open the door for that guy? Seeing that the lie was broken down, Old Li too remained unperturbed, took a sip of tea, and said slowly and methodically, the guy in front of me was nice, talked to me for a while, high school teacher with a graduate degree, knows how to be respectful. Unlike today's young people do not pay attention to manners. You see you go out without even a pack of cigarettes. How can this be? Bai Hao glanced at the few Chinese in the car. The corner of his mouth hooked up a bad smile, deliberately pretending to be difficult to say. Sir, I really don't have any cigarettes with me. Why don't I transfer them to you? Old Li too shook his head and said in a serious manner. That won't do. I'm a man of principle. I have to give it on the spot. Otherwise who knows if you're telling the truth? Bai Hao sighed, fished out 3 Chinese from the car, deliberately shook it, and said with a smile, Grandpa, I really don't have any cigarettes here. Only 3 Chinese. You see? Why don't you open the door first? As soon as Old Li too looked at the 3 Chinese, his eyes instantly lit up for a few moments, but he still pretended to be calm. Well, that's more like it. It was only then that he slowly stood up and pressed the button to open the door, not forgetting to add, remember to bring something else next time. Don't always make it so expensive. I'm a low-key person. Bai Hao almost laughed and sprayed, and hurriedly drove into the neighborhood with a foot of gas, just as he had just gotten out of the car to be carried the cat and other things up the stairs. He heard something at the door, but Bai Hao was busy and didn't care. Not long after, Bai Hao saw his sister-in-law return, holding a lollipop in her mouth. Why did you find money today? So happy? Gao Jielu mysteriously yanked the book bag behind her to the front. Brother-in-law, I did you a big favor. How are you going to thank me? Can you treat me to a big meal? Before Bai Hao had a chance to say yes, he saw his sister-in-law take out 3 Chinese from her bag. You, brother-in-law, don't need to thank me. This heroine is a good man who helps others. If you really don't feel good about it, just give me 1,000 or 800 neen. Gao Jielu was still smugly reaching for the money, and Bai Hao didn't even know what to say. I went up and slapped and then punched the old man to the ground. Gao Jielu was still colorfully comparing. You beat up Old Li too? Bai Hao hurriedly went downstairs to take a look. only to see that old Li Tu was medicating the wound on his forehead with one hand holding iodine POV in the mirror, and making ouch noises every now and then. Isn't this masterly? Is this a rule? Bai Hao scoffed in a serious manner from the doorway. Old Li Tu saw the china in Bai Hao's hand and remembered the fist the girl had just wielded, and now he was still a little scared. Isn't that the rule? Take it. Bai Hao pacified a bit, before slowly going upstairs. This old Li head person is very good. Otherwise Bai Hao cannot give him to take cigarettes. The main thing is that Bai Hao feels that this old Li head is quite interesting. When Gao Yike came back, he gave Gao Jialu a lecture and didn't allow her to move her hands and feet. A girl just has to be demure. Zhenpu ran around the living room, surveying the new home. What are you running for, you little kitten? And how dare you meow and stare at me again? Her sister-in-law, who had been admonished, looked at Zhenpu, who was parkouring, and was furious. Meow, meow, meow. Zhenpu runs around parkouring as if he's molesting Gao Jialu for not being able to catch him. How dare you run away? Let's see if I don't take care of you. Meow. Chapter 34, The Deeply Sincere Mr. White. Early in the morning, Bai Hao drove to send Gao Yike to work. The old Li Tu also greeted Bai Hao. His mouth is what they'd beaten in exchange for the Chinese. When Gao Jialu followed her little friend Zheng Jilan to get ready for school and passed by the security room, old Li Tu hurriedly changed directions, not wanting to see this mongrel. When you see my brother-in-law in the future, if you dare to ask for something, let's see how many times you can resist my sandbag-sized fist. Gao Jialu compared her fist. Jia Jia, come on, we're going to be late. Zheng Jilan is also a happy neighborhood residence, living in building 36 next door to building 32, just with Gao Jialu as a classmate. For Gao Jialu's chivalrous behavior, Zheng Jilan is very admirable, directly into a small fangirl. Coming, Lan Lan, the two just like this to the school and talk and laugh to go. Although Gao Jialu is a small place to come, the good thing is that more intelligent, in by how to find a tutor's education, and soon became the class of the first few good students. The teacher really liked Gao Jialu, but also a headache. Gao Jialu with the boys as well, not moving in the class of the boys have an argument. Gao Jialu is just like a boy. She can't help but fight with the boys in her class. It's a headache to think about. When Bai Hao sent Gao Yike downstairs, he didn't go upstairs, but went directly to Huirong Financial Finance Company, where Xiao Chang had arranged for Lu Mingcheng to meet at the company. Lu Mingcheng is wearing a loose black turtleneck jersey. Soft fabrics fit the body, both comfortable and show temperament. Outside a dark gray casual wool coat, tailoring smooth, with a pair of light gray slim jeans, feet on a pair of white leather sneakers, thick soles but not bulky. Walking with a stranger do not approach the aura. The most striking thing is that he has a pair of chic sunglasses, the frame of black metal texture, sharp lines. The overall wear is not flamboyant, but also do not lose style, as if to tell the crowd, the real fashion. No need to deliberately, at ease with the heart. In contrast, Xiao Chang showed extraordinarily like a schoolboy, wearing a suit and tie, an impression inherent in the working class. Bai Hao inquired about Tian Xiaowei's current situation. After all, she had also recommended herself to go. Tian, she's very good, and her skills are excellent, and with one or two more good dramas, she's sure to win awards. Lu Mingcheng praised Tian Xiaowei while at the same time seeing Bai Hao's eyes were very appreciative. After all, it was in the entertainment industry like Bai Hao. Such a temperament of the person is not rare. I don't know, Mr. Bai, if you're interested in stepping into the entertainment industry, I'm confident that I can make you the hottest star. Bai Hao looked at the scorching heat in Lu Mingcheng's eyes and waved his hand in a hurry. This time I want to increase my investment in Starfire Entertainment. I really, Mr. Lu is a leader in the industry. I also hope that Mr. Lu will take care of Blue Dream. Although Bai Hao was not interested in being a star, he would help his brother's lover if he could. When Lu Mingcheng spoke, he didn't give Bai Hao any face at all. And when he spoke about creation, Bai Hao could clearly feel that his eyes had changed. Mr. Bai, my person's temperament, Xiao always knows, when I create, I don't like other people's interference, even in the face of Mr. Bai. It's the same, everyone in the company is the same. I am treated fairly, there is no such thing as taking care of. If she doesn't have the ability to do this, what can I do to take care of it? Founder Construction Company. Gao Yike had just arrived at the company's entrance when Shen Huiyao ran to her side and asked in a gossipy manner, Sis, are you living with Mr. Bai? Why does he keep sending you to work? Shen Huiyao is Gao Yike's old assistant. From the time of Jinghua Real Estate has been with her, so the two are not simply superior and subordinate relationship, more like good friends. So dare to ask such a private question. Who does not know that the high general manager in the company is an iceberg beauty? Sometimes the male staff upstairs and downstairs take the opportunity to come to the upstairs restroom just to have a look at Gao Yike, to catch a glimpse of the beauty. What are you talking about? Has the acceptance of Tianha Villa been sent over to any of the residents? This is the first acceptance for our founder's building. there must be no problems. Gao Yike glared at Shen Huiyao. Sis, it's been done for a long time. Just don't worry, Mr. Bai is so handsome and so rich. You guys are really my favorite pair of CPs, Shen Huiyao said, revealing a face of a nymphomaniac who watched Korean dramas. Do you feel like we're a good fit? Gao Yike took Bai Hao's car every morning, and there was almost no one in the company who didn't know about her and Mr. Bai, but the only one who could say it to her face was Shen Huiyao. Of course it fits. I haven't seen a match like it. Gao Yike pulled up her hair and smiled slightly. The fall sunlight sprinkled on her body beautifully. But Mr. Bai is a bit too salty. But if I were as rich as Mr. Bai, I would want to be a salty fish too, Shen Huiyao said enviously, and when she saw that Gao Yike had already sat down in her office, she returned to her workstation with a sense of humor. Bai Hao is really good, handsome, and money, just too much money. I don't know if their family can accept me and my family. Bai Hao has been to Gao Yike's home, but Gao Yike doesn't know much about Bai Hao's family, although she also knows that Bai Hao is a small county in Sichuan province. But women just like to think more, and she directly thought of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law to get along. Gao Yike, you're a career woman. You can't rely on a man to support you. You have to be independent. Work, 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 work. Gao Yike. After Gao Yike silently pumped himself up in his mind, he began his work for the day. As for Bai Hao's side, the negotiations went very smoothly. After all, it was Bai Hao who sent money to the door. Could Lu Mingcheng still refuse? At noon, when it was almost time for the lunch break, Bai Hao carried an insulated lunchbox in his hand with an imperceptible smile on his face and walked quickly to Gao Yike's office. Gao Yike was still working and thought it was Shen Huiyao calling her to dinner. Yao, you go eat first. I'll go after I'm done. You'll inform your colleagues in the project department later. We'll go to the construction site this afternoon. Before he could hear the sound of the door closing, which raised his head, seeing Bai Hao, Gao Yike's face immediately flushed red and asked in surprise, "What brings you here? Didn't you go and get busy?" Bai Hao smiled and scratched his head, then opened the insulated lunchbox, and a rich aroma instantly filled the air. The lunchbox was filled to the brim. In the lunchbox there was kung pao chicken with golden color, seasonal vegetables with bright green color and garlic aroma, and Gao Yike's favorite braised pork, fat and thin, shiny and rich soup, with a small bowl of crystal clear white rice on the side. I didn't know you were so busy. Our company never encourages employees to work overtime, so don't get tired. Bai Hao dragged out the chairs while setting up the meal, just waiting for Gao Yike to take a seat. Although Bai Hao was well hidden, someone in the company still saw it, and it has spread that the affectionate Mr. Bai cooks for his beloved with his own hands. Li Xiaoyu ate her meal from the company cafeteria while counting down Bai Hao's forgetfulness of color. Chapter 35, The Miserable Old Table. At Shuangliu Airport at 4 in the morning, a tall teenager looking in his 20s, wearing a slightly old navy blue plaid shirt with a pair of khaki casual pants, carrying a black duffel bag, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the terminal. The message was still flashing on his cell phone screen. I miss you. I'm so tired, and I have to take care of my grandma in the hospital. I wish you were there for me, and I could lean on your shoulder. When the teenager saw this message, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, as if he couldn't wait to fly to the Magic City right away. This teenager is Bai Hao's great-aunt's son, manhwa, who sneaked out of his home in order to go see his online lover. His shoulder bag contained a few changes of clothes and toiletries. The person who sent the message was called Lin Wei, a girl manhwa met on a social software. They chatted for 3 whole months. From poetry and songs to life ideals, Lin Wei sent every voice to make his soul. The key is Lin Wei is very filial piety. Usually work, sometimes have to go to a part-time job, but also to take care of the sick grandmother at night, for which manhwa not less secretly transfer money to her. At the moment, after buying the plane ticket, he only had $2,000 left in his pocket, which was all his savings. Early in the morning, when Bai Hao was still asleep, he receives a call from Bai Ma saying that manhwa left a letter for his family and ran away to the Magic City. Bai Hao's great-aunt Bai Chao Chao and Aunt Meng Kong are all anxious. Bai Ma sends Bai Hao's contact information to manhwa and wants him to take care of manhwa. The moment the airplane landed at the airport, manhwa's breathing was a little short. He had never seen such a magnificent terminal building before. The glass curtain walls reflecting the harsh sunlight, and there were figures in suits hurrying past everywhere. He stood on the escalator, looking at the unfamiliar city in front of him, his mouth gulped straight. Although he was already 23, he had never left the town. The furthest he had gone was to the nearby town to renovate a house for someone. Just after walking out of the airport, a lot of messages came out of his cell phone, which also included Bai Hao's contact information. Most of them were worried about his well-being. manhwa followed the tips on the navigation to find a hospital in Mordor, which was the address he saw in the photo Lin Wei sent him at that time, thinking to go and see the old man first. Near the hospital to buy some fruit and a bunch of carnations. In the hospital to look for a long time also did not find Lin Wei's grandmother. Meng Hanyu carefully looked at the previous photo to confirm that there is no error. Before looking for the hospital's medical staff, the final query only to know, this photo of people 2 months ago has been recovered has left the hospital. As for the time on the photo should be p.up. Meng Hanyu had a bad feeling in his heart, but he still believed that Lin Wei should not lie to himself, and that she might have her own reasons for doing so he sent a green bubble to Lin Wei, saying that he had already arrived in Mordor and wanted to ask her to come out to meet. Seeing the delayed reply message on his cell phone, Meng Hanyu sat alone on the steps of the hospital, looking at the evening night scene of Mordor. The sun set in the distance. The reddish color illuminated those vehicles coming and going brightly. After waiting for a long time, he saw a location sent on his cell phone, and Meng Hanyu hurriedly got up to bring the things in his hand, took the subway, and soon arrived at the agreed place. It was the French restaurant on Bund 18. Meng Hanyu stood in front of the restaurant with flowers, straightening his slightly wrinkled shirt, but with all the people coming and going with delicate faces and gorgeous clothes, he felt as if he was a clown. The sound of elegant violins drifted from the restaurant, the light from the crystal chandeliers spilling through the glass walls onto his face. He had never been in such a luxurious place before, and sighed as he looked at the balance of his cell phone. Here, Lin Wei's voice came from behind Meng Hanyu. She was wearing a black strapless dress, stepping on thin high heels. Her long hair was slightly curled and her makeup was exquisite, like what he had seen in the photos, but even more bright and colorful than the photos. You look even better than the picture. There was some stuttering. He realized his forehead was sweating. Thank you. I didn't expect you to be so tall. What are you? Lin Wei smiled faintly at Meng Hanyu, but looking at the carnations in his hand, her face changed slightly for a moment, but she still turned around and walked into the restaurant. After the two of them were seated near the window, through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the night scene of Huangpu River was like a flowing scroll. The Oriental Pearl Tower on the opposite bank was flashing with bright neon and reflected on the river, while inside the restaurant, the crystal chandelier shed a warm and quiet light, shining on the table covered with snow-white tablecloths, and the silver cutlery on the table reflected a shimmering light, making them look extraordinarily elegant. The sound of the violin flows slowly, and the musician stands in the corner, his fingertips lightly jumping on the strings, playing a melodious La Vie en Rose. The sound of music intertwines with the slight sound of cups and plates clinking in the restaurant and the laughter of whispered conversations, creating a lazy and romantic atmosphere. And all of this seemed so strange and distant to Meng Hanyu. He sat in it like an abrupt black and white photo, out of place in the colorful world around him. He didn't slow down until the tuxedoed waiter came up and handed him a menu. Meng Hanyu turned the first page, was shocked by the prices on it. $699 foie gras, $799 steak, $14, $999 red wine. His hands shook a little. The price really made him nervous thinking about the balance in his cell phone. I'll order this foie gras, another steak, and a vegetable salad. Lin Wei gracefully closed the menu. What would you like? I want a pasta bar. Meng Hanyu flipped to the end and chose one of the cheapest entrees, but the thought of this portion of spaghetti costing $1.99 was straight up meaty. The red wine here is very famous. Would you like a bottle? Lin Wei suddenly suggested. Well, good no problem. Meng Hanyu could only agree stiffly. He didn't want to let Lin Wei down on the first face. It was soon served, and during the meal, Lin Wei kept talking about the prosperity of Shanghai. You know what? The smallest apartment over at Xintiandi costs $20 million. She cut off a small piece of foie gras and put it in her mouth while talking to Meng Hanyu. I know a best friend whose boyfriend gave her a Hermes bag that was said to cost over $200,000. Meng Hanyu felt his throat tighten as he carefully forked up a pasta, afraid of making a noise. Her boyfriend is so nice to her. He tried to put on a smile. He had wanted to inquire about the condition of Lin Wei's grandmother, but seeing as she kept talking, he had to bow his head and eat his spaghetti. Lin Wei looked down at her watch. She didn't notice anything wrong on Meng Hanyu's face and kept talking. By the way, I'm planning to go to Plaza 66 next weekend. I heard that Chanel has a new bag. Is the Chanel bag very expensive? Although Meng Hanyu is from a small place, he still knows about Chanel. He just doesn't have a clear understanding of Chanel. The ordinary model is about $30,000 to $40,000. Lin Wei said lightly, but I think the LV ones look better. I like LV's style better. The meal quickly ended in Lin Wei's words, just as Lin Wei went to the toilet. When the waiter handed the bill, Meng Hanyu saw the last 7,899 yuan, felt a black eye, looking at the balance of 1569, 3 in the phone. Are you doing this math right? Shouldn't what I ordered be 4,589? Meng Hanyu just wanted to say that the price was wrong, but looking at the price of the red wine on the bill, he turned to the waiter and said, that cash I brought might not be enough. I have another friend. She'll come back later and we'll settle the bill. Meng Hanyu waited in his seat for a while before he saw the message coming from his cell phone. I'll leave first then. I have something else to do. I'm meeting a friend to go to Plaza 66 in the evening, so I'll leave first, and you pay for the meal. By the time he far hastily stood up to look for someone, Lin Wei's shadow had long since disappeared, leaving Meng Hanyu alone to face the leftovers on the table. Outside the window, cruise ships on the Huangpu River sailed slowly by, and the lights of the Oriental Pearl Tower stung his eyes. This city was just like Lin Wei, beautiful and cold. He thought for half a day before tentatively sending a message to Bai Hao. Old cousin, no money to pay for dinner. Chapter 36, The World of Flowers is fascinating. At this time, Bai Hao was still enjoying the great battle between his sister-in-law and Yuan Bao. One person and one cat fought each other. Yuan Bao pranced and jumped on the sofa, very sensitive, and Gao Jielu was not ambiguous, long-distance sneak attack, and the pillows on the sofa directly turned into a weapon in her hands. Gao Yike stood in the kitchen, a kitchen knife in her hand, and froze at the carrots on the counter. On a whim, she decided to cook a dinner for Gao Jielu and Bai Hao today, and although she had never cooked before, it didn't affect her confidence. Isn't it just chopping vegetables? Gao Yike muttered in a low voice, and was raising the kitchen knife and slashing down on the carrot with force. The carrot instantly rolled to the side, and the blade of the knife heavily knocked on the plate, making a thud sound. She frowned and tried again. This time the carrots were sliced into irregular chunks of varying sizes, some as thin as pieces of paper, others as thick as coins. Then came the onions, and she had just cut them halfway through when tears welled up in her eyes, and she covered her nose and took 2 steps back, nearly dropping the onions in her hand to the floor. Why are these onions so spicy? She grumbled and was just about to wipe the corners of her eyes with a paper towel and continue cutting when Bai Hao had appeared behind her, allowing her to pull the apron over herself as Bai Hao opened his hands and waited for Gao Yike to ease the apron over her neck and arms. Gao Yike stood in front of Bai Hao, and the two of them looked at each other with 4 eyes, the most perfect height difference. Gao Yike, slightly upturned, could see Bai Hao, who gazed at the woman in front of him, so compassionate. In this situation, Bai Hao was just about to hug Gao Yike when the phone rang. Bai Hao still wanted to continue, but Gao Yike had already gone to stop the human-cat battle, and Bai Hao, who had no choice but to pick up the phone. Who are you? Big night to spoil my good. I tell you, don't I know who you are, or I. Meng Hanyu's phone Bai Hao did not save, did not see the unknown caller ID. Old cousin, there's no money to pay for dinner. Before Bai Hao could finish, the voice on the other end of the phone came over, sounding very sad. Is it brother you? Bai Hao listened to how the voice was so familiar. Remembering the call from Bai Ma in the morning, he inquired about the address and drove over. As for the kitchen, Bai Hao directly ordered an outside meal for them, and in a short while there would be a special person to send it over. When Bai Hao arrived at the French restaurant on Bund 18, he saw the lost look of Meng Hanyu in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, staring at the leftovers in front of him, and thought that he hadn't eaten enough. Meng Hanyu is the only son of the sister of the white father, from childhood to adulthood, that are held in the hands of the fall in the mouth for fear of melting, otherwise which now have a big tall man. Bai Hao walked in and lightly patted Meng Hanyu on the back. Brother you, why aren't you full? I'll have them bring you another one right away, said Bai Hao as he directly greeted the waiter. Vegetables do not. Directly to filet mignon 3, creamy mushroom spaghetti 2, sautéed salmon 2. Bai Hao also wanted to order wine. Saw the old table holding a bottle of red wine Pinot Noir, California quality Pinot Noir, elegant style, fruity and rich. Don't start these with the wine. Bai Hao finished, seeing that the waiter was still unmoved. I'm the one who ordered these. No more? Old cousin, I didn't give any of my previous money, said Meng Hanyu, who covered his face, and Bai Hao pulled out a platinum black card from the construction bank when he saw this. The waiter saw Bai Hao's bank card and knew that this was a big customer, so he rushed off to place the order. There's no password. Bai Hao saw Meng Hanyu's devastated appearance, so he chatted with him. Meng Hanyu told Bai Hao all about his time with Lin Wei. Isn't this just a fishing girl, and you still believe her grandmother is really in the hospital? You're really okay with this too? You flew over here just for this? Ha, you got my great aunt so worried just for this. Bai Hao didn't look at Meng Hanyu in a good mood, but I really like her so much. Meng Hanyu was still about to say something when he was directly interrupted by Bai Hao. Like my ass. Neither of the two had ever met. Where did they come to like it? It's just that the female had seen too little. Bai Hao had already figured out Meng Hanyu's symptoms when the filet mignon and spaghetti were handed to Meng Hanyu. Although he wasn't full, he didn't have much of an appetite looking at the steak in front of him, but Bai Hao was indeed hungry, and ate it right in front of his face, and it smelled so good. Watching Meng Hanyu also took a big bite. That's right, eat up, I'll take you to a good place. Soon the two ended up eating all the food in front of them. When the two of them walked out of the restaurant, Meng Hanyu looked outside at the night scene along the Huangpu River like a flowing scroll. Across the river in Lujiazui, the glass curtain walls of the skyscrapers shone in the night, and the lights of the Oriental Pearl Tower changed colors. like a huge jewel set in the city's night sky. The river shimmered in neon lights, glowing gold and silver. From time to time, a cruise ship slowly sails past. The lights on board intertwine with the light and shadow on the shore, and the Bun's multinational architectural complex becomes more solemn and elegant at night. The sidewalks are bustling with tourists stopping to take photos. Bai Hao looked at him as if he was intoxicated, remembering that the world of flowers is fascinating to the eye, but really let you be fascinated by the eye and forget about the one that fishes for women. Has not yet begun that long night. Chapter 37, Warmth of Wen, Kindness of Liang, a black lengthened Maybach. The car filled with the smell of leather and perfume. The neon lights of the magic city outside the car window flashed rapidly, and inside the car, Bai Hao held a glass of wine and spoke to Meng Hanyu, who was in a daze. How about a taste of this whiskey? Meng Hanyu, obviously a time cannot accept their own, this old cousin developed, although in his mother's mouth heard some words, thought it was in the magic city as a small boss, did not think that so powerful. He sat but the Maybach, he carefully measured Bai Hao, found his own, this old cousin seems to be no difference with the previous, still so handsome, but the sparkling amber light of the whiskey in the glass was reminding him that Bai Hao was rich, and that he could enjoy himself along with it. Meng Hanyu is 1 year older than Bai Hao, the two from childhood to adulthood, without any hesitation to say drink the same mouthful of milk grown up all. Elementary school, junior high school are together to go to school, but Meng Hanyu's learning is too poor. High school did not get into, with the nearby construction team to learn the technology until Bai Hao admitted to Mordor University that year, but also came to participate in the promotion of the feast, but the two grew up together, or within the 5 services of the relatives. There is nothing jealousy, is simply want to follow the enjoyment. The car quickly pulled up to the entrance of the nightclub, and the moment the door opened, a deafening wave of music and flashing lights could be felt. Bai Hao is not willing to come with, to know the beginning of the rich, that really cannot wait for a person disguised as several people play every day. But now it is not the same. One is that he has a favorite person, and the second feels that there is no meaning, just those things. But Meng Hanyu, this kid like a rustic old man, surveying the luxury car in front of the main door of the nightclub. This is a Ferrari. This is a Lamborghini? I'm going to go, this is a Porsche. Every now and then the roar of a sports car engine intertwines with the rhythm of the bass inside the club. The people coming in and out are dressed in fancy clothes. One is either a designer bag or a limited edition watch, and the girls are wearing elaborate makeup. Everyone is trying to attract the opposite sex. Bai Hao looked at Meng Hanyu still standing there stupidly, so he pulled him towards the entrance, and the black-clothed security guard at the entrance looked at Bai Hao and nodded slightly. Pushing open the door, the music swept in like a wild tide, jarring Bai Hao's eardrums. The lights of the nightclub changed like a kaleidoscope, with purple, blue, and red beams intertwining in the air, rendering the entire space very hot. In the center of the dance floor, the crowd swayed wildly to the rhythm of the music. Bai Hao had just entered the hall when an usher came up to him and led him upstairs to a private room, while Meng Hanyu couldn't walk the path when he saw a beautiful woman. Not far from the center of the dance floor, several hotly dressed dancers were dancing to the rhythm of the music. One of them was wearing a black fluorescent bustier top that was extremely short, revealing her slim waist and tight abs. Underneath was a pair of high-waisted leather shorts, showing off her long and straight legs to the fullest, her hair tied up high, a few strands of broken hair hanging down randomly, fine beads of sweat seeping out from her forehead, twisting sensuously along with the rhythm. Meng Hanyu turned his head to look at another beautiful woman, wearing a silver tasseled bikini top, the tassels fluttering in the air as she danced, and underneath was a pair of denim hot pants, the edges of which were intentionally designed to have a burlap edge, making them appear more casual and flamboyant. On her feet was a pair of black thin high-heeled sandals with a heel as slim as a needle, but it didn't affect her dancing senses at all. There were also some foreign chicks. These were slender and tall, wearing some silver sequin tight dresses with extremely flattering designs. The sequins on their bodies shone brightly under the lights of the dance floor. Come on, go upstairs. How's that? All better looking than that Linwei of yours, right? Pak Ho's reasoning for why his old cousin could be fooled by an old female he had never met was that he had seen so few females. Bai Hao handed a glass of champagne to the still-dazed Meng Hanyu, the bubbles in the glass shimmering golden in the light. He took a sip, and the cold taste and the stimulation of alcohol made his nerves even more excited, and his gaze was involuntarily drawn to everything around him. In the corner of the nightclub, the card seats were filled with scantily clad men and women, and the table was filled with luxury champagne and top-quality foreign wines, the labels inlaid on the bottles reflecting dazzling golden light under the light. They raised their glasses and exchanged drinks, and the sound of laughter and music intertwined. Soon Meng Hanyu's eyes were attracted by a woman in the next seat wearing a black see-through dress, who also looked at him. Her body was half hidden under a cutout lace blouse, and her hidden skin was glowing with a seductive luster under the lights of the nightclub. The black leather skirt tightly wrapped around her hips, outlining the perfect curves. and a pair of riveted high-heeled boots under her feet added a little bit of uninhibited and wild to her overall look. Her makeup was strong but not too delicate, her black eyeliner was slightly upturned, and her lip color was a deep burgundy, which contrasted sharply with her fair complexion. Her eyes were unapologetically looking straight at Meng Hanyu, and the corner of her mouth was hooked into a meaningful smile, as if she was silently inviting something. Bai Hao noticed his gaze and pushed his shoulder with a smile. "Fancy that? Want to go over and get acquainted?" Meng Hanyu did not answer, after pounding 2 glasses of whiskey, but his footsteps unconsciously stepped in her direction. She seemed to have expected it, gently crossing one leg, her body slightly leaning back, leaning on the sofa of the card seat, her posture lazy but full of temptation. When he approached, he smelled the faint perfume on her body, mixed with the breath of alcohol, and actually had an indescribable sense of intoxication. She raised her head, her eyes still staring straight at him, her voice with a hint of lazy hoarseness. "Alone? Me and my cousin." She let out a light laugh, looking at Bai Hao with obvious derision in her eyes. Only then did she pick up the wine glass on the table and gently shake the red wine in it, but her gaze never moved from Meng Hanyu's face. "What do you call it?" "Meng Ganyu," he replied, and then asked back, "What about you?" "Call me Lily." She took a sip of the red wine, her lips leaving a faint imprint on the rim of the glass, before handing it to him. "A sip?" Meng Hanyu took the glass. His fingertips unintentionally touched her hand, her skin delicate and slightly cool. Meng Hanyu raised his glass and drank. "How does it taste?" She cocked her head slightly, a bit of teasing in her eyes. "Nice." He handed the glass back to her. The woman directly took a step closer towards Meng Hanyu, and the distance between the two instantly closed, their breaths almost intertwining, only to see the woman reach out and gently pinch Meng Hanyu's chin, slightly lifting his face and leaning down to kiss him. Her lips were soft and cold, carrying the aroma of red wine. Instead of resisting, Meng Hanyu reached out and encircled her neck, his fingers gently inserting themselves into her hair. When Bai Hao saw this scene, he didn't intend to stop it because he knew this woman, the owner of this nightclub, Wen Liang. Warmth of warmth, goodness of goodness. As for the latter, it was inappropriate for children, but looking at the state of the old table, I guess that Lin Wei had been left behind a long time ago. Chapter 38, How are you going to take charge? The early hours of the morning in Magic City seems to be as quiet as the rest of the city. Sitting in the car with the sunroof open, while enjoying the night sky while chatting with the chauffeur, Master just goes straight to Sycamore Court. Chauffeur Master stood in a black extended Maybach, holding the car keys in his hand. The heart is a little apprehensive. He has taken a lot of luxury car work, but the first time to see so young to drive a Maybach. "Sir, it's impressive that you're driving this car at such a young age." Bai Hao leaned back in his seat, his gaze not leaving the starry sky. Instead, he spoke faintly. "It's just a walker, nothing special." The master glanced at Bai Hao in the back seat and pondered for another half day before saying, "You're about the same age as my son, and he's still in school. Everyone has their own path to follow, and your son is in no hurry to take his time." The car drove through a busy street, neon lights streaming through the car. Bai Hao remembered today's events. What happened with Meng Hanyu and Lin Wei, and Meng Hanyu's and Wen Liang's? So he asked to his master, "Master, what do you think young people nowadays pursue? Is it love?" The master thought for a moment, didn't know where to pull out a cigarette, took a sharp drag, and said to Bai Hao in the rearview mirror, "I don't think love is it. I feel like it should be a house, a car, money. Anyway, my son talks about that all day long and I don't see him talking about that little girl." Bai Hao laughed and shook his head without saying anything. The master was still talking to himself. Isn't that what everyone is fighting to the death for in our society these days? Love is worthless. What's the use of having love if you don't have money? "Master," Bai Hao spoke, his tone calm but with a hint of determination. "Actually, I do think that love is not so worthless. Money can buy a house, a car, or even a moment of happiness, but it can't buy true feelings. If there's no love, even if there's a lot of money, life will still be empty, right?" Master held a cigarette in his mouth and glanced at Bai Hao in the rearview mirror, his tone somewhat unimpressed. "You are still young and have not experienced the poisonous beatings of life. When you're like me, with an old man and a young man, worrying every day about firewood, rice, oil and salt, you'll understand that what love is not love. It's all false. Without money, you can't even make it through the day. What feelings are there to talk about?" "Master, rightly so, money is indeed important, but I feel that it should not be the entirety of our lives." The master exhaled a mouthful of smoke, his tone still carrying a bit of flirtation. "In today's society, how can anyone not work hard for money? Look at those young people, working overtime until late at night. Isn't it just to earn more money to buy a house, get a wife, and raise a child? Love? That's just a little flavor in life. Dispensable." Bai Hao also did not continue to argue with him, and also know that many people live or not in their own bodies. where we'll still consider love that, but Bai Hao is the lucky one. In his world, love is greater than material things. The thought of Gao Yike Bai Hao's mouth slightly upturned. With her fair skin and delicate face, that career sister look jumped out at her. Bai Hao was quickly sent to Sycamore Court, and Shao himself acted as the chauffeur to park the car underground for Bai Hao. When Bai Hao returned home, he looked at the neat and clean house and directly collapsed on the bed to sleep. Although Bai Hao didn't live here these days, there were still regular ants who came to the house to clean. The early morning sunlight of Magic City poured into the room through the gaps in the curtains, and the air was filled with a faint scent of perfume, mixed with the residual smell of alcohol and ambiguity from last night. A tall man slowly opened his eyes, his head still a bit groggy as he raised his hand and rubbed his temples, trying to recall what happened last night. This man was none other than manhwa. When he turned his head sideways and saw the familiar yet unfamiliar face on the pillow, all his thoughts were instantly pulled back to reality. It was an extremely beautiful woman with delicate features, fair skin, and long hair spread loose on the pillow. Manhwa spit and chatted with Bai Hao for a few sentences, and then fiercely drank a few glasses of whiskey, and then everything became a blur. He glanced down at his naked upper body, then glanced at the woman's bare shoulders outside the covers, and it dawned on him what was going on. Damn! Manhwa cursed in a low voice. It's all because alcohol harms people. But as he looked closely, this woman was indeed too beautiful to be ignored. Her beauty wasn't that kind of flamboyant voluptuousness. It was completely different from the look he saw in the bar yesterday. Instead, it was with a kind of cool temperament, and even in her sleep, she exuded an air of elegance. What a fickle woman! He gingerly sat up from the bed, wanting to get out of here without waking her up. However, the moment he had just lifted the covers, the woman suddenly rolled over, her arm unconsciously resting on his leg. His body stiffened and he looked down at her, realizing that her eyes were still tightly closed and her breathing was even, obviously still asleep. He hesitated, his heart a little complicated. According to the tradition of the Bai family, this kind of one-night stand behavior was not his style, and the woman in front of him made him feel something special. That kind of beauty, temperament, let Manhwa addicted. But this is, after all, a one-night stand. He sighed and gently moved her arm out of the way before getting out of bed and getting dressed. As he walked to the edge of the bed, he couldn't help but look back at her again, a thought popping into his mind. Perhaps, one should leave a contact? But quickly, he shook his head and dismissed the idea. This kind of chance encounter, it was better to let it stay last night. Last night, Manhwa had already deeply realized that he was a beggar in a small county. He picked up his cell phone on the table, sent a message to Bai Hao, and was ready to turn toward the door. The moment he was about to leave the room, a woman's lazy voice came from behind him. Just leaving? With a lurch of his feet, he turned back to find her lying on her side, one hand propped up on her head, the other casually resting on the outside of the quilt, her gaze lazily but with a hint of derision staring at herself. Well, I've got some things to do, so I'll be going. He tried to sound as calm as possible, but inside he was a little flustered. She laughed softly, her voice a hint of husky magnetism. Don't you want me to be responsible? Manhwa froze for a moment, then smiled helplessly. I should be the one in charge, right? Instead of answering, she sat up from the bed, the covers slipping off, revealing her pale shoulders and delicate collarbone. She reached up and ruffled her hair, her gaze still staring straight at him. And, how are you going to take responsibility for that? Chapter 39, Raising You with a Sledgehammer. Manhwa looked at her. Beautiful indeed, but in my heart, I suddenly regretted my decision just now, and I still have to be responsible. What to be responsible for? He sighed and walked back to the bed, pulling his cell phone out of his pocket. Give me your number. Why don't I buy you dinner next time? When Liang raised an eyebrow, but still reached out and took the phone, typing in a string of numbers before handing it back to him, the corner of his mouth hooked into a meaningful smile. Next time, don't be in such a hurry to leave. He took the cell phone and looked at her face, which was so beautiful that it was a little unreal, and a trace of complex emotion suddenly grew in his heart. As he walked to the door, he heard Wen Liang's soft voice coming from behind him. Remember, my Chinese name is Wen Liang. He didn't turn around, just gave a soft and walked out of the room. The sunlight shone on his face as he took a deep breath, but in his heart, he was still reminiscing about the scene just now. Perhaps at this moment he also had the urge to stay in Magic City. At this time, Bai Hao, who was still sleeping, reluctantly got up after receiving Manhwa's message, and his cell phone transferred some money to him, so that he could go to the neighborhood to eat breakfast first, and then come after he cleaned himself up. By the time Bai Hao arrived, Manhwa was already enjoying his meal in front of a restaurant. On the table are 3 cages of pan-fried buns, and the 4 diamonds of Mordor. The big 4, pancakes, donuts, sticky millet and soya milk are all common and are eaten in Sichuan province. But sticky millet is made from glutinous rice, which is soft and sticky but not sticky. Traditionally, Sticky millet is sandwiched between a stick of fried dough and sprinkled with sugar or squash and meat floss, giving it a rich, savory and sweet texture that will satisfy your taste buds. Sticky rice is warm in your hand and is a favorite portable breakfast for office workers in the city. The food is quite good. Looks like you've already forgotten about that Lin Wei, right? Bai Hao said as he watched Meng Han Yu wolf down his food. Cousin, do you believe in love at first sight? Bai Hao was baffled by his words. Yesterday was still saying that we must see Lin Wei's last side, to make things clear face to face, so that we can get all the money back for her grandmother's medical treatment that, in the blink of an eye, asked himself whether he believed in love at first sight. Never mind, you wouldn't know if I told you. In the morning. Bai Hao didn't have time to listen to his love story and said, staring directly at his backpack, what's next for you, cousin? Why don't you arrange a job for me? Preferably on a construction site. I'm not very good at anything else. After thinking for half a day, Meng Han Yu had planned to leave as soon as he could, but when Liang's appearance was so much to his liking that he planned to stay in Magic City. Okay, there is a construction site under our company. You can go and try. If you can't do it, I'll think of other ways. As far as Bai Hao's current fortune is concerned, whether Meng Han Yu works or not, he can afford to raise it, but he can raise it. What can Meng Han Yu do? Bai Hao and his cousin still understand. Love is a little poor, but work is very assured. After all, graduated from junior high school began to work. I want to swing a sledgehammer to raise her. What day? Meng Han Yu's mind was half a day before he spat out this half sentence. Bai Hao arranged for Meng Han Yu to stay at the site closest to Wutong Court, Waterfront Castle, so that when Meng Han Yu returned to live in Wutong Court, he would have to walk the least. After showing him the site, he returned to Wutong Court. I'll go, old cousin. You've gotten rich. Ha! Such a big house. So nice, exclaimed Meng Han Yu as soon as he entered. It's just a small fortune from starting a company. You can do it too. That's a must for me. Bai Hao gave him an introduction to the house and the room he was sleeping in, and then gave him a bank card for the downstairs supermarket. Of course Bai Hao also passed the phone with Wen Liang, his oldest cousin, although people tall and big, but love this aspect is zero. Otherwise will for love straight to the Magic City. Wen Liang does also like Meng Han Yu. The two are considered to see eye to eye, so Bai Hao does not intend to get involved in this matter, but Lin Wei he is necessary to people to deal with it. Love is so sacred. You dare to play Meng Han Yu as a dog? Bai Hao finally called Bian Shanglun. After all, there will be no more connections than a boss who runs an underground casino. Soon, it will only be 2 or 3 days. The night was dark. Lin Wei sat alone in her apartment, looking out the window. Her heart was vaguely uneasy. She was a shopper in a luxury goods store in Magic City, usually glamorous, but her real business is to rely on her feelings to deceive people, and make money from the hands of those men. The apartment's doorbell rang. Lin Wei glanced through the cat's eye, and outside stood a few burly men with ill-intentioned expressions on their faces. Before she had time to react, the door was kicked open. Several men rushed in, and without saying a word, they directly pressed her to the ground. One of the men took a photo and glanced at it, then sneered. Lin Wei, right? You like to cheat people a lot, don't you? Lin Wei knew that the other party was coming from a bad place and wanted to try to struggle, but the strength of these men was too great for her to resist. At this time, the man closest to her grabbed her hair and forced her to raise her head, then said, "Who do you think you are? How dare you lie about your feelings? Today, let you know what the consequences are." Before the words fell, the man's fist smashed into her face. Lin Wei only felt a sharp pain hit her, and her eyes blurred. For the next few minutes, she was punched and kicked, the pain in her body making it almost impossible for her to breathe. The men didn't hit her with deadly blows, but with a professional approach. Every punch and kick caused her pain. Just as Lin Wei was being beaten to death, the man finally stopped. He squatted down and cupped Lin Wei's chin. "I heard you're a guide at a luxury store? Already said hello to your boss. From tomorrow onwards, you don't have to go to work. You don't want to go to any other stores either. It's impossible for you to hang out in this city anymore." When Lin Wei heard this, it was as if the blood in her body froze. The career she relied on, her life, everything she had, was completely destroyed at this moment. She was still wondering who the hell it was. It was some cockney who had cheated before, but she would never have guessed that it was Meng Han Yu. The men left, dropping a sum of money while saying, "If you're smart, get out of the city before it's too late. Otherwise, the next time you see us, it might not be us." Meng Han Yu naturally do not know all this. He is at this moment on the site of the waterfront castle swinging sledgehammer that, Bai Hao also specially instructed the person in charge of the project of the waterfront castle, to help look at the point of Meng Han Yu. The best is to let him learn a bit of technology. Bai Hao does not want to let him have been in the construction site. After all, that's the cousin's At lunchtime, Wen Liang, who had just woken up, sent a message to Meng Han Yu, asking him to meet him in the evening. Meng Hanyu looked at the hammer in his hand and the dust that covered his body, and thought about it but agreed. Chapter 40 Gao Yike appeared. Bai Hao was playing games in the company as usual, and the heavy responsibility of managing the company naturally fell on old Zhang and Gao Yike. Looking at the conference room, Gao Yike looks like a competent and smart person. Very reassuring. Before the company's Tianhe Villa real estate project to make the founder construction in the magic city of the construction industry but a small fire. Not only the quality and quantity of the building all built, and for those who came from afar to the outsiders, the company also implemented a 5% discount. A time Tianhe Villa building was emptied. Li Xiaoyu was watching a Korean drama at the front desk with unbroken tissues in her hand. Oh, that's so touching. How in the world can there be such a nice man? Bai Hao came out and was ready to find a Coke to drink in the company's refrigerator. When he saw Li Xiaoyu crying with pearly blossoms, and those who didn't know thought that someone had bullied her. What good man could be as good as me? He said as he took the corn that Li Xiaoyu had placed on the table and nibbled on it while watching the Korean drama on her tablet. There's only one piece of corn left here. It's my lunch, and a nice man like you has the nerve to eat it? Li Xiaoyu had wanted Bai Hao to put the corn down, but when she saw that he had already bitten on it, she couldn't mention how hard it was on her heart. Bai Hao, you are good. You look at you. In addition to handsome, rich, you have what advantages? You are a salted fish. Look at what value you can create for the company when you go to work. Looking at Li Xiaoyu's denigration, Bai Hao said lightly, that's fine. I was going to give you guys a bonus for the last project, but now it seems that if I don't contribute much to the company, then forget it. Don't, Mr. Bai, you're generous. I'm just a small receptionist. I don't know the heights of heaven. Let me go, or they'll kill me, Li Xiaoyu said. Looking to the colleagues still in the office meeting, they are really real for this project to pay a lot. Some people often 1 or 2 o'clock back, including Wen Tao this kid have a few times. Go back especially late. Bai Hao talked to the old Zhang a few sentences. They opened the company as not to earn money, but also did not see them change, so they also acquiesced. In fact, the main thing is that the company's percentage of project commission is much higher than their salaries, which is why everyone's motivation is so positive. Fine, but the penalty is that you find a place for everyone to get together and you pay for it. Ah, Mr. Bai, you don't have that much money even if you sold me. You find it first, I'll pay. Bai Hao turned around and left in a dashing manner after saying that. Tick-tock, Mr. Bai said that the bonus for the project will be paid out today. Tick-tock. Soon what Bai Hao had just said spread in the small group within the company, and the co-workers who were in the middle of a meeting. The first time they saw the message, paid out, a male colleague stood up excitedly. Gao Yike and other uninformed co-workers looked at him with blank faces. Sorry, Mr. Gao. Too excited. But soon everyone knew the news. But everyone for the bonus is how much but do not know. Mainly divided into 2 factions. One side is before from Jinghua Real Estate over the people. Their project commission will be several times the salary. Before the founder construction. Directly in accordance with the project profitability of the proportion of the share to everyone. So a lot of people are betting. Want to see exactly how much will be divided. High anecdotal although for the bonus is not so valued. But also do want to know how much will be paid out. This project although there are 36 high-rise, but the auction alone cost 81 million, in addition to the previous payout, as well as the wages of the workers, as well as the Jinghua Real Estate before the expenses, it is estimated that it will be able to make a profit of more than 100 million bar, and this is also in the house or sold out of although the company's business is based on the afternoon was short, but it was long for the colleagues in the studio, as everyone was waiting for their bonuses. Construction Bank to the tune of $150, 000. Minsheng Bank arrived with 60,000 yuan. Soon everyone had messages on their cell phones, and Wen Tao, who was drawing a picture, glanced at his cell phone. The Magic City Bank arrived at 210,000 yuan. Wen Tao directly disbelievingly glanced at the phone, carefully counted, and thought that it was sent by mistake. Holy, this, my chow, so much, Mr. Bai's atmosphere, it's really bullish. The excited voices in the office didn't stop for a while until old Jean walked out of the office and looked at the door, and only then did these people's voices diminish. It was soon time to leave work, and Bai Hao straightened his clothes and stood at the door of the office. Colleagues, in order to celebrate the successful completion of the company's first project, we're giving everyone a potluck dinner tonight. Although everyone's faces were happy, they didn't seem to have much interest in the potluck. Bai Hao also hated potlucks when he was still an employee, and he had known it would be like this. But I have an appointment tonight, so I won't go. If you guys have any ideas you can go to Li Xiaoyu. She will arrange for everyone. I hope you guys have a good meal and a good time. After some politeness, Bai Hao was ready to go to the underground garage to drive. Gao Yike wanted to see how many bonuses there were during the meeting, and when he finally returned to the office, He opened his cell phone to take a look. Construction bank to the tune of $99. $999. It was inevitably Bai Hao's handiwork, but Gao Yike just clutched her cell phone, one step closer to her bagging Bai Hao. As for Bai Hao's comment about having an appointment, naturally he was going home to have a candlelight dinner with Gao Yike, and even his sister-in-law had already been sent ahead to her good girlfriend Zhang Jilan's house. Night fell quietly in the Magic City. The lights in the house were dimmed to the lowest possible level, and only a few flickering candles danced in the air, casting a soft halo of light. The table was covered with a snow-white tablecloth, and 2 goblets held amber-colored red wine next to delicate silver cutlery and a fresh rose with a few drops of crystal on its petals. In the kitchen, Bai Hao was busy, wearing a simple white shirt with sleeves casually rolled up to his elbows and a black apron tied around his waist. In the pan on the stove, the steak was sizzling and fragrant. In the steamer next to it, asparagus and potatoes were steaming. He glanced at the recipe on the table, carefully sprinkled a little salt and black pepper, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, seemingly satisfied with his work tonight. Just as he picked up the bottle of red wine and was about to pour it, a light footstep came from behind him. Bai Hao turned his head and froze instantly. Gao Yike appeared. She was wearing a burgundy silk nightgown with a halter design that showed off her slender collarbone perfectly, and the hem of the skirt hung lightly around her legs, swaying gently as she walked. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, her face was lightly made up, and the bright red on her lips complemented her nightgown. Her steps were graceful and languid, with a hint of playfulness and ambiguity in her eyes, as if she were a quietly approaching black cat. Chapter 41. As long as you like it. For this burgundy pajamas Gao Yike can explain. This pajamas but Xiang Yicheng specifically for Gao Yike optional. Originally Gao Yike want to refuse, but cannot resist Xiang Yicheng again and again recommended. But when Gao Yike saw Bai Hao's dumbfounded look, there was a hint of laughter in his words. Not done yet? Bai Hao then slowed down and tried to make his voice seem calm. Dinner for you will take a little while. Goik walked away and stood beside him, standing slightly on her tiptoes, looking into the pan of steak. Looking good. Didn't think you had it in you. Although Bai Hao often cooked for them, it was the first time for Western food. Gao Yike's proximity allowed Bai Hao to smell her faint perfume mixed with her unique scent. Bai Hao's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a few points. Gao Yike reached out and gently rested her hand on Bai Hao's arm, the temperature of her fingertips coming through her shirt, instantly igniting a certain emotion within Bai Hao. Want a taste? Bai Hao asked in a low voice, his voice a little hoarse. Gao Yike cocked his head with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Yeah. Bai Hao picked up a fork, cut off a small piece of steak, and handed it to her mouth. She, gently biting into the steak, her eyes stayed glued to him. As she chewed, the corners of her lips rose slightly, as if she was savoring more than just food. How does it taste? She pursed her lips and whispered. It was delicious, better than I expected. You have a lot of potential as a chef. Bai Hao's gaze lingered on her face, and under the candlelight, her skin seemed to be gilded with a soft sheen, so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off it. He couldn't help but reach out and gently brush the hair next to her cheek, and the touch of his fingertips made his heart flutter. Gao Yike's eyes also became softer at this time, with a hint of ambiguous warmth. She moved slightly closer, her breath almost brushing his ear. I enjoyed the surprise tonight. Bai Hao's hand gently wrapped around her waist and pulled her a little closer, his voice low. As long as you like it. She didn't say anything, but just laughed softly and leaned her head gently on his shoulder. The air was filled with the aroma of steak and the mellow scent of red wine, but even stronger was the kind of silent understanding between them. The candlelight cast wavering shadows on their figures, as if adding a romantic filter to the evening. As their shadows met, Founder Construction Company, the bonuses had just been paid yesterday, and there was a noticeable increase in everyone's passion for work today. But Bai Hao, as usual, started playing games as soon as he headed to the office. It wasn't until the evening that Bai Hao showed up at the party of the four of them, Lao Xia, Jun Zai and Wen Zi, and with Bai Hao's last trip to the northeast, these guys hadn't been seen in a while. Lao Xia's situation Bai Hao still understands. After all, the two have dealings on the company, and Wen Zi knows a little bit, but Jun Zai is really not too clear. Now we have to call you Mr. Xia. I go. Your aunt and uncle are really willing to give up a penny. Did not ask for a penny, directly handed the company to you. Wen Zi listened to the chat between Bai Hao and Lao Xia before realizing that Lao Xia, the kid, had shifted to become the old boss, but only old Xia knew that the real reason for him to become the company's boss was Bai Hao, not a womanizer. Winky, how have you been? How are you and that blue dream doing? Bai Hao picked up his glass of wine and toasted over towards Wen Zi, while also asking about his current situation. Fortunately, I'm much more at ease in that company of yours, and I don't have to specialize in picking her up every day, and I've been promoted by the company to manager of the purchasing department. Wen Zi touched base with Bai Hao and told everyone about the recent situation. I go. A few of you are mixed so well. I recently can be miserable. To break up, Ruo Chao her mother let her go home to matchmaking to go. June said with a despondent face, fierce, pouring a mouthful of wine. What's going on? Didn't their family always support you guys? How come they let her go back to her blind date? The guys knew all about June and Ruo Chao. The two had been in love for a few years and both parents knew about it. June's eye probably said, is Ruo Chao family is Lanzhao. Her mother has a very good girlfriend. This year returned to China. Brought back her son. And Ruo Chao general age. This kid is studying in Australia. The family is very rich. Is considered to be a real second generation of the rich. The main thing is that Ruo Chao's mother is very satisfied with this future son-in-law. So Ruo Chao to go back. That's what I'm doing this year. And her mom says I can't give her a future. I'm so angry. Junjie slammed a few more mouthfuls. Bai Hao and Lao Xia and Wenzi still know about Junjie. He usually has the most insights about love. But when it comes to real problems, Junjie is here drinking. So what's Ruo Chao's idea? She definitely wants to be with me. But she can't very well say no to her mom. Her parents are coming to Mordor in a few days, saying they want to finish with me and take Ruo Chao back. June was already a bit drunk and directly hugged Bai Hao's arm and started crying while shouting at the top of his lungs. I'll never marry Ruo Chao in my life. I love her so much. I really don't want to lose her. Seeing that they couldn't stop him, several people had to let him finish his grievances in one breath, and there was nothing Bai Hao could do about such things. Soon a few people went back to their own homes. June is Ruo Chao riding an electric car to pick up back. Bai Hao would have wanted to let the chauffeur master to send a little, but Ruo Chao did not agree. Bai Hao looked at Ruo Chao's departing back and wondered if this kidly June had saved the solar system in his last life. How could he meet such a nice woman? As for the golden son-in-law mentioned by Ruo Chao's mother has also been living in Magic City. Inside an apartment in Magic City, a teenager wearing a limited edition Gucci print shirt, a Patek Philippe Nautilus watch on his wrist and Yeezy co-branded sneakers on his feet. Standing on the coffee table with a bottle of Dom Perignon champagne in his hand, he shook the bottle frantically. He was surrounded by a group of exaggeratedly dressed young men and women who were screaming and cheering as if it were a huge party. He suddenly uncorked the bottle and the champagne rose up like a fountain, showering everyone with it. A girl in a halter dress screamed, letting the champagne drench her hair and skirt, but still laughing. In a corner of the living room, the keys to several top-of-the-line sports cars were thrown casually on the table. He picked up the keys of a Ferrari and shouted at the crowd, whoever can drive back an ice cream truck in 10 minutes, that truck is his. Several young men immediately rushed out, leaving a cacophony of laughter in their wake. The teenager, meanwhile, was leaning back on the couch, looking out the window at the bustling night scene, his face full of smugness, that is, until he received a call from his mother saying that his future father-in-law would be going to Mordor, telling him to settle down a bit lately. Chapter 42 of Tests. Check it out. The teenager watched the other end of the phone hang up, which allowed him to continue the party he had just been at. This teenager is June's potential competition, Yin Ru Weifeng, and his father. Bai Hao is more familiar with Yin Ziyuan, the owner of Ziyuan Construction, the one who competed with Bai Hao at the government auction party in the first place. This time, for the Tianhao Villa project, he also wanted to unite the real estate industry to report on Bai Hao's discounting behavior. But in the end, he was dealt with by the SEC. Bai Hao had been living as leisurely as ever in the past 2 days. Every day was spent transporting Gao Yike to and from work, and then in the evening the two of them cooked and ate together, sometimes calling on his sister-in-law. Things are heating up quickly between the two, but they haven't yet poked the final window pane. Bai Hao is playing a game in his office. Coco, I'll be at the construction site. The school teacher asked the parents to go to the school, as if Jiajia had gotten into trouble at school again. Master White has a little money, no problem. I'll go now. Gao Yike sent a reassuring emoji and went back to work. Bai Hao then wandered off to get ready to drive to the school, and before he even got there he heard a message drip out of his cell phone. Invincible Jialu, seeing his believing version, when my brother-in-law came to buy me 2 ice creams, one for Lan Lan and me. Invincible Jialu, seeing his believing version, don't believe anything our teacher says in a moment. It's all a lie. Master White has a little money, you've been approached by your parents, and you're still thinking about eating ice cream. What else do you want to eat? Say it all, or you won't be able to eat tonight. Invincible Jialu, seeing his believing version, I'd also like a starch sausage, plus a chicken fillet, and it has to be a double. Remember, it's a double. I don't know if this character of my sister-in-law is good or bad. The knife is on her neck and she still thinks about food. Bai Hao was worried that Gao Yike would punish her at night by not letting her eat, so he went and bought it for her anyway and brought it to school. As soon as he entered the office, Bai Hao saw the teacher sitting in front of his desk, his brows locked and his fingers tapping on the desktop as if he was thinking about something, and outside the door stood Gao Jialu and 3 children, their school uniforms a bit disorganized, their sleeves torn and crumpled, and a trace of blood remaining at the corner of some of the children's mouths. Teacher, I'm Cao Jialu's parent. What mistake did my child make? Bai Hao's tone was sincere, but looking at the kids outside the door he probably knew what was going on. But he also didn't expect the sister-in-law to be so strong in combat, easily beating 3 in 1. Gao Jialu, tell me, what's going on today? The teacher spoke, a hint of helplessness in her voice. Gao Jialu from the northeast to the Magic City. At first the study is not good, but in the tutor's training, has been one of the school's achievements. But this sister-in-law fights more and more to come. Bai Hao alone knew no less than 5 times. Gao Jialu held her head high and proud, not regretting hitting anyone at all, but instead looking like a warrior who had won a battle. The 3 of them bullied Wang Xiaoyu. I couldn't see past it, so I did it. Do it? The teacher sighed. Do you realize how dangerous it is for you to fight 3 people by yourself? What if something happens? Bai Hao listened to the teacher's tone, favoring the sister-in-law of his. Hearing this, Bai Hao still couldn't help but interject. Teacher, I don't think she did anything wrong. It's good to see what's right. And how can you blame her for those 3 not having fought? The teacher glanced at Bai Hao and sighed without a good breath, and his tone eased a little. It's good to be brave, but as a student, you should solve problems in a more appropriate way, not with violence. Besides, those 3 boys have been injured and their parents are on their way to school. What will you do if they ask you to pay compensation? Gao Jialu deliberately shouted towards the door. This I haven't even exerted any force. I haven't even laid a heavy hand on them yet, and they've been beaten like this. If this warrior had exerted his full strength, I guess they'd all be going to the hospital. The teacher sighed and looked at Bai Hao. The rules of the school prohibit fighting. Although Gao Jialu's intentions were good, this matter must be dealt with seriously. Soon the parents of the 3 children came, each holding his son and looking left and right, itching to look at the child upside down. Gao Jialu waved her hand helplessly from the side. She didn't even put out her full strength, so where could she be hurt? You little girl, why are you like this? My baby just sees you as a girl who can't bear to make a move, and you beat him up like this? Yeah, you're a mean little girl doll. These 5 parents gave Gao Jialu an output while Gao Jialu was savoring the ice cream that Bai Hao had brought him, even holding a large bag of food in his hand, and did not take these people's words to heart at all. Teacher, my child must go to the hospital for a checkup. In case something happens, your school can't afford to pay for it. Yes, my kids have to go too. Bai Hao stood out at this time and said to the parents, okay, no problem, then let's go to the hospital together here. Saying that, Bai Hao led a few people to the outside of the school, and the teacher followed along. Mainly the teacher thought that Gao Jialu was from a small place, and her family didn't look like they were too rich, so she helped to take care of it, so that she wouldn't be blackmailed for money. After arriving at the hospital, before the parents could speak, Bai Hao ran directly to the doctor. Doctor, prescribe me everything you can to check the body. All of it. These 3 children are golden. They must be examined carefully from beginning to end. The doctor, who had never seen such a battle, thought to himself that the parents were too good to be true, and was about to start writing in a voluminous manner. Gao Jialu parents, there is no need to check all of them. This is just a skin wound. The teacher has been to this hospital a few times and knows that this hospital charges are very expensive, and those parents brought here just to try to pit Bai Hao a sum of money, but didn't expect Bai Hao to be a rich man. It's okay teacher. Our Gao Jialu injured someone, so she should be properly examined. Otherwise I won't be able to get over it in my heart. Teachers see the situation is not good to say anything, only to see the doctor open more than 100 items of inspection. Bai Hao took a few people to pay. The next Bai Hao and the teacher sat quietly at the door, waiting for them to check. 3 children and 5 parents, with children running upstairs and downstairs. Would have been a lot of hospitals. The elevator cannot sit on the floor. Some checks on the first floor, and some in the dozen or so floors. Bai Hao looked at his teacher worried. Teacher, you didn't eat at noon either. Why don't you go to the restaurant at the entrance and have some? Said Bai Hao and took the teacher with him. Seeing that the teacher was still worried about these students he said, don't worry, they won't be able to finish the inspection without an afternoon. Bai Hao took the teacher to eat. Inside the hospital these people run upstairs and downstairs, not even the effort to drink a mouthful of water. Those tests are to line up, and when you number over, and can only be rearranged. This one has a few busy feet, and crucially a couple of those parents have only taken half a day off work. Bai Hao was falling asleep waiting at the restaurant in front of the hospital, and so was the teacher on the side. Not a few people had come out yet. Chapter 43, You're the Best. Sister-in-law. As the night wore on, the lights of the hospital stood out against the dimly lit streets. It was only then that I saw several parents leading their children out of the hospital doors, their faces full of exhaustion and discontent. They tossed around the hospital all day, doing almost every test they could, from CTs to MRIs, from blood draws to EKGs. These few people originally thought to teach Bai Hao a lesson and see if they could casually blackmail him for a sum of money. But in the end, they were countered by Bai Hao. forcing them to spend the whole day in the hospital. One of the parents' phones were ringing off the hook and the company kept putting him to work. Who the hell is screwing who? A parent stood in front of the hospital, calling for a ride on his cell phone, then rubbed his sore shoulders and cursed with resentment. That's just it. That parent went too far and froze us in the hospital for a day. The other parents chimed in, their tones filled with indignation. Just as they were complaining in low voices, a black Maybach slowly pulled up in front of the hospital, its headlights piercing in the night. The car door opened, only to see Bai Hao and the teacher walking down. Bai Hao stood beside the Maybach, his hands in his pockets, his gaze sweeping over several parents and the children around them without a ripple in his eyes. These parents looked at each other with embarrassment and dissatisfaction written all over their faces. One of the parents couldn't help but say, Jia Lu's parents, we've been tossing and turning all day, and the child is tired, so there's really no need to check again. This matter should just be left alone. Bai Hao raised an eyebrow slightly, wanting to laugh at the way they looked. Forget it? But aren't your children injured? How can you be so hasty? I think it's better to do another thorough examination. After all, the children's health is most important. The other parent was anxious, with a touch of anger in his voice. Mr. Bai, we've done all the tests we can, and the doctor said there's no problem. You're deliberately making things difficult for us, aren't you? The smile on Bai Hao's face remained the same, but his tone was a few points colder. Difficulty? Where did that come from? I'm just making sure that your injuries are taken fully seriously. Besides, if you guys really thought it was okay, why did you make a scene at the hospital in the first place? These parents were dumbfounded. Their faces hard to see. They originally just wanted to take advantage of the child's injury, blackmail a sum of money, but the result was Bai Hao forced in the hospital, tortured the whole day, and now also by the other side of the counterattack. The heart is both angry and helpless. At this point the teacher standing on the sidelines saw the situation and rushed out to round up the situation. Parents, Mr. Bai also has good intentions. Since the children are fine, let's leave this matter at that and not make a big deal out of it. The parents sniffed, and although they held their breath, they knew that further entanglement would only be detrimental. They looked at each other and finally nodded their heads, saying in a raw tone, fine, let's leave it at that, let's go. After that, the parents pulled their children and hurriedly left the entrance of the hospital, their backs looking a bit lousy, even with a few hints of escape. Remember, you stay away from that classmate of yours in school or I'll break your legs. You too, try fighting again. I didn't even go to work today. If you kids dare to fight again, see if I don't beat you to death. Bai Hao looked at their distant backs, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a faint smile. Turning his head to the teacher, he said, Teacher, thank you for your trouble. I'm very sorry that Cao Jialu gave you trouble at school today. I'll be sure to give her a good talking to at home. The teacher nodded his head when he saw Bai Hao's attitude and said words very peacefully. Don't worry, Mr. Bai, children are normal. In the night, the Maybach started slowly, its headlights tracing a dazzling arc of light across the street. Bai Hao went straight back to the happy neighborhood after sending the teacher back to school. Looking at the door of the next room open, before he could enter, he heard a noise coming from the house. Xiang Yicheng was protecting Gao Jialu, while Gao Yike stood aside with an indignant face, holding a spatula in his hand, as if he wanted to settle the score. And fight? What did I tell you? Teachers are calling me. How dare you say I cook badly? Growing up, you didn't grow up with my cooking? Cao Jialu looked at Gao Yike and said very firmly, No, it's mom who cooks for me. The three of them immediately stopped their movements when they heard Bai Hao push the door. Only then did Gao Yike put down the spatula in his hand, while Xiang Yicheng sighed in relief and loosened his hand that was protecting Gao Jialu. Gao Jialu smiled at Bai Hao. Brother-in-law, you're finally back. Any later in our family would have been in a civil war. Brother-in-law, they didn't do anything to you, did they? You're not hurt, are you? As she said this, she also carefully surveyed Bai Hao, fearing that he had suffered some sort of wrongdoing. If you get bullied, let me know and this warrior will make them look good. Before the words could fall, Gao Yike's hand knocked on her head. I'm fine, don't you guys worry. A general story of the night's events, but not in detail. Bai Hao finished his speech and turned his head to see that there was a plate of blackened steak and a few obviously undercooked broccoli on the dining table, with bottles of spices next to it, which was obviously the gourmet meal that Gao Yike had prepared for Gao Jialu. Bai Hao smiled helplessly and walked over to clear the table, then walked into the kitchen and tied on his apron, ready to make them a fresh dinner. Brother-in-law, are you going to cook? Gao Jialu followed him, her eyes shining as if she had seen his savior. Well, you guys sit down for a while, it won't be long. Bai Hao searched the refrigerator for yesterday's leftover rice and skillfully chopped the vegetables as he did so. Let's make you guys a white's egg scramble today. Xiang Yicheng patted Gao Yike's shoulder, signaling her to stop looking at the blackened steak. That steak of yours is almost charcoal, and the water to cook the broccoli hasn't even been boiled. Coco, don't wreak havoc on my stomach again. and the doctor said to eat something good. Gao Yike grunted, but didn't retort again. In the kitchen, Aihao's movements flowed smoothly, and the fragrance of the egg fried rice in the frying pan gradually filled the whole house with warmth. Brother-in-law, your cooking is the best, Cao Jielu couldn't help but say as she smelled the aroma. Soon, the colorful scrambled eggs were in front of everyone. Gao Yike glanced at the dishes on the table and then at the blackened steak she had made earlier, silently pushing it aside and lowering her head to pick up the rice Hao had made. Gao Jielu gulped down the bowl of rice, her mouth stuffed with food, and said vaguely to Hao, brother-in-law, you're really our family's savior. If it weren't for you, we'd probably be starving tonight. Brother-in-law, you're the best. Chapter 40 for the popularity of Mercedes-Benz. 2 days later at the airport in Magic City, Li Jun stood at the exit of the airport, holding a bouquet of carefully selected flowers. Beside him, Ruo Chao held his arm with a happy smile on her face. Li Jun also specially asked Hao to borrow a luxurious Porsche just to leave a good impression in front of his old husband and mother-in-law. But the two of them waited for almost half an hour and did not see Ruo Chao's parents. Sure, this is the right flight? That's what my mom told me. I can't get through on the phone right now, and I don't know if I've gotten off the plane yet. It's okay, let's wait a little longer. Li Jun looks at the people coming and going at the airport, and there's no one from Ruo Chao's picture. It took a long time before I saw a middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing a straight suit, his hair combed meticulously, carrying a suitcase in his hand, with a serious expression on his face, and shrewdness and scrutiny in his eyes. The female version beside him was elegantly dressed, wearing a pearl necklace, carrying a designer bag in his hand, with a bit of arrogance on his face, his eyes glancing around as if looking for something. Wakacho waved and shouted from a distance, Dad, Mom, this way. Pulling Li Jun, he greeted them. Just as he wanted to hand them the flowers in his hand and was about to open his mouth to greet them, he saw a brand new Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan slowly stop in front of them. The car window slowly lowered, revealing a young man dressed in fashion with a confident smile on his face. This person was none other than Yin Ruweifeng. The Yin family and the Ruo family were neighbors a long time ago, but then the Yin family moved away when they got hairy, so Ruo Chao and Yin Ruweifeng never actually met at all. But Yin's mom has long been poking around Ruo Chao's situation, and she knows that Li Jun and Ruo Chao have been in love for many years, but her own son is in a better position, rich and a returnee to the sea. Yin Ruweifeng lingered on Ruo Chao and Li Jun's bodies for a moment, still maintaining the same smile as before, but with a few more hints of sarcasm and disdain evident. Uncle, Auntie, sorry, the road was a bit jammed. I'm late. Yin Ruweifeng asked the driver to help carry the duo's luggage while he then said in a complimentary tone. As soon as Ruo Chao's mom saw that Yin Ruweifeng had arrived, her originally haughty face immediately brightened up and her tone became intimate. Gu, Xiaoyin, how many years haven't I seen you? You've grown taller and more handsome. You're really an outstanding person. You're too polite. You even came to pick us up. Wakacho's dad nodded back and said in a calm tone, Yun is here. Quite well. At this time, Li Jun stood on the side, still holding the flowers that had not been sent out, looking a little embarrassed. He was just about to open his mouth, but his mother-in-law had already pulled Yin Ruweifeng and said, Yin, your car looks really nice. It's worth a lot of money at first glance, isn't it? Yin Ruweifeng smiled and looked at Li Jun and said in a relaxed tone, this was just bought. It's not worth much. It's mostly comfortable. Seeing this, Ruo Chao hurriedly pulled her parents' hands and introduced them. Dad, Mom, this is my boyfriend. He's specially here to pick you up today. Li Jun hurriedly handed over the flowers in his hand and said politely, Uncle and Auntie, welcome to Magic City. Here are the flowers for you, and Ruo Chao and I have booked a hotel for you. It's at. Ruo Chao's mom took the flowers, casually glanced at them, and opened her mouth to say perfunctorily before Li Jun could finish, oh, the flowers are pretty good. After saying that, his gaze fell back to Yin Ruweifeng's car. Zhou's dad, on the other hand, shot a glance at Li Jun and the Porsche behind him, his tone flat. Boy, you've had a hard day. Li Jun looked at this future old husband as still reasonable, just smiled and was about to say something polite. Ruo Chao's mom, however, had already spoken. Ruo Chao, since Xiaoyin is also here, let's take his car. He has a spacious car that is comfortable to sit in. Ruo Chao looked at the two of them with some anxiety and quickly opened his mouth to say, Mom, my boyfriend has already arranged for a car, so let's not bother people. You're childhood sweethearts. You haven't seen each other for so long, so take Yin's car and join us. You two can still catch up. Yin Ruweifeng pulled aside the car door and waved his hand with a smile. No trouble, no trouble. It's proper for uncle and aunt to ride in my car. Chao, you come along too. Wakacho's mom chimed in as she went up to pull Wakacho to the car. That's right. Yin is so kind. So let's not push it. Your father and I are both tired and want a rest. Li Jun stood aside, his face still wearing a smile, but his heart was already a little unhappy. He glanced at Ruo Xiao and realized that she also looked embarrassed and helpless. Li Jun's future old husband looked at him, then at Yin Ruifeng, and finally said, "Tell you what, we'll take Yin's car, and Jojo, you and your boyfriend can take your own car." Ruo Xiao's mom was about to say something when she was directly pulled in front of the car by her future husband already. He then turned his head to Li Jun and Ruo Xiao and said, "Then we'll leave first, you guys take your time." Li Jun watched the car slowly leave. His heart mixed. He turned his head to Ruo Xiao and smiled bitterly. Wakacho said in a firm tone as she held his hand, "Never mind them, let's go our way. I believe in you and our future." In fact, Ruo Xiao's mother did not even know that Li Jun borrowed this Porsche Turbo S a hybrid price of more than 4 million. More expensive than Yin Ruifeng, that boy's low-end version of the Mercedes-Benz S. But Ruo Xiao's mother only know Mercedes-Benz. On the construction site of Waterfront Castle, a teenager wearing only a pair of work pants was struggling to swing the sledgehammer in his hand to smash into a wall. Sweat dripped continuously on his forehead, and his brawny muscles shook with every swing of the hammer. But it was as if this kid didn't know how to get tired. "Brother Meng, take a break. You've been working all morning. If Old Li sees you, he'll talk about us again." Old Li was the person in charge of this construction site, and it was Bai Hao who had asked him to take care of Meng Hanyu earlier. "Why don't you guys get some rest? There's still this much left, and I'll get some rest when I'm done." "Brother Meng, are you some kind of big shot? I've never seen Old Li being so polite with anyone. Giving you a separate small meal every time you eat. He brought you water twice in one morning." "Brother Meng, are you really not the son of that big boss? A bastard? I've told you." "No, you still don't believe me. Maybe Li sees that I usually work too hard?" Meng Hanyu himself also wondered. The site themselves are not less dry, but the first time I met such a good foreman. "Che, I don't believe that. Old Li, that vampire. Don't talk about it, forget it. I'm going to eat, otherwise I won't be able to grab it." After saying that, the several workers beside him went straight to the work cafeteria. Bai Hao is in the Old Li's office at the moment, looking at his table soaked pu'er tea and a few good soft Chinese. "I know that this old boy did not receive less filial piety. Bai Hao still understands the reasoning that there is no fish when the water is clear. Today came mainly to see Meng Hanyu work how, but did not expect this kid so desperate. It seems to find a suitable job for him." Chapter 45, Don't blame me for being heartless, old thing. The midday sun was scorching the site. The dusty air was laced with the smell of cement and rebar. Dozens of workers squatted in a corner of the construction site in twos and threes, bowls in their hands, chopsticks in their hands, in a circle, each with their heads buried in their lunch. Most of the lunchboxes contained a serving of stir-fried pork with cabbage, a spoonful of chili sauce and a bowl of rice. The meal was very simple, but for them it was a rare satisfaction of a full stomach. Occasionally, someone took out a bottle of mineral water from his pocket, took a sip, then wiped his mouth with his sleeve and continued to bury his head in his meal. "Old Wang, do you see how there are so few slices of meat today?" A worker with a face full of grease and gray smiled and patted the person next to him. "It's nice to have meat. What else do you want to eat? It's only important that the money from the construction site comes to us on time, and to buy something for the wee ones at home." Many of the workers were from all over the world, and as they ate and chatted, the sound of chatter echoed through the construction site. Bai Hao waited for 10 minutes in Lao Li's office, heard the sound of workers eating outside, also followed out to see, looked at the workers sitting on the floor, familiar country accent. "Where is your Mr. Li?" Bai Hao went up and greeted, then asked, "You Sion, you don't look like a construction site worker. Boss Li's is over there in a small shed." A few workers sized up the fair-skinned, handsome Bai Hao, then reached out to point him toward a small shed not far away. Inside the small shed, Lao Li had and several materials of the project leader sat around a round table. The table was filled with sumptuous dishes, braised pork, steamed fish, fried shrimp, cold cucumber, tableware exquisite, and even a few bottles of beer. "Mr. Li, this fish was just bought. It's so fresh, try it." A material head attentively pinched a piece of fish and put it into Old Li's bowl. Old Li was also a bit helpless in the face of several people's currying favor, but still smiled and waved his hand, speaking in a casual tone. "You know, now this Founder Construction is not as good as the former Prospect China Real Estate. They have people randomly checking the materials every day. I really can't do anything about it. If you guys don't pass this material, I can't help at all." Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit gloomy, there was someone beside him who poured a glass of beer for Old Li and said with a smile, "Brother Li, this hot day, you first drink some cold beer to relieve the heat. We know that they are strict, but I heard that their payments can never be delayed. We brothers a few want to get a piece of the pie. The quality of the matter, you can rest assured that it can definitely go through the inspection." It was only after Old Li heard this that he picked up his glass of wine and gently took a sip, a cozy smile on his face. Bai Hao naturally heard their conversation and didn't intend to go in, and was just about to turn around and go back and then wait when this kid, Meng Hanyu came over with a bottle of ice coke in his left hand, clothes on his right hand over his shoulder, and a hat on. But he didn't know what he was thinking, and just kept his head down and walked without seeing Bai Hao standing aside, until Bai Hao knocked on his hat. Cousin, what brings you here? Come on, let's find a restaurant to eat and talk to you about something. In a restaurant near the construction site, Bai Hao and Meng Hanyu sat opposite each other. How have you been feeling these past 2 days? Not bad. I've been doing this job for so many years. I'm used to it. It's just that every time I go back to your neighborhood, the security guards stop me for a check. Meng Hanyu scratched his head in embarrassment. He also only realized in the past 2 days that the Wutong court where Bai Hao lived was a place where only the rich people in the Magic City could live. It's fine. I've already greeted Chow. How are you and Wan Liang doing? Bai Hao talked to him for a while or wanted to gossip. It's nice. I want to marry her. But the price of housing in Magic City is so expensive. Bai Hao looked at Meng Hanyu and told him about his idea. To find some work on the site is not bad people. Their own group of engineering team. And then Huangshon construction site in the arrangement of some of the projects for him. In this way, his size is also a boss. The two chatted for a while about other things, like what he'd been doing for the past 2 days, if he'd called home yet, some family stuff. Inside a building in Magic City, Ziyuan Construction Company, Ziyuan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office, his gaze calmly overlooking the city's traffic. Wearing a tailored dark gray suit, the fabric was smooth and delicate, and the shoulder line was straight, lining his figure even more slender. Inside, he wore a pure white customized shirt with a dark blue silk tie tied at the collar, understated in its sophistication. A man in his 50s still looked spirited. The sunlight of the Magic City spilled into the spacious office through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Ziyuan was only sitting on the wide leather office chair, playing with a fountain pen in his hand, but his eyes glanced from time to time at Lin Shui, the secretary, who stood beside the desk bending over her work. She was wearing a slim one-shoulder dress, bending over just enough to see a glimpse of spring light. That white shoulder of hers looked particularly attractive in the sunlight. Her long hair was slightly curled, her face was made up with exquisite makeup, and her whole body exuded a mature feminine charm. Lin Shui, this statement is very well done. Ziyuan dropped his gaze on the document in his hands, his tone seemingly smiling. Lin Shui smiled faintly, her tone soft. Thank you, Mr. Ian, for the compliment. This is what I should do. Ziyuan put down the documents in his hands and leaned forward slightly, his eyes carrying a hint of playfulness. But I remember you were busy until late last night. Lin Shui gently ruffled her hair, her tone carrying a hint of pout, her gaze fiery as she looked at Ziyuan. Yes, it's all about getting this statement out, and I brought it to you first thing this morning. Ziyuan laughed softly at her appearance and tapped his fingers on the desktop. Shouldn't I treat you for working so hard? Lin Shui blinked, her tone carrying a hint of tentativeness. How would Mr. Yun like to treat me? Ziyuan laughed softly and slowly approached her, his voice low and seductive. You know that in your heart, don't you? The two of them were getting closer and closer. The sunlight sprinkled on them, and an ambiguous air permeated the office. Lin Shui's fingers gently clutched the edge of her dress. Her heartbeat accelerated, but she didn't push him away. Instead, she took the initiative to approaching Ziyuan. Just as she was half kneeling on the floor, there was a sudden knock on the office door, and Ziyuan frowned slightly and took a step back, his voice resuming its usual calmness. Come in. An assistant's voice came from outside the door. Mr. Ian, there's a meeting in 10 minutes that you need to attend. Got it. Ziyuan pinched Lin Shui's as fiercely before getting ready to go to the meeting, and a fawning smile appeared on Lin Shui's face. She waited for Yun Jaiwan to leave the office before she opened her mouth. Don't blame me for being heartless old thing. It's just that Wang Dong gave too much. Chapter 46, Mom won't lie to you because she's been there. In the evening, inside a high-end Chinese restaurant in Magic City, the lighting was soft, the decor was elegant, and the air was filled with a faint sandalwood scent. Li Jun, Ruo Qiao, and her parents sat around a round table with delicate and sumptuous dishes, but the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. As soon as Ruo Qiao's mom sat down, she took out her cell phone, took a few pictures of the dishes on the table, and sent them to her friend's circle, and purposely added the positioning, with a tone that carried a bit of bragging. Gee, it's still a Michelin restaurant. What a nice setting. Papa Qiao, on the other hand, sat upright, his expression still serious, his gaze sweeping over Li Jun from time to time, as if sizing up a candidate about to enter the examination room. He picked up his teacup and gently took a sip, his tone light. Li, I heard from Jojo that you work for an entertainment company? Li Jun nodded. Yes, uncle, I work for an entertainment company. Wakacho's mom frowned when she heard that, her tone carrying a bit of disdain. An entertainment company? How's the pay? Li Jun was about to reply when Ruo Qiao hurriedly interjected. It's okay. After Ruo Chao finished speaking, she immediately picked up the chopsticks in her hand and gave Ruo Chao's mom a piece of steamed Eastern Star Garupa fish and put it in her mouth. Mom, try it. This fish is really fresh. I heard that this Eastern Star spot was flown in from Australia. The reason why Yin Ruweifeng messed up the bag and didn't show up at the dinner table is because he was called by his mother, Ni Danqiu, to catch an adulterer. An hour ago, inside Yin Ziyuan's villa, in the dimly lit room, the air was filled with a faint scent of sweat and desire. The curtains faintly let in some of the streetlight's halo, reflecting on the messy bedsheets, making it seem particularly ambiguous. The woman was lying on her side on one side of the bed, her long dark hair tousled and scattered on the pillow, her cheeks flushed lightly, her breathing not yet fully calmed. She was wrapped in only a thin sheet, her shoulders bare, her pale skin glowing softly in the shimmering light. Her arms hung feebly over the side of the bed, her fingertips curled slightly, as if she was still immersed in the afterglow of what she had just experienced. For his part, the man lay on his back, his chest heaving, sweat sliding down his neck and soaking the corner of the sheet. His shirt was crumpled and thrown at the end of the bed, the belt of his pants hanging loosely over the edge. One of his arms rested easily on the woman's waist, his fingertips caressing her skin with intent, a small, contented smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. On the floor beside the bed, the two men's clothes were scattered in a pile, the woman's high heels askew on the carpet, the man's tie hanging casually from the chair. These two were none other than Yin Ziyuan and his lover's secretary, Lin Shui, and although this scene had happened many times before, tonight it was caught by Ni Danqiu, who had suddenly returned to the Magic City. The two of them, Ni Danqiu and Yin Ziyuan, had been at odds for a long time, and at that time, for the sake of Yin Ruweifeng going to study abroad, the two of them had not divorced or quarreled. Later, Yin's mother returned to China and went straight back to her hometown, while Yin Ziyuan lived in Mordor all year round. This time, Ni Danqiu had come because she wanted to set up a marriage between Yin Ruweifeng and Ruo Chao, but she hadn't expected such a scene. How dare you bring someone into the house, you old fool, you shameless. Seeing the three twisting and fighting together, the nanny in the house didn't dare to get on board until Yin Ruweifeng drove back and pulled the three of them apart. Yin Ruweifeng had always known about Lin Shui's existence, but this time it was too bold. Son, give me a hard lesson on this woman. Ni Danqiu was older after all. Where could she tear past a young lass, and left a few marks on her face? Yin Ruweifeng directly dragged Lin Shui out of the room and her clothes were thrown out. Yin Ruweifeng directly slapped Lin Shui's face twice. Get out of here. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. I'm telling you, I don't care what you do with the old man, but you just bullied my mom. Lin Shui looked at him deadpan, but without making a move. She turned around and left. Only everyone doesn't know that this farce was orchestrated by Lin Shui, including the indecent photos of Yin Ruweifeng in his apartment that Ruo Chao's mom received at the hotel door. Inside the restaurant, a few people talk about Li Jun's car and house, and Ruo Chao directly admits that Li Jun's car is borrowed, but Ruo Chao's mom reacts with a nod and a hint of smugness in her tone. Well, it's kind of you to borrow a car to pick us up. Zhou's dad, on the other hand, glanced at Li Jun, his tone carrying a bit of deep meaning. Xiao Lia, the car can be temporarily borrowed, but in the future you still have to rely on yourself. Men always have to have a car of their own, in order to appear stable. Li Jun said to the two of them with a red face. You're right, uncle. I've been thinking about buying a car lately. If Zhou's mom heard this, she immediately interjected. Then you have to buy a better one. Don't buy one of those cheap ones that are embarrassing to drive out. Ruo Chao couldn't help but frown, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. Mom, Li Jun has tried so hard. You shouldn't be picking on him all the time. Your daughter really loves him and he loves me. Wakacho's mom glanced at her daughter, her tone tinged with a bit of displeasure, but still compassionate. This is not for your sake? Mom is a veteran who won't lie to you. A girl has to find a capable man when she marries. You can't just settle for anything, or you'll have plenty of places to suffer. Li Jun still had a smile on his face, but a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. He picked up his teacup and gently took a sip, saying in a calm tone, Auntie, I understand your concern. I will definitely work hard to give Jojo a good life. Ruo Chao looked at her parents, and then looked at Li Jun. Her heart was a little unfavorable. She gently held Li Jun's hand and whispered, I'll always be there for you. Li Jun smiled and held her hand back, his tone gentle. As long as you believe in me, that's enough. The lights in the dining room were still soft, but the atmosphere at the table was a little depressing, until Ruo Chao's mom returned to the hotel, looking at the previous which ridiculous photos only a little reluctant to say, this Yin family how to become like this. Xiaoyin looked not like this kind of person. The fact is, you can't judge a person by his or her appearance. Ruo Chao's father, on the other hand, always kept a serious expression, but he knew very well that the Ruo family and the Yin family hadn't seen each other for a long time. and there was such a huge disparity between the two families' wealth and status that it wouldn't necessarily be a good thing for his daughter to marry there. But again, they have been friends for many years, or the other party took the initiative to mention it. So if Joe's dad intends to sit down and have a chat between the two families, before the Ziyuan building in the last government auction, spend a lot of money to buy the prospect of China's real estate is about to complete a piece of land property, but in the government acceptance due to unqualified materials refused to acceptance. Finally in Ziyuan spend money to buy through the inspectors only through, but it also led to the project not only did not make money but also lost a lot of money. And In Ziyuan's scandal last night was posted on the internet by who knows who, and when he went to the office in the morning, there were quite a few people talking about it, including Lin Shui. Chapter 47, Money is the Only Truth. The morning board meeting of Chihuahua Construction. In the conference room, the atmosphere was so heavy that it seemed as if even the air had frozen. Beside the long conference table, several older directors were sitting upright, with different expressions on their faces, but all of them were serious and dissatisfied. Light spilled onto the tabletop through the hanging crystal chandelier, reflecting the cold faces of each and every one of them. The company's boss, In Ziyuan, was sitting at the head of the table, wearing a dark gray suit with a slightly loose tie and a somewhat messy shirt collar. His hands were clenched together, his knuckles white from exertion, and his eyes flickered as if he was trying to hide his inner panic. And on the big screen in the conference room, the hot news on the internet is playing, and the headline reads, "The father and son of Ziyuan Construction's president are deeply involved in a family scandal. Is it a moral slide or a business trap?" The accompanying picture was a photo of In Ziyuan in bed with a young woman whose face couldn't be seen clearly, the two of them both naked and acting ambiguously, obviously being secretly photographed in a private setting. There were also a couple of images of In Ruifeng hitting Lin Shui, but Lin Shui's back was turned to the camera and her face was not clearly seen. The screen was also scrolling with comments from netizens with heated words, some even outright calling for his resignation. The upper beam is not straight. The lower beam is crooked. Father and son are animals. A number of photos of Yoon Seoban's ridiculous behavior while studying abroad have suddenly appeared online. In Ziyuan looked out the window, actively avoiding the director's gazes, his voice a little hoarse. "I've already appointed a lawyer to handle this matter. This is completely malicious speculation by people with ulterior motives. I will clarify as soon as possible." Wang Dong, the chairman of the board of directors sitting on his right side, sneered. His fingers knocked on the desktop, and said in a cold and very unkind tone, "Mr. In, this is not the time for you to explain. The board's focus is on the company's reputation and shareholders' interests. This scandal of your father and son has not only caused the company's image to plummet, it has also caused the stock price to plummet. Who will be responsible for the shareholders' losses?" Another director interjected. "Also, several of the previous projects have failed, with a huge capital investment but no return. Mr. In, as the helmsman of the company, shouldn't you give the board of directors an explanation?" In Ziyuan's face became even more ugly as he took a deep breath and tried to make his tone sound calm. "Directors, I am responsible for the failure of the project, but the fluctuation of the market is uncontrollable. I will come up with a new program as soon as possible to recover the losses." Wang Dong directly interrupted him, his tone unforgiving. "Redeem? Mr. In, your current personal image has seriously affected the company's operations. The shareholders have lost confidence in you, and the board of directors can no longer trust you. We suggest that you temporarily step down and let the board of directors take over the company's affairs until this matter is completely settled." In Ziyuan snapped his head up, a flash of anger and panic in his eyes. "That's impossible. I'm the founder of the company. I have an irreplaceable role in the company." Wang Dong looked at him coldly, his tone decisive. "In Ziyuan, the situation is no longer something you can control alone. Either you voluntarily resign, or we'll call a shareholders meeting and vote on whether you stay or go." The conference room was dead silent, and all eyes were focused on In Ziyuan. His clenched fists trembled slightly as he slowly stood up, his voice low and tired. "Well, I'll take your suggestions into consideration." After saying that, he turned around and left the conference room, his back looking a bit stooped, as if he had aged a lot overnight. The door to the conference room closed behind him, and the directors glanced at each other, complex expressions surfacing on their faces. At this moment, Director Wang, who had just targeted In Ziyuan, stood up. "Next, we need to stabilize the situation as soon as possible to avoid further deterioration. Shall we recommend one?" In the conference room, the discussion resumed. Lin Shui's makeup today was exquisite and her lips were as bright as blood, but those eyes had a hint of greed and nervousness that was hard to hide, until the vibration of the message on the phone. $3,150,000 arrived at the construction bank. Her pupils constricted violently, her breathing stopping for a split second before she let out a soft, barely audible laugh. the corners of her mouth slowly rising with an almost morbid sense of satisfaction. Her fingers gently brushed across the screen, as if she were caressing a priceless treasure. Finally, she murmured, a hint of raspiness and exhaustion in her voice, but more than anything else, it was hard to hide her excitement. Turning around, she walked over to the couch and sat down, her legs folded gracefully together as her fingers flew over her phone, checking her account balance. A single zero dangled in front of her eyes, her heart beating faster as the number increased. Lin Shue's mind floated back to the price she had paid for this moment, her elaborate trap, and her deliberate tenderness when facing Yin Ziyuan, as well as her lowly pleas, and there were also those unseemly deals. Her fingers tightened involuntarily, her knuckles slightly white from the effort. It was all worth it, she whispered to herself, a note of determination and coldness in her voice. At the same time a sneer curled up at the corner of his mouth. Men? Emotions? It's just a game. Money is the only truth in this world? The company, in order to calm public opinion, quickly dealt with Yin Ziyuan things. Exempted Yin Ziyuan's position as chairman of the board of directors will be in the hands of all the shares of the low-priced acquisition. As for Yin Ruweifeng, his hands of the shares were also all recovered. The two can be said to have been driven out of Ziyuan construction just like this, and the biggest beneficiary behind this is naturally Wang Dong. As for Ruo Chao's parents, they don't have the habit of brushing their cell phones. Naturally they don't know about this, but it was only in a phone call with Ni Danqiu that they learned about it, and seeing that their Yin family was a mess, Ruo Chao's mom had to call it quits. Ruo Chao father from the beginning of the daughter wanted to marry Li Jun, this time what resistance are no longer, and Ruo Chao mom to discuss, but also officially agreed to the two together, but also put forward the conditions: want to get married, Li Jun must be in the Magic City, have their own house and car. Li Jun and Ruo Chao accompanied the two old men around Magic City for 2 days before sending them home. By how shuffling of Ziyuan construction was still known when Lao Zhan reported to him about the company's daily routine, but neither of them knew much about the inside story. After all, no one expected that the boss of a listed group would end up falling on a woman. Sichuan Province. White mother Lu Rumon was playing mahjong with a few girlfriends when Meng Hanya's mother by Qiao Qiao came over with a few large packages. Meng, thank you so much for your family's boss. This is some of the vegetables that Han Yu's grandmother grew herself, and the pig that was just killed. I'll bring them all over here for you. Thank you for what Han Yu is fine on the line. My boss did not contribute much at all. Although Bai Ma said this, the joy on her face could no longer be hidden. Who wouldn't want their children to be successful? Meng, you're really enjoying your blessings. The three children are more competitive than one another, and Wan and Chen are so good in their studies. I'm envious to death. The two of them exchanged pleasantries for a while, and Bai Qiao left. As for Bai Ma, she naturally proceeded to play mahjong. At the same time, several girlfriends did not express envy of the white mother. The child does not have to worry about their own. Every day just play mahjong on the line. Chapter 48. I'd like to be your girlfriend. Time is flying by and it's the last Friday of September. Bai Hao asked the loudspeaker Li Xiaoyu to announce in the group that the following Fridays, Saturdays, and Mondays were all on vacation, and together with the 7 days of the National Day, there would be a total of 10 days of vacation. Bai Hao also sent this month's salary in advance. Afraid of everyone going out to play without pay, a time salty fish Bai Hao directly transformed into a good person. In the early morning of the end of September, the People's Park near the happy neighborhood was already bustling with activity. The early fall sunlight is warm and soft, through the sparse leaves sprinkled on the stone road, dappled light and shadow with the gentle swaying of the breeze. The air in the park was filled with the fragrance of osmanthus flowers, mixed with the fresh scent of the lawn, refreshing the heart. Everywhere you can see groups of old people playing Tai Chi, children chasing and playing on the grass, and vendors setting up their stalls on the roadside, shouting and selling. In one corner of the park, two high school-aged girls were busy setting up a small juice stand. On the stand stood a handwritten signboard with colorful chalk that read freshly squeezed orange juice, limited daily. In front of the stand, there were already many tourists from abroad visiting Magic City, old people after morning exercise, and young parents with children, all waiting for a glass of fresh orange juice. If Bai Hao was here, he would have been able to tell that these two were Gao Jielu and Zhang Jilan, who were taking advantage of the fact that they had just released to prepare to set up a stall here to earn some extra money. At this time the sister-in-law is wearing a white apron, holding a stainless steel juicer, skillfully cut the oranges in half. The pulp and the squeezer squeezed out of the golden yellow juice. She squeezed more than 100 cups of juice in one morning. Her forehead was beaded with sweat, but her face was covered with a big smile. Don't worry everyone, it'll be ready soon. To the left of the stand are several large baskets of oranges. Zhang Jilan is responsible for washing the oranges, then collecting the money and filling the cups, her ponytail swaying gently with the movement, and she pours the squeezed orange juice into transparent plastic cups and inserts straws to hand them to customers, all the while having to greet. Fresh orange juice, $15 for a large glass, $10 for a small glass. Absolutely no sugar added. Absolutely natural. Two people work well together. The juicer issued a squeak sound. The air filled with the fragrance of oranges. More and more customers in front of the stall, and some even formed a small line. However, as time passed, the oranges that were originally piled high on the stall decreased with the naked eye. Zhang Jilun, who was washing the oranges, looked up at the oranges in the box and frowned slightly. Jia, the oranges are almost gone. What should we do? My sister-in-law didn't expect the orange juice to sell so fast. Invincible Jialu, see Righteousness version. Brother-in-law Jiang Hu rescue I'm in the People's Park. My oranges are gone. Invincible Jialu, seeing his believing version. Brother-in-law send me some oranges. Cao Jialu saw that Bai Hao didn't reply for half a day and directly took out her cell phone and called. Bai Hao on the other end of the phone is still sleeping. And when he picks up the phone, he hears Gao Jialu anxiously asking him to send oranges over. What? We're out of oranges? Didn't you prepare 500 pounds yesterday? My sister-in-law stomped her feet in a hurry. Brother-in-law, hurry up and send it over. We have a short supply here. Customers are waiting in line. After hanging up the phone, the two sister-in-laws looked at each other and laughed bitterly as they sped up the juicing. Customers at the stand also noticed the shortage of oranges, and some began to push. Little girl, can you still squeeze? We've been waiting for half a day. Yes, that's a bit more. The two men brought out the rest of the oranges. Bai Hao originally thought that this national day can have a good rest, but also can go out with Gao Yike to travel a little. But the first day of vacation was pulled by the sister-in-law to buy oranges, followed by cleaning. Thought that the morning to send to the good, did not think of a morning to sell out. Only then did he reluctantly get up and drive the Maserati with several boxes of fresh oranges in the backseat of the car, placing them in front of their stand, and Bai Hao followed suit. Sitting on a park bench and watching the two of them toss and turn, the sun gradually became hot. The park is still crowded. The lively atmosphere in front of the juice stand has not decreased at all, but increased a lot. The two of them sweat beads on the forehead, until the last two will be 1,000 pounds of oranges all sold out, which reluctantly closed the stall. Bai Hao took the opportunity to sit over and see how the two fought. Gao Jialu's hands were full of $100 bills. I guess there must be dozens of them. Bai Hao stretched out a hand and said to the two of them, hand over the principal. Brother-in-law, just wait for us for a few more days. The vacation has just started. Is it okay to give it to you on the last day? And then I'll give you and my sister a share of the profits. Why does your sister get to share the dividends? Bai Hao said angrily, thinking about how Gao Yike could sleep at home and still get to share the dividends. Because we can't do it without giving her a cut. Only then did Bai Hao forgive her. And Bai Hao also contacted her with a fruit store owner. Package delivery. Handle everything. Take Gao Yike's self-drive set off to Zhangjiaji. All the way to Hangzhou, Huangshon, Lushan, finally to Zhangjiaji. It was already noon when the two arrived in Hangzhou. The surface of the West Lake shimmered as if sprinkled with a layer of crushed silver. Strolling on the Su Causeway, the breeze was blowing, the willows were clinging to each other, and the Leifeng Pagoda in the distance was glittering in the sunlight. The Leifeng Pagoda in the distance is glittering in the sunlight. The lakeside is bustling with tourists. On a bench by the lake, Bai Hao wore a light blue shirt with sleeves casually pulled up to his elbows, a hint of a nervous but gentle smile on his face. In his hand he held a bouquet of white lilies, the petals of which still carried a bit of dew, glistening with a crystalline luster in the sunlight. His gaze looked into the distance every now and then, as if he was waiting for something. Soon after, she saw that Gaoi was wearing a lightweight white dress as she slowly walked along the gravel path. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, the tips swinging gently with her steps, and she wore a light smile on her face. She was holding a cup of lemonade in her hand, her eyes gentle and calm. Bai Hao looked at her, his eyes serious and deep. Gao Yi, we have come a long way since we met. Your smile, your gentleness, your strength, every moment makes my heart flutter. Whenever I see you, my heart beats faster, just like at this moment. Bai Hao paused for a moment, gazing firmly into her eyes. Gao Yi, I want to ask you, are you willing to become my girlfriend? I will use my all to guard you, to accompany you, to make you feel happy. Bai Hao stood his body upright with a hint of nervousness and anticipation in his voice. Gao Yi took the flowers, lowered his head and gently sniffed the lily's aroma. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. These are beautiful flowers. Thank you. Gao Yi froze, her cheeks flushed slightly, and complex emotions flashed in her eyes. She looked down at the lilies in her hands, the corners of her mouth rising slightly, her voice soft but with a hint of shyness. Bai Hao, you know what? I've actually been waiting for this day. Gao Yijing's previous worries disappeared in Bai Hao's one-time protection. She got up and looked straight into his eyes, a gentle but firm smile on her face. I do. The two of them held their hands tightly together as the West Lake breeze brushed by, bringing a fresh floral scent. The waves of light from the lake reflected on their faces, as if it had coated them with a layer of happy light. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. leaving only the sound of 2 hearts beating, as well as the ancient West Lake and a bouquet of white lilies to witness the beginning of this romance. Chapter 49. It's so good, I'm dying. In the evening, the two were at a small restaurant by the lake, looking out the window at the setting sun spilling over the surface of the West Lake, the willows by the lake swaying gently in the wind, and the Leifong pagoda in the distance looking serene against the setting sun. And the table was filled with delicious Longjing shrimp and West Lake vinegar fish. I didn't feel very good about the West Lake vinegar fish. A beautiful day went by like this. Inside the hotel by the West Lake, the room was spacious and cozy, the air filled with a faint scent of incense. Gao Yike and Bai Hao stood in the center of the room, so close that they could feel each other's breath. Gao Yike's face held a hint of shyness, but her eyes hid anticipation and nervousness. Bai Hao was also gently holding her hand, and could feel her fingers trembling slightly. Tired? Gao Yike nodded, a blush spreading across her face as she whispered, a little bit, but that's okay. Bai Hao reached out and gently stroked his hand across her cheek, feeling the warmth of her skin. Go ahead and take a shower and relax. Gao Yike nodded and turned to walk into the bathroom. The sound of water soon rang out, and Bai Hao sat on the edge of the bed, listening to the sound of water coming from the bathroom, with an indescribable calmness and satisfaction in his heart. I, Bai Hao, will finally end my single life. Little master will be a man with a wife from now on. Bai Hao's gaze unconsciously looked in the direction of the bathroom, the corners of his mouth rising slightly with a silly smile on his face, as if he was still recalling the moment she walked into the bathroom a few minutes ago at her back. The bathroom door rattled softly and his heartbeat quickened as if he was waiting for a long-awaited surprise. The door slowly opened, and water vapor drifted out from the bathroom, carrying a faint aroma of shower gel. Gao Yike stepped out from the water vapor, wrapped in a red bathrobe, the belt of the bathrobe loosely tied around her waist, outlining her slender waistline. Her hair was still slightly wet, a few strands of hair plastered on her cheeks. Water droplets gently slid down the tips of her hair and dripped on her collarbone, reflecting the soft light like crystal and pearls. Gao Yike's skin looked extraordinarily fair and translucent in the post-bath blush, as if she could pinch out water. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her eyes twinkled with a hint of uncertainty and anticipation. Walking over to Bai Hao, her steps were light, the hem of her bathrobe swinging gently as she moved, revealing her slender calves. She looked down at Bai Hao, the corners of her mouth pursed up slightly, revealing a shy smile, and her voice was so light that it was like a feather brushing against Bai Hao's ears. I'm done washing. Bai Hao's throat rolled involuntarily, and his breathing became a bit rapid. Her body still carried the fresh scent from the shower, and that scent drilled into the tip of his nose, causing a tingle in his heart. He stood up, unable to take his gaze away from Gao Yike's body, and gently raised his hand, his fingertips stroking over the remaining water droplets on her cheeks with a gentle movement. Gao Yike's face turned even redder and lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously gripping the neckline of her bathrobe. Bai Hao reached out and gently pulled her into his arms, feeling her body tremble slightly. His hand slowly stroked across her back, his movements gentle but firm, as if telling her that this moment was mutual. Gao Yike also leaned on his shoulder, her heartbeat accelerated and she could even feel her ears burning. Her hands gently encircled his waist, feeling the rise and fall of his chest. There was a peace of mind and warmth in her heart that she had never felt before. Bai Hao looked down at her, gently lifted her chin, and kissed her lips. Her lips were soft and warm. Gao Yike's breathing grew rapid, and her hands unconsciously grasped the corners of his coat, as if she was afraid that this moment would suddenly disappear. Lesser children were next, but the dimly lit room could still hear a few lines. Bai Hao, I want to be on top. Lay down for my mom. Are you boy on drugs? That was awesome. I'm dying. On this night, Bai Hao made every effort to kill Gao Yike, and finally, only after Gao Yike begged for forgiveness, did Bai Hao let her sleep. The sunlight sprinkled into the room through the gaps in the curtains, and the soft light enveloped the bed like a layer of gauze. Bai Hao then slightly opened his eyes, feeling the warmth of the sunlight, glancing at his cell phone surprisingly 1 p.m. Although his consciousness gradually woke up, his body was still immersed in a lazy sense of comfort. He looked down, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted into a gentle smile. Gao Yike was wrapping herself tightly around his body like an octopus, her arms wrapped around his waist and her legs resting on his legs, her entire body almost completely attached to his arms. Her head was leaning against Bai Hao's chest, her breathing even and soft, as if she was still in a dream. The sunlight poured on her face, reflecting her delicate features. Her skin looked extraordinarily white and translucent in the sunlight, as if it was coated with a faint halo. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, gently undulating with her breathing. A warm current welled up in Bai Hao's heart, and he reached out his hand, his fingertips gently caressing her cheeks in a gentle motion. Her skin was delicate and smooth, carrying the characteristic warmth of the sun, causing a tingle in his heart. His eyes were full of doting and deep affection, remembering the first time they met, being convinced by her beauty and temperament, and her later charms at work. While Bai Hao was reminiscing, Gao Yike seemed to feel his touch, slightly moving her body and letting out a soft hum. Her arms wrapped tighter around his waist, and her face rubbed against his chest as if she wanted to get closer to him. He gently wrapped his arms around her, feeling the warmth of her body and a sense of satisfaction in his heart that he had never felt before. After a long time, Gao Yike's eyes were hazy and she woke up from her dream. She raised her head and looked at his face, the corners of her mouth slowly raising a lazy smile, her voice carrying a hint of huskiness. "Good morning, dude, you're so late, too strong, aren't you?" Bai Hao couldn't help but laugh at the tiger and wolf words she hadn't yet uttered. "Want to do it again?" Bai Hao looked at her greedily, and before she could nod her head, Bai Hao directly covered the quilt over the two of them. The sunlight poured down on them, and an ambiguous air filled the room. Only on the third day did we sail to Mount Huangshon. Along the way, the fog in the mountains has not yet dissipated. The distant peaks are hidden, like a fairyland. Mount Huangshon is surrounded by clouds and mist, and the strange peaks and rocks are hidden in the mist, as if they were in an ink painting. Gao Yike and Bai Hao stood on the bright top, overlooking the sea of clouds at their feet, their faces written with shock. This is the legendary returning from the 5 mountains without seeing the mountains, returning from the Yellow Mountains without seeing the mountains, right? On the 5th day, when they arrived at Lushan, it was already evening, and the two decided to stay at the shore of Poyan Lake in Lushan. Early in the morning, the two of them strolled on the mountain road of Imtai, Lushan, and the mountain air was so fresh that it was refreshing. The waterfalls and streams of Imtai, Lushan were everywhere, and the sound of water gurgled as if telling the story of nature. Gao Yike stood in front of the waterfall, feeling the coolness of the water mist hitting his face. Just as the two of them were enjoying a good time, Bai Hao's phone suddenly rang. Chapter 50. A beautiful daughter-in-law wants to meet her mother-in-law. In the evening of Magic City, the sky was dyed orange-red by the evening sun, and the streets were filled with pedestrians and traffic. Meng Hanyu just came back from the construction site, sitting on the sofa, brushing the circle of friends, saw Gao Yike Daego sent a few photos with Bai Hao. In the photo, the two people snuggled together, smiling brightly, in the background of the romantic sunset of the West Lake, as well as the overwhelming peak of Huangshon Mountain. There are a lot of likes and comments on Gao Yike's circle of friends. Sister Coco, is this your official announcement? I'm envious. Mr. Bai is rich and handsome. I'm envious. Not bad. Bai Hao looks quite refreshed. Brother-in-law is the most handsome. You guys actually hung out? Just as Bai Hao was flipping through the comments beautifully, his cell phone suddenly rang. Low head to see. The screen is displayed on the mom 2 words. Bai Hao heart tightened. Some hesitant fingers slipped through the answer button. Hello, Mom? Tentatively, he spoke, a hint of heart in his tone. Boy, where are you? On the other end of the phone, Bai Ma's voice was as gentle as ever, but Bai Hao's years of experience told him that something wasn't right. I'm out traveling. Why? Squire sent me a picture. What's going on? Bai Ma's tone remained calm, but he felt an invisible pressure come over him. Ha? Photos? Was thinking of pretending to be confused. It's that one in your friend's circle, the picture of you and a girl. There was a hint of derision in my mother's tone. Who is that girl? Anyway, the ugly daughter-in-law had to meet her parents sooner or later, not to mention her own daughter-in-law, who was a top-notch beauty. It's my girlfriend, Gao Yike. He tried to make his voice sound calm. Girlfriend? Bai Ma's tone raised an obvious octave. How come I haven't heard you mention it before? This isn't thinking to wait until it's stabilized to tell you guys. Bai Hao looked at Gao Yike and explained sardonically. Stabilized? Quite stable now then, isn't it? There was a hint of a smile in my mother's voice. When are you going to bring it home for a visit? Bai Hao froze, not expecting his mother to be so direct. Gao Yike was also listening and directly grabbed Bai Hao's cell phone and said, Hello auntie, I'm Gao Yike. Bai Hao froze, not expecting Gao Yike to suddenly grab the phone. The white mom on the other end of the line was obviously a bit surprised, but quickly smiled, with a bit of surprise in her tone. Oops, it's Coco, how are you? It's not like my good boy who still hides his face. Auntie likes you to be so generous. Gao Yicheng smiled, his tone natural and generous. Auntie, Bai Hao is probably afraid that my sudden visit to the house will disturb you, but I've actually wanted to see you for a long time. I just haven't found the right opportunity. The white mom's laughter grew even brighter as she listened. What's the bother? You're a pretty girl and you speak so sweetly. Auntie can't wait to see you sooner. Tomorrow, you'll go home, and Auntie will cook you a few specialty dishes. Yes, Auntie. Well, then Auntie will be waiting for you. White's mom hung up the phone next to a couple of girlfriends who were urging White's mom to play her cards. My oldest is looking for a date. I'm done. I'm going to get some groceries. I'll be here tomorrow. Oops. Bai mother's voice was filled with anticipation, not to mention how happy she was thinking that Bai Hao's life's work was going to be solved. As for the task of looking after the store, It was naturally given to Bai Guozheng, and although high school was stressful, the national day was still a few days off. During the evening, Gao Yike kept walking around the room. Don't be nervous, I can do it. It's okay, we'll have to meet sooner or later, but will you think I'm too casual? Not nervous, how? Bai Hao looked at the nervous Gao Yike and then remembered her bravado when she took the call during the day, couldn't help but laugh, but had to be comforted. You're so nice, she's going to love you. Although she knew there shouldn't be any problem, but meeting her parents like this was the first time for her, and she was inevitably a little apprehensive in her heart. It would have been a day's drive to Lushan, a day's drive to Bai Hao's hometown. Along the way, Gao Yike practiced how to communicate with his future wife's mother-in-law, and although Bai Hao repeatedly explained that Bai Ma was a very good person to get along with, Gao Yike was still a little nervous. In the evening, the car slowly drove into the town. Bai Hao was driving a black Mercedes-Benz G500, its body glowing with a low-key but luxurious luster in the afterglow. In Magic City, such a car might not be rare, but in this town, it was particularly eye-catching. Coupled with Gao Yike sitting inside the car, that stunningly beautiful face and gentle temperament, wherever he went, it was like he had his own spotlight, attracting the attention of passers-by. Are these things enough? Gao Yike took the shopping list and carefully picked through the town's supermarket. She bought 2 cases of Wuliangye, a few Chinese cigarettes, and specially picked out a few gifts for Bai Wan and Bai Chen. That's enough. All you have to do is go personal and my mom will be happy, Bai Hao said with a smile, his tone dripping with favor. Really? Gao Yike was a little unsure and frowned. Buy some more. She hesitated and turned to get a few more boxes of high-end supplements. She didn't nod in satisfaction until the trunk was stuffed to the brim. When checking out, Gao Yike pulled out his bank card in front of Bai Hao, and his movements were crisp and clean. A few small yellow hairs in line next to him looked dumbfounded and couldn't help but talk to each other. Asterisk 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 asterisk, so beautiful and still willing to spend money. This kid is really lucky. Brother is also very handsome. Okay, it's only a small motorcycle, but it's absolutely fine to take you for a ride. They were chatting away when they suddenly saw Bai Hao and Gao Yike walking over to the Mercedes G500, and a few of them instantly closed their mouths, embarrassment written all over their faces. Fortunately, Bai Hao and Gao Yike didn't hear them. The car drove through the town, and the pedestrians in 2s and 3s cast envious gazes. Inside the car window, Gao Yike's mood was getting more and more nervous. She looked down at her outfit, white dress, light makeup, looked decent and generous, but she still couldn't help but ask, will your mom think I'm inappropriate like this? Bai Hao stopped the car and turned his head to look at her, his eyes gentle and firm. No, it won't. You look especially good like this. He reached for her hand and squeezed it gently. Don't be nervous, just relax. When the car stopped in front of Bai Hao's house, Gao Yike's nervousness reached its peak. Bai Chen and Bai Wan at the door had long been waiting in anticipation, and when they saw the car coming from afar, they immediately shouted excitedly at the house. Mom, brother is back with his sister-in-law. The two helped carry a bunch of gifts out of the trunk, carrying large bags. Bai Hao, on the other hand, held Gao Yike's hand and led her into the house. Bai Hao's parents had been waiting in the living room for a long time, and when she saw them, Bai Ma immediately had a kind smile on her face and quickly greeted them. Aya, this is Xiao Ku, isn't it? Even prettier than in the picture. Bai Ma took Gao Yike's hand and looked her up and down, her eyes full of joy. Hello auntie, I'm Gao Yike. Gao Yike smiled slightly, her voice gentle and polite with a hint of shyness. Okay, come in and sit down. Mother Bai pulled her to sit down on the sofa and turned her head to glare at Bai Hao. You child, you didn't bring Xiao Ku back earlier, causing me to look forward to it for so long. Bai Hao sardonically touched his nose and smiled without saying anything. Gao Yike, on the other hand, took out a carefully prepared gift from his bag and handed it to Bai's father and mother. Uncle and auntie, this is a little token of my appreciation. I hope you like it. Mother White received the gift and smiled from ear to ear. This child, what a heart, come as you are, and bring so many things, too polite. Father Bai also nodded, a rare smile on his face. Yeah, it's good that people are coming. When Gao Yike saw this, the tension in her heart gradually dissipated. She stole a glance at Bai Hao and realized that he was gazing at her with a gentle gaze, and her heart felt much more at ease. Chapter 51, They're mango clams, not toads. Sichuan Province. An old house with green tiles and black eaves is situated on the mid-slope. Brick and wooden structure. Not big, with the hall in the center, sleeping rooms on both sides, and a low-slung earthen stove room on the right side. Double wooden door. Black paint has long been modeled. Wood grain deep concave. The door shaft when rotating muffled squeak, like an old man with loose tendons and bones. The outer wall of the house is made of yellow mud mixed with straw, and the wall surface has long been peeled off in several places, revealing the gabion sinews inside, and the wooden purlins under the eaves have been smoked black. In front of the house is a small mud dam, not paved slabs. In October you can still see the green turf, the dam side of the pile of several inverted ceramic jar, next to a few old pear trees. In the spring, white flowers bloom, bees buzzing around. Behind the house is a bamboo forest. The wind, bamboo leaves rustle. Deep in the bamboo forest, there is a path that leads to the dry land on the hill, which is the few thin fields that Baihao's grandfather, Lu Guixiu, has cultivated over the years. When the sun slants in the evening, the whole old house is reflected in the last light. The moss between the cracks of the tiles glows, and curls of smoke rise from the roof of the cookhouse, drifting in mid-air, mingling with the smells of pine and rice, and gradually melting into the twilight. Baihao brought Gao Yike home for the first time. Bai Ma for solemnity also chose the location of dinner in the old house of Baihao's maternal grandfather Lu Guixiu. Bai Dad's died when he was very young. There are 3 siblings left in the family. He is the second in line, above an older sister Bai Qiao, that is, Meng Hanyu's mother. As for the oldest 3, Bai Xiaojun is still working abroad, has not been home for several years, and Bai Mom is an only daughter, only a cousin Lu Lan. As darkness fell, warm yellow lights appeared in the house, and in the lobby Bai Hao brought his younger brother Bai Chen to set up a large 8 imperial table, while Bai Wan took Gao Yike to the kitchen to get dishes. Bai Ma and Grandma Meiyuxian as well as great-aunt Bai Qiao were busy in the kitchen, next to the celadone plate with red, oily and shiny Chinese sausages, next to a pot of Mao blood wonton gurgling and bubbling, with green peppercorns swirling on the surface of the soup. Gao Yike's thin white fingers had just put on the bamboo chopsticks when Baihao's great-aunt leapt out of the stove with an enameled basin, in which the trembling burnt white was piled up into a small mountain. Amber-colored glutinous rice was stuck to the fat and thin pork, and the aroma of sugar and oil mixed with the wine brew was drilling straight to the tip of one's nose. Big Aunt Meng Kong was still accompanying the white father to have a chat. Said these children do not study in the future what can do. Plow the field? Plowing? Moving bricks in the city? Looked at the table of food is almost, only do not know where to carry out a round-bellied glass altar. The wine color yellow and oily, pop on the table appear. At the bottom of the wine altar sank a strangely shaped object, black and brown with wrinkled skin, vaguely recognizable with 4 claws curled up, a pointed head askew, and 2 cloudy eyes staring straight up at the crowd through the liquor. Bai Chen curiously scrutinized it. Auntie, this can't be a toad, can it? Isn't this thing poisonous? It's herbs. Do you understand herbs? I didn't even agree to it when people from the city came to buy it at a high price. And today, if you weren't taking advantage of our daughter-in-law Xiao Hao, I wouldn't show it to you at all. Haven't you read Tian Long Basi when you were a kid? Duan Yuan that one is invulnerable to all poisons. You know, it's all because he ate this good stuff. Big Aunt Meng Kong is also working on the construction site. How Dayor and his son that know Xiao Hao have a girlfriend, only overnight back home, the altar of wine, to plow out. His fingernails were still caked with mud, and his thumbs booped against the seal. Auntie you blindly, people Duan Yu and the immeasurable mountain eat precisely mango jus clam, not toad. Mango jus clam body red, sound like a cow, known as the king of all poison. You this is a common toad, there is no use. Bai Chen looked old at the toad in the wine jar for a while before looking skeptically at his great aunt and said, what do kids know? Caught in the mountains, soaked for 3 years to get rid of wind dampness. Along with his great aunt opening the lid, a strong smell of wine mixed with a fishy odor violently came out, and Bai Hao and Bai Wan Bai Chen several people immediately covered their noses. It smells so bad. You mustn't drink it. Oops, you little kids don't know what you're doing. The great aunt smiled and tapped the wine jar, her rough palm wiping the spilled wine from the edge of the table as she went along. This altar treasure is still the recipe given by the old Chinese doctor back then. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the great aunt who was serving sweet and sour carp. Meng Kong quickly put away your earthly prescription. Can't you see Xiao Gao's face is white? Gao Yike also covered his nose just like Bai Hao. The smell was just too strong. Seeing this, Bai Dad took advantage of the situation and poured Meng Kong a cup of proper Mao Tai. Old Meng, let's drink this, and leave that baby of yours for Kai Chun to rub his joints, and turned his head to wink at the children. You youngsters are not going to engage in any scientific healthcare? No, not to believe in science. Bai Ma brought out the steaming rice and the white mist reflected the warm yellow light, making Gao Yike's reddened face especially obvious. The family all sat neatly at the table. Bai Hao looked at Gao Yike. I don't know how many times this kind of scene has appeared in my dreams, and it has finally come true. At this time grandmother Meiyuxian pushed the Mao blood one in front of her toward Gao Yike. Girl, taste this. This green peppercorns are freshly picked in the back of the mountain. Big grandson, you give people food, the old man said as he twisted a sausage with his chopsticks. It crossed half of the table and landed precisely into Gao Yike's bowl. Grandma, I'll do it myself. Gao Yike was just about to get up when Bai Hao held her back and then used his chopsticks to give her a number of Sichuan specialties, such as dried bamboo shoots and seasonal vegetables. Mrs. Bai also put a piece of fat and thin roasted white on Gao Yike's plate. Xiao Gao, you eat more, after a day of sitting in the car. Bai Hao was going to say that he drove all day that. The words were cut off by the mashed soup dumplings handed over by Bai Ma before he could say anything. Boy, this is your favorite mashed dumplings with last year's sun-dried cinnamon. Try it. Xiao Gao, you are from the Northeast, right? Auntie went there with your uncle when she was young. The Northeast was really glorious then. When will you guys get married? Bai Hao, you need to hurry up. Hurry up and have children. The state is encouraging you to have more. This meal is very slow, until more than 9 o'clock in the evening. The good thing is that the weather in October in Sichuan province is still very warm. The family big plan to bunk in Bai Hao grandpa's house will not go back. Bai Hao followed the white father, a few boys sleep in the second bedroom. High anecdote can be followed by the white mom, a few people sleep in the master bedroom. At night, Bai Hao lies on the bed and looks at his somewhat drunken great aunt Menkong, who every now and then says thank you to Bai Hao one by one for taking good care of Hanyu. Although Bai Dad's face didn't show drunkenness, his body had already told Bai Hao that he was drunk. Bai Dad lay on the bed, neither lecturing Bai Hao nor looking at him, but Bai Dad's face showed a smug look. I don't know if it's because his son has been fighting for himself since he was a kid, or if his son has found his beloved, or maybe it's both. As for Gao Yike's side, Bai Ma was lying on the bed chatting with Gao Yike about how she got together with Bai Dad when she was young. Chapter 52, No one added me when I looked. Northeast at night. The weather is much colder than Sichuan province. A small tavern door. A few plates of dishes spread on the greasy round table. There are slippery meat section, golden crispy pot meat, garlic aroma of the sauce of the skeleton, and a plate of smoking hot pickled cabbage, white meat and blood sausage pot. Bottles of wine lay upside down. The spiciness of white wine mingling with cigarette smoke. Bai Hao's old husband, Gao Yuntao, was drinking wine with a few of his brothers as they talked about the interesting events that had happened in the past 2 days. Bai Hao's old man Gao Yuntao draped in a navy blue cashmere jacket, the inside of a dark gray turtleneck sweater, lined with a Chinese character face more tough. He held a glass of wine, sitting next to a few old brothers, are more than 50 years old men. The old Wang shaved a green leather inch, wearing a gray short-sleeved, next to the old Li wearing a pair of presbyopia glasses. Sweater cuffs also stained a bit of chalk dust. While drinking, Gao Yuntao's cell phone screen lit up and a friend request popped up. Was Zhang requests to see your friend. He glanced at his cell phone and left it alone. Lately people from the bank kept adding his friends just to get him to take out some kind of loan, so assumed this was still the bank. Taozi, that son-in-law of yours is a real cow. This is not my cousin promoted directly as the head of the department. Lali pushed the glasses, smiling so much that his face is full of folds or squeezed in a piece. That cousin of yours has been in the position of outstanding teacher for so many years. It's only right that he should be promoted up. Even if there's no Xiao Hao, your cousin will be able to go up just the same. Although the words say so, but we all know that if it is not by how straightened out Tang Yukuan cannot rise up as an unknown quantity, people are still the main opportunity. Old Wang smacked his lips and squinted his eyes and smiled. Tao Zi, you have to remind your big girl to pay attention. Don't let such a good auntie run away. I'm telling you that there aren't many people who are so powerful and low-key. Your second girl really intends to stay in Mordor all the time and not come back. My cousin said he could help take care of it if he came back. Come on, Mordor isn't much better than this. And who comes back when their son-in-law is capable? Old Wang smacked his lips in envy and filled another cup for Gao Yuntao. Come, one more hole. More than 9:30 in the evening, when the old man drank well and came home, Tian Shofan was playing video voice with Bai Ma on the green bubble, chatting that called an intimate Amaltha's sister, Gao Yike's mom, little Gao's mom. Bai's mom's voice was a little nervous and a little jumpy, a face similar in age to Bai Ma, with a few remnants of her youthful charm between her eyebrows, appeared on the screen. Tian Shofang is wearing a burgundy knit sweater. Her hair is still the same curls that she permed before, and she didn't clean it up at night when she went to bed, so she even picked it up a bit. Ouch! Mother-in-law. Bai Hao's voice was brittle and bright, with a bit of the sticky strength of a southern accent. Maisie Xiaofang. Tian Xiaofang's big northeastern voice immediately took over, smiling so much that the creases at the corners of her eyes piled up into flowers. The two spoke almost simultaneously. Sister, your complexion is too good. No wonder you were able to give birth to a beauty like Xiao Gao. Big sister, you're so young. Big sister, I'm serious. You see, Xiao Hao and Xiao could have been together for so long. Tian Xiaofang winked, almost holding the words "it's time to do something" on the tip of her tongue. Gao Yike didn't say anything, even though she was at Bai Ma's side. I know, let's set up a time to meet and we'll have to work it out. He chatted for a while longer before hanging up, and looked at the drunken Gao Yuntao sitting on the sidelines and was furious. Isn't it not allowed for you to drink? Bai Hao's father added you green bubbles. You do not forget to agree a little. Talk to people properly. They are high school teachers to speak. Pay attention, do not lose the etiquette. Don't worry, I've seen that no one has added me, and I know it in my heart. It was a good night for both families to sleep. But the next morning, the town had a major embarrassment in the form of a grandma's house. Bai Ma's cousin Lu Lan knew that her daughter-in-law Su Man was pregnant, and when she came back from the vegetable market to buy an old hen, she heard the lustful sounds of men and women coming from the house. Tiptoeing closer to the windowsill, he saw two figures stacked on the couch. That woman is his daughter-in-law Su Man. The body of the silk halter dresser Sun Wei Chang saved 3 months of cigarette money to buy her, but at the moment is hanging loosely on the shoulders of another strange man. In the light and shadow of the shaking electric fan, Su Man's red lips slightly opened. Her snow-white arm encircled the man's neck, and her charming eyes were like silk. The man's leather shoes stepped casually onto the solid wood coffee table that her son had beaten with his own hands, the dirt and dust from the sole scuffing the otherwise shiny lacquer. Wei Mother's blood pressure instantly rushed to the top of the head, violently pushed open the door. The iron door clang slammed on the wall. Startled, the two people on the sofa jumped up. Su Man panicked to gather the skirt. The man, as a face of displeasure, frowned. Who is this old woman? Who am I? Lu Lan was so angry that she was trembling. The old hen in her hand snapped and smashed on the ground, splashing a few drops of blood on Su Man's newly purchased high heels. Do you want to be shameless? Taking my son's hard-earned money and fooling around with other wild men? And whose wild seed is that in your belly anyway? Su Man's face went green and white for a moment, but he quickly raised his chin again and sneered. Old woman, your son is useless and has no money, and you can't get me a better one? The old woman's lips quivered with anger, and her dry, thin fingers pointed at her. Which of the bride price, house, car, did my son not do for you in order to marry you? You now. All right, the man also interrupted impatiently, putting an arm around Su Man with a contemptuous tone. If you don't have money, don't get married. And a poor man learns how to play golden house? He deserves to be cuckolded. Wei Ma's eyes were red. She copied the broom by the wall and smashed it. The man was caught off guard and swept twice. He was furious and raised his hand to push her. Mom! A bellowing cry came from the doorway. Wei Chang had just returned from pushing his tricycle. His sweaty head not dried. When he saw this scene, his face instantly white. The wrench in his hand bam on the ground. 3 steps and 2 steps rushed over. A man clutched the collar. The other party did not have time to react. Was an old punch staggered back. Su Man screamed and went to pull Wei Chang's arm, but the man flung his hand and lifted it away. Wei Chang's eyes were bloodshot and his lips were white, but his voice was deadened. Get out! Get thee out! Shameless thing! The man covered his face and spat fiercely, pulling up Su Man to leave, but Wei Ma suddenly blocked the doorway. Her dry and thin body tensed up and shouted in a mute voice, divorce and return the dowry money to us. $300,000, not a penny less. Su Man snorted, and the man beside him pulled a bank card from his bag and flung it to the ground. I'm out for her, and I really want to thank you for raising my son for so long, and I'll give you the extra. Wei Chang didn't pick it up, just stared at her, his eyes cold as a knife, scraping a little over her delicate eyebrows. There were quite a few people watching outside the door who recognized the man as the son of the town's richest man, and the whole town was now abuzz with rumors. Chapter 53. Not even looking at who gave birth to it. In the morning, the sky was still dipped in indigo, and a thin layer of duck-egg green light was just emerging from the distant mountain line. When Bai Hao woke up, he was left on the ground. Bai Dad and his great-aunt Meng Kong had already gotten up early to go buy things for the graves. Grandpa Lu Guoxiu went to take care of the vegetables planted in the backyard, and Bai Chen and his older sister Bai Wan were memorizing English vocabulary words in the open space. Bai Wan is already in her 3rd year of high school, and seeing that there are still 2 days left before the end of the 11th vacation, she has to make up for her homework in addition to reviewing her previous knowledge. Bai Ma followed his grandma and a few others in the kitchen, busy cooking breakfast for the whole family. After the family finished breakfast and cleaned up a bit, Bai Dad planned to take Gao Yike to visit Bai Hao's grandparents' grave. His eldest grandson had found a wife, so he had to inform his ancestors of such a big event. A Mercedes-Benz G500 in a Santana in the mountains inside the small road. Fast forward, until there is no road. In the woods through half an hour, just barely saw a grave. The grave buried in the back of the shaded slopes, surrounded by a lot of cypresses. Cypress, wild camphor, straight pestle and mortar, crowded airtight. The sun does not fall, only on the ground broken into specks of light and shadow. The mountain is very cold and wet. The mountain wind blows. The leaves are clattering sound. Bai Hao put his jacket on Gao Yike. She had never been to the mountains before and would not be able to adapt to the cold and wet for a while. Bai Hao looked at the old grave in front of him as not big. Yellow soil pile has grown moss and wild ferns. Next to a crooked neck pine tree's roots from the soil arching out. In front of the grave of the green stone monument on the handwriting sparse and sparse. Just can barely see that this is the White. This family name has been blurred to only a few shallow grooves. White Dad from the cloth bag to touch out 3 yellow incense. Incense had a little damp, twisted in the hand before lighting. The fire initially rose high, reflecting his face. He bowed his back, the incense into the cracks in the soil in front of the grave. Let go of his hand. A mountain wind blew. Incense ash rustling down. Paper money is earlier in town to buy. Rough yellow table paper, cut square, printed with a vague pattern of copper coins. White father and mother squatted down, one by one to burn. The tongue of the fire rolled paper corners. First the edge of the black curled, then the whole paper suddenly lit up, instantly turned into gray fragments, with the heat upward, and then stirred up by the wind. The paper money in yuan bao burning flames who jumped up high, illuminating the thatched grass at the head of the grave. Bai Ma hurriedly took half a step back, her mouth still kept chanting, "Dad, the house is all right this year. If your son is a good student, you'll be relieved at home. Bless good boy in Xiao Gao. Bless Wan Wan and Chen Chen with good grades." Bai Dad unscrewed the lid of the white wine and poured a mouthful into his own mouth first, showing his teeth in a spicy manner, before slowly pouring the rest on the grave, the wine seeping into the soil. Finally Bai Hao and Gao Yike paid their respects at the grave and followed them down the hill back to town. Bai Hao takes Gao Yike for a stroll around the town's lake, while Bai Ma goes to open the door of the supermarket. Supermarket entrance just opened not long ago. There are 3 or 5 middle-aged women in bloomers sitting in a circle, the stool under the buttocks creaking. Each person's knees are spread on a handful of melon seeds, even spit with a salty aroma of fried goods. "Did you guys know about what happened at Old Wei's house yesterday?" Auntie Wang's voice was the brightest, her fingertips twisting open a melon seed to make a crisp sound. "How don't know? Now I'm afraid that the whole town knows it." "Meng Meng, you know not. What day the Old Wei family but lost adults." A few people told Bai Ma about what happened yesterday, and although Bai Ma knew that her cousin's daughter-in-law wasn't very nice, she didn't expect to be able to do something like this. Before her words fell, Sister Lee immediately fished out a handful of pumpkin seeds from her pocket to pick up the accent. "What is that? Last night I got up, but I heard the Wei family's old lady crying. It was so sad." However, the latter half of the sentence was suddenly pressed extremely low, and these people's heads coincidentally looked toward Bai Ma, all knowing the relationship between Bai Ma and the Wei family's old lady. "I don't know if I'm hearing it right. I don't think it's her." "Don't worry, Dream. You should be fine." The electric bulb under the eaves of the supermarket flickered a few times, and the moths fluttered and bumped against the lampshade. Auntie Zhang, who was sitting on the outermost part of the room, suddenly straightened up. "Landlord Zhou's family's car is here." The crowd turned their heads in unison, 6 eyes glued to the black BMW. The car door opened and down came an old man wearing a well-made tang suit, a jadeite wrench on his left thumb, and crutches. "Ooh, this temperament, truly worthy of being the richest man in our town." Auntie Wang spat out 2 slices of melon rind and watched from a distance as this Zhou family's old man walked into the Wei family. Zhou family old man this year has more than 60, the old man with the impetus and ruthlessness of that era. The Zhou family, a small mountain village, in the poverty of the development of the town's richest man in the present 2 electronic factories. The difficulty of this can be imagined, but this old man Zhou did not say anything bad about him in the town. But unfortunately, his son is really not good. Everywhere to cause trouble. I heard someone say that the old man gave his son a half-dead beating at home yesterday, and it seems that the Wei family's daughter-in-law was kicked out, too. The old man drove to the Wei family and soon caused many people to gather around, while Bai Hao and Gao Yike, at this time, were enjoying the sunset by the lake. About 3 or 4 hours, the sky has become dark. The Zhou family's old man only propped up his crutches came out. His face is full of fatigue. For those who are onlookers, did not drive away directly to the car to go home, the Wei family, but also did not come out. You can only hear the sound of wrestling bulls coming from inside. Bai mother is not good to ask her cousin directly, so she made a phone call to Care. Wei mother's voice was haggard, but the meaning of the words is that the Zhou family is willing to compensate for all the losses, and at the same time, Suman will not appear in this town again. As for the Zhou master's indisputable son, the old man has his own plans. Bai Ma listened and didn't know what to say, but Master Zhou at least had the attitude to personally apologize at the door, and as for the rest, it depends on Wei Ma's intentions. Bai Hao and Gao Yike walked side by side on the town's stone road, their footsteps extraordinarily clear in the narrow alleys. Bai Hao figure erect, wearing a dark gray cashmere coat, lined with indigo turtleneck sweater, lining his eyebrows more and more handsome. Gao Yike holding his arm, a beige cashmere dress, outside a camel-colored trench coat, long hair slightly curled hanging on the shoulders. In the evening haze light flooded with a faint luster, gentle and reserved, just walking to the door of the family supermarket. The few stoned ants immediately stopped talking, and several pairs of eyes stared over in unison. Ouch! Which golden girl is this? Sister Lee hurriedly patted her knees and stood up. Look how good-looking this Hao Hao is. He is even more elegant than the county cadres. This little girl is even more beautiful. Even though stars on TV don't look as good as she does. She nearly spilled her pumpkin seeds all over the floor, her eyes darting straight to Gao Yike. I've lived for more than 60 years, and I've never seen such a well-matched pair. That's right, Auntie Wang hastened to add. It's a blessed face, and the future dolls will definitely be smart and beautiful. At this point, Bai Ma said shyly as she listened to the compliments. Don't even look at who gave birth. Bai Hao's ears reddened slightly at the tips of his ears at the remark, and Gao Yike pursed her lips in a light smile, her fingers unconsciously tightening around his arm. The halo of the setting sun enveloped them, and even their shadows were entwined and merged in one place. Chapter 54. There are some things that are better served by money and favors than by the official seal. The Magic City during the 11th holiday was more noisy than usual. Happy neighborhood near the People's Square. The sunlight through the sycamore leaves of the gap pouring down. Will be the stone road reflected mottled light and shadow. The square is full of people. There are nearby walking grandpas, grandmothers, but also many young people with small children running and playing, bringing up a burst of crisp laughter. The air mingled with the charred scent of sugar-fried chestnuts, the grease of roasted sausages and the rich coffee aroma wafting from a distant cafe. Not far away are a few teenagers of 16 or 17 years old. They set up a simple stall in the southeast corner of the square, with waterproof picnic mats under their feet, oranges neatly stacked in bamboo baskets, each one full and bright, orange-red skin color reflecting the sun, like a basket of tiny sun. Next to it stood a small blackboard, with colorful chalk written crookedly handmade freshly squeezed orange juice 10 yuan a cup, behind which was also drawn a cute smiley face. But this one several men were squatting on their ponytails, their backs taut and straight, like a sun-wilted bamboo. 1,000 words clogged in his throat, but every word rolled to the tip of his tongue. Still did not dare to shout out. Stuck a few people's ears burning, watching the waves of laughter from the nearby stalls. These few people counted the cracks in the floor tiles and did not dare to look at the crowd. You have to shout. One of the teenage girls poked the boy at the front on the shoulder in hatred. That's when a couple stops in front of the stand. The girl bends over as she looks at the small blackboard. Sister wants to taste it? The boy spoke in a voice softer than a mosquito hum. His eyes swept over the logo on the juicer and he immediately added, This is an imported juicer, freshly squeezed and free to try. You guys can taste it. But the couple walked away anyway. Chen Yang, I should have known that I wouldn't be with you. Why don't you even dare to say anything? Look at Lulu and the others. They sell thousands of cups every day, and we're making no progress. These people were Gao Jialu's classmates, but they were also all Gao Jialu's employees. Gao Jialu found that handmade orange juice good money. Directly in the class mobilized half of the students to work for her. She is mainly responsible for the supply of raw materials to various stalls, and sometimes provide some guidance. People's Square is Gao Jialu's home base. The most time to come here. Gao Jialu and Zhang Jilan in the side to observe them a few people for a long time. Looking at these people do not dare to solicit customers. Angry, after watching this last two customers walk away as well, he ran up to a few people. Chen Yang, usually looks staggering. Why do not dare to shout that? You see how I do. Gao Jialu looked at these people unsatisfied said. Originally thought a few people should be the best seller in all the stalls, but usually in the school greatly grinning people, to the community simply do not dare to greet. Pure hand-squeezed freshly squeezed orange juice, not mixed with a drop of water, tart and sweet and super tasty. Gao Jialu raised her voice high, and it was so loud that it seemed to penetrate the entire square. She held a vintage stainless steel juicer in her hand. 5 fingers clasped the handle, crunching in a circle to squeeze. Fresh orange flesh was crushed. Golden juice down the groove slowly flow into the plastic cup. The pulp of the fibers are clearly visible. The sweet and creamy orange aroma immediately spread in the air. Seeing this, Zhang Jilan directly picked up a cup of freshly squeezed orange juice and smiled as she greeted a young girl passing by and came over. Sister, try a cup. It's delicious. Zhang Jilan shook the cup. The orange juice rippled slightly in the sunlight. Her smile was bright, and her tone was soft and sweet, calling out to people who simply couldn't bear to refuse. The young girl was really hit and smiled as she pulled out her cell phone and scanned the code. Then try one. Another tall boy in a black t-shirt at the back of the stall was squatting and peeling the rest of the oranges, stacked neatly to one side. Every now and then he glanced up at his companion to spit in a small voice. Look at Gao Jialu. How can people you learn more? The teenager who didn't dare to make a sound before, then slowly shouted out after Gao Jialu. Pure hand-squeezed freshly squeezed orange juice, not mixed with a drop of water, tart and sweet and super tasty. A few people watched after Gao Jialu quickly recruited a few customers. It has to be Jialu. With your yelling, the city police will have to resist buying a cup when they hear it later. Gao Jialu grinned, showing no weakness. That dares to be good. It's best if even anti-city manager comes to take care of business. A couple of teens were cheeky and cooperative, juicing, soliciting, collecting money, yelling, and the rhythm was starting to click. Sichuan Province. Bai Hao and Gao Yike played at home for 2 days, and with Bai Wan and Bai Chen starting school, they were also ready to go back to Magic City. When Bai Hao was packing his bags, he was called into the room by Bai Ma and handed Bai Hao a bank card, which was some of the money that Bai Hao usually transfers to Bai Ma and Bai Dad in the past 2 years, and it must be about a few $1,000,000. Boy, all the money you've made in the last 2 years is on this card. I know you have your own company now and you're probably not too far behind, but Mom still wants to give it to you. Bai Hao suddenly remembered the nervous and excited feeling he had when he sent money home for the first time. After finishing her speech, Bai Ma stuffed the bank card into Bai Hao's pocket, and Bai Hao tried to refuse. The soft laughter of Gao Yike teasing the village bully, the big orange cat, came from outside the window, and Bai Ma's eyes drifted to Gao Yike, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes stretching out. The day before yesterday, I saw her squatting in the kitchen to help me pick shrimp threads. I knew she was a good kid. I believe in your vision, and I also believe in my feelings. You must treat her well, otherwise. Bai Hao looked at Gao Yike, who was teasing the cat outside the window. I'm going to go see if Ko has finished feeding the orange cat, and you pack everything you're going to bring. Bai Hao squeezed his mother's hands, the hands that could once easily hold him, the two most important women in his life. In the sunshine everything looks so good. Bai Hao put the bank card in the place where Bai Ma usually puts her money, and also put an extra card of $10 million. It wasn't until dinner was just being set on the table that White Dad led two men through the door. A stout body, wearing wearable work pants, hand carrying a bag of souvenirs, face sunburned red, obviously is the great aunt recommended by the contractor. The other is a suit straight, cuffs ironed meticulously, face with the right smile. A look is always mixed in the township grassroots cadres. Seeing the guests, Bai Ma hurriedly went to the kitchen to add a few dishes, and Bai Hao got up to give up his seat, handing out cigarettes and pouring tea to the visitors. Old Bai, this is a good thing about building roads. The packer's voice was booming, and he headed straight for the living room chair, cigarette pinched behind his ear. It's a total of 10 miles from town to your dad's place, and by today's concrete road standards, it'll be done in 2 months. The township cadre next to him slowly sipped his tea, and first swept the brand of Chinese soft cigarettes on the cigarette box. Uncle Bai, you have a good idea. When the rural roads are improved, it's convenient for folks to get in and out, and our town is actively supporting this kind of livelihood project. He paused, tapping his fingers lightly on the tabletop, but the process still has to go a little bit. What should be approved and what should be reviewed? Papa White nodded and smiled in a toast. Naturally, we will definitely go through the procedures, but we have to trouble you to help. The contractor laughed and slapped his thigh. We are our own family. Why do we care so much? The materials and labor are all readily available, at cost. The township official bowed his head and took a bite of his food, his tone official yet approachable. Uncle Bai, don't worry, as long as this matter is in line with the policy, the town will definitely give you priority approval. But, he raised his eyes to look at Bai Hao and his smile deepened a few points. I heard that Xiao Hao is doing well over in Magic City. Bai Hao did not move and smiled, knowing in his heart what the other party was calculating, and did not point it out, but just politely said, it's okay, a mixed bag. The township official nodded, his tone subtle. It's good for young people to get ahead. In the future, if there are any activities in our town, we can also ask you, the big boss, to come back to support the support. Come, eat the food first. When the road repair is finalized, things will be fine. After 3 rounds of wine, the topic of conversation from the road to the repair of ancestral graves, the contractor patted his chest to ensure, don't worry, all the masonry is made of good materials, and the monument and inscription are all in accordance with our old local rules, guaranteeing decency. The township officials also chimed in at the right time. Yes, the filial piety project, the town will also pay proper attention. Bai Hao listened without moving, knowing in his heart. The next day, Bai Hao paid a donation of $5 million for the town, while a concrete road to Grandpa's house would be built soon and the renovation of the ancestral tomb would be completed within half a month. There are some things that don't need to be singled out, that should be understood. Some things are better done with money and favors than with official stamps. Chapter 55 Wholesale Half an Orchard? A villa somewhere in Magic City. The entire villa is nestled in the clouds along the Huangpu River, with floor-to-ceiling windows that allow the morning mist and the river to flow underfoot. Warmly bathed in the soft morning light, the floor-to-ceiling windows are boundless river views. The distant Lujiazui skyscraper clusters like gilded light gold silhouettes. The whole house intelligence system has long drawn the blackout curtains silently, and the thermostatic floor heating makes it impossible to feel cool even when stepping on the floor with bare feet. Menghan Yu stood in front of the center island counter in the open kitchen, his cuffs slightly rolled up, revealing his well-defined small arms. His movements were so quiet that even the zippy sound of frying eggs seemed like a rhythm that had been deliberately suppressed. Wen Liang leaned against the bar, fingertips unconsciously tapping the rim of the crystal glass. She was only casually wearing a silk robe, deep burgundy satin-lined skin colored glistening white like snow. The hollows of her collarbones still have a trace of morning laziness left in the morning. She did not speak, just looked at Menghan Yu's back. The noodles are ready. let's eat. Menghan Yu placed the eggs in a bowl of noodles and pushed the bowl in front of Wen Liang. It's such hard work. Working so hard at night and cooking for me in the morning. Are you still going to the construction site today? Menghan Yu spoke without lifting his head. Well, not going to you feed me? Wen Liang picked up the bowl and took a sip of the noodle soup, leaving a very faint lip print on the rim of the bowl. Good. I don't want you to work at the construction site anyway. Why don't you come and help out at my bar? Wen Liang looked at Menghan Yu with anticipation. Although she knew in her heart that he would refuse, she still wanted to try. Wen Liang thought he knew enough handsome men and women, but he was still charmed by a country boy. Especially at night. Menghan Yu's ferocious appearance killed Wen Liang and he surrendered straight away. Menghan Yu also further understood his cousin's greatness during his several warm chats with Wen Liang, especially when he threw away thousands of dollars at the bar, which made Menghan Yu want to work even harder to make his own career in the Magic City. Taking advantage of the fact that there was still a day's vacation left in the National Day, Bai Hao brought Gao Yike back to Magic City. When she left, Bai Ma videoed with Gao Yike's parents, intending to find a suitable date in the coming year for the two to register their marriage, and to cultivate their feelings during this period of time. As for Gao Yuntao, after realizing that Huangshon was his in-laws, he hastened to agree to pass, and couldn't say a lot of good things. The plane soon arrived at the Magic City airport. October in the Magic City. The wind is still lingering in a wisp of summer dry, but also dipped in the cool salty, and the distant cafe wafted light burnt aroma, face into the nostrils, different from the Sichuan province that wrapped in pepper and earthy moist air, but let Bai Hao very familiar. Xiao Chang had long ago had someone drive Bai Hao's Rolls Royce to the airport, and the large bag that Bai's mom had checked in had already been placed in the trunk, in front of the happy community. Old Li Tu was still sitting leisurely on the chair in the janitor's room as before, with a cup of hot tea in his hand. But when he saw Bai Hao driving in with Gao Yike, he quickly got up and looked at the two of them with a smile on his face and asked, if it isn't White Boy, finally back, haven't seen him for a long time. Bai Hao watched as the grandfather lit a cigarette for himself and handed Bai Hao one. Master, smoke less, or your old lady will talk about you again. Don't pull back, come play chess with me sometime. After Bai Hao parked the car downstairs, the moment he opened the trunk, a strong aroma of peppercorns mixed with chili peppers violently ran out. Several bulging black plastic bags crowded in the corner of the trunk. It looks like it was stuffed by Ma. The surface of the plastic bags are still stained with some oil stars, in the sunlight flooded with bright crystal light. The most conspicuous is the package with hemp rope bundled tightly sausage. Dark brown sausage coat is also hung with a few grains of coarse peppercorns. Through the packaging can be smelled smoky aroma, as if the old family smoked bacon and pinewood incense bundled in. Underneath the plastic bag were two bundles of crumpled dried bamboo shoots, on which a red slip of paper was written in a crooked manner, boy's favorite, and the handwriting was a little blurred by the plastic bag. The writing was a little blurred by the plastic bag. There was also a bag of dried chili peppers stuffed on the very edge of the bag. Bai Hao was bending over in the trunk, rummaging around, two bags of waxy goods on his arm, plastic bags rustling. A sister-in-law's voice suddenly came from the fifth floor window. Brother-in-law, sister, you guys are finally back. Gao Jelu's voice crunching down. Bai Hao looked up. Half of this sister-in-law's body is poking out of the window. Her hair is messy and stubby, living like a fried magpie. Before he could respond, he heard her thumping down the stairs. Is it heavy? I'll get it. Gao Jelu panted and leapt to him, reaching for the plastic bag on the floor. His sister-in-law was wearing a wide loungewear, the neckline askew, revealing half of her collarbone. Slow down. Don't drop it. Gao Yike looked at her sister's appearance and hurriedly helped her hold it. Don't worry sis, I can do it. The crisp sound of high heels came from behind them, and Xiang Yicheng stepped on thin heels, wearing a mint green dress, the hem of which swayed gently with her steps, and appeared right behind them. As soon as he pulled over Gao Yike who was getting something, he whispered in her ear, Coco, you're finally back. I missed you so much. How was it? Is your future mother-in-law still happy with you? Sis. Gao Jelu carried the bag of salami and looked at Gao Yike who was chatting idly. My brother-in-law is tired of driving. Don't you know how to help carry some? Bai Hao saw the situation crying and laughing, watched his sister-in-law bray into pepper jars, bamboo shoots bundle all into the arms, like a horde of winter squirrels, Gao Jialu holding things jumping to rush upstairs, plastic bags clattering like firecrackers. Gao Yike looked at his sister's back and sighed softly, but he couldn't hide the smile at the corner of his mouth, so he had to join Xiang Yicheng in helping to take all the things upstairs. Bai Hao looked at the refrigerator that was stuffed to the brim, which was full of love from Bai Ma. Bai Hao, who was resting on the sofa, stared at the fruit store bill on his cell phone screen and his eyelids jumped hard twice. Oranges, 15,000 pounds. Imported juice extractors, 12 units. Paper cups, 60 bags. Straws, 8,000 inch. He silently counted in his heart. 15,000 0.000 pounds of oranges, according to an average of 3 cups per person. The amount of tourists in the past few days is afraid that enough to feed half of the scenic area to quench the thirst of the demand. But 12 juicers? Start a chain? Brother-in-law, Gao Jialu bounced into the living room, her ponytail thrown back like a pleased squirrel, clutching a bunch of brand new bills in her hand, her eyes shining brightly. Getting rich, 6 stalls, netting over $50,000. Before Bai Hao could open his mouth to inquire about the whereabouts of the pile of juicers, she had already crackled and reported the bill, deducting the principal. Brother-in-law 5,000, old sister 6,000, Ching sister 2,000, and finally Swishly drew out a pile of red tickets and waved them proudly by his cheek. These are 2,300 for me and my classmates. Bai Hao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he looked at her face with praise me soon written all over it. You wholesaled half an orchard at his place? Oops, oranges are cheap, discounts for large quantities. Gao Jialu sat her butt on the coffee table and counted on her fingers. 2 days before the 4th of July my classmates were afraid to yell. Then they learned. Or there would have been more. Eventually the juicers weren't enough and I temporarily rented a couple more. Bai Hao looked at his sister-in-law's appearance, sniffed and laughed lightly, snickering. No wonder you sent a friend circle in the middle of the night saying that you dreamed you turned into a perpetual motion machine and kept squeezing orange juice. Chapter 56 Sister-in-law disguised as big sister. The bun seemed extraordinarily silent just after the November vacation. Bai Hao tapped his fingertips on the steering wheel, the windows half lowered, and the morning breeze drifted in interspersed with the faint smell of exhaust. The traffic broadcast on the radio continued, the female voice gently but mechanically repeating the real-time road conditions. Slow traffic in the direction of Hongqiao on Yan'an elevated. Queuing at the Wanping South Road exit of the Inner Ring Road is about 500. Just after the holidays, it's like the city was hit with an instant reset button. Everyone was yanked hard from their slack holiday state back into a taut routine. On the elevated road, traffic creeps viscously, brake lights red. In the rearview mirror, the spire of the Oriental Pearl Tower shimmers with golden light as it reflects the rising sun. In the distance, the silhouette of the Bund complex stands in silence, in stark contrast to the hustle and bustle of last night's crowd. At this moment, the riverside is empty and silent. Only a few sporadic morning runners, the sound of their footsteps blown away by the wind. The traffic moved forward a few more meters. The gas pedal was pressed and released. The hours are extraordinarily long in the traffic jam, every second drawn out sluggishly, and the driver next to me rolls down his window and lights a cigarette, the white mist drifting off into the morning light. The line of cars ahead finally loosened up a bit. The signal turned green, and Bai Hao stepped on the gas, following the traffic slowly. After Bai Hao sent Gao Yike downstairs, she went upstairs to start working on the work she had left behind earlier. And when Bai Hao went upstairs he saw Li Xiaoyu giggling while holding her cell phone, and he didn't know what she was looking at. Seeing Bai Hao come over, he hurriedly went forward to congratulate him. Congratulations, Mr. Bai, for finally getting what you want. Listening to Li Xiaoyu's congratulations, the employees passing by Bai Hao followed suit and chimed in. Your congratulations received. Nothing to show for it? Bai Hao said as he looked at a corn and 2 tea eggs on her table. No, it's not for you. Li Xiaoyu was like an old mother hen protecting her chicks, protecting all the food in front of her. Bai Hao saw this and had to take a few want Xin Bei in her snack bank, and was ready to go back to play the game. But before he could take 2 steps, he saw Wen Tao appearing at the front desk. He said a slim white T-bottom, outside the oversized light blue shirt, the corner tucked into the black 9-point suit pants, work license plate hanging in front of the chest, along with the pace of light swaying, backpack straps on the pendant followed a jump. The only downside is a little belly. This is for me? Thank you. Li Xiaoyu shyly handed the corn and tea egg to Wen Tao. Looking at Li Xiaoyu's shy appearance, Bai Hao was stunned. Has been chasing stars. Li Xiaoyu actually like Wen Tao, although Wen Tao is not the kind of particularly handsome, but also still good. Just did not think that Wen Tao this actually is Li Xiaoyu's dish. Looking at Wen Tao, who was walking over, Bai Hao slapped him on the shoulder and took the opportunity to slip away one of his tea eggs. You boys are late. Wen Tao just wanted to explain that he had gone to the construction site in the morning, but Bai Hao had long since disappeared in front of him. In the office, Bai Hao was playing the game. I heard the cell phone has been ding, message tone constantly ringing. Putting down the mouse and picking up his cell phone he saw a message being sent from the senior 6 class group. Congratulations to Jialu Gao and the 16 students in her class. The stall raised 2,300 yuan, all of which was donated to an CCC, a student in the 10th class of senior high school. The school hereby recognizes them and hopes that other students will learn from them to praise them. Immediately afterward, several photos of the scene were sent to the group. The principal was presenting them with certificates of honor. 16 people stood on the steps, and Gao Jialu in the front row had short, sharp hair. Her hands were in her pockets, The corners of her lips were slightly raised, and the whole person was filled with an unconvincing hardness. She stood in the C-seat, beside Zheng Jilun, Chen Yang, Su Tianrui, Long Minxian and other people are anxious or coyly smiling. Only Gao Jielu looked natural, a strong aura, followed by some words of congratulations and praise from parents. In school during recess, Gao Jielu was talking to a few younger siblings, looking at each other with a look of adoration, obviously treating her as a big sister. Gao Jielu, don't mention how good it is. The students next to him whispered the same thing. Our class has really grown in face this time. Sister Gao is really awesome. I've heard that the juniors in the first year of high school are now calling her Sister Gao in private, so I can't help it. The point is you can't beat Sister Gao either. No one would have guessed that my sister-in-law is now the most recognized senior sister in the school. The corner of Bai Hao's mouth involuntarily raised as he looked at the award-winning photo, put down his cell phone, put on his headphones again, and continued his game. Starfire Entertainment, Inc. Lu Mingsheng had already made a small web drama after getting support from Bai Hao, which received a lot of favorable reviews on the internet, especially the female lead in it, Tian Xiaowei, who was called a goddess by many people. Seeing the good response, Lu Mingcheng planned to make a big drama, so he called most of the stars of Starfire Entertainment to his office for a meeting, including Lan Meng, because he was introduced in by Bai Hao. The resources he enjoyed at the beginning were top-notch, and although he didn't have any masterpieces at the moment, after a long time of polishing, his acting skills had improved quite a bit, as Lu Mingcheng stood on the stage, telling the dozen or so stars below what he was going to do in his next drama. Tian Xiaowei saw. Broker's sister Tin, are you sure you don't want to think about it, Xiaowei? The company is willing to pay twice as much, so think about it and get back to me. Broker Tian sister, I can guarantee that there will be absolutely no such thing as before. You can rest assured. We have been working together for so many years. You do not know me. Broker sister Tin, last time, I really had no choice, but didn't I help you out in the end? This time, you can help me out and think about it. Tian Xiaowei did not take Tian's words to heart. Everyone knows that showbiz is all about deceit. There is nothing genuine to speak of. The last time she had an accident, Tian not only didn't help, but also wanted to force her to give in. If it wasn't for Bai Hao, her current situation is simply unimaginable. It is estimated to have fallen to the club to become the capital of the plaything. Tian Xiaowei looked at Lu Mingcheng on the stage speaking his script with great vigor and looked at the few people beside her. There was no desire or jealousy in their eyes, but rather the friend kind of appreciation. This kind of environment Tian Xiaowei liked it very much, and she didn't want to leave this kind of environment. Smiling Tian, sister Tian, thank you for your kind words, but I won't go. I'm fine now. Don't contact me again. Tian Xiaowei deleted broker sister Tian from her friends list after typing. But sister Tian on the other end of the phone was still trying to send a message when she saw the big exclamation mark, and for a moment her face changed drastically as she gritted her teeth. Stinking, pretending to be noble with me. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you've climbed up the ladder. Chapter 57. Rip it up and buy it again. Get a new one every day. Bai Hao was still playing the game, and Gao Yike had already held 2 meetings in a row at the company. By the time Bai Hao looked out the window again it was already sunset. In the company pantry, Li Xiaoyu gently nodded at the ground, looking uneasy and rushed. Her fingertips pinched the handle of her mug. The hot Americano in the mug had already cooled. Hearing her co-worker's question, she tugged at the corner of her mouth, her fingers unconsciously tucking the broken hair behind her ear, revealing a pair of tiny pearl studs. Next to her, a co-worker in a crushed chiffon shirt took a step closer with a cup in her hand, her eyes flashing with a gossipy light. You really went to Wento's house on the 4th of July, huh? Li Xiaoyu's fingertips tightened slightly, the nude pink nail polish on her nails glowing softly in the light, and she let out a soft her voice a little low. His mom and dad are home. Sister Zhang of the finance department, who was wearing a gray suit, immediately raised her eyebrows and showed an I-get-it expression. Natives of Magic City, 2 sweets, the conditions can't be beat. Our Xiaoyu has a good eye. After saying that, he even patted her shoulder. Li Xiaoyu forced a smile, but there was a hint of uneasiness under her eyes. She held up her cup and took a sip of the cold coffee, her throat moving slightly as if she was swallowing down some unspeakable emotions. His mom doesn't seem to like me very much, she whispered, her voice soft but stubborn. It didn't take long to sit down and ask me what my family did and said that local girls were more family-oriented. Her lashes fluttered, casting a small shadow under her eyes, and her fingers holding the cup were slightly white from the exertion. Kobayashi stared exaggeratedly. What era is this? Still engaging in geographical discrimination? Sister Zhang hurriedly handed over a cup of warm water with concerned eyes. Where's Wentao? What's his attitude? Li Xiaoyu took it and pressed her fingertips against the wall of the glass for warmth, finally showing a hint of a real smile. He's thankfully been blocking my words. But, after saying that, her expression dimmed again, and her shell teeth gently bit her lower lip. Obviously, this meeting with the parents didn't go so well. Bai Hao didn't walk up when he saw this. He used to think that employees and bosses were so raw because the boss's aura was too strong. That's why it was like that. But then he became a boss himself and realized that it wasn't the case. That bosses and employees naturally didn't fit together. So Bai Hao didn't go in, but waited for Li Xiaoyu to come out and chatted with her for a couple of moments. I'm sure Winto will take care of this, and in the future it's you guys who will be living together. Again, with your old lady. Although Wentao, this person likes to do some mechanical things at work, but his brain is still relatively bright. Plus Bai Hao with him as a colleague for 2 years. He knows that Wentao is the kind of person who will not give up if he has a goal. Coco, Mr. White, would you like some wine tonight? Looking forward to JPG. Good color JPG. The White Master has a little money. You want to drink? You're craving my body, aren't you? Reject JPG. Coco, don't you dare. Go home. After Bai Hao and Gao Yike officially confirmed their relationship, Gao Yike officially moved into 302. As for the 2 rooms in 301, one was given to his sister-in-law and the other was still occupied by Xiang Yicheng. Together, the 2 of them went downstairs to the market and bought some vegetables and a couple of beers. Soon the air was filled with the faint scent of garlic and the warmth of olive oil. Bai Hao stood in front of the stove with an apron over his body, quickly cooking a few dishes for drinks, anxious to enjoy their time together. The lights in the living room were dimmed to a warm orange color by him, and Gao Yike had finished her shower and was sitting at the dining table, looking at the colorful dishes Bai Hao had made. Man, it's good to have you, and being happy today allows you to make a small request. Gao Yike looked at Bai Hao wistfully, and Bai Hao certainly understood what she meant. A man's a man. Do you want to try something I bought last time? Bai Hao pointed to the bedside table in the bedroom and said to Gao Yike, his eyes colorful. Ah, that's just too shameful. Better not, but I can wear black silk. Oh. Although Bai Hao wanted to see the uniform temptation, but the black silk is also good, so also nodded to agree. Not long after Gao Yike wrapped Bai Hao's shirt, only to see that the hem of the shirt can cover the thighs. The 2 long legs were black silk shrouded. Slowly walked toward Bai Hao. 1 step a lotus. Bai Hao has been looking silly. Too beautiful. Originally Gao Yike is the national color. In addition to the temptation of this black silk, Bai Hao's heart thumped. Gao Yike walked up to Bai Hao, one hand resting on her cheek, the fingertips of her other hand gently fiddling with the edge of the wine glass, the ends of her eyes a little reddened, but she deliberately looked at him askance. Drinking? Aren't some people great? Why are they wimpy? Bai Hao tugged the collar loose and unbuttoned 2 buttons. The line of his collarbone was hidden in the light, and his breath carried a dry breath. Who's a wimp? I'll go get the wine now. Bai Hao put down his chopsticks and quickly walked towards the refrigerator, but his mind was still stuck on the image from earlier. It's really something. Just after opening the refrigerator door, Gao Yike suddenly got out of the crook of his arm and stepped on the floor with her bare feet, and in the moment she hugged Bai Hao's arm. The hem of her loose shirt lifted up for a split second, revealing the hidden black lace trim. She deliberately saw Bai Hao carry the beer out of the refrigerator and turned back to shake it at him. Little Patty, watch how sis conquers you. Where can a good man put up with that kind of name-calling? Bai Hao's eyes darkened as he approached in 2 steps, reaching out to clasp her wrist. Let's show you what Master White can do today. The 2 opened a beer each in the living room, and with Whitehall's food, the 2 were soon down a few glasses. Gao Yicheng didn't know whether it was a little on the head, or something else. A blush appeared on her face, and the whole person also seemed to be drunk. That kind of lovable feeling, which made Bai Hao walk to her side, his palm-warm thumb rubbing the delicate skin of the inner side of her wrist, and his voice was low and hoarse. No more drinks. Business. Gao Yike was picked up by Bai Hao and quickly walked into the bedroom and threw her on the bed. Gao Yike sunk into the soft bedding, her shirt half open, and her black hair spread messily. Bai Hao leaned down, his fingertips sliding slowly up her calves, and laughed in a low voice. Poor drinker with a heart-on? Seeing this, Gao Yike also unconvincingly hooked his neck and pressed downward, spitting warm breath in his ear. I'm not drunk. If you don't believe me, test me. Am I drunk? Bai Hao was directly teased by these words, and his entire body hugged Gao Yike like a hungry tiger. Gently, don't tear it up and buy it again. Get a new one every day. Heavenly thunder and earthly fire were manifested in this moment. Neon flashed outside the window. The glass window was blocked by curtains. Otherwise it would have been able to reflect the image of 2 people entangled with each other. But now there was only the sound of loud breaths and heartbeats amplified infinitely in the darkness. Chapter 58. The sound of earning $30 million a day was so pleasing to the ear. October passed like this. Bai Hao this month. In addition to listening to the old Zhang reported the company's earnings for the past 2 months, or as salty as ever. But every morning the phone's incoming voice is still so pleasant to the ear. Ding! Your account today arrived at $30,000,000. Meng Hanyu was already in the process of moving out of Bai Hao's Sycamore Courthouse to live with Wen Liang, but Bai Hao had been in the happiness neighborhood all this month, acting as a driver and bed-warming maid for Gao Yike at night, in a row to the company, even if it is every day to play. Bai Hao is also tired of it. Do not want to go. The morning will be high. Anecdote can be sent to the company. Turn around and go to the Huairong Economic Investment Center, looking for Xiao Chang to go. He had been looking for Bai Hao a few days ago, only Bai Hao had been too lazy and had delayed until now. Do you have an appointment, sir? The lady at the front desk asked as she watched Bai Hao walk in. This is our company's boss, Mr. Bai. Sorry Mr. Bai, she is new. Direct sisterly went home on maternity leave. Another receptionist who knew Bai Hao hurriedly gave Bai Hao directions. Bai Hao also just walked into Xiao Chang's office and saw that his handsome face was full of stubble, and his clothes weren't as refined as before, looking as if he had stayed up all night working overtime at the company. Mr. Bai, you're finally here. The Barley Entertainment Company that we were planning to acquire before has suddenly been injected with capital by someone else. Our previous efforts might be in vain. Bai Hao footsteps, before Xiao Chang and Lu Mingcheng mentioned to him. Starfire Entertainment star and past the work of the people is very powerful, but lacks a certain physical channels. And this Barley Entertainment Company behind more than 1,000 of the country's movie theaters and a lot of large-scale venues, coupled with the Barley Entertainment Company's current financial situation is not good. If you can buy it, this investment income at least can be doubled several times. Being capitalized by someone else? Who? Xiao Chang stood up and pulled open his tie. His fingers tapped out a set of data on the keyboard irritably, and a shareholding change chart immediately popped up on the screen, and the controlling proportion of Barley Entertainment was cut off 45%, and the name of Changxing Capital was clearly written on the screen. It was just yesterday morning at 3 a.m. When the agreement was suddenly signed. He grabbed his cold coffee and took a big gulp, the rim of his cup stained. Their executive director, Lu Chongkong, flew to Lingnan overnight to sign the contract, and now he's on the private jet back. Bai Hao stared at the screen, his pupils shrinking slightly. Changxing Capital. Bai Hao and the college on the know. Because Changxing Capital has been Mordor University to subsidize poor college students, there are a lot of people after graduation, joined the Changxing Capital. In the students between the reputation is relatively good, and the Lu family behind Changxing Capital. Bai Hao has an old acquaintance, Lu Xun. He is Bai Hao's senior at the University of Magic City, and has played with Bai Hao's dormitory since he was in school. Looks like a lot of people have their eyes on this piece of cake. Don't we have liquidated damages in our contract? Because this project Xiao Chang has always cared about, especially after the last time he met Lu Mingcheng. So at the beginning, he has signed a contract of intent. They doubled their payout straight away at Long Faith Capital. Xiao Chang sneered and slammed his laptop shut, the sound of metal clattering extraordinarily harsh in the quiet office. What's even better is that the news about that girl group project that Barley just exposed, where the core choreographer resigned, turned around and appeared at Changshan's newly acquired trainee base. Shaw emphasized another document and said to Bai Hao, "It seems that Long Xin Capital is also looking at the entertainment piece of cake, and wants to be like us and just hit the whole channel itself." Bai Hao for Xiao Chang's ability is very clear, otherwise it cannot be billions of dollars to him to manage. But the market valuation of the Long Letter Capital at least more than 10 billion, and there are people behind it. This thing cannot be in a hurry. But Bai Hao has also admired Xiao Chang's strategic vision. Bai Hao had a lot of money now. It was now over $100 billion. But this kind of cake couldn't be given to one person. It seemed like it was time to contact this old senior of his. At night, in a private restaurant in Magic City, the crystal light from the champagne glasses shatters into gold under the baccarat chandelier that hangs from the dome, and the Italian hand-embroidered peacock blue napkins are folded into blooming lotuses, each pleat drenched in seven-figure cents. The waiter's snow-white gloved fingers brushed over the gilt plate cover, and the richness of truffles and foie gras instantly spread across the entire 10-person table made from a single block of Burmese teak. Only two people were sitting opposite each other at the moment. Senior still likes burgundy. Bai Hao's fingertips tapped the foot of the glass, and the 1961 vintage Romane Conti glowed like Dove's bloodstone in the sober. It's a shame this cellar only has 3 bottles in stock. Lucian did not look at Bai Hao but slowly and methodically sliced through the Hokkaido Wagyu beef, the fat lines oozing rosy red juice under the solid gold dinner knife. Senior White broke the bank. I really didn't see it in college. Senior is so powerful. The enameled starry sky disc of the Patek Philippe 6002G on his wrist turned slowly in the candlelight when suddenly there was a vibration from the ground and a booming sound. Outside, the sound of 3 Koenigsegg engines pierced through the soundproof glass, and Lucian smiled softly with downcast eyes. Did my caravan disturb the schoolboy? How come that? Senpai still loves racing as much as he did in college. Bai Hao raised his hand in a gesture, and the entire floor-to-ceiling window instantly fogged into frosting as he pushed away his dinner plate and looked at this senior of his, asking curiously, Since when is Lu interested in showbiz business? Lucian looked at Bai Hao and asked curiously. School brother is also interested in the entertainment industry. I am not too fond of the entertainment industry. You do understand me, but the people from Chongqing capital recommended it again and again, and my father couldn't say no, so that's why he stepped in. Although Bai Hao didn't know much about these capitals, he knew very well that the Lu family had developed by relying on the business of medicine and banking. If schoolmate has an idea for Barley Entertainment, we can develop it together. Although our Lu family is rich, we don't want to hemorrhage money. Barley Entertainment is struggling financially, but the theaters and venues in his name are real. It's impossible not to pay a certain amount. Senpai, I don't know how we can develop together. Lucian knows very well that the old man at home is just mesmerized by the people from Chongqing capital. Spending so much money just for these venues is not worth it at all, and they still have to be maintained. So it would be better to use this money to invest in the medicine and stock industry, and he has already investigated his own schoolmate before he came to see Bai Hao. That's really something. The companies under his name are almost as big as Chongqing capital, and he's also a hidden shareholder of several banks, so he's worth a lot of money. Lucian has only appreciation for his elementary school brother. It is unimaginable that such a person's university can follow his dormitory every day to work without displaying any financial resources. My Lu family isn't interested in this, but there's nothing that can be done about that few old things promising to do it. So let's go half and half. What do you think? Bai Hao raised his glass of wine to agree with this resolution. As for the details, I'm afraid we have to wait for Xiaochang to go to Chongqing capital to discuss in detail. In the end, Lucian wanted to invite Bai Hao to see his caravan, but he refused because he had a petite wife at home. Chapter 59. This fish is bigger than me, right? Hong Kong International Finance Center, New York City. Xiaochang negotiated the contract with Lucian on behalf of Bai Hao, and finally bought half of the shares of Barley Entertainment at a price of $12 billion. All of the previous shareholders of Barley Entertainment were kicked out by the Lu family in a way, and the whole company was left to be held by Huarong and Chongqing Capital. And Chongqing Capital's trainee base was also packaged by Lucian and given to Starfire Entertainment for the further development of the two companies. At this time, inside a hotel near Magic City, Tian Xiaowei's agent, Lin Tian, still had her fingers wrapped around a man's gold silk tie, and the smile at the corner of her lips hadn't completely faded when the cell phone at her bedside lit up. A notification in 4 words, planned failure. Her fingertips trembled, the dark red kohl carefully applied to her nails looking like dried blood in the dim light. What's wrong? The man's lazy voice came from behind him with an insatiable huskiness, his palms still covering her waist like some kind of sickening reward. Nothing. She laughed lightly, her voice so soft that it could drip water, but the temperature under her eyes went down a little bit cold, like a cup of overnight tea, floating with a few stiff leaves. The phone vibrated again. The group resolved that it has signed a contract with Huifeng Finance to develop Barley Entertainment together. Her breath lagged for a split second and she almost crushed the screen. Last night's sweet talk, this morning's whispers, the fawning, caterwauling gestures in this bed an hour ago, all turned into a joke. The man finally noticed her stiffness and slid his rough knuckles down her bare back. Baby, didn't we say it's good? Next Monday our group will sign the contract. By then Starlight Entertainment will be bullish again. But don't look at our face to act. That Tian, what's her name, Micro? I will make sure she kneels in front of you. When Lin Tian heard this, she stood up violently from the bed, the silk sheets slipping off her body, the smell of expensive perfume mixed with the undiluted sweat, making her suddenly want to vomit. Staring unblinkingly at the man in front of him, he was the executive vice director of Chongqing Capital, but it seemed like he didn't even know the decisions of his own group. I really didn't know how he was mixed up. No need. She bent down to pick up the scattered clothes, the smile on her lips perfect as a mask. It's gone yellow. The man's expression froze in disbelief as he looked at Lin Tian. At the twisted expression on her face, Rin Tin angrily slipped on her high heels, the heels sharp enough to crush something. No way. I haven't signed off on this yet, how can this go away? Seeing that the man didn't believe it, he directly turned the TV on for him, on which the scene of the two companies shaking hands was playing. Waste, really waste. This life is really good. Favoring the big tree. Lin Tian hated to gnash his teeth. This man is still very previous capital introduction. He also spent a lot of effort, including the body, to let him convince the long letter capital, but still lost the effort. Really hate, but there was nothing more to be done, and the man in front of him would soon be liquidated by Chongqing Capital. For this small action behind the scenes Bai Hao did not know. As for the signing of the contract, Bai Hao went out fishing with Lucian early in the morning. The morning light cuts through the indigo sea like a knife, and the silver-gray fishing boat stands still like a shark waiting to strike. The 40-foot hull undulates gently in the waves, the towering bow breaks through the morning fog, and the chrome-plated navigational radar swirls noiselessly. Fishing rods line the deck, the metal seats of Shimano's top rods reflecting the cold light, the aft live well gurgled, and the hum of the circulation pump mingled with the seagulls chirping. Bai Hao was dragged over by them early in the morning, and after a brief greeting with Lu Xin and Lu Yanba of the Lu family and Shinta Yuanyao of the Shinta family, a longtime friend of the Lu family, he went to sleep on the third floor. Where's that Pak Ho kid running off to? Brother, your friend ran off to bed as soon as he got on the boat. Lu Xin then squinted at the third floor observation deck. The sunlight passed through the anti-glare glass, and a flower-shirt figure was vaguely visible paralyzed on the Italian leather sofa. He shook his head and turned to his brother Lu Yanba. Yanba, it's time to put up the first poll. Today I even called Yuan Yao over for you to see more. Although the Lu family was a large and powerful family, it was thinly populated, and in this generation there was only Lu Xin and his second uncle's kid Lu Yanba, so he took Lu Yanba with him when he went out to play. There was a dark-skinned man on the port side wearing a faded camouflage sunsuit, with black and white sun marks on his arms. He was high, the guide Lu Xin had found, and was silently checking the brake system of the electric reel with very nimble fingers. Mr. Lu, the tide is good today. The three-island circulation zone harbors the most giants, and it looks like we can have a big harvest today. Lu Yanba excitedly adjusted his newly purchased limited edition fishing rod. This young man who had just turned 20 was wearing a linen shirt, and a pair of shorts of the same color. Unbuttoned his shirt, you could clearly see the abs on his body, and with his wheat-colored skin, a proper type of man. Brother, Sister Yuanyao is too good. I hope we can break the previous record today. Lu Xin didn't answer. His gaze crossed over his brother and landed on the valiant figure at the stern of the ship. Shinta Yuanyao's fishing line drew silver arcs in the air. The hem of her waistless short tee flipped as she swung the rod, revealing a hidden vestigial line. The rolled-up edges of her camouflage pants flopped in the sea breeze, and the small sailfish tattoo on her right ankle seemed to be swimming in the waves. Take the bait. She suddenly tensed her body. The carbon fishing rod instantly bent into a full moon, and 300 meters of fishing line was frantically pulled out. The guide on the side, hi, jerked his head up and his cloudy eyes suddenly lit up. It's a GT, and it looks pretty big. GT is what offshore fishermen call the Cow Harbor Trevally, because the English name for Cow Harbor Trevally is Giant Trevally, or GT for short. The entire ship was already boiling when Bai Hao, who was sleeping, was awakened by the sound of the alarm. It was then that he slowly rubbed his sleepy eyes and walked out onto the deck in his flip-flops, the coconut pattern of his floral shirt swaying comically in the morning light, watching the sea explode into a silver wave. The corners of Shinta Yuanyao's mouth hooked into a dangerous arc. Before anyone could react, she had adjusted her posture, her slender legs bowing against the side of the ship. The tug-of-war between the prey and the hunter really begins at this moment. The sea winds suddenly became violent. Shinta Yuanyao's ponytail fluttered in the wind, just like a hunting war flag. Her back muscles were tense. Her hands gripped the fishing rod, knuckles white from the force. GT fled madly under the surface of the sea. The fishing line was like a bowstring buzzing and trembling, from time to time splashing a piece of crystal bright splashes of water. Don't rush to close the line. Let it escape first. When it gets tired, then reel in the line. Hai shouted sternly, but as if she hadn't heard her. Her eyes narrowed slightly and she suddenly released the brakes, allowing the GT to sprint again, before slamming down on the rod and straining the line. Lu Xin walked quickly to the stern of the ship, his standing on the slippery deck. Yuan Yao, don't be brave. Who says I'm trying to be brave? Bai Hao looked at the big fish on the surface of the water. Originally sleepy in this will be completely awake. At the moment his shirt was blown by the wind bulging, living like a flowery balloon. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This fish is bigger than me, isn't it? Chapter 60. Do I have so many faults? The surface of the sea suddenly exploded into a huge wave, and GT's silver dorsal fin sliced through the surface of the water, which was more than a meter long. It flung its body frantically, trying to break free from the fishhook. Shinta Yuanyao's body was violently brought forward, her bare feet slipping on the deck. Just in the nick of time, Lu Xin pressed her shoulder. Lend a hand. You can close the line. After a fierce tug-of-war, the 60-pound behemoth finally surfaced, its silver scales gleaming in the sunlight. Although Bai Hao had also gone out to sea to fish, he had rarely seen such a large one, and when he looked up again, the sea water in the distance suddenly boiled, and he could see yellow schools of fish weaving in and out of the water. What kind of fish is that? Is it bluefin tuna? Bai Hao said to Lu Xin on the deck. Not far away a school of 6 bluefin tuna broke through the sea like silver lightning. Their dorsal fins cut through the waves, making dizzying trajectories underwater. Lu Xin heard Bai Hao's words and looked into the distance with his binoculars before he suddenly threw away his cigarette but violently. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Bluefin swarm. Prepare to put up a long line. Bai Hao, you're a real bull. You can even see this. This luck. This is the first time I've seen a bluefin group. 2. Soon a few people will live squid bait thrown to the flanks of the school of fish. so that the fake bait in the tuna line of sight spasmodic swimming. The next few people immersed in the thrill of wildly pulling the tuna. By how? Such a white man is also very lucky to pull up a meter bluefin tunas, but this one of the fish at least a few 100,000. The boat docked only in the evening, and by how asked Ahai to cut up a portion of the good fish to take home, and left the rest to Lu Xin and the others to deal with. By how just went ashore feeling that the whole earth was shaking. Maybe this was the aftermath of sea fishing, and it took half a day to slow down before he could get into a cab. Young man, looking at your outfit, you went sea fishing? How's the catch? Did you catch any giants? By how was busy calming his head, and when he heard the master's words, he replied directly to him without looking up. Too dizzy. I just caught a small tuna. Not a great catch. This master was in his 50s, wearing a white shirt, looking at the road ahead while trying to talk to Bai Hao about fishing. Looking at the excitement on his face, he looked like a fishing guy. Bai Hao put the box with the fish on the passenger side of the car with the lid open. I go, young man powerful this is the bluefin tuna. Right, this fish big belly of the snowflake pattern is really good looking Look at this naked muscle. This fish should be very big Well, we came across a school of bluefin tuna and this meat is from them. You guys are really lucky Last time a few of us old guys went out and didn't meet anything. I'm telling you, when Bai Hao arrived home, it was already past 8 in the evening. Looking at the empty room, Master White has a little money, still working overtime? Harassment JPG. Coco, no time. Do not disturb JPG. Master White has a little money, hard work. I'll prepare a big meal for you tonight. Bai Hao saw that Gao Yike hadn't replied in half a day and knew that she was still busy. Brother-in-law, you're back What's this? Gao Jialu heard the sound of the door opening next door and rushed out, peeking around the box Pak Ho had packed the fish in. What kind of fish is this? It's a good thing. You'll just have to make delicious preparations later. Then Bai Hao big belly out of the box. Big belly is actually the front part of the belly of the fish, close to the head, generally the highest fat content, with a strong grease flavor, melt in the mouth. Looking at the snowflake pattern on the board big belly, Bai Hao will intend to do sashimi, thickly sliced into 1 centimeter or so, in the accompanying dipped in wasabi and soy sauce. As for the case of the midsection and the terracotta, Bai Hao will be placed on an iron plate quickly fried until the surface is charred brown, the center to remain translucent. Cut the midsection into small pieces and spread them on rice. Dripping soy sauce and accompanied by egg yolks and small green onions tastes very good. When Bai Hao was cooking in the kitchen, Xiang Yicheng walked in from the next door with her bare feet, the silk halter nightgown sheathed on her body crooked half of the straps, revealing a thin collarbone, her black hair scattered messily on the side of her neck, the whole person like a cat that is sleepy and not awake. Well, she grunted with a nasal sound before the sleep cleared. What smells so good? The soft voice was husky, and she wrinkled her nose toward where the kitchen was located. What smells so good? I'm starving. Bai Hao, get me some food. Cao Jialu looked at the somewhat messy Xiang Yicheng and pushed the rice that Bai Hao had just served to her, in front of her. Still Jia Jia is the best. What is this? It smells so good. Xiang Yicheng sent a spoonful of rice into his mouth, and the oil from the tuna's midsection exploded in his mouth, not to mention how refreshing it was. It's really good. What kind of fish is this? It's so delicious. Soon Xiang Yicheng swept up the large bowl of rice in front of him. Bai Hao also walked over to the table with a few plates. This is low fat and high protein, especially suitable for the fat loss period. You can eat more. Bai Hao pushed a plate of red body with a charred brown surface in front of Xiang Yicheng. The amount Ahai packed for Bai Hao was so large that the 4 of them might not be able to finish it. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Gao Yike came back in Bai Hao's Audi A8, and like Xiang Yicheng, she was directly attracted to the flavor. The food on the dining table was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon Xiang Yicheng and Gao Jialu were sitting on the sofa with their stomachs, while Gao Yike and Bai Hao were cleaning up in the kitchen. Brother-in-law is not only handsome, but also cooks well and does housework. I must find a brother-in-law like him in the future, Gao Jialu said as she looked at Bai Hao, who was busy in the kitchen. Your sister's not so bad, either. Those two are such a great match, and so are the 2 of us. Sister Haruka, what do the 2 of us match like? We're fit to be losers and let the 2 of them keep us. Xiang Yicheng smiled faintly, recently hooked on the peaceful elite, fighting bloody battles with people late into the night every night, while her live-streaming career had begun to take 3 days to fish and 2 days to sunbathe. Sister Qingqing, why don't you find a boyfriend? You're so good-looking, even though you can't cook and you're not very hard-working. Stop, do I have so many flaws? Sis is so good-looking. There are a ton of people in the live room who want to pursue me, and I can't see any of them. Although Xiang Yicheng finished her sentence in good humor, a hint of despondency appeared at the corner of her eyes as she avoided Gao Jialu's eyes. Chapter 61, How dare you touch my woman? Meow meow meow. Yuan Bo appeared out of nowhere and instantly burrowed into the arms of Gao Jialu, who was talking. Don't see that usually one person and one cat don't deal with each other, But if there's food, Yuan Bao directly transformed into a little cutie, constantly rubbing against Gao Jialu's arms. Meow, meow, give me a purr, you stinking cat, meow. After making Gao Jialu happy, he took some trimmings from the refrigerator and put them in Yuan Bao's rice bowl. The morrow, Bai Hao followed Gao Yike to the company early in the morning. Recently the project of the waterfront green city will soon be completed, and have to deal with a series of problems such as pre-sale sales, so the driver Xiaobai cannot sleep at home, can only go to the company to make up for the sleep. Bai Hao sleepily listened to old Zhang report on the next arrangements. We intend to use the Golden Autumn Home Buying Festival as a marketing tool, together with the previous incentives for channels to bring in customers. With the experience we had last time, we'll definitely do better than last time. This time, we've also had a number of customers before who have chosen our remodeling business along with their purchase of our house. Just as Lao Zhan was gushing out his report, noisy sounds suddenly came from outside, and Lao Zhan opened the door of his office to ask a watching colleague outside, "What happened?" This employee looked at old Zhang in embarrassment and said in a thin voice, "Mr. Zhang, Sister Qinyu, she's leaving." Lao Zhang carefully recalled in his mind who was Qinyu. After thinking for half a day, he remembered an employee with chestnut brown shoulder-length hair slightly curled and fluffy, always wearing a pair of small pearl earrings on her earlobes. She seemed to like to wear knitted dresses and then a long oatmeal-colored cardigan over it, always with a temperament that was warm and intellectual. What was her name? You mean Fong Qinyu? She's leaving her job? Why? Although Lao Zhan understands the departure, but the salary of the founder's building is not the highest in the industry, but it is also one of the industry, and the project of the waterfront castle will soon be able to send a bonus. This time period to leave? Really do not understand, but leaving is, after all, a personal matter. The old Zhang also did not ask the specific reasons. A serious face asked, "Leave your job and leave your job. Why all the noise? You go, tell them to stop making noise. If you want to see them off, just find time after work to send it to Fong Qinyu. It's work time. There's so much work. Are you all done?" Old Zhan was usually seldom angry with his employees, but it was really inappropriate to make a noise in the company in broad daylight. "Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll be right there." After saying that, he ran to the entrance of the company with small steps, only to see a group of people surrounding the entrance of the company, and the sound of crying and fighting kept coming out from the crowd. "How else do you want me to forgive you?" The woman who spoke was pale, her eyes were thickly bruised, and the corners of her mouth were bruised and purple. "I am not going to forgive you. Go away. I will divorce you, if you don't want to talk to my lawyer." After hearing this woman's words, the man from the crowd looked at Fong Qinyu's eyes with a firm expression and said, "I really know I'm wrong. I'll change. Please forgive me this time. I really know I'm wrong. I won't do it again next time." And on one knee, with roses pulled out of nowhere, trying to gain forgiveness, "I am not going to forgive you. It's not once or twice you've done this. You've even domesticated me. I'm not going to be soft this time. Just go away." The woman's voice has not yet fallen. The man violently stood up and kicked over the company's entrance to the green plants. Ceramic flower pots clatter broken all over the place. The man tugged at the collar of his shirt, and on closer inspection his eyes were bloodshot, and he smelled faintly of alcohol, and although it was covered by perfume, it wasn't hard to tell that he should have been drinking all night last night. He yanked on Fong Qinyu's wrist with such force that her entire body stumbled. The surrounding co-workers stopped in their tracks. Some looked on in shock, others looked down and walked away quickly, but none of them came forward to stop them. "Let go." Her voice was unexpectedly cold. "This is my company, not a place for you to make a scene." "Not the place to make a scene?" He laughed a hideous laugh, his voice rising, drawing more sideways glances. "So you're right when you're trying to get a divorce behind my ing back?" Fong Qinyu took a deep breath, forcing back the trembling, staring into his eyes word by word. "You beat women. You cheat. You lie. You're lazy. You spent all of my $200,000 plus in savings on that vixen. What part of you do you think is worthy of me continuing to put up with it?" The man raised his hand violently as if he was about to slam it down again in the next second, but was stopped at that moment by Gao Yike. Fong Qinyu is an old employee that Gao Yike brought over from Jingwu Real Estate before, and naturally she can't stand by and watch her accident. "You're a big man. You have the nerve to hit and beat a woman. Are you still a man?" When this man saw that Gao Yike still dared to make a move to stop him, he didn't know whether it was through the strength of alcohol or his words hurt him, but he even reached out to hit Gao Yike. Just as the palm was about to reach Gao Yike's face, Bai Hao scurried out from the crowd and opened the man's hand, followed by a punch to his body. "How dare you? How dare you touch my woman? You guys are just gonna stand there and watch? Won't you call security?" It was only then that two male co-workers stepped in to hold the man, who struggled and broke down. "Who are you? What do you care what happens between us as a couple? You're an outsider." The man was still struggling as he was being held by the two men. but he looked at Bai Hao with some timidity, knowing that Bai Hao was probably the owner of the company before he tried to stall with the couple's family business. Between husband and wife? Then what are you doing hitting my woman? As Bai Hao's words fell, the company's co-workers seemed to have eaten some kind of big melon for a moment, and although their faces were shocked for a moment, no one dared to show it. Instead, they looked at the man with an expression of "you're finished." The man was still struggling and growling. "I'm telling you I won't agree to a divorce. Don't even think about it. You think you'll be better off if you get divorced. Mine won't agree. You're dead set on getting rid of me. I'm not that little cutie who just cries anymore." She looked at him coldly and, "I've called the police. They'll be here in a minute." The man froze, his eyes changing from fury to a twisted resignation. He knew this time the woman in front of him would not look back. After breaking free of the two men's restraints, he flew away from the door of the founder's building. Fang Qinyu lost some color when she saw him running away. It was as if she was pondering how she could have fallen for a man like the one in front of her. Gao Yike looked at Fang Qinyu, who was in a daze, and brought her to the office. Bai Hao spoke to Li Xiaoyu and asked her to tell the security guard downstairs if she didn't want to do her job, and not to let strangers in again, especially this one today, so that they could tune the surveillance and make sure that this person could never come in again. After Bai Hao left, the female co-workers in the company imitated Bai Hao's earlier actions and did the same to the co-workers around them. "How dare you touch my woman? Ha 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 ha, how dare you touch my woman?" My colleagues in the finance office just sat down in their chairs and started gossiping. "Mr. White and Mr. Gao are together. Do you know? You don't know? Mr. Gao sent a friend circle. Wow, those two are so good together. Mr. Bai is so rich and handsome, and Mr. Gao is so good-looking and capable. Really envious, so envious of Mr. Gao. It's a perfect match." Chapter 62. Brother Bai. Brother Kuan? Inside Gao Yike's office, Fang Qinyu sat on the sofa in front of her and kept sobbing in a small voice as Gao Yike kept handing her paper. "You're leaving your job because it's about your husband? Bah! Which scumbag?" Gao Yike listened to Fang Qinyu crying while telling her about the excessive things her husband had done. The usual good food and laziness is not to mention. A year ago did not go to work. Spend the money earned by Fang Qinyu in the outside to find a small. Has been several times, but before Fang Qinyu all chose to forgive. But the company's last bonus issued by the company was also he got away. She mentioned a few sentences. Then was domestic violence. Gao Yike listened to the fists in his hands clenching tighter and tighter, itching to beat him face to face. This scum. It's outrageous. No, you have to get a divorce or you're screwed for the rest of your life. Coco, I was going to leave my job, leave Mordor, and go back home. Gao Yike listened to her ridiculous decision and strongly disagreed. Go back to what old home? You go back to your old home. What are you going to do to support yourself? I told you you are not allowed to leave your job. You have to stay. This time I figured out that I must divorce him. I must live my life in the magic city. When Fang Qinyu uttered these words, her entire body seemed to be glittering, and Gao Yike saw this and knew that she should have figured it out. That's good. I'll give you a half day off today. I'll have Xiao Wang bring 2 security guards to accompany you and go move your stuff. Gao Yike remembers that Fang Qinyu seems to have never bought a house in Magic City with that scumbag, but has always rented a house. Think of you, Coco. Master White has a little money. Was I handsome just now? Awesome JPG. Master White has a little bit of money. Quickly compliment me. How is she doing? Coco, you scumbags. You're really too much. Exasperation JPG. White Master has a little money. I'm not a hero saving a beauty. How did I become a scum? Innocent JPG. Coco, men are all big pigs, hooves and scum. Coco, here's the thing. Coco, so you men are all scum. I don't want to talk to you. Bai Hao watched as Gao Yike recounted what happened and looked at the message on his cell phone with a helpless face, remembering that the man couldn't help but curse at him just now. Scum. This dog. What a disgrace. The sleepiness in the morning was all gone. Last night Xiang Yicheng gave him a recommendation for the peaceful elite. Bai Hao played a little bit okay, but every time as a person, really cannot beat the 4 people. Matched to the teammates. Simply do not listen to the words of Bai Hao. Will you or won't you? What are you doing charging up there all by yourself? I'm really convinced. If you don't die, how will we get flushed? Bai Hao just opened his mic and sprayed his teammates, and he was quickly taken away by a couple people with AK-47s. No more games, too much food for these guys. By the time he looked out the window, it was already noon, and Bai Hao stretched a little. Master White has a bit of money. Are you going to eat? Master White has a little money. How about a hot pot for lunch? Delicious JPG. Coco, yes. Gao Yike's original anger towards the scum of the morning has all subsided, but also remembered Bai Hao talking in the morning, and couldn't help but face a red. I'm his woman. When Bai Hao and Gao Yike went downstairs, the surrounding colleagues all cast a wave of envy. The female ones envied Gao Yike for finding a man like Bai Hao who was handsome, rich and loved him, while the male ones not only envied Bai Hao for being able to find such a goddess as Gao Yike, but also envied by Hao for his financial strength and good looks. Midday sunlight pierced through a patterned floor-to-ceiling window, haloing a haze over a boiling pot of gas. A city hot pot restaurant lobby has long been filled to capacity. The noise of people mixed with the bottom of the pot gulp-gulp sound of rolling. Groups of diners are seated around square tables, with beef and mutton rolls rolling in the red frying pan, and fresh mushrooms and tender tofu floating in the broth. Chopsticks are intertwined, spoons are stirred, and the sound of food being pinched, glasses being clinked, and laughter being heard in the steamy air. The waiters nimbly walk through with trays in their hands, answering the greetings of soup and food additions in a loud voice that still shone through the hubbub. As soon as the new arrivals push the door, they are hit with the rich aroma of peppercorns. The waiting area at the door was already filled with several groups of people, some swiping their cell phones, others unable to stop looking at the full restaurant and anxiously counting how many tables were still ahead. Inside, a child clutched candy and trotted down the aisle, only to be yanked back by his mother. Mouth agape. Mom, is the meat ready yet? On the far left is a group of young people look like the neighborhood office workers, is gathered around a boiling 9-grid hot pot, red soup rolling, spicy aroma overflowing, beer bottles clinking, tripe in the hot butter, dipped in the oil dish into the mouth, hot straight breath, but smiling and thumbs up. Yes, this hot pot restaurant is very lively and full of the city's smoky atmosphere. The waiter standing at the door saw by Hao approaching and hurriedly picked up the intercom in his hand and shouted, Quinn, come on, your big brother is here. Gone. Immediately after the inside of a 40-something years old look middle-aged jogged out. In the intercom constantly said, tell him inside please, don't make him wait in line, just tell him there's room inside. I'll be right over. Borrowing the noon sunlight to see clearly, this is a board with an inch head, also mixed with a few silver threads, sideburns shaved extremely short, chin slightly raised, a old jungle faction, wearing a dark red plated Chinese plated lab coat, cuffs rolled up to the elbow, revealing a sturdy little arm, above a shallow scar. Looking toward the door is a face of anticipation and happiness. Bai Hao's figure also appeared in his eyes. Brother Bai, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Why did you remember to come to my little brother's place this time? Bai Hao is still telling Gao Yike that this hot pot restaurant is very hot. If you come in the evening you have to wait in line for 2 hours. At noon there are relatively few people. Kuan, why are you still out? Bai Hao said as he looked at Zhou Kuan, who was running at a trot. Brother Bai, can I not greet you personally when you come? Zhou Kuan patted Bai Hao's shoulder, measured a bit, saw the next wearing a set of well-tailored navy double-breasted suit, with a straight barge collar, inside a silk beige shirt, collar with a simple pearl brooch, with a pair of high-waisted straight western pants of the same color. The draping fabric modifies the long legs, and good-looking and very capable. Zhou Kuan knows Bai Hao better. This should be his object. This can't be sister-in-law. Brother Bai, you've gotten the hang of it. I said why don't you fall in love? So it's because you're waiting for your sister-in-law. Gao Yike listened to the conversation between the two of them is very strange. According to normal Bai Hao called Zhou Kuan for Kuan brother no problem, because Zhou Kuan then Bai Hao older than more than 20 years old that, but Zhou Kuan called Bai Hao for Bai brother, but also called his sister-in-law. This sounds not right, but look at their familiar appearance. This should be a story. Quinn, I'd like to introduce you. This is the love of my life. Gao Yike, Coco, this is my big brother Zhou Kuan. Just call him Kuan. After Bai Hao finished introducing the two, Gao Yike's face was red and full of shyness as he followed suit and shouted, Hello Quinn. Chapter 63, still dare to ride on my body? After Zhou Kuan personally put the ingredients away, he said hello and went out, and said before leaving, Brother Bai, call me directly if you need anything. Inside the private room of the hot pot restaurant, the boiling red oil made a gurgling sound in the pot. Bai Hao fiddled with them all with his long chopsticks and mumbled, 7 on 8. Gao Yike picked up a small piece of crispy pork covered in soup, the red oil on it still dripping down. Gao Yike usually ate Mandarin duck hot pots, half spicy and half tomato, but had never eaten a pot with half of the base all chili and half butter. Bai Hao gave her a chopstick of lime green gonzo and put it in her bowl. Their tribute vegetables are made by themselves from green lettuce around the time of frost in the fall. It has the flavor of home. Try it. It's really good. It's crunchy to eat. You come here often? Gao Yike watched Bai Hao skillfully brain flour, yellow throat, bamboo fungus into the pot. The kind of spicy beef wrapped in chili noodles. Gao Yike looked and felt spicy. After eating for a short while, he watched as Gao Yike was sweating profusely, and his mouth was still making sounds of ssssh. Bai Hao hurriedly passed the mash ice powder in front of her. The crystallized ice floated with osmanthus brew and purple taro balls. With a spoonful, the originally fiery mouth became icy cold. Well, this is the best one. When I went to college in Mordor, when I craved for the taste of my hometown, I often came to this hot pot restaurant, and that's how I met with Cohen. He and I are both from Sichuan province, kind of an old hometown. Bai Hao's memory all of a sudden back to school. Although the university is not as salty as it is now, but learning is not learning at all. When you have time, you like to go to the riverside, and travel around a little bit poor. Then how come he calls you white? Jo Kuan has a child, with Bai Hao about the same age. A few years ago got a very serious disease. Jo Kuan, in order to give the child treatment, borrowed a lot of money, but in the face of astronomical treatment costs, can only put the family's real estate and this hot pot store all mortgaged out. Just in time to catch up with Bai Hao came to dinner when found not open. Called to ask about this matter. When Bai Hao has been a day into the 30 million tycoon. See in the hometown and good relations on the part of the direct swing to Jo Kuan to the children's treatment of the money out of the money, but also give him the hot pot store to redeem. At that time desperate Jo Kuan almost did not directly to the White Hao on his knees shouting father. The two again and again under the negotiation. Jo Kuan to the money as a loan. The hot pot store every month 80% of the profits are transferred to the White Hao, and in the name of the call is also directly called the White Brother. The grace of saving the daughter is greater than ever. That's fine, man. So you're the big shareholder and owner of this store. After Gao Yike was with Bai Hao, her personality wasn't as high and cold as before, at least in front of Bai Hao. Boss, give me another serving of this mashed icy noodles. Make it a big one. Bai Hao went to the back kitchen in his red apron and brought Gao Yike a big bowl of mashed ice powder. Jo Kuan wanted to deliver it himself, but Bai Hao stopped him. By the time the two finished their meal, there were many fewer people in the hot pot restaurant, and Bai Hao left after chatting with Jo Kuan for a while. Gao Yike then continued to go to work, while Bai Hao started the afternoon battlefield simulation session, directly boarding the peaceful elite, but this time he called Xiang Yicheng, who had just woken up from a nap, and finally managed to find a full complement of 4 teammates. Xiang Yicheng is, after all, the anchor to find teammates is very powerful. An afternoon, Bai Hao followed them 10 consecutive chickens. If it is not Gao Yike knocking on the door, Bai Hao will also be here to continue to play. In the evening, Bai Hao made garlic oatmeal, shredded pork with fish, braised pork, and pan-fried tuna, and his sister-in-law and Xiang Yicheng had gotten used to eating Bai Hao's cooking in the evening. Brother-in-law, your cooking is so delicious, so much better than our school cafeterias. As usual, my sister-in-law was a hoot, taking big gulps of dry rice. Gao Jiaolu, since the last time to be praised, is also considered to be peaceful through a period of time. Academic performance in the school is also a straight line up. A few days ago the examination or the school's top 3. The teacher is fast to her as the meat and potatoes. Are you still playing after dinner later? Xiang Yicheng and Gao Yike chatted as they ate and watched Bai Hao finish eating before asking, don't you have to broadcast live at night? Gao Yike looked at her. Her own best friend is simply a lazy person. Anchor this job. People are regularly scheduled to open the live broadcast, so as to absorb the popularity, and Xiang Yicheng daily open broadcast time is not fixed. Sometimes even do not broadcast. I do not know how she feeds herself. I want to play games at night. I don't want to broadcast live. Coco told you that last time an ingrate swiped more than 100 rockets for me in one breath, and I got 30,000 directly, and I also want to take a break for 2 days. Xiang Yicheng said with his fingers, then 3 bargaining with Gao Yike. Bai Hao stared helplessly at Xiang Yicheng and was close to writing the word ingrate on his head. You don't know how to save some money. Xiang Yicheng is a typical moonlighter, and Gao Yike didn't spare her at the end of the month. Got it. I'll start live tomorrow. It would be nice if a company would sign me, but it's just not very free. After Xiang Yicheng finished speaking, she and her sister-in-law went to brush the dishes, and Gao Yike stipulated that the two of them can't eat for free without doing any work, while she is the one who pays for the meat. When the two went to the next door 501 originally sitting on the sofa, Gao Yike all of a sudden flipped over to Bai Hao, who was playing the game, and sat directly on Bai Hao's body, grabbing his cell phone. For Mr. Bai's courageous act this morning, say what reward you want. Gao Yike said condescendingly to Bai Hao. Anything? I want to experience a flight attendant. No, it's too shameful. At best, I'll choose the drawer below. Gao Yike sheepishly looked at the bedroom drawer. That's fine. I'll take the lace fishing net stockings from Parisian House. Bai Hao said as he picked up Gao Yike and threw her onto the bed, rummaging through a drawer and pulling out a pair of white stockings. Wait for me. Not long after Gao Yike's long legs, decorated with white stockings, looked white and slender. The lace pattern was full of temptation. Bai Hao looked at the long legs in front of him. His breath lagged, and his eyes became fiery. Small movements also began, his fingertips slowly moving up along her calves, feeling the texture of the fishing net stockings. Gao Yike slightly inclined her head, her eyelashes shaking off a shadow in the dim light. Her breathing, though light, was obviously faster than earlier. Was it good? It's beautiful. He smiled lowly, palms resting on her ankles, thumbs rubbing against the slender bones with just the right amount of force between gentleness and control. Gao Yike's toes unconsciously curled a little, the fine mesh of her stockings straining, revealing slightly pink skin. Bai Hao's hand stopped at the edge of the lace that clung to his skin and the temperature in the air rose suddenly, both of them looking at each other with fiery eyes. The knots in Bai Hao's throat rolled and he finally lost his patience. And like a wild animal, he violently pressed her into the mattress, the fishing net stockings being torn open under the force. All that was heard was a rip. In a few moments a pleasant voice came from the room and, "Still ride me no? Still dare to provoke me no? Don't dare? What wouldn't you dare? Sis, let me see if it's useless trash." Bai Hao's body tossed and turned like a brute, like a mess of mud, like Gao Yike. After tossing and turning for a long time, the two of them ended up drifting off to sleep in Gao Yike's surrender. Chapter 64 doesn't know any moderation at all. It was past 9 o'clock when the morning sunlight lazily filled the room. Gao Yike unprecedentedly had not yet gotten up, the whole person like a tired and lazy cat, curled up in the quilt, fingertips unconsciously stroked over the red marks on her collarbone, her mind uncontrollably replaying last night's fragmented images, Bai Hao's low voice, his taut back muscles, and that pair of palms that could always easily take control of her. TCH, she bit her lip, the tips of her ears burning, and hurriedly buried her face in the covers. The zippy sound of frying eggs came from the kitchen, and the aroma of butter and coffee wafted through the air. She quietly braced herself and looked out through the doorway. Bai Hao was already fully dressed, dark gray shirt cuffs pulled up to his elbows, a cartoon apron tied around his waist. His egg-beating movements were clean and sharp, the side of his face was well-defined in the morning light, his jaw was slightly taut, and he was just too handsome. Gao Yike just wanted to get out of bed, and only when her toes touched the carpet. The roots of her legs were so sore and weak that she almost didn't stand still. She held her waist and huffed. "I blame you," she accused in a small voice, her voice still a little muffled. "No moderation at all. No mercy at all." Ha! Bai Hao had already prepared breakfast. The toast was toasted just right, caramelized and crispy. The ruffled eggs were fried with a circle of golden crispy edges around the edges, and a cup of steaming latte was placed next to it. Gao Yike shuffled out, the silk nightgown on her body hanging loosely over her shoulders, revealing half of her collarbone. She lazily nestled into the sofa like a cat that had been overrun by Rua, squinting her eyes as she surveyed the food in front of her. On the side, Yuan Bao jumped down from the top of the giant cat climbing frame that Bai Hao had bought for him, and started meowing directly at Gao Yike. "This is your place. Ha!" And screaming, Yuan Bao, because Bai Hao had picked it up from outside, was usually more polite to Bai Hao in the house, and the others couldn't even get close to it unless you had food. A good cat is one that can bend and bend. "Genpu, come here," Bai Hao said as he placed the trimmings of the thawed tuna in his food bowl and added a couple scoops of cat food. "This stinky cat is all spoiled by you. Don't give it food." Gao Yike was angry to see Yuan Bao meekly pleasing Bai Hao. "Meow, meow, meow." Bai Hao helped Gao Yike to the dining table and looked at her weak appearance, saying with great pain, "Why don't you skip the office today and get some rest? It's okay if the office doesn't go for a day anyway. That won't do. I'm the strong woman who has to maintain you. Where will I get my paycheck if I don't go to work?" "No, I'll go after dinner in a little while." Gao Yike listened to the words of Bai Hao, directly refused. Mentioned the package Bai Hao all of a sudden seems to be full of blood resurrection. Just like this Gao Yike wearing a misty gray double-breasted wool suit. Inside a cold-toned beige and white silk stand-up collar shirt. The collar tip don't have two very fine platinum lapel pins. Looking very temperament. In addition to the Gao Yike's exquisite face. Simply absolutely absolute sun. When Gao Yike sat in Bai Hao's car, she happened to reveal the Van Cleef & Arpels 4-leaf clover necklace on her neck, bright and shiny, and the whole person's temperament was warm and gentle for a few more points, which was bought by Bai Hao when he was idle and bored before he went to the company downstairs, and it was mainly because it looked very suitable for Gao Yike's temperament. "Master White, drive!" At Gao Yike's order, Bai Hao drove the Rolls-Royce from before and drove on the roads of Magic City. It was already almost 11 o'clock, and there weren't a lot of cars on the roads. Bai Hao had wanted to find Xiang Yicheng to play the game, but she had to live stream to make up for her previous hours, so she could only be bored and brush her friend's circle, and happened to see it. "When you has arrived in the country. Thank you for your concern." Positioned in the Magic City, the messages in the small group of 4 in the college dorm room kept flashing. "Hiroko, the class president said he's organizing a class reunion tomorrow night. You have to go. The class president gave me a death order, saying he won't let me go if you don't go." Old Xia sent a message to Bai Haodong in the group. "Hiroko, just go, or the class president won't leave me alone." "Old Xia, what's wrong with you Class president how so back then that point, he has not forgotten I'm really convinced, he still has that screenshot. He's really not afraid of taking up memory." Wenzi in the group to the Old Summer to fight. Old Summer in college is the new media studio, usually responsible for some classroom multimedia equipment screen, so the phone is used to the one-key screencasting. As a result, the class president in the multimedia equipment screencasting speech rehearsal, The old Xia's cell phone automatically connected to the classroom projector. The entire classroom screen rotation of his collection of learning materials collection. The file name is also marked with a detailed classification. Just after the dance art appreciation folder, it automatically jumped to the next late-night cramming Japanese listening advancement, which was cancelled in a panic. But the head of the class took a screenshot and photographed it. Are you guys going? I can make the trip if they're all going. Go, must go. It's the first party after 3 years of graduation. I have to dress up, Li Jun said flirtatiously in the group. During this period of time, Li Jun can be said to be 100% committed at work, full of thoughts about giving Ruo Chao a future. It is rare to have time to go out to play. That's fine. I haven't had much to do lately. After a final discussion, Bai Hao also agreed to attend the reunion together. Recently, Lao Zhang and Gao Yike have been busy with the project of Waterfront Green City, and the construction site of Waterfront Green City will be completed soon. Construction site gate. 3 mud-soaked construction trucks roared out, and Meng Hanyu stood in the passenger seat of the lead vehicle, the scars on his arms glistening with oil in the sunlight. The dust that swirled up as the convoy went out mesmerized the crowd, and those workers who stood still squinted in disbelief. I heard that Meng is going to form his own construction team? I've signed up. Old Chow slammed his helmet to the ground, revealing a florid white slab of hair. Damn, this kid, the last time we hit the concrete, that kid swung a vibrating rod for 10 hours. I smoked 3 packs of cigarettes and I didn't even see him take a break. His dentures clacked as he spoke, and spittle splattered on old Zhao's overalls. Young skinny monkey like Li Ergo squatted on the rusty pile of rebar, scab scars showing through the torn holes in the knees of his overalls. He suddenly hammed and hawed. Old Chow Tao, didn't you say before that people are little brats who go through the motions? Isn't it? That cousin of his is the boss of our head office, but this little Meng is really hard on himself too. Still called Little Meng. You'll have to call him Mr. Meng from now on. A dry laugh erupted from the crowd. Old King slowly lit a red plum, squinting his yellowed eyes through the smoke. You guys know a ball. The first time this kid came back to the site, swinging a sledgehammer stance stunned me, but then Mr. Lee's care, and let me suspect I didn't think there was really someone behind it. Stop huddling here. If you don't stop working, you'll lose all your pay today. And what the are you looking at? If you guys have relatives like that, you can yourselves too. Oldly under the contractor Zhang Baldi is on the second floor boarding room window tearing his voice cursing. He knew that Meng Hanyu to those who can be recruited to his command. He is almost no one to use, but there is no way. Who let him behind someone? Chapter 65, Don't think beautifully if you're handsome. At 6:30 in the evening, the setting sun tinted the skyline a honey color. Bai Hao's Dalao slowly stopped at the red light at the park intersection. Gao Yike rolled down the window, and the evening breeze with the fragrance of flowers immediately poured in. Look over there. Gao Yike suddenly whispered. Bai Hao looked in the direction she was pointing. A man in dark blue work clothes was straddling a motorized cart, his cuffs still stained with a few spots of motor oil. His gaze went to the sand pool in the play area of the park in the distance, where a little girl with a crooked crook was waving a pink plastic shovel and giving orders like a general. This is my castle. If you want to play you have to pay the entrance fee. 3 leaves. A few small boys cowering at the edge of the sand pool. A bull just want to move forward. The little girl immediately plunged the shovel into the sand, splashing fine sand in the setting sun like a golden waterfall. On a bench in the distance, a young mother in a light purple dress couldn't help but burst out laughing, the children's book in her hand rocking gently along with her. The man ran over there in 3 strides, not even realizing that half a screwdriver had fallen out of the pocket of his overalls. Nui Nui, he shouted, and the little girl turned her head with bright, fine sand still clinging to the ends of her hair. The next second, the pink shovel snapped and fell to the sand, and the little girl rushed into her father's open arms like a little cannonball, stuffing 2 sandy prints on his motor oil-scented work clothes. Did Daddy fix the big crane today? It's fixed. It's taller than the blocks you built yesterday. Can you show me then? Wait for the weekend. The man suddenly turned his head and coughed twice, pulling a melted and deformed ice cream from his pocket by magic. Tired of playing? Let's treat our little princess first. The young mother approached, her fingertips gently brushing a gray hair off her husband's shoulder. The 3 of them squeezed into the small electric car looked like a cluster of dandelions swaying in the evening breeze. When the electric car drove past Bai Hao's window, he saw the little girl trying to lift the ice cream between her parents, and the melted cream dripped onto her father's license plate, seeping into the words, Mechanic Team, Zhang Jianguo. The red light turned green. The car restarted the moment Gao Yike suddenly gripped Bai Hao's hand on the steering wheel. In the rearview mirror, the small electric car full of laughter is turning into the shade of the sycamore at the entrance of the alley. The car tied to the rear of the colorful windmill turned out a circle of fuzzy halo. So happy. I want a little kid too. Buddy, do you want a boy or a girl? Gao Yike held Bai Hao's hand, his eyes filled with a desire to learn. I like them all. For a girl I would like to be smart and capable like you and so pretty, and if it's a boy, I would like to be as handsome as I am, and then as capable as you are. Nice try. Gao Yike listened to Bai Hao's reply. The corners of her mouth unconsciously turned upwards, revealing a sweet smile. Perhaps this was the plain and simple happiness she wanted. I'm so handsome, why can't I think pretty? If you're handsome, you can't think so beautifully. How can you have it all that way? I just want it all. I don't just want a girl, I want a boy too. As the two of them bickered, Bai Hao drove the car to Sycamore Court, having not returned here in a long time. When the car slowly approached the gate of the district, Bai Hao and Gao Yike saw Chow in the guard post from afar, crouching in the corner with his back arched, holding the cell phone in his right hand and pressing it tightly to his ear. The glass was well insulated, but you could still vaguely hear the voice on the other end of the phone. Daddy, Grandma is very sick this time, and Mommy and I are in the hospital taking care of her. When will Daddy be back? Chow's face was illuminated by the dim postlight, and there were a few undried tear tracks on his cheekbones. He was just silent, his throat choked as if by something, and it took him a long time to squeeze out a sentence. I'll do it as soon as I can, and you tell Mom not to get too tired. Dad will be back in a few days. His voice was so low it was almost inaudible, as if he were speaking to himself. However, this silence was soon rudely torn apart. Where's the security guard? Where the hell is he? A black Audi S6 crossed in front of the gate, windows rolled down, stretching out an arm wearing a large gold chain, frantically tapping the car horn. The ear-piercing honk echoed at the entrance to the neighborhood, drawing sidelong glances from other homeowners. Chow then realized that the car was coming, hastily wiped his face, stood up and prepared to push the window to operate. He just approached the window. Bang! A fist wearing an emerald trigger finger slammed hard against the glass, shaking the entire post with a buzzing sound. Chow was startled and subconsciously took half a step back. Blind thing, the man in the car had pushed his way down, dressed in a flashy LV top and chainmail pants, with a large gold chain around his neck that dazzled the eyes. He rushed to the post in a few steps and slapped the glass again. How long have I been yelling? Deaf or playing games? His face was red, spit splattered on the glass, and he could smell a strong odor of alcohol through the window. Chow's hand holding the cell phone was still shaking, and the voice of Chow's daughter on the other end of the line continued. Dad, Dad. But Chow couldn't be bothered to listen anymore, and could only push away from the window for a moment, struggling to stabilize his tone. Sir, please cooperate with the registration. Log you off. The man raged, grabbing Chow by the collar and trying to yank him out of the post, shaking his hand and slapping him. Snap! The crisp ringing sound was extraordinarily harsh, and Chow staggered a few steps before he could stand still, his cheeks burning, and his cell phone falling to the ground. His daughter's anxious shouts coming from the receiver. Dad? Daddy, what's wrong with you? His lips trembled as he tried to bend down and pick up the phone, only to have the man stomp on it. MD, how dare a watchdog delay me? Tick. The convoy behind the Audi had long been lined up, and the owner of the Bentley at the front of the line honked his horn impatiently, the window down, the driver looking coldly at the farce with a stony look in his eyes. By this time, Bai Hao's finger had already pressed on the door handle, and just as he was about to get out of the car, a middle-aged man in a suit came running at a fast pace, his leather shoes stepping out on the asphalt with a sharp sound. Hello sir, you can talk to me if you have any questions. The man froze for a moment, looking at the suited manager in front of him, but the anger in his eyes was not gone. What's going on in your Thai neighborhood? Security guards playing games at work? You want to die? The manager looked at Chow, whose cell phone was still vibrating on the floor. The word daughter lit up on the screen, but the call had been forcibly terminated. Sir, what building are you the owner of? I need to verify that. The manager's tone was calm, but it carried a majesty that could not be refused. I'm not the owner. I'm a friend of Boss Zhang from Unit 6, 201. The man yelled, but was short of breath as the owners of the row of luxury cars behind him were already honking their horns impatiently, and a couple of the drivers even got out of their cars and looked at him coldly. The manager smiled slightly. I'm sorry, non-owners need to register to enter. Please cooperate with the work or we will have to call the police to deal with it. The man gritted his teeth and finally wimped out, cursing as he got back into his car and slammed on the gas to drive off to the side. Bai Hao retracted his sight, but his afterglow caught a glimpse of Chow silently picking up his cell phone and wiping the ash off the screen, as if he was redialing, but there were too many cars behind him, so he went in with the traffic. Chapter 66, Shameless? This is the realm of no self. Bai Hao has known Chow since he moved to Sycamore Court, and now that he's in trouble, Bai Hao won't stand by and do nothing, so he parked the car and walked with Gao Yike to the entrance of the neighborhood. At this time the man in the Audi S6 car, still cursing on the phone, complaining about the broken rules of this broken neighborhood, threatening to never come to this hole. The property manager dialed a few phone calls to verify that it is indeed a friend of the owner of Unit 6, 201 Zhang. but the owner of Zhang said that he did not know this person at all, and the man did not get through to the owner of Zhang's phone. I'm sorry, the owner says he doesn't know you and we can't let you in, so please get out of here right now, sir, or we'll call the police on you. The manager was originally worried that the man would mess around, but he wasn't even the owner, and his face wasn't as reverent as it should have been, and he said in a stern tone, Sycamore Court is one of the best neighborhoods in Magic City, and the person standing behind it is not someone he can afford to mess with. TMD. The man had wanted to dial Boss Zhang's number again, but in the end, he drove off, and soon the man's yelling and cursing completely disappeared into the sound of the engine. Old Chow, what's wrong with you? You were playing a game just now? It's a good thing he's not the owner. If he was, you'd be out of business. The manager saw the man's car disappear from sight before speaking to Chow. Chow's phone rang again as he spoke. Hello, Dad? What just happened? So many honking horns. Chow's daughter's voice was tinged with a bit of a sob. Chow's throat tightened and his eyes warmed up again, but he just wiped the corners of his eyes with his sleeve and smiled. It's okay, one of the owners has a broken horn that won't stop honking, and the repairman is fixing it. Really? Really? When has Daddy ever lied to you? Daddy, don't be too tired. Mommy and I will wait for you to come back. Chow choked, blinking hard to hold back the tears, and replied in a muffled voice. Well, Daddy knows. He didn't look up immediately after hanging up the phone, just stared fixedly at the surveillance screen in front of him for a few seconds before reaching up to adjust his hat and straighten the collar that had just been torn. Old Chow, your daughter? Is your family sick? Outside, the working people are most afraid of getting a phone call at night. This manager is also out of work. Look at Chow's look, know what is going on, but he cannot promise anything. Wotong court security, but a meat and potatoes. Outside, do not know how many people waiting for that. If Chow took leave to go home, and then come back to the work, may not be able to do. By this time, Bai Hao and Gao Yike had already walked to the post, and the manager happened to come out of the door, and when he saw Bai Hao coming, he rushed up to greet him. Mr. Bai, sorry for delaying you from going home for the night. We've taken care of it, and we won't delay your precious time next time. This manager just finished his words. Bai Hao asked what happened to Lao Chow. After learning the general situation, let the manager give Chow half a month's vacation, and then back pay for a few months. This money Bai Hao out, but need to say this. Yes, if you speak, Mr. White, I will do as I say. Like the Sycamore Court, such a neighborhood, the owner is the sky. Bai Hao's financial strength of other owners are not clear. They property of the most understanding. Bai Hao in the downstairs supermarket consumption can be in the Magic City to buy several sets of houses. As long as Bai Hao opened his mouth, their property will not be refused. Thank you, Mr. Bai. Really, I thank Mr. Bai for old Chow. The manager had all but taken 2 steps, but still turned his head to Bai Hao. Bai Hao just waved his hand and went to the supermarket downstairs to buy some of Gao Yike's toiletries, and some food, and went upstairs. And Chow was still sitting at his post, watching the cars coming and going on the monitor, occasionally clicking the mouse a few times to register information. His eyes fell to the screen of his cell phone, where a text message from his wife was a few short words. Mom stabilized, so don't worry and take care of yourself. The Thai gave me half a month's vacation, and I'm going back tomorrow. You take care of Mom. He tried to think of something to reply to but deleted it, just gently putting his phone down and continuing to stare at the monitor. Bai Hao was looking down and pulling out his key to open the door, and Gao Yike was carrying a supermarket shopping bag, his brows slightly furrowed, still pondering over the woman he had just rubbed shoulders with in the fresh produce section. Who the hell is she? I loved her in a drama before. She stomped her foot in chagrin. Why can't I remember? Bai Hao glanced at her, and the key turned the lock cylinder with a click. This neighborhood is pretty star-studded. Why don't you just knock on doors and ask? Gao Yike lightly grunted and followed him into the house, her gaze slyly teasing. Mr. White, you're not hiding a woman here, are you? Bai Hao smoothly rested the shopping bag on the foyer cabinet and turned to look at her with a smirk. Aren't you? His arm reached out and took her by the waist and brought her toward the landing. Here, the Huangpu River, the Bund, the night view with the beauty. Is this golden house full of satisfaction? Gao Yike looked out the window. Neon like a river of stars pouring, the river's surface boat like fluorescent fire floating, the crowd below as small as ants, but set off this high-altitude glass house more and more bright luxury. She narrowed her eyes and smiled. Don't forget, Mr. White, that it was agreed that I would be the one to adopt you. Bai Hao stifled a laugh and smoothly slumped down on the sofa, his arm lazily supporting his head, but his eyes were fixed on Gao Yike. This woman was really strong. Okay, then I'll lie equal, but... Bai Hao deliberately dragged out his tone with intent. Lord Goldmaster, shouldn't I pay something? Gao Yike remembered yesterday's incident and hurriedly grabbed the pillow and smashed it over, not forgetting to say a word. Shame on you, shameless? Bai Hao caught the pillow and sat up straight in a serious manner. This is called selflessness. It's the highest realm in philosophy, understand? I have now transcended the world and reached the level of no desire. Gao Yike rolled his eyes. Quite meatless and faceless indeed. In the middle of the fight, Bai Hao has consciously put on his apron, picked up the shopping bag and entered the kitchen. Beef red and moist, vegetables green. He sharply started the pot to burn oil. The moment the minced garlic burst incense, Gao Yike inhaled his nose and rubbed to the kitchen door. Small fried yellow beef? Her eyes lit up. Add another stir-fried seasonal vegetable. Bai Hao flicked his wrist, and the flames boomed. The beef slices rolled in the pot with a charred aroma, and the chili peppers and cilantro were stirred up by the hot oil with a raging aroma. Gao Yike gulped and suddenly pressed up to encircle his waist. What? Bai Hao sidled his head. Gao Yike rested her chin on his shoulder, watching the smoke and fire rising from the pot, and whispered, Mr. Bai, this egoless realm of yours is actually quite a meal. Chapter 67, Construction Circle to Entertainment Circle. The two of them slept well that night, and Gao Yike went to bed thinking about how to bag Bai Hao. Early in the morning, Gao Yike stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the foyer, making a final adjustment to the folds of her skirt. She wore an indigo blue floral wrap dress, a cotton and linen blend that allowed the hem to drape lightly, with tiny white jasmine patterns spreading from her waistline to her knees like snowflakes blown by the wind on a dark blue background. Paired with a short beige linen blazer, the cuffs are casually rolled up in two folds, revealing slender wrists. On her feet is a pair of caramel-colored flats made of soft leather. The crossbody bag is an antique black box leather armpit bag. Leather hard, square and regular, the clasp with matte brass color, and her whole kind of literary effortless temperament subtle conflict, but unexpectedly harmonious. Bai Hao leaned against the door waiting for her, clutching the car keys in his hand. He wore a light gray cotton Henley collar shirt with two buttons undone at the neckline, the fabric slightly wrinkled as if it had just been ripped out of the closet, but inexplicably fitting his thin figure. With a pair of smoky gray casual pants, the legs of the pants slightly piled on the ankle, revealing a section of well-defined ankles. No extra accessories, just a black belt watch with a minimalist dial on his left wrist, a hand silently sliding towards 8:15 in the morning. Just after pushing the door out, Bai Hao saw that Luo Shang and Tian Xiaowei were also waiting for the elevator at the door. Good morning, Mr. White, you're out too. Tian Xiaowei and Luo Shang greeted Bai Hao together. Well, how's it going? Are you okay going to the new company? Bai Hao waited for Gao Yike while chatting with the two of them. Very good. I'm very satisfied. Thank you very much, Mr. Bai, for giving this opportunity. I'll definitely do a good job with all my heart. Tian Xiaowei happened to see Gao Yike as she was talking, and saw that indigo blue floral wrap dress, matched with Gao Yike's delicate face. The morning light shone on her. The whole person seemed like an angel who had just descended to earth. So beautiful. Since even Tian Xiaowei couldn't help but sigh. Looking at the handsome Bai Hao in front of her, she felt that the two of them were really very well matched. Mr. White, is this your lover? Yes, this is my lover Gao Yike. This is my friend Tian Xiaowei, and this is her boyfriend Luo Shang. Bai Hao introduced both sides. You're Tian Xiaowei, the big star. I know you. I love that drama of yours. Gao Yike looked at her wearing a white slim dress with a narrow waist. The whole person looked very thin, but it was a little more agile than in the screen. Thank you Ms. Gao for liking me. You're so beautiful. If you go to the entertainment industry, you'll definitely be a top existence. Thanks. The two women discussed their outfits together while Bai Hao stood with Luo Shang. Mr. White, I'm engaged to Xiaowei. Congratulations. You must tell me when you get married, and go rub a cup of wedding wine and drink it then. I'll be sure to notify Mr. White in advance when the time comes. The elevator quickly arrived at the garage before Gao Yike separated from Tian Xiaowei and got into their respective cars. Mr. Bai is still involved in the entertainment industry. Ha, that's awesome. Gao Yike chatted with Tian Xiaowei for a while before realizing that Bai Hao actually had properties in the entertainment industry, and it was the famous Starfire Entertainment Company. What's the matter? Want to change careers? Construction to show business? Bai Hao said to Gao Yike while staring at the road ahead. Don't want to go. Showbiz is no fun. Founder construction company. Li Xiaoyu was chasing dramas these days, so she was often late in the morning and didn't eat breakfast. Wen Tao had to bring it to her and put a tea egg and a few xiaolongbao at the front desk. Stayed up late again last night? Don't let old Zheng see you, or he'll talk about you again. To your care? Weren't you up late yesterday? I was working overtime. It was work. Doesn't that also mean staying up all night? Wen Tao quickly lost the battle, and Li Xiaoyu ate the tea egg that Wen Tao gave her while opening her tablet, ready to continue watching. So handsome. This male star. So handsome and 8-pack abs. Really crave me. You practice too. I want to touch it too. Li Xiaoyu said playfully to Wen Tao, who was just about to leave. Wen Tao was also very thin when he graduated, only to work these 2 years some blossoming, but the bottom is still there. Recently under the supervision of Li Xiaoyu, has lost a lot of weight. The whole person looks very spiritual, especially when wearing a suit. When Bai Hao arrived at the company, he saw Li Xiaoyu watching a drama didn't disturb her, but secretly took a picture and sent it to her cell phone. Who's being so obnoxious and holding me back from watching the show? Master White has a little money, pictures. Bai Hao. You. Li Xiaoyu saw the picture and just as she tried to raise her head, she saw Bai Hao staring at herself from a short distance away, 2 fingers still comparing in front of her eyes. I've been watching you. Li Xiaoyu had to quickly eat the xiaolong bao in her hand into her mouth in 3 bites before starting the day's work. Bai Hao continued to play the game in his office after terrorizing Li Xiaoyu. It's a good thing that peaceful elite doesn't have to lose points like King of Glory, or else Bai Hao wouldn't have to die of sadness. Time flies, a day in for people who play the game very quickly. In the blink of an eye the clouds in the sky and the light of the setting sun shows extraordinarily beautiful, just like a large cotton candy. Old Xia drove a BMW X5 he got from somewhere, parked downstairs in the founder's building, and sent a message to Bai Hao. Downstairs Hosey, I've organized a car with X5M Thunder Edition, 4 TV8, car is so comfortable to drive. Bai Hao greeted Gao Yike after receiving the news and went downstairs, and at a glance he saw old Xia standing next to a blue BMW with a pair of sunglasses. It's nighttime. What's with the sunglasses? What's wrong with being beaten up? Bai Hao flirted with him while surveying the X5. The front face follows the previous giant double kidney grille, but unlike the vertical bar design of the earlier models, the current grille is more square and 3-dimensional, with chrome-wrapped edges and honeycomb smoked black trim inside, which can bring a bit of performance car-like aggressiveness, and a short front overhang plus and long rear overhang body proportions that make the X5 visually neither as low as a sedan nor as a traditional off-road vehicle. It's not as bulky as a traditional crossover. The roofline is slightly pressed down, and the waistline is low in the front and high in the back, forming a forward momentum, like a beast ready to go. But for Bai Hao, who had driven many luxury cars, the car was just average, so after taking a look, he followed old Xia to a famous restaurant on the Bund, the Autumn Moonlight Grand Hotel. When the two arrived, Wenzi and Li Jun were already waiting for them in the lobby, and Bai Hao saw several familiar, but unnamed, classmates along the way. Hosey, the squad leader, got rich this time. He chartered the place. Li Jun came early, and through his prying, he learned that the squad leader had already bagged the place. Chapter 68, Gao Yike's Love Enemy? The Autumn Moonlight Grand Hotel is located in the heart of the Bund, and the Riverside Ballroom inside is the best private room in the Autumn Moonlight Grand Hotel, requiring reservations all year round. Inside the Riverside Banquet Hall, the waves of the Huangpu River reflected the floor-to-ceiling windows, outlining the entire box like a dream. The large round table for 30 people is in the center of the banquet hall, and in the middle is a miniature light and shadow Huangpu River decoration, which looks gorgeous and dignified. When Bai Hao and the few of them went in, there were already quite a few students seated. When Bai Hao was in school, his favorite thing to do was to find a classroom with few people in the building, read his favorite books, and feel the sunlight shining warmly on him. This also led to a lot of classmates that he didn't recognize at all. 4 people sitting on the right seat. Li Jun to some people students is very familiar, and all greetings. A lot of old Xia. All take the initiative to come up to greet. Only Bai Hao and Wenzi playing with the cell phone. Master White has a little money, going back? White Master has a little money, just drive my car back at night. I guess it will take a while. Looking forward to the JPG. Coco, busy in JPG. What are you afraid of? We're not going on a blind date. It's just a classmates meeting, so we'll leave after dinner. Outside the door came to the sound. Graduated from college in these 3 years. Many students are just working in an ordinary company. May get the salary is barely enough to live. Weekdays and even the circle of friends do not dare to send more, for fear of being classmates. A comparison. Appear to be extraordinarily embarrassed. And I heard that lie when you came back, and specially let the class president organize it. This mustn't go to take a look? That's the big school girl of our school. Just to meet her. She's so pretty. Bai Hao froze for a moment when he heard the name, and his mind flashed back to the girl who always wore a ponytail and was a spirited member of the debate team. She went abroad to study in her senior year and has not been heard from since, not even when the school organized a graduation photo, and I heard that she went to England for graduate school, and now that she's back and organized this party, it's a little puzzling, but acceptable. That's when a number of students ran out en masse, not knowing who they saw, and circled around a man in a suit. Holy, who is this? So loaded. It seems like it's that little cutie Li Mingho. Li Mingho, rich second generation. When he went to school, he drove a Porsche to class, and now it is a full-body luxury goods. The wrist of the Patek Philippe glittering. He was surrounded by his classmates, leaning against the back of the chair, loose posture and next to a few once not very familiar with the classmates to talk and laugh, not at all to hide their own sense of superiority. Oh, me, pitching a few small projects with my dad right now, and I just acquired a gaming company a while ago. It's all a small fight. I don't know where you guys are high up there. Ha, old Xia can't see Li Mingho's look. Everything is my dad. My dad's. As if he can't live without your dad. These people tend to inflame the situation. Look at Zhou Qi. See how low-key people. Zhou Qi was a famous school bully back then, and now works in an overseas investment bank, earning millions of dollars a year, with a straight suit and a refined but detached smile, occasionally looking down to return a few messages from international clients. At this time, Li Jun Monkey rushed to Bai Hao's side and said, "Son Xiaoyu, do you know? It's the girl who used to be quite lively in her class. I heard that she got married after graduation and now divorced, and now she's working alone with her child in her small hometown, and this time she's specially come by high-speed train. Then be careful, you might just let you be the receiver. After all, you guys almost went off the rails back in the day. Asterisk 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 you. I only have Ruo Qiao on my mind right now." Old Xia thought it was some kind of news that, hearing this news that was known 800 years ago, did not have the good sense to say a few words. Everyone in the room has changed. Some are spirited, some are silent and disillusioned, and Bai Hao sat next to the three of them. Unsurprisingly, almost no one remembered who he was. It was better this way instead. He just wanted to live his salty life. Soon the people were almost there, but there were still a few seats that were vacant, but the food was already being served. Crystal delicatessen, drunken crab jelly, shredded chicken with lettuce in scallion oil. The crystal meat is sliced as thin as a cicada's wing, and the amber-colored meat jelly is glistening in the light, with a layer of tender green chrysanthemum underneath, which is bitter and sweet. For this shredded chicken with scallion oil tossed with romaine lettuce, it's Bai Hao's favorite dish, but instead of drizzled with black truffle sauce, it's just plain sesame oil, and it's not nearly as interesting. Then the steamed wild yellowtail was carefully brought to the table by the waiter, with its body intact and eyes clear, proving that it was freshly killed. At this point the squad leader turns the table and introduces the dishes in passing. "Classmates, long time no see. This fish cannot be bought on the market now. It is all the private channel of the boss of the autumn moon to come. Everyone taste it. This black truffle braised pork is good, too." The black truffle braised pork was served in a small cloisonné cup, and the moment the lid was removed, the rich truffle aroma mixed with the aroma of the sauce came to the surface. Sun Xiaoyu chucked a piece inside in a small voice. "This bite is enough to pay for half a month's worth of milk powder for my daughter." Bai Hao lowered his head and tasted a mouthful of the crab meat and tofu soup. The warm and flavorful broth slid down his throat, but he felt that it wasn't as good as the one he made himself. On the table were king crabs served two ways, half of the crab legs steamed and served with lemon butter sauce, and half of the crab body made into a typhoon shelter stir-fry, with a mountain of golden and crispy minced garlic, which gave a sense of extravagance just by looking at the plating. Lao Xia directly chucked a few pieces into the bowls of Bai Hao, Wen Zi, and Li Jun. Soon everyone started to dry their rice, and as for those who wanted to make friends before the banquet started, Bai Hao and the others just came to have a meal. Focus on the plate. Ears do not listen to gossip. Soon, halfway through the meal, Class President Lin Hao glanced at his cell phone before he suddenly stood up and knocked on his wine glass. "Actually, I'm not the real organizer of this party today. It's Lai Wanyu. She just returned to China a few days ago, so she wanted to get everyone together to make up for not taking graduation photos back then." He smiled slightly, and as soon as the words left his mouth, the door to the compartment was pushed open. A slender figure walked in, black blazer with a simple silk shirt inside, stepping on slender high heels, makeup exquisite but not ostentatious, very different from the debate captain who always wore sportswear back then. "Sorry, just came from the office, got stuck in traffic and arrived a little late." Lai Wanyu smiled as she looked around the room, her gaze lingering briefly on Bai Hao. The room was momentarily quiet, then erupted into gasps and applause. "Li Wanyu? Finally I see you. I thought you weren't coming. When did you come back? Geez, where does she work now? Would love to go to the same company as her." Lai Wanyu had a smile on her lips and eyed the crowd, not answering directly but raising her glass. "It's been 3 years and everyone has changed quite a bit." Chapter 69. It's very ordinary, just flat billion people. After Lai Wanyu finished speaking, all of them lowered their heads and sipped their red wine, and began to chat freely about the past. Soon the wine had passed 3 rounds and the conversation began to become reckless. Li Mingho's cheeks were slightly red with a few hints of alcohol, leaning back in his chair and smiling at Lai Wanyu. "Lai, big beautiful girl, this time should not go. Right, back then you cannot say a word and left I want you to think of not right. Is everyone want you to think of Lai Wanyu smiled lightly at everyone, the kind of smile that rejected people because it was so standard. "This is not to know you want me. Once back to let the class president to organize a party. The future does not go. We have time to get together often. That can be often get together. You, this is in which company work? My father's still short of people. You want to go. Lee Mingho was still thinking of continuing to pursue the matter, and he had a special liking for Ri Wanyu when he was in college. Lai Wanyu didn't reply, but just picked up her wine glass and walked over to Bai Hao and the few of them, taking a seat in the empty seat next to a few of them. It's been a long time, she said softly. Lao Xia and Wen Zi. Several people froze, although they were a bit sociable with Lai Wanyu, but that was the friendship between classmates. It was impossible for Lai Wanyu to come in person. The only explanation that could be given was that she was running towards Bai Hao. It's been a long time, you still look great. Bai Hao picked up his wine glass and took a sip and said. The look he gave to Lai Wanyu didn't have the same look as the other classmates with some aggression and lust. It was just a look at his classmates that was very plain. You're going out for a chat as usual. There's too many people here. When Lai Wanyu finished speaking and saw that Bai Hao didn't move, she looked at him again with amusement and said, It's not like you're afraid of me, is it? Okay. Lai Wanyu's proposal confused the old Xia guys, and Bai Hao replied and went out with her. I go. What's the situation? How's he really? It turns out that everyone was saying back then that Lai Wanyu studied abroad because she was rejected by someone. It's true, and this person is also Bai Hao. Simply, this Hosey, I'm going to the top floor of the Akazuki Lai Hotel. This was the best viewing platform, and Bai Hao stood upstairs with Lai Wanyu for a while, both speechless, as the two of them looked at the illuminated Huangpu River. How have you been? I missed you a little. Lai Wanyu was silent for a long time before she said softly. Her voice was so small that the wind in Bai Hao's ears seemed to be louder than this voice. I'm okay, you know me. Salted fish but you went abroad that year so resolute. This time not go? No go. Salted fish is good. I want to be a salted fish too, but my family won't allow it. When Lai Wanyu was talking to Bai Hao, her small hands had been fiddling with the corners of her coat in a little womanly manner, a world away from the way she had looked at the wine table just now. But when she said that she also wanted to be a salted fish, there was an obvious despondency on her face. Although Bai Hao was not very understanding of Li Wanyu, but to be able to book to the Autumn Moon to come to the Grand Hotel's Riverside Banquet Hall of the People, or some cognitive, that is, the family must have some strength, so it is not difficult to imagine Li Wanyu's family is certainly not ordinary, but Bai Hao does not care. You and Rich still can have me rich I missed you. I liked you a lot when I first started freshman year, and do you know why I liked debating? It was because you always went to the debates. That's why I went. I really like you. I dreamed of you when I was in England. Is it still possible for us? Bai Hao looked at the pearly rain Li Wanyu. A moment's speech, but he for Li Wanyu no love feeling, is just a classmate. Looking at Bai Hao some hesitation, Li Wanyu holding the corner of Bai Hao's coat, looked at him and said, Can you not reject me? You know, I don't like you, and I'm seeing someone now, so we're really not a good match. You're so nice. You're bound to meet someone you like. Bai Hao didn't turn his head to look at her, but he also rejected her. You're seeing someone. Can I come visit? You don't even like it when I'm so good. I want to see how good you find someone. I want to see the standard answer. Who will capture your heart? As Lai Wanyu listened to Bai Hao's words, it seemed as if the whole person was all of a sudden devoid of spirit and disheveled. But when she heard that Bai Hao had an object, her eyes were stunned and she didn't know what was going through her mind. She's still working late. Wait for the next one. Can't I even see it? Lai Wanyu probably thought that Bai Hao was lying to her and didn't like her but was embarrassed, so she made up an object. Bai Hao also knows that if he doesn't let them see each other today, I'm afraid he won't be able to get through this. Okay, wait for me to ask. Master White has a little money. Have you finished your overtime now? If you don't come, your husband will be snatched away and you won't have a husband. Robbery JPG. Coco? Master White has a little money. Your love interest has appeared. Coco, didn't you go to dinner? Did you meet a robber? A female robber? Master White has a little money. Hurry up and come, or your husband won't be safe a little later. Autumn Moonlight Hotel location. Coco, okay, you protect yourself. I don't want you if you get your way. Keeping chastity JPG. Wait for me JPG. Bai Hao smiled slightly and put down his cell phone and said to Lai Wanyu, She'll be here later. It's windy upstairs. Why don't we go down and wait? It's okay. I wanted to see more of you. Lai Wanyu's expression when she said this was completely different from what she had just seen. She had already seen Bai Hao's future happiness from the smile on the corner of his mouth just now, but she is not willing to They want to look like but the school flower of the Magic City University. The family is not bad, not willing to Downstairs in the ballroom, Li Niangho snorted as he looked at Li Jun who was talking to someone else in the banquet hall. Yo, isn't this Tart Li? I didn't see it. What have you been doing lately? Not still in the entertainment industry as a nanny. Right, whatever, you sizable cutie. What are you talking about? Don't go too far. So what? You big little cutie. Just as the two men were at cross swords, the squad leader and old Xia stepped forward and said, We're all classmates. What's this for? Let's all cut the crap. Only then did they each pull the two to one side. not knowing who said that Lai Wanyu had disappeared. And that's when everyone realized that the big schoolgirl didn't know where she had gone. On the roof, who was that guy? So handsome, why don't I remember that? It's Bai Hao, the one in Li Jun's dorm room. So handsome, I felt he was especially handsome at that time. Right in the middle of the crowd's search, they saw Bai Hao standing on the roof of the building with Lai Wanyu, and they didn't know whether it was by the light of the moon or the addition of the night color, but the two of them appeared to be exceptionally well matched. It's good that it's okay, so let's all continue eating. The class president, when he saw Lai Wanyu and Bai Hao together, before he sighed a long sigh. He was worried about what accidents. For that year Lai Wanyu and Bai Hao confession of things he knew, but he did not understand why Lai Wanyu will look at Bai Hao, a very ordinary, just a little handsome man, but he didn't know that Bai Hao was flat billion close. Chapter 70, Wife's Prison Sentence. You are punished for loving her for the rest of your life. Founder Construction Company. Gao Yike was originally working overtime with a few people from the project team, and when she received Bai Hao's message, she immediately left. Gao Yike's feelings towards Bai Hao are very complicated. When she first met Bai Hao, she had the feeling of love at first sight, and slowly understanding, she realized that he is not only handsome, but also a rich brother. His body is okay, although a little salty, but how to say it? Bai Hao is like the kind of hexagonal point full of people. High anecdote can be compared with him, seems to be a bit not enough to shine, but Gao Yike believes in herself, and even more so in Bai Hao's love for her. She sped down the road in the Rolls-Royce, fast, and with a look of anxiety on her face. She drove there in 10 minutes or so on what had been a half-hour trip, when she appeared at the entrance of the Riverside Ballroom wearing a short beige linen blazer with an indigo blue floral wrap dress. The somewhat noisy drinking party instantly quieted down and everyone looked at her. It's so beautiful. Angel-like face, tall figure. This is even better looking than Lai Wanyu. It seems like I'm going to fall in love today, said Li Mingho as he wobbled towards Gao Yike with a red face from drinking. Before he could reach him, beautiful girl, who are you looking for? My name is Li Mingho, interested in getting to know you. My father is. You little cutie, get lost, you need to call your sister-in-law. Li Jun was still talking to Lao Xia, when he saw everyone looking towards the door. He also followed and saw if it wasn't Gao Yike, so he hurriedly ran over and pushed Li Minghao to the side in the meantime. Sister-in-law? Sister-in-law is good. Delicious but dumplings. Fun but sister-in-law. I just love sister-in-law. Young Li, what about me? Li Mingho was helped to the chair by a woman with some posture. The woman's blouse intentionally less than 2 buttons, revealing the inside of the snow-white big ferocious. Just a moment ago, but also fascinated Li Mingho round and round. A blink of an eye. Li Mingho is full of sister-in-law. The woman is a little angry and asked, You're my baby too. Come with me tonight and I'll have my dad set you up with a position. Although he was a bit tipsy from drinking, but he could still perform well in the face of the beauty's questioning, and his eyes kept staring at Gao Yike, as if he were a poisonous snake, staring at his prey with a deadly stare. Go check, she's the wife of that student in the class. I just love wives, Li Myungho said as he stroked the woman's ferocious weapon beside him while turning his head to the doggy, his face still full of lustful expression. Lao Xia, Li Jun, and when Z brought Gao Yike to the Autumn Moon to the Grand Hotel on the way, the three of them watched as Gao Yike walked towards Bai Hao and Lai Wanyu, and a few of them guarded the entrance of the staircase, preferring not to let the other students get close to them, while muttering at the same time, Hosey is really great, these two big beauties, both are schoolgirl level, if I were to take them all. Li Jun secretly looked at the backs of these 3 people and said with some envy, You've got Ruo Xiao and you're still not satisfied? You want 2 more? You've been flirting with the girls at the party. I'm telling you to be quiet. If Ruo Xiao finds out, she won't want you, Lao Xia said as he looked at the tawdry Li Jun warningly. Winky, who do you think Hosey will pick? Then it must be sister-in-law. If she would have chosen Lai Wanyu, she wouldn't have done so long ago and wouldn't have waited until now. Although Winko had been chatting with Blue Moon all night and didn't care about what was going on at the banquet, he could see it more clearly than anyone else. Bai Hao looked at the approaching Gao Yike and hurriedly jogged up to pick her up. Coming. If you don't come, you're going to be someone else's. When Gao Yike was in the car just now, she still had a lot of confidence in herself, but when she saw Lai Wanyu, both of them had a good figure. One was tall and slender, gentle and generous, with a look of the northern country of Thailand, and the other was a small family with a well-proportioned figure, with a look of a beauty from the Jiangnan water town. Hello, my name is Lai Wanyu. I'm Bai Hao's suitor. Lai Wanyu walked right up to Gao Yike as she sized her up, and before Bai Hao could introduce her, she spoke directly. Hello, I'm Bai Hao's wife, Gao Yike. Gao Yike is also not willing to show weakness. The 2 people have a very strong smell of gunpowder. Honey, you're married? Aren't you guys still dating? Lai Wanyu was unhappy with Gao Yike's name-calling, so she asked in front of Bai Hao. So what? I'll be his wife. It's a matter of time. Bai Hao, you go out. I'll have a chat with her. Bai Hao, who originally wanted to persuade them, was also rushed to the stairway by Gao Yike to be with the old Xia trio, while Bai Hao was still a bit worried when Li Wanyu and Gao Yike disappeared from the four of them. Don't come over, the two of us will have a good chat. Li Wanyu's voice also came, and Bai Hao was relieved. Hosey, you're a real bully, which one do you like? The three flirted with Bai Hao. They would have liked to get down on the wall, but they couldn't hear anything. I just like Gao Yike alone, but it's you, June, who hasn't been hitting on the girls in your class much. That's me being concerned about the current state of my classmates. It's a sign of caring for them. Then why don't you care about the male students? Just the female ones. You're a dangerous kid. A few people squatted at the stairway and chatted about gossip, and the story of Li Myung-ho and the murderess naturally appeared in their mouths. I'll go. Isn't Su Jiawei all married? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Myung-ho, this sizable cutie. What a loser. Classmates he screws. I really want to beat him up. These two got together in college, and now they're just rekindling an old flame. A few people silently mourned for the husband of the murderess. The hat was so big and green. Gao Yike and Li Wanyu talked for a long time. The wind in Magic City was very strong today, blowing the hem of Gao Yike's skirt. Li Wanyu looked at her. Her eyes were full of despondency. The starry night sky was bright and unusual, and the two women chatted from 8 o'clock until the dispersal of the classmates' banquet downstairs. And just when Bai Hao was a little sleepy, Gao Yike appeared in front of him in a radiant manner. She was also holding Li Wanyu's hand, and the two of them were talking and laughing. Not only was Bai Hao confused, even old Xia and the others looked dumbfounded. This was, although the banquet downstairs was over, Li Mingho and his lapdogs hadn't left yet. They should be waiting for Gao Yike, while the class president on the side should be waiting for Li Wanyu. You guys, Bai Hao asked, stumbling a bit as he followed the two of them. We're just good friends. Aren't you overthinking it? Li Wanyu said playfully even though there were tear marks on her face. You've committed a crime and you're going to be sentenced. There is a wife sentence. You are punished to love her for the rest of your life. Chapter 71, Unspeakable Secrets Between Women. At night, Gao Yike drove Bai Hao back to Wutong Court on the way. Bai Hao originally wanted to open his mouth to inquire about what she and Li Wanyu had actually said. Mr. White, you're kinda inviting. You really haven't had any feelings for Wanyu? She's so good looking. Gao Yike had been staring at the traffic in front of him as he spoke, and it was only when he turned the corner that he glanced at Bai Hao and realized that there was no change on his face. Instead, he said very calmly, "No, I like you alone." What did you tell her? Bai Hao asked Gao Yike curiously. That's a secret between women that won't be told to you stinking men. Stinky man, I smell good. Bai Hao sniffed the clothes on his body, and there was no other smell except for a slight odor of alcohol. As for Li Myung-ho, who was waiting at the entrance of the Autumn Moonlight Grand Hotel, he looked upstairs with bated breath and didn't see anyone coming down, so he was a bit anxious. Did they jump? Why don't they come down? The staff of the Autumn Moonlight Grand Hotel were all ready to pack up and get off work, and when they saw that several of them were still standing in the middle of the lobby, they walked up to greet them with some questions. Hello, how may I help you, sir? Weren't there people on the roof enjoying the moon earlier? Haven't they come down by now? Sir, they left on the elevator a long time ago, and were about to close. So look. Before Li Myung-ho could finish listening to the waiter, he slapped one hand on the head of the little brother next to him and cursed loudly. What else can you do, you bunch of losers? Let's go. By how that brat wait for me. Such a good-looking woman is not something you can grasp. After saying that, he also did not forget to pinch fiercely twice on the body of the ferocious weapon woman, looking at her fiery gaze, and soon a few people disappeared in the Huangpu River. Old Xia and the others got a chauffeur to leave when Bai Hao and the others went downstairs. There seemed to be a strong wind along the Huangpu River this evening, but it didn't matter at all to Bai Hao and Gao Yike, who had already arrived home. When Bai Hao just arrived at the door of his house, he directly held Gao Yike in his arms and went straight to the bedroom. While walking he also said to Gao Yike with his head down, "Still stinks or not? But you said you were my wife in front of all those people." "Honey, I'm coming." Bai Hao raised his sword to punish the heart-stealing thief and tortured him in the middle of the night, wailing and wailing, but in the end, they all did not confess, so they had to drift off to sleep. After yesterday's incident, Bai Hao and Gao Yike's relationship quickly heated up, and the two of them began to use names like husband and wife. When the morning sunlight poured into the room through the muslin curtains, Gao Yike felt that there was not a single part of her body that was not sore, especially from the waist down. The vague swelling pain made her unable to hold back a soft hiss. Bai Hao's arm was still tightly circling her waist, his chest pressed against her back, his even breath blowing on her neck. Gao Yike carefully turned around and looked at Bai Hao. The sunlight shone on his handsome face, like a knife sharpened and well-defined jaw, lining the whole face with clear contours. So handsome, hubby. Gao Yike addressed Bai Hao in a low voice, as if she was afraid that he would hear her. Just as she was admiring Bai Hao's handsomeness, Bai Hao suddenly moved, and Gao Yike sensed that Bai Hao was about to wake up. The rhythm of his breathing changed, and the hand that was hooped around her waist slowly moved upwards, moving to her chest. Good morning, my beautiful, beautiful wife. Bai Hao's just awakened voice was hoarse and low, carrying a thick smile. He looked at Gao Yike's reddened earlobes and face with a blush. It was obvious that she hadn't gotten used to this new title yet, and Bai Hao's fingers ambiguously rubbed her skin. Morning, Gao Yike responded in a small voice, trying to feign composure. He could see through her pretense of composure, because the next second, Bai Hao's lips were on the side of her sensitive neck, gently nibbling. Don't, we should get up. Gao Yike refused with her mouth, but her body unconsciously moved closer to him. Bai Hao lowly laughed and carried Gao Yike into his arms to face him. Under the sunlight, Bai Hao's eyes were almost amber in color. Just looking at Gao Yike, the two of them looked at each other with their 4 eyes. Bai Hao seemed to remember something funny and giggled. That's not what you said last night. He mimicked Gao Yike's tone when he lost control last night. Bai Hao, come again. Don't stop. Ah! Gao Yike let out a shriek of shame and indignation, pushing Bai Hao away as hard as she could. No more talking. That's how the two of them got up in the afternoon. The weekend seemed to go by a little faster than the rest of the year, and by the time the two of them were packed up to leave the house it was well after 3 in the afternoon. October sunshine, lazy roaming through the glass dome of the mall. Gao Yike stepped on a light little high heel, was held by Bai Hao hand walking forward. Bai Hao's palm is dry and warm, his knuckles are long and strong, loosely clasping her 5 fingers. Gao Yike is wearing an oatmeal-colored cashmere cardigan, loosely draped over her shoulders, with a pearl-white silk halter dress inside, her sleeves slightly swirling as she walks, flooded with a faint silk light. Gao Yike walked towards the perfume counter and picked up the scent testing card and rubbed it against the side of Bai Hao's neck, and as the scent of citrus mingled with cedar diffused, the young counter girl's gaze lingered on Bai Hao's handsome face for a few seconds. Sir, the lady has chosen this flavor to suit you. Bai Hao didn't say anything, but proceeded to let Gao Yike pick the right perfume, his eyes always falling on the perfume bottle that Gao Yike was flipping with his fingertips. His brows lowered. The young counter girl next to her said with a smile, her eyes admiring back and forth on Bai Hao's side face. Her high nose bone and slightly cold lip line made her sales pitch even hotter, and she even tentatively moved half a step forward. This silver cedar is a limited edition, and it goes especially well with your temperament. Bai Hao didn't pay attention to the counter sister but raised his hand, 5 fingers gently pinching the back of Gao Yike's hand, leading her hand to turn the test fragrance card towards his nose, pausing for 2 seconds before he whispered, "This is pretty good. This one then." The two quickly chose a bottle, and when Bai Hao was about to pay, Gao Yike hurriedly stopped it, and his cell phone successfully scanned the code, successfully paid $32. 100. Welcome to your next visit. Gao Yike was a bit unhappy with the price, but the flavor was something she liked. The two of them walked towards the luxury store in the mall, and their matching backs attracted the envy of the young counter girl just now. This man is so handsome. If sis had money, I would like to adopt a male model, but it's a pity. An older store manager on the side said to her, the shirt that man is wearing is customized from abroad. You can't buy it without $100,000 or $80,000. Are you sure you can afford to keep it? Ah, so handsome and so rich. I really like it, but it's a pity that I don't have the ultimate beauty. Chapter 72. How can you say that? 2 people in the mall skipped for a while, Yike hand holding an ice cream to eat while watching. Bai Hao is not idle, holding 2 bags. Is the 2 just grabbed the doll? Yike grabbed the doll's technique is very good, but every time to the end is always a little bit worse. Looking to come out, but it is a little bit worse. And finally Bai Hao on the hands of the randomly, and then grabbed one. Cao Yi does not believe in evil. Several attempts are a little bit worse. The remaining dozen coins can only turn to Bai Hao. In the goddess of luck, Bai Hao grabbed more than a dozen dolls. Almost 100% success. Wow, this handsome guy is awesome. The young man next to him who couldn't catch it, seeing as Bai Hao was so powerful, wanted Bai Hao to help him catch a few, but Gao Yike, who was on the side, directly grabbed it for him. You've scratched with that little girl before. Why are you so skillful? I thought you said you hadn't scratched before? Facing Gao Yike's question, Bai Hao didn't know how to explain it, but he knew that he was just lucky that he really hadn't caught this thing. Maybe I'm just lucky, he replied thoughtfully. Gao Yike looked at him smugly, huffed and puffed and walked ahead, and the two of them arrived at a Patek Philippe store. The light inside the store was cold, and the bright glass display cases reflected the overlapping figures of Gao Yike and Bai Hao. Gao Yike looked at it for half a day and just picked up a Patek Philippe Nautilus 5711, intending to put it on Bai Hao, the platinum dial glowing with a low-profile dark aura on Bai Hao's cold white wrist. This one fits you well. It's quite nice. The counter attendant on the side looked at the two and knew that Bai Hao's outfit should be worth a lot of money. so she said very respectfully, "The lady has a good eye, and this watch really accentuates the gentleman's temperament." Gao Yike gently smiled, still looking at Bai Hao smugly, then asked the counter girl, "How much is this?" The counter girl replied with a smile on her face, "This watch retails for $1.68 million. Gao Yike's fingertips stalled when she heard her answer. So expensive? It was money she had, but it was savings she was planning to buy a high-class apartment near Magic City, thinking of dumping the keys on Pak Hoatan etc. Appropriate time and saying, "Little white boy, from now on you're my man, let sister ravage you." Gao Yike just wants Bai Hao to live in the house she bought, preferably so that she can wake up every morning and see him lazily lying on her bed while she can slowly button up her shirt and speak condescendingly. Today also have to serve the gold master sister Mio. Unfortunately, right now, the watch was going to take out almost a good chunk of her budget. While Gao Yike was hesitating, a haughty female voice came from the side. "I'll take this watch." Bai Hao and Gao Yike both turned their heads at the same time. A rich woman in a Giorgio Armani velvet suit stood next to her, her eyes staring straight at Bai Hao, and a young man followed beside her, with delicate but slightly tacky features, looking like the goods that had been adopted. Although this rich woman looks very delicate, but the face makeup is estimated to have to be several layers. The age of the look is also very big, at least have to have more than 50. That blossoming stomach and big thick legs. Bai Hao also do not know how the person next to the idea, for the sake of money, every day and night by such a pile of meat torture. I'm afraid that he must also have a good psychological line of defense. I don't know how he got away with it. If this handsome man likes it, I'll give him this watch. How about you, beautiful? The corners of the rich woman's dry lips were tinged with a smile, but her gaze scanned Bai Hao's waistline and shoulders and neck with impunity, as if she had already stripped him naked in her mind and pressed him into the bed. Bai Hao felt the rich woman's gaze and was a little afraid to look at her. It was just too scary. Gao Yike narrowed his eyes as Bai Hao ignored the rich woman and just slowly took off his watch and put it back in the velvet tray. Seeing this, the rich woman thought that Bai Hao was acquiescing to the rule of the gold master for a man, and her smile deepened as she reached for his shoulder and said softly, "Don't be shy. My sister likes you cool. From now on, follow me to ensure that you eat good food and drink hot food every night like a fairy." He doesn't need it. It's a small fortune. We can afford it. Gao Yike's eyes interrupted coldly as she listened to the rich woman's words and took half a step forward to block Bai Hao. The rich woman raised her eyebrows and looked Gao Yike up and down. She was wearing an oatmeal-colored cashmere cardigan with a pearl-white silk halter skirt and a pair of high-heeled shoes with red soles, which made Gao Yike look young and pretty and casual, but obviously not related to the rich people at all. "Kid, this is Patek Philippe, not a hipster co-brand. Are you sure you have the money? It's better to let my sister do it." The rich woman snorted at Gao Yike and turned her head to the counter girl. "Wrap it up for me and I'll swipe it." The counter attendant wasn't a cutie. She knew that Bai Hao definitely wasn't the one who was being adopted, so she looked at Gao Yike and Bai Hao with some confusion and hesitation. The air stood still for a moment. The little white man beside the rich woman also laughed softly and spoke with contempt in his eyes. "Young couples nowadays really don't know the sky. Do they really think that luxury goods are bought casually?" Gao Yike clenched her fists, her nails almost sinking into her palms. She could tap out the card now, but there was no telling when the plan to adopt Bai Hao would be. Just as Gao Yike hesitated, Bai Hao pulled out a black and gold card from a pocket in his clothes, held it between his index and middle fingers, and handed it to the clerk carelessly. "Swipe mine. I still like to buy my own stuff. Unlike some people." Bai Hao's voice was small, but it was like a slap in the face of the rich woman and the white boy. The whole scene was quiet for half a second. The cabinet sister also froze. In front of this man is not only handsome, is really powerful. This bank card deposit at least a few $100 million it. Gao Yike violently turned his head to look at him, but Bai Hao just lowered his eyes. Fingertips in her palm gently tickle, like a soothing, but also like some kind of tacit understanding of the implication of Bai Hao know what she was thinking. So long, cannot know that she would like to buy a house, adopt their own plans, but also Bai Hao only wanted to tell Gao Yike at this moment, "Don't worry, I've got plenty of money. I can't even spend that kind." The rich woman's face changed, and finally glared at them resentfully, finally dragging the little white man away in ashes. The counter girl at the side respectfully wrapped the wristwatch, and Bai Hao said to her, "Pick one for the lady." "Yes sir. What do you think of this one?" "It's a couple model with the Nautilus 5711. About the same price." "Okay, this is it." Bai Hao settled on it directly after asking Gao Yike, "You have successfully paid 3,234,000. With the sound of the POS machine, Bai Hao and Gao Yike have already gone far away. The counter sister on the side is full of joy. This transaction she directly has tens of thousands of dollars of rewards. The small sisters on the side are clamoring for her to treat. Chapter 73, Don't you know if it's the truth? Seeing the sky gradually becoming dark, Bai Hao and Gao Yike in the shopping mall for a while, Bai Hao hands more than half of the deep-sea squid and eat half of the leftover starch sausage. See Gao Yike want to buy again. Bai Hao rushed to stop, not for any other reason. He is really cannot eat. Do you want to go to the movies? Just the kind that's exciting? Gao Yike looked at Bai Hao, who was holding a bunch of things with temptation in his eyes, and said very playfully, "What kind of confined space is it? And then there's only 2 of them?" Bai Hao seldom go to the movies, especially after graduating from college. There is time to watch movies is not as good as sleeping at home. Mainly there are no good movies, but also the previously released Tang 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 one is okay. That's for sure. And there's a massage service. Uniforms oh. Bai Hao listened to the temptation, followed by Gao Yike to the casino side. But on the road when he noticed something wrong, is not a confined space it? The 2 people how there is a massage. It will not be Gao Yike to give himself a massage, but also can wear a uniform. The 2 walked through several tall buildings and rode the elevator to a store called Foot Rhyme Venue, and at the door were 2 welcoming ladies in white, Heislet Chonsams, 6 points long, with standard smiles on their faces, and gaudy welcoming red ribbons draped over their shoulders with big, stamped gold letters, Prestige Foot Spa, Imperial Experience. Bai Hao was directly confused. This is a confined space. 2 people? Uniforms? Although Bai Hao hadn't gone to many foot spas, and of course they were regular ones, he hadn't expected Gao Yike to bring him to a foot spa. He stared at Gao Yike for a while. Was this the person he knew? Yes. Her face was still so beautiful. Her body was tall. But what was she thinking by inviting herself to the foot massage parlor? When Gao Yike saw Bai Hao's face, he smiled and pulled out an electronic membership card from his cell phone, with Diamond VIP special invitation printed on the card with a black background and hot gold edges. Nice guy. You got a card, too, Diamond? When the welcome guest at the door saw the card, his expression immediately changed and his waist bent down 30 degrees. VIP this way. The corridor looks magnificent under the light. There are a lot of green plants embellished. The 2 sides of the private rooms are very large. In the corridor can smell the smell of essential oils, and from time to time you can hear some intermittent moaning. Bai Hao and Gao Yike were taken to the last very large private room, which had a dressing room, and 2 large white recliners, while opposite was a very large screen, and a whole floor-to-ceiling window surprisingly overlooking the Huangpu River, with 2 sets of silk bathrobes in the dressing room. A short while later the waiter brought a fruit plate, his eyes darting toward the 2 men. Would you 2 like individual service or a package for 2? Double. After Gao Yike replied, he lightly took off his jacket and casually hung it on the hanger, raising his eyes to find Bai Hao still standing in the same place, the peaks of his eyebrows slightly raised, a hint of playful inquiry in his eyes. What's wrong? Bai Hao slowly sat down on the massage chair, his fingertips gently tapping the armrests. Someone knows this place well. Gao Yike rolled his eyes. What? Suspecting me of being immodest? She explained absently as she looked down to change her slippers. Haruka brought me here before. Once on Valentine's Day, we both wanted to see X4, but it turned out to be sold out, so she temporarily found such a place, saying that we could watch a movie while getting a massage, and the environment was still quiet. She straightened up, arms over her chest, and looked at him provocatively. Don't believe me? You can call and ask Haruka now. Bai Hao laughed lowly and was just about to respond when, knock knock, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The door of the box was pushed open. 2 massage therapists wearing slim uniforms walked in. One had her hair coiled in a bun, with gentle eyebrows looking a little older, and the other had a playful high ponytail, holding a wooden tray of essential oils in her hand, and her looks and figure could be given a 7 out of 10, which was not bad. Sister Coco, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Didn't Sister Ching Ching come with you? The high ponytailed masseuse asked towards Gao Yike, and at the same time, she also sized up Bai Hao, seeing that he was handsome, and the outline of his abs could still be seen in the slit of his yukata. Sis, is this your boyfriend? What a good-looking guy. Gao Yike answered her by playing one of her favorite movies, and the 2 of them began their massage. Bai Hao saw Gao Yike enjoying a massage and watching a movie while eating an apple. Suspecting to how this could still eat Bai Hao's stomach was now full. The high ponytailed masseuse gently placed the wooden basin at Bai Hao's feet, a few dried lemon and mugwort leaves floating on the surface of the water, the steaming heat wrapped in a faint medicinal scent. Her thumb slid slowly along the arch of Bai Hao's foot, placing her palm against the heel, and then with a sudden upward motion, the joints of her index fingers rested against the Yongquan acupoint and began to draw circles. Bai Hao had no sense of her intensity. Sis, this is a great body. Brother-in-law, do you usually eat some goji berries, sistanchis, epa medium, red dates, or whatever, or else very few people are so powerful. This high ponytail masseuse saw Bai Hao still beautifully watching the movie, but also to their own did not force it, but the strength of their hands all used how this is not the same as thought. I never eat those things, Bai Hao said smugly. Brother has that kind of strength. Ask her if you don't believe me. Gao Yike had wanted to speak, but the phrase you asked her directly made her blush and ignore Bai Hao. Brother, I've pressed so many feet. Just this kidney function of yours is really powerful. Ah, my sister is so lucky. The high ponytailed masseuse looked at Gao Yike with an envious face and said, Bai Hao's soaked and softened cuticles rustled down as she ground the stone, and Bai Hao's instep gradually relaxed, like a stranded shell slowly opening at low tide. The whole thing was so comfortable that it seemed like the whole person was much more comfortable. Gao Yike also had the same look, but the master who pressed her feet also pointed out that Gao Yike's liver fire was a bit strong and her insomnia and dreaminess was caused by her irregular diet and usual lack of exercise. He also pointed out how she could take a good rest. The two men pressed for about 40 minutes before exiting, the man just leaving. Happy to hear it? I've been praising you for half an hour. Gao Yike said to Bai Hao. Brother is just so strong. It's a fact. And people are telling the truth. I'm happy to hear it. Besides, isn't it the truth you don't know? Gao Yike threw a banana towards Bai Hao and continued to watch the movie while holding the mask. And so the two played until most of the night. The days passed by quickly. October just passed. The Magic City ushered in November. The weather became a little cold. The clothes on people also began to gradually thicken. Chapter 74, The High Warrior's Justice is Numbing. The next week, Bai Hao in the company is a mascot. The only time to appear or in the company's morning meeting, more than 70 people looked at him on the stage hooting and hollering. Gao Yike can really want to a hand will be his grip up. Other than that, Bai Hao was in the office wearing headphones and playing games. The company's waterfront castle project was also a notable achievement under the arrangement of Lao Zhang and a few others. And several executives, including Lao Zhang and Gao Yike, spoke in the company group to celebrate. The company's waterfront castle project was successfully completed. Congratulations on the successful completion of the waterfront castle project. Congratulations! Many people expressed their congratulations in the group, and Bai Hao sent a $20,000 red packet to the group, which was divided into 80 parts. Thank you, Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai is atmospheric and mighty. Shen Huiyao was right next to Gao Yike, and when she clicked on Bai Hao's red packet, the interface showed that she had received 562 yuan. Sis, Mr. Bai sent out red packets in the group. The amount is huge. Should we grab it? After Gao Yike sent the message, he was busy with the documents and didn't look at his cell phone. You guys grab it, I won't participate. When Gao Yike was talking, Shen Huiyao saw the couple's Patek Philippe she was wearing on her hand, and she was really envious. If only she had a boyfriend like Mr. Bai. I grabbed 895 yuan. Mr. White, how big is this red packet? Simply dare not think. I also grabbed $362. Front desk Li Xiaoyu looked at the amount of money on the phone directly. Big mouth dazzle a bread. The amount of money shows 201 yuan. People are big hundreds of thousands. Their own too. Simply cannot be said. She suspected that it is not Bai Hao deliberately targeting themselves. How much did you grab? Xiaoyu, another co-worker asked, seeing her sulking. See for yourself. It's okay, I'm grabbing more. Lunch is on me. Yes, I'll have cassoulet, roasted pig's feet, and a cup of milk tea. Li Xiaoyu began to report on the name of the dish. It is good that the co-workers grabbed more than 200. Otherwise I am afraid that I have to lose money. Mr. White, can you send another one? Request JPG. Li Xiaoyu inquired in the group. The main $2 is really low. You send one first, then I'll send it. Bai Hao checked the amount Li Xiaoyu had received and laughed out loud in his office. It was outrageous. It just wasn't below double digits. Soon saw the red packet sent by Li Xiaoyu. Bai Hao just clicked in 0.005 yuan, and just wanted to say something when he saw a reminder from the group. Old Zhang removed Li Xiaoyu from the group chat. It's too much, $1, and you split it into 100 parts. Angry JPG. In the end, Bai Hao still sent 10 more red envelopes in the group, each of which was 20,000, and Li Xiaoyu ended up receiving several thousand, which made the company boiled over, and kept thanking Mr. Bai in the group. Bai Hao didn't care about the vibration of his cell phone. Instead, he proceeded to play the game, and soon the vibration of his cell phone disappeared. Somewhere in the foothills of the Magic City at dusk, the greens are oil-painted gold in the setting sun. A few men in Moncler's golf collection are standing on the tee, their carbon fiber clubs glinting with an understated coolness in the sunlight. One of them adjusted his wrist slightly, and the moment he swung the club, the skyscrapers of Lujiazui in the distance were reflected on his blunt pane dial. The ball arced gracefully, and although it landed wide, he let out a light laugh. With the recent exchange rate fluctuations, even the ball is running with it. How is your Shinto family doing? The caddy behind him trotted to hand over a bottle of chilled Evian, while the assistant on the other side of the table held a cell phone and whispered a reminder. Mr. Liu, the time for the group meeting you're holding tomorrow has been set. It's tomorrow morning. Afternoon I want to go out to see a person. If there is an arrangement on the push it, spoke precisely Lu Shun. That other several people are also from the Shinto family, Lu family, Yuan family. The strength of these several families are similar. Lu family can be more than one, but it is just a little bit more. Lu Xiao, I haven't seen you for some days. Last time my little sister went out sea fishing thanks to your guidance. Only then did she catch so many blue flag tuna. Why don't we go have some fun on the boat this time too? If old brother is the host? A lot of beautiful women have come recently. Lu Xiao is blessed. Shinto Jingxing is Shinto Yuanyao's brother and the future heir of the Shinto family. But this kid is addicted to women all day long, and just now swung a few clubs that almost didn't tire me out. You'd better go and get well. I have something to do later. That's all for today. You guys play first. After Lucian finished speaking, he said hello to a few people and left. Although these gentlemen are a little reluctant, but Lucian they can't afford to offend. He is the heir to the Lu family's name, and these people have a lot of siblings in their family, not to mention those wild seeds that they don't know. So at this time even more don't dare to throw a face with Lucian. Come back when you're free, Mr. Lu. Inside a restaurant at night, the dusty Lu Xiao was meeting Xiao Chang and Lu Mingcheng. These two were called Bai Hao. The Lu family wanted to get a piece of the entertainment industry and the short video industry, and Bai Hao was too embarrassed to refuse. But he didn't know anything about it himself, so he asked the two of them to discuss it on his behalf. Three people in the booth chatting very well, especially Lucian gave a very idea. Xiao Chang although the management of a lot of money, but he is more in the line of investment. For these involved in the entertainment side of the time to listen to Lu Mingcheng. Lu Mingcheng and Lucian chat very well. There are many directions of cooperation, but the final cooperation of the power in the hands of the White Hao, especially the proportion of investment Xiao Chang do not dare to make a decision. Bai Hao returned to this side of the happy neighborhood with Gao Yike today, because if he doesn't come back, his sister-in-law is going to flip out. When the two just entered the neighborhood, they saw Gao Jialu in the park gazebo that, surrounded by a dozen high school students, just like a big sister posture, dressed in her school uniform with her ponytail tied high and a freshly spayed orange cat in her arms. She was directing a couple of freshman and sophomore schoolmates to catch a pregnant female cat in a nearby carport. Move gently, don't scare it, Gao Jialu barked, and turned to the other boy. Get the cage ready and take it straight to the vet tomorrow. This girl is now the bully of the neighborhood, but not the type to cause trouble. To be exact, she is doing justice. Ever since she heard that stray cats breed too fast and affect the ecology, she has been working with a group of her classmates to start the cat TNR program, trap, neuter, return, and even tried to find ways to raise the money herself. They sell handmade cookies in front of the school, collect deliveries for neighbors, and set up a weekend stall for a used book swap. Frozen saved enough money to pay for surgery for more than 24 cats. Now, when the stray cats in the neighborhood see her and her sterilization team from afar, they immediately drill under the car and jump over the wall for fear of being caught and clicked off. Adults loved and hated her. Gao Jialu's grades were in the top 10 of the grade, and her smile was so sweet that everyone who saw her complimented her as someone else's child. But this girl's sense of justice is bursting. Last Friday building Lee's grandmother's dog lost. She directly mobilized half a class of students to look for, holding a flashlight in the middle of the night in the green belt drilling. Midnight 12 o'clock, froze the dog out of the sewer. The results of a bunch of homeowners complained about a bunch of people in the group. Too noisy. Gao Yike came back this time to fix her. Chapter 75, Chivalry? Extra thank you for all the gifts. Gao Yike and Bai Hao saw Gao Jialu making waves again from afar, and Gao Yike couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Gao Jialu from the third class of sophomore year. Gao Yike shouted slowly, his tone drawn out long and cold, similar to the class teacher's roll call. The students surrounding Gao Jialu were instantly silenced, turning back in unison, and immediately shrank their necks and dispersed as birds and beasts when they met Gao Yike's smirking face. Jokingly, Gao Jialu often described Gao Yike as the smiling king of hell, and said that she usually smiles when she is not angry, but if she really starts to be ruthless, even Gao himself is afraid. Not to mention Gao Jialu's little brothers. Sis, Gao Jialu hugged the cat and flashed a bright smile, trying to muddle through. I'm doing a public service. I'm doing a good deed. Handsome again. Brother-in-law. Seeing that her sister is angry, Gao Jialu tries to bring Bai Hao to carry the thunder for herself. Pro bono? Gao Yike hugged his arms and then began to take stock of Gao Jialu's crimes over this period of time. You let a dozen people through the neighborhood last week to look for dogs in the garbage cans. The owners group complained and almost blew up the property phone. There is such a thing, isn't there? And the property almost fired your Grandpa Lee for letting strays into the neighborhood. Last week you desexed the cats in the neighborhood and ended up catching the wrong Mandarin duck-eyed lion cat from Granny Wang's house in Building 3, causing the old lady to put up cat search notices all over the neighborhood. You're really too much. Gao Jialu bristled. Naturally she couldn't deny these crimes. But, so it all worked out in the end, didn't it? Besides, It's all good. But there was a little mistake in the execution. Right, brother-in-law? It's not a big crime, is it? Settle? Gao Yike looked at Cao Jielu with an impish grin and slowly pulled out a stack of papers from his bag. Property management fees, neighborhood complaint slips, pet hospital bills. Come on. Explain to me where you get all this public service money? Don't tell me it's another small business? Gao Jialu's eyes turned toward Bai Hao, and just as she was about to make a sly defense, Gao Yike directly interrupted. I've looked at the books for that stall of yours, and they don't match up at all. Say, did he sneak you the money? Gao Jialu instantly stared, her expression stiff and full of helplessness. How do you know that? Sis? That's not what I said. Sis. Gao Yike looked at Bai Hao and Gao Yike and hummed lightly. You're going a little too far. Look at all the things you've done. If mom finds out, she'll have to clean you up again. Gao Yike was angry at Gao Jialu's behavior, but for Bai Hao he simply said, I'm going to make you look good when I get home. Gao Jialu swallowed and finally showed a heartfelt expression. Sis, I'm wrong. I'll go home this time. I won't dare to do it again. Gao Yike could see that she had sold out, and reached out to pinch her face as he pointed to the cat in her arms. And, release this one as well, and then you, the spay and neuter squad, are disbanded where you are. Gao Jielu had thought that she would just muddle through, but at the mention of the kitten she said anxiously, but they'll grow in number if they don't control their numbers. I see that it's not cats that are growing in the neighborhood, it's your minions. Gao Yike pulled out another piece of paper from his bag and waved it in front of Gao Jielu's face. The property said, there will be a next time. You just contact them directly. They have someone specializing in these. You don't need to worry about it. Gao Jielu instantly wilted. Sis, please don't. It's so hard for me to. Gao Yike could see that she didn't want to give in yet, and with a slight smile, he approached her ear and whispered, want to continue to be chivalrous? Fine. First you have to be first in your grade on your monthly exams this semester or else. I'm going to end the petty cash in your room for you tonight, and I'm going to make Bai Hao never pay you again. Don't believe me? Try it. You'll see if he listens to you or to me. When Gao Yike said this, he looked at Bai Hao with a threat in his eyes. Go home. Listen to your sister. Still want to be a warrior that. Good man not to lose. No, brother-in-law, my sister is bullying me. Don't you even care? Gao Jielu had wanted to struggle a bit, but she had already been held to death by Gao Yike. In the evening, Bai Hao made a delicious meal for his sister-in-law, Gao Yike, and Xiang Yicheng, and it was only in the food that the conflict between these two was removed. Brother-in-law, you said you'd support me next time, but you can't keep your word, or I'll go tell my sister now. Bai Hao looked at the sister-in-law without conscience, just wanted to say a few words when the phone suddenly rang. Caller ID is Xiao Chang. Bai Hao picked up the phone. The hands have not been washed. All the bowls were given to Gao Yike. Concentrate on going to the phone. Xiao Chang and Bai Hao briefly reported that the three of them talked about some of the contents of the afternoon, and sorted out the possibility of investing in profit. The overall return is still relatively substantial, and Lucian has carried out some of the preliminary work. Tomorrow afternoon invited Bai Hao to go to a detailed chat. At the same time Xiao Chang also gave me the program of investment. Bai Hao largely have a number. Morning. This morning Bai Hao didn't send Gao Yike to work, but instead slept alone at home, and when he opened his eyes and looked at the Patek Philippe on his hand, it was already more than 11 o'clock in the morning. Master White has a little money. Have you eaten yet? Do you want to eat together? Coco, I've already eaten. Don't you have something to do this afternoon? Just got up. Slacker JPG. Master White has a little bit of money, who says I've already departed. Bai Hao happened to be just leaving the house as he typed this, and had arranged to meet Lucian in a cafe. In the cafe, the afternoon sunlight sprinkled in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, lining a woman with pity. She was wearing a plain dress, her eyes were red, and she asked with a gently trembling voice, Lucian, you can deny it, but the child's matter. Do you really not want to be responsible? Guests in the cafe cast glances and whispers spread like a tidal wave. Look at the human like, did not expect so scum. The clothes on his body to say the least also have to big tens of thousands of bar. Is a rich man no wonder. That's right. Rich people play and then deny it? Oh, is it useful to be handsome? Character is so bad. Lucian sat across from her. His suit was straight, but his demeanor was consistently indifferent. He slowly and methodically picked up his coffee and gently took a sip, and when he raised his eyes to look at her, there was a hint of sneer in the bottom of his eyes. Yes, it's been a long time. Well played. The woman had thought that she could make him agree by relying on public opinion, but Lucian's words made her expression freeze. What do you mean? Lucian pulled his cell phone out of the inner pocket of his suit, scratched the screen, and pushed it in front of her. It was a test report, a clear negative result, dated 3 days ago. Last week you said you were pregnant and then 3 days later the test was gone? I'm curious. How did you manage to miscarry so quickly and still look so good? After Lucian finished speaking very calmly, The blood color on this woman's face instantly receded. The murmurs of those who heard the conversation around them suddenly stalled, and the winds of this audience began to shift subtly. Lu Xun, however, suddenly smiled, his fingertips gently tapping the desktop as if he was thinking about something. How did you know I was here? You know me. I'm a generous person. In fact, you could have just asked for the money. After all, we did have a moment. I'm more willing to pay for peace and quiet than to accompany someone else in such a boring drama. He leaned in slightly, his voice lowered to a whisper, and only when he was finished did he slowly straighten his cuffs and casually place a check on the table as everyone looked on in shock. Fill in the numbers as you wish, but in accepting it, you'll have to sign a plea of guilty to extortion. So think about it. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. The woman's expression froze completely, and she finally panicked, grabbed her bag and left. Lu Xun laughed lightly and followed the woman's gaze as she left, just in time to see Bai Hao getting out of the car. Chapter 76. Right as a good deed. Lu Xun, as the heir of this generation of the Lu family, has a lot of energy in his hands. After the last cooperation between Barley Entertainment and Starfire Entertainment, Lu Xun did a detailed investigation of Bai Hao, including many invisible properties under his name, and it was the first time for him to truly recognize his schoolmate, and it is not too much to describe him with his wealth, his family's wealth, and his wealth to be able to compete with the city. Here, Lu Xun reached out and greeted Bai Hao, who was wearing a pure white cotton tee with a pair of black and white pants today, and after greeting him with the car keys, he walked in. You can do it. Have you just woken up? So relaxed. Lu Xun saw Bai Hao eyes are still a bit drowsy. It seems to be just sleeping state. He is really envious, although he is a rich kid, but what spend the day? Drunkenness, and he has absolutely nothing to do. Every day is a variety of business. The company's various meetings, very little time to rest. See Bai Hao this lazy look. People are still richer than themselves. Really where to reason to go? Ah, brother Lu, coming so early. You have an appointment? Bai Hao said as he looked at the coffee on the table. I wasn't the one who made the appointment, and I don't know how I knew I was here. It's okay, it's all worked out. Have you eaten yet? Feel free to order from the menu. Lu Xun handed over a menu. This coffee shop menu or some bread and stuff. Bai Hao want to think about it all feel tired cheeks, so they politely refused. The two directly into the main topic. Bai Hao and the Lu family a person to contribute half. Each accounted for half of the shares. Bai Hao's side to come out of the anchor woman and the professional management of the staff. And the Lu family is the use of human channels, to ensure that the company all the way to the green light. Bai Hao directly agreed to Lu Xun's proposal. School brother is just refreshing. Ah, I heard that you were confessed to by our school's schoolgirl before, and you also rejected it. Is that true? Lu Xun looked at Bai Hao with a gossipy face. His eyes were full of curiosity. Nonsense. Where's the confession? Besides, I'm married. That's all they're making up. There's no such thing. Lai Wan Yu things Bai Hao does not want to say more. People will be looking for a date in the future, to give her a good reputation. Well, what's not? Let me meet my future sibling someday and see just how much charm can mesmerize you like this. No problem. We'll find some time to get together when she's done with this time. Schoolboy, there's $3 million in here for you to keep. It's the loot from the last time we went out fishing. Lu Xun took out a black bank card from his clothes and handed it to Bai Hao. I don't want this. I caught one last time, or you guys helped me pull it up. I'm embarrassed to take this money. If it wasn't for you, how could we have been so lucky to catch a blue flag tuna? Take it, and if you have any problems in the future, just call your brother. You know. Seeing that Lu Xun repeatedly insisted and was too embarrassed to refuse, Bai Hao reluctantly accepted it, and the two of them reminisced about some of the things they had done when they were in school and chatted a lot until Lu Xun's phone rang and he drove away. Along Zheng Pig's Feet restaurant down the road, Bai Hao sat with his legs crossed by the side of the road, the plastic stool so short that his knees almost reached his chin. He was cupping disposable chopsticks in one hand, holding the greasy dinner plate with the other, and was burying his head in the bowl of pig's foot rice. The boss chopped the pig's feet with a very ruthless technique. Each bone is split sharply. The meat hangs trembling on it. The sauce color is rich, wrapped in bright grease. When Bai Hao bit down, the tendons and meat tore tough between his teeth, and the sticky gelatin smeared all over his mouth as he took a sip of the unctuous soup and continued to chomp down on his rice. At that moment, bang! A muffled sound interrupted his dry meal. Toward the sound of the place, looking across the road, a takeaway electric car is very fast. Corner slammed into another adult with a child's electric car. The rider and the two cars are stumbling. The takeaway boy's single spilled a floor. Asterisk. Bai Hao spat out the unchewed piece of pork skin, dropped the bowl and leapt up. The plastic stool was tipped over by his sudden rise, and the greasy plate clattered to the floor. He didn't have time to pay attention and crossed the street 3 steps at a time. Crowds had begun to gather, and an older brother in overalls was holding a wailing child and squatting to dial 120. Make way! Bai Hao pushed through the wall of onlookers and squeezed in. The woman lying on the ground was white with blood seeping from her forehead. The delivery boy next to her was in better condition. His helmet had protected him well and there was no major problem. How long will the ambulance take? Bai Hao crouched down to simply check the 2 neck pulse, which is still the first aid knowledge learned in college came in handy at the moment. A man claiming to be a doctor is examining the injured man's pupils. At least 20 minutes. But the situation, I'm afraid it won't last. The child on the side was still crying non-stop, and Bai Hao looked up at the sobbing little boy, with smears of snot and tears mixed together hanging on his face, and his eyes red and swollen like 2 small walnuts. I have a car. Why don't you come with me? You're more specialized, Bai Hao said suddenly, pulling the key out of his pocket and pressing the unlock button. Across the road, the headlights of a blacked-out Rolls-Royce Phantom with coldly glowing wheels snapped on, its gilded goddess of joy glowing in the twilight. Everyone's breath froze for a moment. This is your car? Rich people ah. The owner of Pig's Feet Rice opened his mouth wide. Bai Hao couldn't pay attention to the crowd's shock. An arrow stepped to open the backseat car door. Money for no food. Ha, quick, hurry up and bring up the wounded. The older brother in overalls and the doctor looked at each other and immediately sprang into action, as they carefully placed the injured man on the leather seat of the Rolls-Royce. Little friend, come up. Uncle, take your mom to the hospital. Okay, do you know the phone number of your dad or someone else inside your house? Bai Hao bent down and picked up the sobbing boy, the tears and snot remaining on the child's face staining his clothes. I don't know, said the little boy, and though he had stopped crying, he was in such a state of shock that I guess it would be a while before I could ask him. You navigate me, Whitehall said to the doctor as he shoved the kid into the passenger seat and buckled his seatbelt. If we delay any longer, it's really too late. The owner of the Pig's Foot restaurant then snapped out of her shock and ran 2 steps after the car. Handsome, you haven't paid me for your meal yet, but Handsome is so rich that he came all the way here to eat my pig's feet for dinner? Do I make mine so have a good taste? The Rolls-Royce had driven away like an arrow from a string, leaving behind an elegant arc of taillights and the owner of a pig's foot meal who wanted to make it big. Inside the car, the little boy's wet eyes were wide open and his small hands were feeling the stitching on the leather seat. My dad's phone number is 1522, but he's at work. Bai Hao's car speed is very fast. 10 minutes to send them to the hospital. In the door of the hospital to accompany the little boy, until his father came. In the sound of thanks Bai Hao left. Before leaving also gave them to pay the medical bills, because Bai Hao in the mouth of the little boy learned that his mother is a sanitation worker, while his father is a small factory workers. Consider it a good deed. Chapter 77, Bai Chen is in love? Bai Hao busy with all this to the home when it is already 7 o'clock in the evening. Gao Yike has not come back. The only person in the house is the sister-in-law, still in the 501. After Gao Yike's lesson, her sister-in-law has already started to turn all her attention to studying, and now she comes home to study. Bai Hao takes a shower and stuffs his clothes into the washing machine, and then he calls Bai Chen and Bai Wan, with the intention of seeing that Gao Jialu has started to study, and that Bai Wan is also a senior, and that she also needs to study well, and also bring Bai Chen along, and the 3 of them will video together. Brother, I've been studying so hard all this time that the school leaders even praised me. Bai Wan was in her room, which was decorated in a cozy way, and when she hit the video, she was lighting a lamp to study. Brother, don't listen to the oldest two. That's the principal looking at dad's contribution to the school. Deliberately said so. Still really think it's praising you ah? You're really shameless. Bai Chen in the next house does not have his own room. This room is the former Bai Hao. As a child, the 2 of them lived together, and now it is his one. He heard Bai Wan's words directly nonchalant said, what did you say? I'll see if you can get praised for one too. You've regressed in your grades again this time. Watch out, I'll tell mom and the others about that one. As soon as Bai Wan's words fell, Bai Chen ran over from the next room and covered Bai Wan's mouth with one hand. What's going on? What is it? Tell me about it. If you don't tell me, don't come to me if you're short of money in the future. I'll stop your cards for you. Bai Hao looked at Bai Chen's appearance. He knew that this kid did not know what bad things to hold back that. Bai Chen is the smallest in the family, so the people in the family always have a few more points of tolerance, so he is a little inflated. Need Bai Wan and Bai Hao regularly knocked. Brother, it's okay, nothing's wrong, you're in love, so this isn't a big deal? Bai Wan said eagerly to Bai Hao as she broke Awa. Why from Bai Chen's hand. Awesome, you're in love. What do you look like? Do you have a picture? Bai Hao's words directly shocked the 2 siblings, and Bai Hao knew that he had missed the mark when he looked at both of their reactions. Ahem, how old are you kid? And you're learning to fall in love? But it's not a big deal. Brother, you don't talk about me. I'll send you a picture later. Big brother, you can't do this. This is a bad trend. You can't spoil him. Wan Air, do you have a favorite person? I'm not like some people. Brother, you have to criticize him hard. Bai Wan was dissatisfied with Bai Hao's attitude, but she couldn't say anything. After all, She had to brush Bai Hao's card every week when she and her girlfriends went out on the street without money. Bai Hao for their 2 requirements. As long as it is not what involves the issue of right and wrong, always is all to meet. But these 2 people are also very content. Never spend a lot of money. What was that you were saying about dad contributing to the school? It's just that there are several poor families inside the school who don't have the money to study anymore, and the school's quota for the poverty grant has run out, so dad subsidizes them to go to school and provides them with living expenses. Brother, I'm telling you those students are miserable. I heard they're going home to get married now, Bai Chen explained to Bai Hao as he searched for the photo. There's such a thing. Ha? Are there a lot of people? It's okay, it's not a lot. Anyway, Bai Hao's previous road repair thing in the town is spreading all over the place. All say that the old Bai family has a great character. The Bai family is great. Bai dad's status in the school has also risen dramatically, and this grant has also increased Bai dad's reputation by a lot. Bro, I sent you the pics. I want to apply more this week. I want to go out with her. Bai Hao clicked on the photo sent by Bai Chen, a young girl wearing a loose blue and white striped school uniform. The collar and cuffs are slightly old, obviously traces of frequent cleaning. Her feet stepped on a pair of simple white canvas shoes, her long hair tied into a loose ponytail, a few strands of bangs messily resting on her forehead. Her face is tight and full of collagen, and the whole person is very small and exquisite, and Bai Chen is still very good with her. Good, just get a grip on yourself. Bai Hao had previously tied Bai Chen and Bai Wan's cell phones with their own affiliated bank cards, and all they needed to do was to tell Bai Hao if they had a large amount to spend, and there was no limit to the amount of money in the card, so they could spend it at will. Bai Hao called Bai Dad and Bai Mom's bank cards another million each over, and the money Bai Hao had given before was probably not spent by the older 2. Bai Hao also gave Bai Ma made a phone call, asked about the status quo, and then said that this will be funded by the students to pay their own money. Bai Ma at first refused, but then Bai Hao no to love, moved to reason, said it is so that the dad in the school can be high up this kind of words. Bai Ma reluctantly accepted. Papa Bai saw the message on his cell phone while the 2 of them were on the phone. The construction bank has arrived with $1 million. Bai Dad has been a teacher for more than 10 years and is usually very calm. But when he heard Bai Mom say that the money was given to his dad by Bai Hao for him to subsidize the students, he was very happy and skipped around the house several times. Hurry up and go to bed. Look how excited you are. You usually have more contact with your good boy too. It's fine for you to care about your students, but don't you forget that these are your own pups. Got it. Bai Dad gave Bai Mom a gentle kiss on the cheek. The 2 had been married for many years and their relationship had remained the same. In Chuan province, those who can study in high school are very good students. This side of the family has several children. If they all study, the cost is too expensive. The average family cannot afford it. So the concept is if you can study, then study. If not, then go to work. 2 girls and a boy dropped out of school in Pakpa's previous class. The boy was called by his family to work outside, and the girl was called back to Dashan to get married, for the little dowry from the man's family. White Dad learned about this, sitting in the doorway to smoke a long time. These 3 are good children can be admitted to a book. White Dad often helped those students from poor families. White Mom also no less than more pocket money to White Dad, but that money is too little. With this money given by Hao, these children can live better. The next period of time, under the implementation of Xiaochang Bai Hao and Lucian invested in the Azure short video platform, has also been prepared. The office is still selected in the Starfire Entertainment Company. By Lu Mingcheng and the Lu family recommended in Executive Kong Ruiyan co-management. As for the contents of the editing and operations department of the personnel, the Lu family and Xiaochang together with the recruitment of the entire short video market has not been more outstanding platform, are very mediocre. Chapter 78 Shocking. 10 abs men dancing hot online. The Azure short video platform has chosen December 12th to officially start going live on all major platforms. Inside 501 of the Happiness neighborhood, Cao Jialu and Zhang Jilan had just gone downstairs to school, leaving Xiang Yicheng alone. Her bedroom was in disarray, with half a bottle of uncapped Fat House Happy Water piled up on the nightstand, an open bag of potato chips spilling a few slices onto the sheets, and the computer screen still stuck on last night's game performance screen. A gruesome defeat in red letters arrogantly dominated the entire display. Xiang Yicheng was paralyzed like a corpse on the bed, cradling a shark pillow in his arms, his black hair disheveled, and the neckline of his pajamas askew, exposing half of his shoulders. Her face was still buried in the pillow, but her right hand was already fumbling for her cell phone at the foot of the bed, and even though her eyes weren't even open, her muscle memory was still precise enough for her to unlock the screen and see that someone had messaged her. DDT, Xiang De Anchor, you're still sleeping there. Something big has happened. The company is about to be gone. She jolted at the sound of the voice, bouncing up instantly from her half-dead state and struggling to focus on the phone screen with 2 huge dark circles under her eyes. There was even a little bit of physiological tears in the corners of her eyes from staying up late last night playing games, but she didn't even have time to wipe them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What? The company is about to run out? What about my paycheck for the past few months? Are you kidding? Xiangyicheng, where the live broadcasting company usually profit okay, to them to play money also fast, otherwise she would not have chosen this platform. But she looked at this message as the company responsible for the management of their own sister sent over the dissipation. Although Xiangyicheng usually live is not active, but cannot help but she has big brother so usually Rong's sister is very good to her. What news is also the first time to notify her. Xiangyicheng hurriedly called sister Rong, both eyes open. He is going to become a hobo? Sis, the company is about to close down? How come? I'm not going to lose my paycheck. I'm still counting on this. I still want to know that. I also came to the company in the morning to know. I heard the personnel department of the small Wang said, the company many anchors have been dug out, especially a few head. Our boss seems to be a few days ago in a way to solve the problem, but there is no way. I also want my salary that. A family of old and young are waiting to feed. Someone's looking for me. I'll talk to you later when I hear something. Such things do not only happen to these companies in Mordor. Many large live broadcasting companies have not escaped this fate. Xiao Chang sat in the office, listening to the time of the men to report their previous results. Azure Short Video platform covers almost all kinds of live, high-quality video, coupled with the Lu family contacts, and Xiao Chang's men's money. A flyer is a must. Good. Very good. You only need to do what I arranged. Don't worry about anything else. Just leave the company's operation to Kong Ruiyang. It's been almost a week since the launch of the Liwei short video platform, and its daily online population has expanded directly from tens of millions of people at the beginning to hundreds of millions of people, whether on the subway or on the bus. Everyone is using Liwei to brush the video. In the middle of the Lushin to Baihao called, said there are a few people also want to participate in. Baihao actually does not matter, mainly to see the meaning of Lushin. And finally there are 3 people involved. Baihao shares were reduced to 20, or let Xiao Chang continue to take care of. Baihao also do not ask. When Baihao cooked for the 3 of them in the evening, Xiangyicheng looked at Gao Yike with an expressionless face. Coco, I'm going to lose my job. I'm afraid I'm going to need you to support me in the future. And I don't know which one is responsible for this Azure short video. I'm so angry. If I know who it is, I'll see if I don't. Before Xiangyicheng's words fell, Gao Yike looked at Baihao, who was working in the kitchen, and smiled. Gao Jialu asked while eating the watermelon and looking at Xiangyicheng, Sister Qingqing, don't worry about it. With my brother-in-law around, you won't starve. Brother-in-law, I want to eat chicken wings with cola. Okay. Gao Yike asked Xiangyicheng, do you want to stay on the air, or do you want to do something else, like a management position related to the air? Xiangyicheng sat on the sofa, thought about it and didn't know how to answer. She live broadcasting industry has been doing it for years. What content has been broadcasted? It is true that some of them don't like it too much anymore, but doing the rest she is afraid that she will have to start from the beginning. I haven't thought about it yet, and it's hard to find a job right now, so I'll wait until I find the right one. If you think about it, you can just go and work for Azure Short Video, and the pay is definitely higher than what you're getting now. Gao Yike pointed at Baihao as she whispered in Xiangyicheng's ear, the company is his. Fine. Baihao, you made me lose my job. You must compensate me another. In the end, under Gao Yike's persuasion, Xiangyicheng found a management position, and Baihao asked the 2 Xiao Chang and Kong Ruoyan to bring him around more. Baihao passed by the front desk and glanced at her screen. Shocking. 10 abs men dancing hot online. Good lord. It's still an ensemble. Baihao reached out and waved his hand in front of her eyes. It was work. Hello? Is your soul still there? Li Xiaoyu did not react. Still immersed in the storm of male sex, Baihao frowned and directly reached out to remove her headphones. Sure. Li Xiaoyu, are you here to work or to visit the duck store? Ha! Only then did Li Xiaoyu wake up as if from a dream, looking up to see that it was Baihao. Not only did she not feel weak, but she excitedly handed her cell phone to him. Mr. White, look, this abs, this face value. Why don't you consider opening an account with Azure? With your face, you'll become a headliner in minutes. We'll be able to enjoy it too. What headliner? I'm really. Li Xiaoyu obviously didn't see Baihao's helplessness, and even nodded her head as if pounding garlic in agreement. Yeah. A domineering president turned wild lovebirds. Absolute traffic explosion. This traffic will definitely be explosive by then. Baihao laughed coldly and reached out to pop a melon on her head. You're groping your boss at work? Do you want me to shoot a workplace dismissal fact sheet for you and send it to Wilei, so that you can also get fired up? Li Xiaoyu instantly sobered up and laughed dryly. Cough. Mister. Bye. I'm going to work. Please don't disturb my work. Baihao gasped and laughed, pulling out his cell phone. Finished? I think Winto would be interested to know what you usually read. Don't. Mr. White, why don't I order you a takeout for lunch? I know a really good restaurant. What do you think? It's rare, but no. You'd better save it for coaxing your family Tao. By how overheardly Xiaoyu's note to Wen Tao was dear Tao Tao. You, shameless. By how swaggered away in her surprised gaze, and returned to the office. By how opened the computer and saw a lot of publicity about the Azure short video platform. The Liu family's connections are really powerful. Chapter 79 By how. You're worse than a child. Early in the morning when Bai Hao woke up he saw heavy snow outside. White snowflakes flew into the water of the Huangpu River. A thin layer of wet traces accumulated on the stone tiles of the bund. Pedestrians in a hurry. The windows on both sides of East Nanjing Road are still bright, with the gold dust of Christmas trees and the red of discount posters, adding a touch of instantaneous pallor to the city. Today happened to be the weekend. Bai Hao had planned to go skiing with Gao Yike before, and Gao Jielu followed along. Xiang Yicheng was learning to deal with some business, so he didn't go with Bai Hao and the others. And I have to say that people who concentrate on their careers are really different. If this were the old Xiang Yicheng, he wouldn't have been able to wait. Whitehall drove about 2 hours or so to get to the ski resort. As soon as you get out of the car, you can see that the snow-covered snow spreads to the sky, like a piece of white silk smoothed by the wind. The ski slopes just sprawl across the mountains, the cable car like a black line, sending people to the highest point. Snow grains shimmer in the sunlight, reflecting tiny chilly glints, cascading over each other, blinding the whole world. Quite a few of them slid on the track. The beginners' trajectories were as crooked as drunkenness, dragging messy traces on the flat snow path, not knowing which direction they would fall in next. And there were quite a number of masters, who swooped down from a high point, their blades slicing into the snow surface, and their bodies drew a harsh arc, almost resonating with the sound of the wind. The man who fell made a muffled noise, then was caught in the net next to the track, and like a rolling snowball, he slowly got up, cursed asterisk, and stumbled forward again. By how 3 people directly to the foot of the mountain in the equipment store. This equipment store is a large area. The whole is presented in a rectangular shape. The first row is a variety of skis, behind the snowshoes and protective gear, ski goggles and so on. The types and styles are very much. As soon as she walked in the door, Gao Jielu took a liking to a ski with graffiti on the wall, and then took a look at the matching goggles. This is so handsome. How do I wear this? Will it pinch my ears? Hello, our side to rent equipment is there are 3 different grades. The general is 600 yuan, better 1,200, the best 3,000 a day. You see which one you choose. There are quite a few people in the equipment store trying out the equipment. Most of the people are here to have some fun and are not professionals, so they all chose the 600s. This clerk saw Bai Hao and the others come in and went up to them and introduced them. Okay, let's take a look. Go pick out your favorite. Bai Hao said to the 2-eyed Gao Jielu. Are we buying it ourselves, brother-in-law? Bai Hao just took a look at these rented equipment. Although some are very new, but look at the traces on it, is estimated to have been over many people's use. And some of the shoes have not yet come close enough to smell a stinky foot odor. Bai Hao directly chose to buy a set, which wasn't bad anyway. Gao Yike and Gao Jielu are both from northeast China, but they don't know how to ski, so they don't know much about equipment selection. Sir, are you guys going to buy your own? I see that all 3 of you should be beginners. Then I recommend you to use double boards. Newbies are more suitable for shorter boards. The length is up to near the chin. High tolerance and good control. Shoes should be 60 to 80 hardness. Too hard for the ankle to bear. Remember to wear ski socks when you try them on. The toes can move slightly but the heel does not slide. The bindings should match the board and shoes. The bindings of double board should be adjusted to the DIN value, anti-detachment value, and newbies should adjust it lower, so that it can automatically detach from the board after a fall. Veneer bindings are divided into back buckle type and step-in type. It is recommended to try the back buckle type first. It is quick to get started. It was rare for this clerk to meet someone who wanted to buy the equipment on their own, and it was crucial that she recognized the Patek Philippe on Bai Hao's and Gao Yike's hands, so she introduced it carefully. Which one do you want? Sir, this is a better price and good for a novice. With this one, it's just more expensive. It's made of better materials. Gao Jielu chose the one she had been eyeing earlier from the side, and Bai Hao went up to look at the price before turning to the clerk. This one, and that one over there. Wrap it all up. I'll take it. Gao Yike looked at Bai Hao with wide eyes while he was still torn. Wait a minute. You can't even ski. What's the point of buying something so expensive? And you're not allowed to buy such expensive ones. Gao Yike took a look at the price of 82,000, and the one Gao Jielu took cost 39,000. Learn it and you'll know it. Besides, you're a northeasterner who can't actually ski. You want this one, same as mine. After Bai Hao chose a set for Gao Yike, the clerk standing next to him had a golden light in his eyes. This is really a big moneymaker. All of this added up to a little over $200,000, which was more than she used to sell equipment in a month. Yes sir, swipe your card on your side. We have 3 free coaches on our side for you. By how and the 3 of them went up the mountain with their coach. On the beginner's piste, Gao Yike was wearing brand new skiing equipment, like a little penguin who had just learned to walk, nervously grasping Bai Hao's arm and not letting go. The coach next to them patiently taught Bai Hao and Gao Yike how to keep their balance. Yes, that's it. Knees bent, weight forward, don't fall back. She's doing great. My sister-in-law on the sidelines was a quick learner and started sliding down the hill at the instructor's behest. And Gao Yike moved a step beside Bai Hao with trepidation, and as a result, his left foot tripped over his right foot, and he directly sat in the snow with a buttock, and his hat was crooked. Bai Hao had just helped her up when the 2 of them slid down the hill together, so that the 2 coaches behind them rushed to catch up, but luckily there was a net underneath, so the 2 just hugged and rolled into the snowdrift. It's all your fault, you dragged me away. Gao Yike, covered in snow, lightly punched towards Bai Hao. The coach who had arrived in the back said hesitantly, "This young lady hasn't mastered basic standing." Bai Hao held Gao Yike out confidently. "I'll do it again and I'll get it. You, Dish, just practice more." The 4 of them went up in the cable car again, and as soon as the 2 coaches left, Gao Yike looked at Bai Hao suspiciously. "Are you okay?" "Sure, I'm super good at skiing." At the top of the hill, the 2 coaches carefully went over the techniques and precautions one more time before reassuring the 2 of them to slide down. 15 minutes later, Gao Yike tugged on Bai Hao's sleeve in death. Wait, you don't let go." Don't you already know how to do that? I thought coaches couldn't yank people?" The 2 men advanced crookedly through the snow. 3 seconds later, puff, Gao Yike jumped into the snow pile, and Bai Hao fell farther than she did. His skis buckled skyward, like a turtle with a flipped shell. Gao Yike climbed to his feet with snow still in his hair and a grimace on his face. "Is this what you call super awesome?" Bai Hao coughed awkwardly. Mistake. Come again." The 2 fell in the snow 17 or 18 times in the afternoon. From standing, sitting, to rolling, and finally even next to the 5 or 6-year-old children cannot watch. Sliding over to the milky voice. "Auntie and uncle, you're not doing this right." Bai Hao was directly a big speechless. Gao Yike held back his laughter until his shoulders were shaking, and finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Bai Hao, you're worse than a child." Bai Hao lunged over to tickle her, but his feet slipped and he directly rolled into the snow with her. The 2 of them lay on the snow catching their breath, and Gao Yike looked at him sideways, laughing so hard that tears came out of his eyes. "Want to skate again? Come." Bai Hao, who does not believe in evil, went up and slipped once again, but this time it was even worse, and he was directly dialed 120, and his left leg was fractured, and he had to be hospitalized for a week of observation. Chapter 80, Handsome My Ass, rolls like a tumble dryer. Inside the 120 emergency vehicle called by the ski resort, Bai Hao has been immobilized on a stretcher bed with a splint on his left leg, but is still in pain and in a cold sweat. Gao Yike sat next to him and cursed while wiping his cold sweat. "Told you to pretend. Told you to challenge the advanced path. Happy to break your leg?" Bai Hao remembered that when he swooped down from the top of the mountain just now, his mind was still thinking that this wave of operation was handsome. As a result, the next second, he was viciously betrayed by his own skis at a sharp turn. Although Bai Hao was now very weak, but he had a tough mouth. His expression was calm as he looked at Gao Yike and said softly, "It was an accident. Pure and simple. It's fine. Accident my ass. You're skiing like a dog paddle. You're in a hurry to get reincarnated, aren't you?" The nurse's sister on the sidelines also stifled a laugh and advised, Don't curse, then the patient's blood pressure will go even higher. We've been coming in almost every day for the past few days, and that's pretty light." Gao Yike had watched Bai Hao fall with her own eyes, especially since the crunching sound was unusually clear, even overpowering the sound of the wind whistling in her ears. Click, click. Bai Hao's entire body fell to pieces in the snow, his left leg crooked at a weird angle in front of her and Gao Jialu. Gao Yike rolled her eyes after hearing Bai Hao's words, but still softened her tone and asked Bai Hao, "Does it still hurt? You're so old and you're so feisty." The Gao Yike in Bai Hao's eyes was full of warmth and care, and while he grimaced in pain, his mouth still said simply, "It's okay, it doesn't hurt much, it's still okay damn it, your face is white as A4 paper." Gao Yike said without good humor. The ambulance honked all the way to the hospital emergency channel soon. As soon as the car door opened, nurses and doctors were already waiting outside with transfer beds. Gao Yike jumped out of the car, jogging along with the push bed while looking at the sweat on Bai Hao's forehead and said, "Now you're being honest? Who didn't just say it was okay?" Bai Hao's temples jutted in pain, and his cold sweat soaked the lining of his ski suit, but he was still a dead duck. As soon as the doctor lifted the temporary fixation splint, revealing the calf that had swollen into a bun, he examined it and said, "Did the lad take a skiing fall too? Needs to get an x-ray. I'm afraid I'll have to be hospitalized." The hospital nurses pushed Bai Hao to get checked while Gao Yike called Xiang Yicheng to pick up Gao Jielu from the ski resort. In no time the doctor pinched Bai Hao's x-rays and gave him the verdict. A typical spiral fracture, which would require a steel plate. When Bai Hao was pushed into the ward, his left leg was already in a thick plaster, hanging high on the traction frame, like a wind-dried ham. Gao Yike dragged a chair to sit next to him and asked coolly while peeling an apple, "Still think skiing is cool now?" Bai Hao stared at the ceiling and bemoaned the fact that the doctor said it would take at least a week to get out of the hospital. "At least my fall should be pretty cool. You saw it. Handsome my ass. You rolled like a tumble dryer in the security footage." Gao Yike also mimicked the image of Bai Hao rolling down at that moment. Next to the hospital's front desk by the information desk, nurses in 2s and 3s take advantage of their work breaks to gather here, some drinking water or organizing medical records, but more often than not, chatting. "I'm telling you, that handsome guy who came to Ward 1 just now, the super handsome kind, that's the guy who broke his leg, with eyelashes so long they can hold a cotton swab." The eyes of the nurse with the pill-boxed head glowed, and she gestured in her hands. The short-haired nurse next to her, who was drinking water, snorted. "Yo, how handsome is that? Can't walk away from seeing him?" The pill-popping nurse took an exaggerated backwards breath. "I just went to change his medication and he smiled at me and his blood tank went straight to empty. The key is that he's also very tolerant of pain, and he doesn't even say a word when he's getting the injection." The short-haired nurse bristled. "Come on, you have a chance? Didn't you see that girl sitting next to his bed? That temperament, that look is simply amazing. I've rarely seen it in all the years I've worked at the hospital." "Ha, that's his girlfriend? Too bad." The pill-popping nurse was instantly disappointed. "Nonsense. He's been with him the whole time, even when he's had a few sips of water. He's been staring at him like he's dead." The other curly-haired nurse interjected, with a look that saw through everything. "And that girl, as mean as she is super attached to him, and just now went to the attending physician to ask about his condition, scaring the doctor so much that he's memorizing his medical books." The nurses made a collective tisk sound. Just then, the short-haired nurse's eyes suddenly lit up. "Right, isn't that brooding hottie coming tomorrow for the weekend?" The curly-haired nurse immediately lowered her voice in excitement. Yeah, definitely come. He comes every Saturday at 3 p.m. sharp for a follow-up appointment." With that melancholy demeanor, that perfect sideburn, Nurse Pillowhead wondered. "Melancholy handsome who?" The short-haired nurse smiled mysteriously. "It's a handsome guy who suffers from mild depression. I heard that he was dumped by his girlfriend, so he's depressed. He wears a black mask every time he comes and never talks to people much. But handsome is really handsome." The curly-haired nurse on the side made a fist while addressing a few of her sisters around the room. "I'm going to get a replacement tomorrow and I want to check it out." As it turned out, all her sisters shook their heads, which would be great if the head nurse found out, and in no time she was left on her own. "You guys are so inadequate." Inside Bekho's hospital room, Bai Hao's leg was still vaguely painful, and the plaster fell heavily, and the moment he moved it was a sharp, aching sensation. But at this moment, his heart was filled with a heavy warmth. Gao Yike was nestled in his arms, breathing evenly and sleeping peacefully. Her head leaned against his chest, her hair softly pressed against the side of his neck, and her warm body heat came through the thin hospital gown, making people inexplicably at ease. Bai Hao stared at her for a while and couldn't help but raise his hand to gently ruffle the hair covering her face. It was so beautiful that Bai Hao gently kissed her on the cheek and then muttered softly, "Honey, you're so beautiful. I love you so much." In this way, when Bai Hao opened his eyes the next day, Gao Yike was at the door calling to talk to Lao Zhang about the situation, and by the way, explaining the work of the next few days. Before she finished her phone call, Xiao Chang appeared at the end of the hospital corridor with a few assistants, and when she got closer, she saw that these people were holding fruits and some healthcare products, as well as a bouquet of flowers. Xiao Chang originally wanted to find Bai Hao yesterday to talk about the Azure short video platform, but he learned that Bai Hao was hospitalized and rushed to drive to visit early in the morning. Not long after the old summer several people, and Lucian also appeared in the hospital. Some visits down has been more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The house is piled up with a variety of fruits and flowers. When Gao Yike went to the corridor to get water for Bai Hao, someone behind her called out to her. Chapter 81, Xiang Yicheng's Sinful Fate. Gao Yike turned around to see it was a person wearing a black mask, standing by the window in the hospital corridor. His slender figure pulled out a sharp silhouette by the afternoon sun. It was impossible to see the full face, but a pair of dark, sunken eyes, cold and deep, were revealed above the mask. His brow bones were stern, and when his eyelashes were lowered, they cast a faint shadow, and when he raised his eyes again, his gaze was as thin as thin. The black mask covers half of his face, but cannot block the stern feeling through the bone phase. High nose bridge supports a sharp fold, jawline sharp as a knife, the knot of the throat with swallowing slightly rolling, adding a few points of abstinence like coldness. He stood there with his hands in the pockets of his long black jacket. The nurses in the corridor sneaked glances at him, but no one dared to go up and talk to him, because this man was wrapped in an aura of uninviting, like the cold wind on the streets at midnight, cold and dangerous. You are? Gao Yike didn't recall who this person was in his mind, but this person did look a bit familiar. Me, Sitsi. It's been a long time. What's wrong with you? It's you, Sitsi. My boyfriend is hospitalized. But how are you? CZ is Xiang Yicheng's ex-boyfriend and used to hang out with Gao Yike. You have a boyfriend. It's okay. I didn't think that our tall beautiful girl also has the day to be tamed. When CZ said the words boyfriend, the expression on her face was clearly not right. When a nurse shouted from the corridor, is CZ here? It's your turn. It's calling you, isn't it? CZ listened to the voice and hastily responded. And after saying hello to Gao Yike, he jogged over. And Gao Yike looked along to the psychology department. It just so happened that the nurse who had just passed by was still talking. That's the handsome guy with the depression that hasn't been cured in years. His girlfriend is a real character too. What does she look like that she can make him so nostalgic? Who knows? Gao Yike listened to the conversation between the two. Suddenly thought of the year when CZ and Xiang Yicheng broke up that year. The two of them were originally the most envied couple in the university. The male is handsome, the female is beautiful, but then broke up. The reason for the breakup is also really laughable. Xiang Yicheng thought that sooner or later, CZ would cheat on his wife, so he chose to break up. At that time, CZ was downstairs and the Xiang Yicheng's bench sat on the bench for a night. To see the Xiang Yicheng, the two of them stopped seeing each other until now. It seems like it should have been the thing that caused CZ to suffer from depression. This Xiang Yicheng is really harming people. Ah, hey, Gao Yike knows her best friend very well. Xiang Yicheng definitely likes CZ. When they broke up, Xiang Yicheng was lying in the dormitory all day long, not eating or going to class. And finally Gao Yike looked for her to get better. This 2 years you don't see Xiang Yicheng know a lot of men. Back and forth are said to be what true love. But that time also did not see her want to break up with CZ. That time so sad. Coco, you're really hurting people. You know who I saw at the hospital? Item Big Beauty, : Who is it? Doubtful JPG. Coco, CZ. At this time, within Starfire Entertainment, in a bright office, Xiang Yicheng was still dealing with the matter of Azure short video, but when she saw the word CZ, she froze for a moment and didn't know what she was thinking about. Perhaps she was also recalling a certain summer, the cozy scene of two people who loved each other, and her green bubble chat interface just stopped. Gao Yike saw Xiang Yicheng keep showing the input in the middle, but Gao Yike saw that Xiang Yicheng had been displaying typing, but he didn't see her send a message for half a day, so he didn't care. Gao Yike walked over to Bai Hao with the hot water he had just received and said in a serious manner, "Dear Lord Sick, drink water." Bai Hao raised an eyebrow and reached out to take the glass of water, smiling as his fingertips touched her slightly cool fingertips. It's rare to be so quite virtuous. Usually I'm the one taking care of you. I'm enjoying myself. Gao Yike let out a humph, but his eyes drifted toward his plastered leg. Bai Hao didn't notice, tilted his head back and took 2 sips, just putting down the cup. Suddenly, there was a slight itch on his leg and he looked up. Gao Yike had gotten a ballpoint pen from somewhere and was squatting beside his leg, scraping the cap end of the pen gently against the edge of his cast as if he were trying some kind of Jedi experiment, with a bad grin stifled on his face. Hey, don't! Bai Hao's legs trembled and he shrank back in tears. Gao Yike, why do you people even bully sick people? Gao Yike looked up in mock innocence. Didn't the doctor say the skin around the cast tends to itch? I'm helping to stop the itching. It's called sensible care. Bai Hao reached out to grab her wrist, and she nimbly ducked back and penciled in a twist. Wow drew a crooked line on his plaster. What are you doing? Gao Yike looked at Bai Hao and smiled wryly. Signature exclusive VIP plaster for sick people. I'm too lazy to draw if others want me to. Okay, you draw, right? Bai Hao narrowed his eyes, backhandedly copied a pillow and threw it towards her. Gao Yike laughed and dodged, but accidentally tripped over the foot of the bed, and the whole person staggered forward. Bai Hao quickly reached out and fished the person out, and Gao Yike fell into his arms solidly like this. The two were instantly close. Gao Yike's hand was still picking at his shoulder, looking at him blankly. Bai Hao looked down at her, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. You call that throwing yourself at me? Looks like I'm going to have to teach you a lesson. Bai Hao said the word lesson very slowly, and Gao Yike's ears reddened, and just when he wanted to retort, he saw Bai Hao suddenly let out a hiss. What's the matter? Is the leg hurting? Bai Hao took the opportunity to pinch her chin and said as he looked at her delicate face, I lied to you. Then he kissed Gao Yike's lips, and the pen in Gao Yike's hand fell to the ground for a moment. She closed her eyes, and the two of them kissed each other like this, and they didn't separate until the sound of knocking sounded outside. Who? Me? Sizzy. CZ had already taken off his mask at this time. His face was angular and very handsome, but it was still a little bit worse than Bai Hao. If Bai Hao scored 9 points, he could get 8 points. Gao Yike brought him into the hospital room, and Bai Hao looked at CZ, who had just come in. This is my boyfriend Bai Hao, and this is Xiang Yicheng's ex-boyfriend, CZ, my friend. Hello, hello. The two of them were polite, and Gao Yike chatted with CZ about some of the things that had happened before. But Bai Hao, who was on the sidelines, could clearly feel that he didn't want to talk about it, but he just refused to go, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. Only after a few minutes of silence did he ask Gao Yike, "How's Haruka doing these days? I kinda miss her." Gao Yike looked at CZ's infatuated face, and for a moment she didn't know how to answer. Okay, does she have a boyfriend? No. Chapter 82. The customer is God and taste is metaphysics. CZ was soon to leave after getting his answer, and Gao Yike was looking at his departing back in the corridor, wondering what kind of things would happen to these two next. By the time he returned to the hospital room, Bai Hao was already asleep. It's been a few days since Bai Hao was discharged from the hospital, and I didn't think that Bai Ma and the others would know, but they still didn't hide it, and Bai Hao was found out by Bai Ma while he was on a video call with Bai Chen, who loudly rebuked Bai Hao on the phone for being a little bastard, reporting the good news and not reporting the bad news, and said a lot of caring words. Bai Ma even wanted to come to Magic City to take care of Bai Hao, but finally was stopped by Gao Yike, saying that it was enough for her to take care of it. Bai Ma thought that the two young ones could also promote their feelings, and did not want to come to Magic City. Bai Hao's future father-in-law and mother-in-law also called, but also a lot of sympathy, and also told Gao Yike that he must take good care of Bai Hao. Gao Ma finally also told Gao Yike some personal words, asked with Bai Hao progress to that step. There is no that, but also asked when the two intend to get married. Gao Yike looked at the sofa lying Bai Hao, face full of flushed with Gao Ma snorted, said as soon as possible to consider the two people do not need to worry about their affairs. After finally hanging up the phone, Bai Hao looked at Gao Yike, who was as curious as a red apple, and asked, "Why? What did your mom tell you? Did she tell you to marry me quickly?" When Bai Hao said this, his face was full of complacency. His last visit to his old husband's house was a very bright performance for all to see. Off. What kind of dream are you thinking about that? My mom said you're so old and you broke your leg, and you still have the nerve to ask me to serve you. Gao Yike looked at Bai Hao's complacent look and said with dissatisfaction, at the same time remembering that in these days, he did not play tricks on Bai Hao. For example, when he went to the toilet, Gao Yike directly pulled down all his pants at once, causing Bai Hao to be weirdly embarrassed. It's not like I haven't seen it before. What are you embarrassed about? You, me, you've seen it, okay, so get out. I can't pee with you here. It's not like we haven't seen it before. Little man. Gao Yike looked at the shy Bai Hao before he walked out of the bathroom, while Bai Hao let out a long breath and, this, really, the most critical or Bai Hao bathing. His left leg cannot touch the water, so can only bathe in the bathtub. Bai Hao directly by the high Yike naked into the bathtub. When the two people four eyes, that scene is simply, Bai Hao in the future no longer want to go to skiing, accurately said that in the future cannot be injured again. This is too much of a disadvantage, so that the people look at the white touch. It was like this until the end of the month of December that Bai Hao's leg got better, but he realized the importance of a good body this time, so he enrolled himself in a gym right downstairs in the founder's building. Gao Jialu last time in the ski resort is considered to play cool, not only learned the double board ski, even the single board is also mastered a little bit of skill. Looking at their high school is going to vacation. This time she intends to Zhang Jilan and a few of the class of the youngest brother to go skiing together, but she also has to face a big problem. That is the school's final exams. Know that she will be participating in the college entrance examination in June. If the test is not good, this vacation I'm afraid that it is going to be dipped by various remedial teachers. The good thing is that she's been working harder for a while now, and finals aren't a big deal. Bai Hao had just finished exercising in the gym downstairs and was planning to go to the founder's building to have a good rest when he saw Li Xiaoyu staring at him just as he entered the door. Mr. Bai, you are so handsome today. Bai Hao had just finished taking a bath. The original white skin was even more water-smooth this time, and the temperament of the handsome brother was even higher. And when he got on the elevator just now, there were quite a lot of girls who looked at him like they were nymphomaniacs. That's right, when am I not handsome, and I should be even more so tomorrow. What are you doing if you're not working? Bai Hao was almost fooled by Li Xiaoyu. What are you always looking at the door at work? A few customers are coming to the company to talk business, and Mr. Zhang asked me to set up at the door. Before the words fell, a fat middle-aged woman arrived at the door, wearing a bozzeting down jacket, with a mask. Hair is the kind of short, curly, and the neck can be vaguely seen with a large gold chain. Ms. Lin, you're here. I'll take you to the office. Li Xiaoyu walked straight out of the front desk and smiled as she walked over to this chubby lady and said very professionally, but this Ms. Lin's eyes lingered on Bai Hao's body, looking up and down carefully. is he from your company too? Asked Li Xiaoyu in a low voice. Yes, he's Mr. White from our company. Do you have any questions? Well, the boss of your company, so young, I thought old Jean was the boss of your company. This MS. Lin looked at Bai Hao with some admiration in her eyes and followed Li Xiaoyu to the office. MS. Lin had a few houses to renovate and Wen Tao was showing her the design drawings and some videos of the display. Bai Hao saw the situation is also directly back to the office. Familiar location. Familiar game. Directly open the Plants vs. Zombies to pass the time. In the conference room next door. MS. Lin stepped out of the conference room on her high heels, and the moment the door closed, Wen Tao felt like he had been drained of his strength, dropping heavily into a chair and lifting his hand to wipe the fine sweat from his forehead. Phew, he breathed a long sigh of relief, his tie half askew and the back of his shirt even slightly sweaty. The few co-workers beside him looked at each other, and after 2 seconds of silence, they finally couldn't help but start spitting. Kobayashi said, holding his tablet with a raw look on his face. This MS. Lin has such unique taste, doesn't she? It's the 3rd edition. We changed it according to her last request. And she turned around and overturned it. Off to the side, Kit stared at the projection screen and scratched at his disheveled hair. Wink, it's not a good order to take. The client wants a total I can't feel what I want, but you have to make it for me style. He scratched his chin. Why Don? You get through to old Jen? Let him probe for information? Wen Tao did not say anything. His fingers pinched his brow, his eyes back to the big screen. Their design plan is actually of a very high standard. The living room is made of warm gray micro-cement wall, with matte metal trim. The overall tone of introverted high-level, open kitchen island design incorporates oriental elements, wood texture and stone collision, forming a subtle visual balance. And even the light and shadow effects are adjusted more than a dozen versions of the natural light to simulate the morning at 9 a.m. The natural light simulates the soft state of 9 o'clock in the morning, while the artificial light source achieves the layered sense of design without main light, and the atmosphere is perfect. But MS. Lin just didn't buy it. She's not dissatisfied with the details, she's dissatisfied with the feel of it. Wen Tao whispered, a little tired. Really verified the saying the customer is God. Taste is metaphysics. Chapter 83, Blue Dreams Departure? However, Founder Construction now has a lot of customers to choose from. If not introduced by Lao Zhang, Wen Tao really do not want to take this project. But there's nothing to be done about it now but to keep taking one step at a time. And Bai Hao, who was playing feverishly in his office, didn't notice the message that popped up on his cell phone. Winky, I've fallen out of love. Want to come out for a drink tonight? Old summer, lost your love? See you at the old place. By the time Bai Hao saw it, a few people were already sitting at the barbecue stand at Magic City University. The neon sign was brightly illuminated. It was winter and not many people were out. Only a few scattered seats. Cheap plastic tables piled high with bottles of wine and greasy wooden sticks. Winky was squeezing half a beer. Shoulders slumped. Eyes so red they looked like they'd been whacked hard. And there were already 2 cases of empty bottles next to the table. We were fine. Winko's voice was hoarse, his fingers unconsciously fiddling with the screen of his phone. The lock screen was still a picture of him and Blumon, the girl smiling sweetly while he put his arm around her shoulder with a giggly look on his face. Bai Hao frowned and threw a peanut into his mouth. Not answering. On the side, Li Jun sighed and patted Wenzi's shoulder. Women, they change their faces whenever they want, and they may be back in a couple of days. Look how many times Ruo Qiao and I have split up and not been fine. She's not coming back. She took everything with her. Didn't even leave her ing toothbrush. Winky took a sharp gulp of his drink and wiped his face hard with the back of his hand. Old Xia handed over a cigarette, but Wenzi shook his head and refused. Bai Hao put down the bottle of wine. His eyes sullenly looked at Wenzi. Although not much contact with the Blue Dream, but a few people in the Starfire Entertainment said to Bai Hao that the Blue Dream is a very good girl. The person is very humble. The future will definitely be red. So the Blue Dream maybe Bai have their own reasons. Are you sure she hasn't been abnormal lately? No. Winko practically shouted, then bowed his head in dismay and thought back carefully. It's just that. The other day she said she had to go back home and wouldn't say anything when asked what was wrong. And when she came back she was a little weird, but I thought she was just tired. Old Xia looked at Wenzi and said hesitantly, you didn't follow her home? Where is their home? Did something happen on the way home? In the face of Old Xia's question Wenzi stammered and could not say anything, just shaking his head. There shouldn't be anything. So how did she get a vacation from school? Did you ask her roommates too? No. Wenzi listened to Old Xia's analysis and hurriedly took out his cell phone to send messages to Su Feifei, Lu Qing, and Bai Qiankuo respectively. Do you know what happened to Bluemont? Soon Wenzi saw the cell phone screen display. No. I don't know. Isn't she living with you? The last few days Bluemont didn't come back to school, and our guide asked her what day. Is something wrong with her? The guys didn't know anything about it either. Bai Hao still asked Bian Xianlan to find out what had happened to Lan Meng. And in a small mountain village in the eastern province, a rural compound, a man is beating a woman. The woman face beautiful, although a little old, but vaguely can be seen when she was young style. The man holding a baton, stick after stick on the woman's thin spine. Dull bang. The sound echoed in the room. The sound echoed in the room. Blood oozed from the corners of the woman's mouth, but she still clenched her teeth in death and raised her head stubbornly. I just die. We'll never let Meng Meng marry that. The man was so angry that his face was twisted, and he raised his stick to hit again, when suddenly bang, with a loud bang, the wooden door was kicked open. Stop! A slender figure came barreling in, like a furious little beast, and pushed the man away hard. Mom! This person was none other than Blue Dream. Her eyes red, like a she-wolf protecting her cubs, she blocked in front of her bruised mother, clutching half of a sharp wooden stick in her hand, pointing it straight at the man's throat. If you touch my mom again, I'll kill you. The man froze. He had never seen the ever-so-soft stepdaughter show this look before, and those normally gentle eyes were like poison at the moment, sending chills down one's back. Crazy. You're both crazy. Both of you. He took a few steps back, his hands shaking slightly as he clutched the stick. I'm telling you, Boss Lei's side has already set the bride price. You'll have to marry her next month, or you know the consequences. The man looked at the scene in front of him and retreated with a curse on his lips. In the small place this Lei boss is the landlord. Nothing is he dare not do. Before the Blue Dream win the university, this Lei boss would like to marry the Blue Dream, but at that time there is no reason. This time the Blue Dream's stepfather in the village lost money. The Blue Dream is the chopping board on the fish meat. It wasn't until the footsteps had completely disappeared that Bluemont slowly dropped to her knees and hugged her mother, who was curled up on the floor, tightly. Mom, let me take you away. What's there to keep in this hole? The two embraced without speaking, but Bluemont's mother had agreed with Bluemont through her eyes. She's already suffered her whole life. She can't suffer her child. Blue Dream's mother when she was young, is also 10 miles and 8 townships famous beauty, and then married to a man who was a soldier. In the Blue Dream 10 years old when the accident died, the Blue mother before the Blue Dream to find a stepfather. Who knows that this stepfather after the marriage of the temperament of the big change, either drinking is to beat the woman, completely not a person. The night was as dark as ink, and the streetlights inside the village were so sparse that you could barely see the road beneath your feet. Bluemont had just walked out of the village entrance with her mother in tow, when the sound of men's angry curses and disorganized footsteps came from far behind her. Stinky girl, dare to run? I'll break your legs. 3 or 4 burly men armed with thick sticks chased after her, led by her stepfather with a scowl on his face. Bluemont's heart nearly crashed out of her chest as she clutched her mother's trembling hand and gritted her teeth to quicken her pace. But her mother's leg had been injured and she stumbled and fell to the ground. Mom! She tried to help, but her stepfather, who had caught up with her, pulled her by the hair and yanked her back hard. The pain blurred her vision for a moment, her ears buzzed, and in a trance she heard her stepfather's smug laughter. Boss Ray's car is right out front, so I'll drop you off tonight, raw. She struggled in desperation, digging her nails into the dirt, but the other woman's strength was so great that she was dragged backward like rags, her fingertips grinding bloody marks. Suddenly, a blinding headlight tore through the darkness, the roar of the engine roared like a wild animal, and a black SUV slammed across the road in front of them. The door of the car flung open, and when Z rushed out like a furious lion, followed by Bai Hao and 4 or 5 of his brothers. Bluemont! Winko's voice was hoarse as if he had crawled out of hell, and the anger in his eyes almost burned through everything. In the next second, he took an arrow step forward and slammed his fist into his stepfather's face. How dare you touch her? The bridge of his stepfather's nose broke instantly, blood spurting out as he screamed and fell several steps away. Winko didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, yanking him up by the collar and slamming another hard punch. At the same time, Bai Hao kicked over the stout man who froze next to him, and the throwing stick in his hand cut through the black air like a swimming dragon, accurately shattering one person's kneecap, and his miserable screams woefully cut through the night. Chapter 84, CZ's Deadly Charm. And just then, 2 more cars sped by in the distance, their tires scraping the ground with an ear-splitting scrape. The car door opened and Bian Xianlan jumped out, panting and shouting, "Hurry up and go! I'll just take care of things in the back." Bai Hao drove the black SUV with Lan Meng and Wenzi and Lan Meng's mother, speeding ahead while Old Xia and Li Jun drove Bian Xianlan's car from earlier. In the car Bluemon hugged Winky tightly, and a few crystal tears appeared in her eyes. "What brings you here? Hiroko told me. Why didn't you tell me about something so big? But it's okay now." Winko finished glancing at Bluemont's mother, then hugged Bluemont tightly as well. As the night sky began to gradually whiten, a few people before the car parked in front of the unknown town. The old summer to find a breakfast store? For a few people with soybean milk and donuts and a few cages of buns. By the way, it is clear, Here from the Magic City is only 2 hours of driving. Eat something, replenish your strength. Mom, are you okay? Blumen's mother woke up in the morning with a bit of a hard time, probably related to the beating she got yesterday, but she looked at Blumen and Winko's loving appearance, and a giggle spread across the corners of her mouth. Nay-san, Mom is fine. This whole thing is on Mom. It's fine. I'll pick you up and take you to Mordor from now on, and I'll never go back. After dinner, the car let Lao Xia continue to drive, while Bai Hao lay down in the car behind him for a while, asking about the situation. Master White has a little money. I paid the money directly to the account you gave me. How did it go? How did that boss lay handle it? Dian Xianglan, thank you for your support. Mr. Bai, small thing, just a countryside dirt boss. Too easy for us. Dian Xianglan, boss lay? Already taken into custody by the police. Master White has a little money, just deal with it. Thanks for this time. Pak Ho fell asleep in the car after seeing that they had taken care of things. This time, I also have to thank Bian Xianglan. I don't know how she found out the address of Lan Meng's house, but it doesn't matter, as long as the people around her are safe and sound. Soon after arriving in Mordor, Lan Meng and her mother were living in the house that Wenzi had rented before, while Bai Hao was sent to Wutong Court by Li Jun. After driving all night yesterday, Bai Hao had long been unable to top it, and collapsed on the bed and huffed and puffed. Founder construction company. Wentao is still designing MS Lin's house and has designed several versions, but none of them are satisfactory. Li Xiaoyu saw Wentao sitting alone in front of the computer, scratching his head vigorously with his hands, went up and gently stood behind him, pressed her hands on Wentao's shoulders, leaned forward and said in Wentao's ear, "Take your time. You can approach this MS Lin privately to see her taste. I've already made an appointment for you. I'll be with you in a few minutes." "Thank you, Xiaoyu." Wentao turned around, held Li Xiaoyu's small hand, looked into her eyes and said, although Wentao loved design, he was not willing to serve such difficult customers. The two waited until their lunch break and drove 2 hours to get near MS Lin's house. "Are you sure this is it?" The two of them got off the bus and saw a luxurious neighborhood. The houses were all very short. There were a lot of greenery. Even in winter, you could see a lot of green. Although it is not like the top rich district of Magic City, but compared to ordinary people that can be too much better. The only disadvantage is too remote and inconvenient. "It's here. I'll call MS Lin. You two are, friends of the forestry master, right? Already greeted. Let me bring you in." The security guard at the entrance saw the two of them and came over to ask, "Your neighborhood isn't cheap. This is a really nice renovation." "That's true. We have a lot of rich people in this neighborhood, and most of them are natives of the Magic City. It's all compensation from the demolition state. It's really a good life. Unlike us." As they spoke, the security guard led the two to a 3-story villa, pointed out that this was MS Lin's home and left. A detached villa. This MS Lin is really rich. MS Lin opened the door to welcome Wentao and Li Xiaoyu to the house. Li Xiaoyu and MS Lin briefly exchanged ideas, while Wentao was observing the house's decorations and layout. But after half a day of looking at the house, it was very ordinary. It was just a very minimalist style. Could not see at all that this MS Lin had any artistic cells. "Is your Mr. White married? How much money does your company make a year? I heard old Zhang say that your company is quite big." Li Xiaoyu hadn't even spoken a few words to MS Lin before she realized that this MS Lin had been prying for information about Bai Hao and Founder Construction. While talking, the door to the second floor suddenly rang. Wentao looked at the sound. It was a teenager in her 20s, wearing pink pajamas. Her hair was messy, and she was yawning. It looked like she had just woken up. She slowly walked down the stairs, in the sight of Wentao and Li Xiaoyu, only to realize that there are people at home, and hurriedly ran upstairs. "Mom, there's someone coming to the house and you don't even say anything about it." "Babe, these two are here to design those houses of yours? You get changed and come down for a chat, both of you. This is my precious daughter. Can you see if she's suitable for your general manager? Bai? My baby's looks and abilities are very good." Wentao and Li Xiaoyu looked at each other. This is what with what this MS Lin together has been a message to her daughter that, no wonder always feel wrong. But how does this involve Bai Hao again? MS Lin, our general manager Bai already has a date and will be getting married soon. Although Li Xiaoyu was confused, she still said politely, "That's too bad. The last time I saw your general manager Bai, I felt that he was a good match for my baby, and I was thinking of getting to know that." Soon there were gentle footsteps on the stairs, and the four of them chatted for a while downstairs about the design of those houses. Sure enough, Wentao felt no mistake. This MS Lin said with her daughter said completely two things. How can this make a design? And finally Wentao on the spot to say their own design, and at once got the praise of the two. Time is flying by and it looks like it's the end of the year. The whole world seems to have become unusually busy, especially Bai Hao. who originally wanted to be a salted fish at home, but was tossed around by old Zhang and Xiaochang in a row to attend this conference and get an annual report. Bai Hao ended up using the excuse that his legs hurt before he got a little more clearance at home. Starfire Entertainment Company's downstairs, a tall handsome figure, holding a bouquet of flowers, ignoring the cold outside, has been waiting at the company's front door, about 10 minutes, right, only to see one after another the flow of people out. Handsome, can you add a contact? A professional-looking teenager walked up to him shyly. Sorry, I'm waiting for my girlfriend. The one who spoke was none other than CZ. Xiang Yicheng has been busy every day since she has been in the Azure Short Video Platform company, but she feels very fulfilled. And when she went downstairs and saw CZ being asked for contact information by a beautiful woman, she was furious and came out together. Still so good at attracting butterflies. The girl had just left when Xiang Yicheng walked over. Did I say not to dress so dapper to pick me up? Don't you ever come again. CZ looked at Xiang Yicheng with an aggrieved face. Ever since he learned that Xiang Yicheng didn't have a date, he had been trying to find a way to get in touch with Xiang Yicheng, and it wasn't easy to find Gao Yike to ask for the place where she was working, and this was only after picking her up for a week, and he wasn't allowed to come. Chapter 85, Sweet Love. Xiang Yicheng blankly glanced at him and walked ahead, and CZ rushed forward, handing the flowers in his hand into her arms. Okay, I'll pick you up next time I'm not dressed up. Is that okay? No. Besides, who are you? Am I the one who doesn't know the way? Need you to pick me up? After saying that, he walked faster, with Tsitsi following closely behind his ass, and the two of them walked to a ramen store. What do you eat? Same flavors as before? Xiang Yicheng has already learned from Gao Yike that he suffers from depression, so he loves and hates CZ. You remembered my tastes. Cut the crap. I've ordered it. Tell me what it's like to pick me up a week in a row. Xiang Yicheng just looked at him with questions and expectations in his eyes. CZ grated and waited for the ramen to be all served, but didn't say anything. You're going to piss me off. You're not allowed to eat. Think clearly before you eat. CZ used to be like this when she was in love with Xiang Yicheng. CZ is the kind of person who can talk eloquently when she meets her friends, but she can't say anything when she meets the person she likes. I still like you. I want to be with you. CZ suddenly said very loudly to Xiang Yicheng, and as soon as the words fell the people around looked at him and Xiang Yicheng. Cough cough. Xiang Yicheng had just eaten his ramen when he was shocked by his words and was still busy coughing. You keep your voice down. Get me a piece of paper. Oh, although Xiang Yicheng was taken aback, the happiness on her face was obvious. She still loved CZ in her heart. Eat, it'll get cold later. After the two finished their meal, they strolled down the street, as if they couldn't feel it on such a cold day. At the intersection, while Xiang Yicheng waited to go buy a water, a girl wearing a red down jacket walked near CZ and gently patted him. Handsome, can I have a contact? I love your melancholy style. While CZ was still trying to figure out how to refuse, Xiang Yicheng huffed and puffed as she walked up to him, the water in her hand snapping and throwing it to the ground. He's got a girlfriend. Little sister, hurry up. Seeing Xiang Yicheng say this girl also turned away unwillingly. Were you preparing to see her just now? Xiang Yicheng turned to CZ and questioned. No, I wanted to say no. It better be. Let's go. CZ bent down to pick up the water, still following behind Xiang Yicheng's ass just like earlier. Put the mask on for me. Xiang Yicheng said, walking away, suddenly turning his head and putting a black mask on his face, covering a few moments of his handsomeness, but that melancholic aura increased by a few points. You keep your head down and walk right behind me. CZ, a big man of more than 1 meter, walked after Xiang Yicheng. It wasn't until he sent Xiang Yicheng to the happy neighborhood that CZ left. Xiang Yicheng felt empty after arriving home. Gao Jelu was called back by Gao's mother after the exam, saying that she was not allowed to disturb Gao Yike and Baihao's two-person world. She wanted to struggle a little bit at first, but Gao's mother gave her a death order, and finally boarded the plane only under the cheering of a few people. Gao Yike is also staying at Wutong Court, leaving Xiang Yicheng alone in the happy neighborhood, Kawasaki Town. As we look at the end of the year, high school is all but over and students are starting to enjoy this rare vacation. In a small town in winter, the air smells faintly of coal stoves and the aroma of food, and street stalls bubble white hot. Not far away, Bai Chen rubbed his cold hands and let out a mouthful of white mist, standing under the old bus stop, stomping his feet in the cold. Bai Chen, the crisp voice came from behind him, and he looked back to see Lin Yu trotting over, the tip of her nose and cheeks reddened by the cold wind, her scarf loosely wrapped around her neck, and 2 cups of hot milk tea in her hand. This Lin Yu is the girlfriend that Bai Chen showed Baihao last time. You slow down. He couldn't help but smile, reaching down to gather her scarf for her. It's not like anyone's taking it from you. Any slower and the milk tea will get cold. She bristled and shoved one of the cups into his hand. Here you go. Red beans, less sugar. He took it. The warmth of this milk tea traveled through the paper cup to his palm. Bai Chen looked at her favorably. The two walked slowly along the old streets of the town, passing by the old man selling baked sweet potatoes. Bai Chen paid for one, broke open the two halves, the golden sweet potato core bubbling with heat, sweet fragrance. Lin Yu took a bite and burned her tongue, but her eyes curved into a crescent moon in satisfaction. Stupid, blow on it before you eat it. He reached over and rubbed a bit of caramel off the corner of her mouth. You're the stupid one, she retorted with a grin, but obediently bowed her head and blew. The two ate and walked until the town library. Just entered the door and saw a lot of high school classmates. The town students have no place to go will come here, sitting together in twos and threes to study. The library is not allowed to talk loudly, otherwise this place has long become a food market. Bai Chen and Lin Yu found a secluded corner to sit in. Bai Chen flipping through a copy of Three Bodies while Lin Yu wrote her winter vacation homework next to her, occasionally biting the cap of her pen and frowning in thought. The sunlight outside the window shone in obliquely, falling on her eyelashes and reflecting a tiny halo. Bai Chen had finished his homework before the vacation was over, mainly because he was first in his grade and his teacher had assigned very little homework. Can't you do this question? He patted over to take a look. She nodded, and he reached over and wrote a few lines of an equation on his sketchpad, the sound of his pen tip rustling extraordinarily clear in the quiet library. Get it? Aha! She blinked and looked at Bai Chen, suddenly whispered. Bai Chen, when you are lecturing, is more handsome than usual. He froze for a moment, then his ears reddened slightly and he reached up and flicked her forehead. Write your homework. The two stayed in the library like that until late afternoon, when twilight fell and the street lights came on one by one, and the two walked down the street, hand in hand, into a jewelry store. The wind chime at the doorway rang crisply, and the owner's wife looked up from behind the counter and greeted her with a smile. Just look around. The store wasn't huge, but it was full of things to see, with hair cards, bracelets and earrings in glass display cases, scarves, hats and stuffed dolls hanging from wooden shelves, and warm yellow bulbs dangling from the top to cast a soft glow over everything. There are quite a few girls who are picking out their favorite jewelry. Lin Yu let go of Bai Chen's hand, her fingertips gently skimming over the rows of shiny hair clips, picking up a hair card adorned with small stars and turning her head to ask, was it good? Aha, it suits you. Bai Chen nodded, and Lin Yu smiled as she pinned the hairpin in her hair and went back to rummaging through the bracelets in the glass cabinet. Bai Chen, on the other hand, stood aside, his gaze unconsciously following her. The heating in the store was turned up enough, her cheeks were lightly flushed, and there was still a bit of undissolved chill on the tip of her nose. Come here. Lin Yu suddenly beckoned, signaling Bai Chen to lower his head. He bent down suspiciously, and Lin Yu stood on her tiptoes and tied a black braided hand rope around his wrist, moving very gently as if she was afraid of strangling him. That way, people will know you have a girlfriend, she whispered, her eyes curving. Bai Chen laughed helplessly, but let her fiddle with it, his fingertips unintentionally brushing against her wrist, warm and hot to the touch. Chapter 86, Spicy Chocolate Flame Cake with Double Kinky Hot Sauce, by Juan. As a senior student, it is not easy to take a winter vacation, so she slipped around with a few sisters in her class, and with Bai Hao's monetary support, a few sisters ate their fill at the hot pot in the town, and passed by the corner jewelry store, just in time to see Bai Chen and Lin Yu inside, holding hands. Yeah, I caught you. Bai Wan pulled out her cell phone to record the entire process of Lin Yu putting on Bai Chen's bracelet. Dare to disobey me in the future. Ha 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 ha. She grinned wickedly as her best friend next to her hurriedly asked, what's going on here? It's okay, just thinking about fun times. At this time in the store, Bai Chen is staring at the photo in the phone, his eyebrows wrinkled into a ball. The photo of himself is bowing his head. Lin Yu tiptoed to tie the black hand rope for him. The expression of the two people are too gentle to say, this should be a beautiful picture. But in Bai Wan's cell phone, this is a naked handle. He sked and quickly looked up to scan out the window, but Bai Wan and her sisters had long since disappeared into the night on the street corner, leaving only a string of silvery bells of laughter floating by if at all. What's wrong? Lin Yu sensed his difference and tilted her head to ask. Bai Chen put away his cell phone and pulled the corner of his mouth as if nothing had happened. It's okay, it's just, there's a crazy person filming us. Lin Yu froze for a moment then reacted. Your sister? Bai Wan? Why is she like a ghost, popping up everywhere? The three children of the Bai family are famous in the town. The oldest Bai Hao is good at studying and earning money. The oldest two and the oldest three are also good at studying, and Lin Yu is often using Bai Chen's reputation of being the first in the whole school to come out and play. Bai Chen sighed helplessly, muttering as his fingers unconsciously rubbed the black hand rope on his wrist. I guess I'll have to be more careful in the future. My sister might be squatting in a tree at some point and taking pictures. Lin Yu puffed and reached out to poke his forehead. Scared of what? It's not like she's going to threaten you with pictures. She sure does, and in the most childish way possible. Bai Chen skimmed his lips remembering the threats Bai Wan made to him as a child, either making him do this or that. As he was talking, Bai Chen's cell phone vibrated. Annoying, little old me. That's a nice bracelet. It looks like a good match. Smile JPG. Annoying, but what if mom and dad ask you why you're running out of the house every day on winter break? Annoying, do you think I should tell them you're studying hard in the library? Or, Bai Chen stared at the screen, his forehead veins jumping. I knew it. Pak Tatsu gritted his teeth and tapped out a reply. Little brother, what's up? What do you want again? Annoyance, hee hee. Angry? I want to eat cake. You know my taste. Bai Chen took a deep breath and looked up at Lin Yu with a sad face. It's over. She's going to blackmail me. Bai Chen took a deep breath, lowered his head and gritted his teeth as he continued to hammer out words. Little old me, okay, I'll sell it to you tomorrow. Annoyance, I want it now. Tiramisu, double cream, no chocolate chips from that sweetheart bakery in front of the house. Bai Chen's temples jutted out, his fingers hanging above the screen, almost crushing the phone. Lin Yu looked at his expression of hopelessness and came over with a stifled smile. Bai Chen grudgingly handed her the phone to look at. Ha 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 ha, your sister is still blackmailing you. Bai Chen helplessly laughed a little, did not care about Bai Wan's message anymore, and Lin Yu continued to look at jewelry. Bai Chen finally chose a bright shiny bracelet for Lin Yu. Lin Yu took a look at the price, and hastened to indicate that Bai Chen was too expensive. 1205 is so expensive. I don't want it. You're worth it. Consider it a winter break gift. Bai Chen favored her with a glance, then took his phone and bought the previous hair card and this bracelet as well as the one on his own hand. The two walked down the street and soon arrived in front of Lin Yu's house. Lin Yu blinked and suddenly tiptoed to kiss Bai Chen's cheek and ran into the house. Thank you for the gift. The tips of the teenager's ears were instantly red in the night. 20 minutes later, Bai Chen stood in front of the counter at Sweetheart Bakery, but his heart was still parked on the moment when Lin Yu kissed him. Our classic tiramisu is a hit. Want to try it? No. I'll have this spicy chocolate flame cake with double sick hot sauce. The clerk's expression froze for a split second as he looked at Bai Chen. This one is our neat product. Not generally recommended. That's okay. My sister likes excitement. Bai Wan is nestled in the sofa, beautifully looking at the photos in the phone. This is considered to have a handle. Then let him do what? Bai Chen carried an exquisite cake box in his hand and walked over to Bai Wan's body. Bai Mom and Bai Dad were not at home tonight. They went to Grandma's, and they were the only two left at home. Finally, Bai Wan looked at Bai Chen's reluctant face and was about to reach over for the cake. Wait. Bai Chen pulled back and looked at her seriously. You have to promise me first that after you eat the cake, you won't threaten me with those pictures again, or I'll tell Big Brother. Well. Bai Wan nodded perfunctorily, her head full of cake. Bai Chen recorded what she had just said, before handing her the box and then silently taking 2 steps back. Bai Wan opened the box with gusto and her smile gradually froze when she saw the fiery red layer of chili powder on the surface of the cake. White Tatsu, Bai Hao, who was cooking at Sycamore Court, received a tattletale message from the two. Bai Wan, Big Brother, look at Lao San not learning, spending all day with Lin Yu. Pak Wan, you criticize him well. Bai Chen, Big Brother, you have to make a decision for me. You see, the second sister is always threatening me and forcing me to buy cakes. White Tatsu, it's too bullying. Bai Hao couldn't be trusted at all in the face of these two people slandering each other, so he wasn't going to get involved and directly pretended not to see it. Gao Yike was lazily sinking into the sofa, her silk pajamas delicately clinging to her skin, and the sleeping Yuan Bao in her arms was curled up in her lap, making a small snoring sound. Bai Hao was wearing a light gray apron, and the oil in the pot sizzled. The pot roast covered in sweet and sour sauce was turned over, and the aroma instantly overflowed into the whole house. Okay, last course. Walking out with a plate, the table was already set with braised pork ribs with sauerkraut, ground pork and sautéed seasonal vegetables. Gao Yike gently put Yuan Bao into the cat's nest aside, and couldn't help but come close to sniff it as he got up. It smells so good. When did you secretly learn northeastern food? Bai Hao wiped his hands and pulled out her chair for her. A while ago, I saw you always swiping on northeastern food videos, so I thought I'd give it a try. Try it? The first time I made it. It's not always authentic. Chopsticks picked up a piece of pot roast, golden and crispy coat wrapped in sweet and sour sauce. The moment he bit down, Gao Yike squinted with satisfaction. Yummy, just like my mom's. Master Bai's technique is fine. The two of them savored the food, discussing interesting things every now and then. Fine snowflakes drifted outside the window, and a layer of fog condensed on the glass, insulating it from the cold of the winter night. Yuan Bao, who had been sleeping on the side, woke up at some point and slowly rubbed up to the two men's feet, his tail wrapping around Bai Hao's calf and meowing for food. Chapter 87 Business of the Company at the End of the Year. Today is the 20th day of January, day big cold. Magic City, although there is no snow, but the weather is unusually cold. Founder Construction Company. Gao Yike sat behind that ebony desk, the afternoon sunlight cutting in diagonally through the floor-to-ceiling windows. gilding a sharp golden edge on her deep dark green suit. The Patek Philippe dial sent by Hao was glowing with cold light, and she held a fountain pen in her fingertips, unconsciously tapping on the documents, but never dropping an annotation. Shin Huiyao actually hadn't left after reporting her work. Anything else? Gao Yike raised his eyes right into Shin Huiyao's expression of desire to speak. Shin Huiyao was always big-headed with Gao Yike, but this time she was as if she was stuck in a shell, her fingers twisting the edge of the folder. You want to borrow money? Shin Huiyao hurriedly shook her head, and Gao Yike simply swiveled his chair and looked at her with his arms wrapped around him. Don't say it's gossip. I almost set the kitchen on fire last time you gave me the candlelight dinner strategy. Shin Huiyao snorted a laugh and hurriedly tensed her face again. Sis, not this time. She held her breath, her words suddenly speeding up a few notches. When exactly is our vacation? New Year's Eve is already the 28th. If we don't book tickets, the donkey cart at my hometown won't have any seats. The pen snapped and fell on the table. Gao Yike also froze for a moment. She was in a series of meetings in the past few days. She simply forgot about the spring festival. Mr. Zhang didn't notify? Although Gao Yike was a vice president, he was also under one person in the company, indeed, one person, under several dozens of people above. But she usually only cared about the design, and for these daily arrangements it was old Zhang who was doing it. Mr. Zhang said he's not sure either, so he asked me to ask you, and whispered to add a sentence. According to previous years, the 26th of the lunar month will only be released, but I have to take the train to transfer the bus and then change the tricycle. Sister, why don't you go to Mr. White to blow a pillow? Shin Huiyao. Gao Yike's ears were hot, and the pen rushed to her with 2 false points, and as he was talking, his cell phone suddenly vibrated, and the screen popped up with a message from Bai Hao. Master White has a little money, Xiao Chang has something for me, so I can't pick you up tonight. Gao Yike stared at his phone and thought for a moment before typing over. Coco, okay, I happen to be getting off work to look for Ching Ching. Coco, when is the company on vacation? Doubtful JPG. Master White has a little money? I don't know. At this time, Bai Hao is in Xiao Chang's car. Vacation? His own work favorite early vacation, especially the New Year period. Thought for a moment. Master White has a little money, I hate capital the most. Let's take a vacation tomorrow. I'll go home and rest. Delighted JPG. Coco, aren't you the biggest capital? Hateful capitalist JPG. She looked up at the expectant Shin Huiyao and said, tell the administration department to get everyone organized with all the work at hand, and if possible, take tomorrow off. Seeing Shin Huiyao's round eyes, she slowly added a knife. Of course, if someone has to gossip about their boss's romantic details, no way. I'm going to exterminate the whole company rumor. I'll see who dares to say it. Shin Huiyao rushed out the door like a whirlwind, then probed again 3 seconds later. Sister, what kind of strategy does Mr. Bai want this time? I've newly compiled the Northeast Bedside Conquest Manual. Get out. Gao Yike didn't want to bother with Shin Huiyao's bad idea. It didn't help at all. Founders Constructions Company Group has long since exploded. What? Mr. Gao said that? Vacation tomorrow. Ha, I'll go too. Great, isn't it? A week early. It was awesome. Bai Hao glanced at the messages in the group and recalled that when he was working, he thought about taking a vacation, and this was a realization. Mr. Bai, we're here, Xiao Chang said to Bai Hao in the back row while opening the car door for him. On the ceiling of the splendid ballroom, tens of thousands of crystal lamp beads poured down bright golden light, jumping on the long table covered with crimson wine-colored tablecloth. On both sides of the ice sculpture champagne tower bubbling with cold fog, waiters wearing straight black dress, carrying a gilded tray through the plate of Australian dragon and caviar in the light of the expensive luster. Bai Hao stood in the backstage of the Hui Rong Financial Annual Meeting site, fingers hooked collar, eyebrows slightly knitted black suit, navy blue tie, should be the standard match for business elites, but hard to penetrate a hurry up and finish the old man to slip impatience, unconsciously fiddled with the rim of the crystal glass. The glass of whiskey ice has been half melted. Xiao Chang arranged everything before coming over, and Bai Hao coldly slanted him. What's this big deal? If you hadn't dragged me out of the house so hard, I'd be on the couch watching the game right now. Not here. Xiao Chang also explained at the site. Mr. Bai, the employees are looking forward to seeing you. Your morale will increase by at least 30% when you stand on the stage with this handsome face. 30% my ass. Paco picked up his whiskey and took a swig, beads of water sliding down his jaw and into his collar. Look at the dozens of people outside at least. I only know Sister Zhang from the finance department, or when you asked her to go to Founders Construction. The others I don't recognize at all, and it's so embarrassing. Xiao Chang grinned. I've followed the requirements and set it up. Just go up there and say start then. You don't have to worry about anything else. Really? Really? Bai Hao agreed only after Xiao Chang's repeated assurances, and soon the banquet began. Bai Hao and Xiao Chang and a few supervisors sat at the main table, and Bai Hao wasn't interested at all in the outlays a dragon and caviar on the table. Many of the employees around the party were taking crazy pictures, and naturally, the small group at Founder Construction got the message. Australian Dragon JPG, Caviar JPG, holy, this is so posh, don't we have it? I don't know, why don't you ask Mr. Bai at least Xiaoyu, why don't you go? Xiao Chang spoke a lot of words on the stage, including the company's history and achievements in recent times. Although Bai Hao did not listen carefully, but Xiao Chang is really a talent. Everything is well organized. Next we have Mr. White to lead us into the raffle. As soon as Xiao Chang's words fell, the stage instantly boiled. Bai Hao froze for 2 seconds, twisted his head and gritted his teeth. What the do you call that, laying low? Still, Bai Hao walked up to the stage naturally and said to the people on the stage, begin. Bai Hao's handsome face, paired with this suit, was simply a domineering president. Many of the girls on stage took pictures. Guys, you're Mr. White said to start. $500,000 grand prize, 300,000 first prize, 100,000 for the second prize, and 110,000 cash prizes. Draw directly, handed out on the spot. Xiao Chang stood right next to Bai Hao and organized the raffle. Doesn't everyone have one then? I go so good. It's still Mr. White, and intern 110,000 in the lottery and howled on his knees on the spot. I'll go. I won. The housekeeping aunt's hand shaking into Parkinson's as she clutched the $10,000 check. A couple of programmers in the tech department found out that the entire staff had won second prize. Almost everyone was satisfied, and Bai Hao left after that. He still had that ball game on his mind. Chapter 88. A woman who pretends to be drunk is dangerous. After 7 p.m., neon lights speckled the shopping street. Gao Yike stepped into a small nail salon with high heels. The silver bell on the glass door rang crisply. The warm rose fragrance greeted her. Gao Yike just pushed open the door. A woman wearing a black apron greeted her. She's in there. This woman had dyed short gray-purple gradient hair. 5 or 6 studs on her ear bones flashed coldly under the light, and her black overalls pockets were full of nail polish, tweezers and fine-tipped pens, and she was doing the nails of 2 beauties. This person is Miao Ling, the owner of the nail salon and a good friend of Xiang Yicheng and Gao Yike. Previously, Miao Ling and Gao Yike both worked at Jinghua Real Estate, but then Miao Ling left the real estate industry because of conflicts with her boss and opened a nail salon, which did pretty good business. Xiang Yicheng was already playing with his cell phone with his feet crossed on the velvet sofa in the corner, and when he saw Gao Yike coming he quickly flirted. Busy man, finally willing to crawl out of the office? Gao Yike threw her bag to the side and sank her whole body into the sofa next to her. And you're talking about me? How are you getting along with Tsitsi? People are suffering from depression for you. Go go go, go go. He's not sick. Xiang Yicheng hurriedly defended when he heard Gao Yike say CZ. It's okay, it's just that. Just as the two of them chatted for a while, Miao Ling sent away the last 2 customers, holding a few takeaways in her hands, and walked over to the 2 of them and said, let's not get drunk tonight. Here's the spicy duck head I ordered, and your favorite duck sausage and cold eating rabbit. Gao Yike went to Miao Ling's refrigerator and took out 3 wine glasses, and a few bottles of cold beer. A party just for the 3 of them begins. Here's to our friendship. How have you 2 been doing? Miao Ling asked as she took a sip of wine and ate her spicy duck head. It's still the same as before, now that Haruka has a boyfriend too. When are you going to find one? Gao Yike asked as he looked at Miao Ling's foodie look. Haruka has a boyfriend? Which one is it this time? It's not another true love that we just met, is it? Miao Ling was the oldest among the 3 and was the one Xiang Yicheng often asked for advice. No, don't say that nicely, like I'm promiscuous. This time it's her first love who's come to her, and they're still suffering from depression over her, and they miss her so much. While explaining for her, Gao Yike mimicked CZ reaching out and lifting Xiang Yicheng's chin, as if to say, girl, am I handsome? Bummer. Xiang Yicheng hastily knocked off Gao Yike's hand and took a big gulp of wine, saying with a calm face, I like him a lot too, but I always feel like he's going to cheat on me. You're really in the middle of something that didn't even happen. Why do you think so much about it? Exactly. You're the one who's in the middle of a blessing, aren't you? The 3 of them jostled each other in a fragrant scene. When Bai Hao finished watching the ball game, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, and there was no one in the house, which was still strangely cold. Only the yuan bao in his arms meowed a few times from time to time. Master White has a little money, do you want me to pick you up later? Coco, okay, 9:30. Mr. White has a little money, roger that. Love JPG. I'm going to pick up your mom in a little while, so be good at home. Oh, you hear me. Bai Hao picked up yuan bao and said into its face, ravaging it before putting it down and packing it up to go out. Maybe it's almost New Year's Eve. The streets are already lined with red lanterns, and there are fewer cars on the road at night. Bai Hao soon arrived at the door of the Miao Ling nail store. just to see the CZ has long been waiting at the door. CZ wearing a black trench coat, with a mask, half leaning on the railing at the door, lit a cigarette, not to mention really a melancholy prince look. He saw Bai Hao over, went forward to pass a cigarette. No thanks, why are you here so early? Bai Hao glanced at the Patek Philippe on his hand, and it was just after 9:20. There is nothing to do at home. It is not easy for her to find me. CZ looked at the Patek Philippe on Bai Hao's hand, as well as the Rolls-Royce not far away, and her tone was much smaller. CZ has an average family and works for a gaming company. Bai Hao looked at his eyes in the car not far away to survey, and did not want to explain anything. People are like this. Wealth is not balanced words, always feel inferior. But high anecdote can be different. The Bai Hao in her eyes was the sunny, handsome, somewhat salty teenager with, yes, a great body. The two of them chatted for a while at the entrance, before they saw Gao Yike helping Xiang Yicheng appear at the entrance of the store, and before Miao Ling had a chance to give her a hand. Bai Hao and CZ stepped forward to carry each of the two of them into their arms. Handsome indeed. Really let you two have a good meal. CZ is that kind of melancholy style handsome. Bai Hao is that kind of sunshine handsome. Each have their own handsome. Overall Bai Hao slightly better. The two of them, I'll leave them to you. Miao Ling gave a greeting and watched them leave. CZ didn't drive, so Bai Hao sent them away together. Xiang Yicheng just went out and didn't know whether it was cold or what was going on. Just like an octopus hugging CZ to death, in the back seat, and kept asking, you can't cheat, or I'll beat you to death. Every now and then, he even gestured his fists. Bai Hao was driving in the front, while Gao Yike was a lot more stable, sitting quietly on the passenger side, looking at Bai Hao with affection, with eyes that looked as if they had already ravaged Bai Hao 1,000 times in their minds. The road car is very little, not a moment to the CZ home downstairs. Look at this sub. Xiang Yicheng should not return to the happy neighborhood. Bai Hao will be sent away after two people. Just sit on the car. High anecdote can be stretched legs to Bai Hao's driver's seat, the long legs in the legs of Bai Hao rubbing. You're not drunk, are you? Bai Hao asked as he looked at Gao Yike, who had some redness on her face. What do you care? Sis is happy today. Little Whitey serves sis well. Gao Yike finished blinking a few times at Bai Hao, and the car quickly arrived at the happy neighborhood. The grandpa at the door changed to the night shift, and after Bai Hao parked the car, he put his jacket over Gao Yike's body and carried her upstairs. As Bai Hao hugged Gao Yike, his nose lingered on the peach aroma tangled in her hair. Gao Yike went limp in his arms. Jen Pu, your mom is home. Bai Hao threw Gao Yike onto the bed and looked pretending to be drunk. Still trying to trick me? He pressed one knee onto the bed, his tiger's mouth gently cupping her chin, only to see Gao Yike snapping her eyes open, hooking her toes around his back waist, her nails working their way up along his shirt buttons. Don't you know, Shirato? Women who pretend to be drunk are dangerous. Gao Yike suddenly lashed out and yanked him over. The two of them instantly skyrocketed. A night of fish and dragon dance. 89 went home for New Year's Eve. Today, the staff of the Founders Building is officially on vacation. Huirong Finance organized the annual meeting, so Lao Zhan proposed that everyone in the original year-end dividends based on an additional month of wages, so that everyone happy over the new year. The annual meeting of what not to do. This program herein Bai Hao passed it once. The other employees are also happy. We all come out to work for money, and nothing is more useful than money. Wen Tao has driven the car to the company downstairs. Off work is ready to go to Li Xiaoyu's home to propose marriage. The situation of the two people know, but did not expect to progress so fast. Usually see between the two of them are still constantly bickering, fighting. Thought it was a period of passionate love. Li Xiaoyu is not Magic City locals, is your province. Wen Tao driving words also have 3 or 4 days. Bai Hao and the Wen Tao left, deliberately patted his shoulder. The two entered the company together. There are quite a few nights or Wen Tao for Bai Hao overtime work, although later Bai Hao bought the company. Although the identity of a little bit of change, but the relationship between the two people is still as good as ever. Can you handle this little drink? Don't get drunk when the time comes. Xiaoyu said she wouldn't let her dad get me drunk. Good luck. Thank you, Brother White, and I wish you a happy new year in advance. Wen Tao took Li Xiaoyu's luggage for her, and the two of them greeted their co-workers and got ready to go. The other co-workers also greeted Bai Hao and left after dealing with the matter at hand. Those who should go home went home, and those who didn't should stay in Magic City. Soon the company's employees had pretty much left, leaving a few leaders, Gao Yike, Lao Zhang, Bai Hao, and Mu Wenjie. Bai Hao discussed with Gao Yike yesterday. This time the two people went back to their own homes, and when the two people get married next year, they will move both families to the Magic City, or one family will go there once. When Gao Yike took care of business, he went with Bai Hao to Lao Xia, Wang Dan, Li Jun, Ruo Qiao, Blue Dream, and Wen Ziye together, which is considered to be an early New Year's Eve. But Li Jun and Ruo Xiao were in the same situation of having to go to see their old father-in-law and mother-in-law, and the meal was very late. A few people with a glass of wine and lamented with the purchase of cinnamon flowers with the wine. The end is not like a young man traveling. January 23rd. The crowds at the Magic City International Airport rolled in like waves. A huge electronic screen scrolls flight information, and a gentle female voice synthesized by AI seamlessly switches between Chinese and English in the broadcast, occasionally interspersed with one or two warm tips in Shanghainese. There were also long lines at the security checkpoints, with many travelers dragging their suitcases hurriedly through, and the smell of coffee and instant noodles mixed with leather filled the air. People returning to their hometowns piled up luggage trolleys. Red and gold New Year's gift boxes on the conveyor belt is particularly conspicuous. Hangzhou's Longjing tea, Suzhou's 8 treasures of rice, the local old fresh meat mooncakes, and labeled with the fragile Mao Tai, wrapped tightly like a cultural relic. Bai Hao and Gao Yike and Xiang Yicheng were already eating KFC in the VIP lounge. Gao Yike had obviously eaten the breakfast Bai Hao made in the morning, and he didn't know what his stomach was just arriving at the airport and went to buy a KFC. Ching ching, save me some fries. Why doesn't your family's Tsitsi come to give you a ride? Not coming, he still has to work today and not every boss is like Bai Hao. Also, that's a boss of him. I even look more like a boss than he does. Aren't you the boss's wife? There's also the word boss. Haruka, you. The two men wrestled together again. Bai Hao played with the phone to chat with Bai Ma that, Bai Chen's things finally cannot be wrapped in paper, was found by Bai Ma. The key Lin Yu's parents also know, but also do not know what is going on, also did not come to the door. Bai Ma have been looking for a good meal to talk about it. Bai Chen was also told by Bai Dad in a good way. Your old man told students not to fall in love early every day at school, and this is how you screw your old man? Let's see if I don't clean you up. Then Bai Dad gave Bai Chen a few symbolic hits on his body, and Bai Chen yelled out a few times, and that was the end of it. Although Bai Ma didn't know that Bai Hao had given his younger siblings a bank card, she also knew that Bai Hao hadn't given the two of them a lot of money. Otherwise, Bai Chen could never come home, and Bai Wan could go out with her sisters twice a day. Bai Ma knew the child's virtues, so she didn't ask too many questions. Gao Yike's plane had already begun boarding before these two wobbled up. Xiang Yicheng patted his newly full stomach and yawned lazily, waving at the two with his luggage. Alright, I'll go queue up first, you two slowly get bored. After saying that, he left, walking with a crisp and clear look, not even returning his head. The boarding announcement blared again, urging passengers to hurry up and board. The light and shadows in the airport flowed between Gao Yike and Bai Hao, and their footsteps slowed down coincidentally, as if they were deliberately delaying the final moment of separation. Gao Yike tugged on the corner of Bai Hao's coat, his eyes shining brightly. Why so quiet? Shouldn't something nice be said? Gao Yike looked at Bai Hao. How was it different from what he had thought of? Bai Hao hummed and laughed, raising his hand to rub her head, his fingertips brushing through her hair. The plane is only 3.5 hours in total. We'll be there in a little while. She blinked and suddenly tiptoed closer to his ear, lowering her voice. Well, shouldn't you at least say something nice? Bai Hao looked down at her, her delicate face, which was always a source of love, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into a little playful smile. Okay, go home and remember to eat on time. Don't stay up all the time, and, if you meet a handsome guy hit on you, remember to report my name. Bai Hao smiled lazily. After all, I'm so good, they should know better when compared. She snorted out a laugh at Bai Hao's mess and reached up to lightly punch him on the shoulder. Shameless, Bai Hao smoothly caught her wrist, his fingertips rubbing over her palm with slight warmth, and suddenly lowered his voice. I wish I could stuff you in a suitcase and take you with me. Gao Yike's heart trembled, the smile froze on his lips, and his eyes softened a few points. You should have gotten a bigger case then. Bai Hao looked at her and smiled down, leaning over and kissing her forehead lightly, his voice slightly muffled. Go to security. It's really too late if you don't leave. She pursed the corners of her lips lightly and nodded, turning around to head towards the security checkpoint, but then suddenly turned back after a few steps. Bai Hao was still standing in the same spot, one hand in his pocket, a smile on his lips as he watched her. Why don't you catch up and babble some more? Swallow, don't go, swallow. Nowadays technology is so advanced. When you pass the checkpoint, I can still directly send 60 seconds of voice bombing you. Bai Hao listened to her and pretended to run 2 steps to speak loudly with her. Gao Yike laughed out loud, gave him an international friendly gesture, and turned around to blend into the crowd. Bai Hao stood in place until her back completely disappeared before he looked down at his palms and closed them wordlessly. I won't see you for another little half a month. All the best, Mr. White. Remember, Happy New Year. You too, wife. Chapter 90. Wealthy people do not return to their homes, as if they were traveling by night in brocade. In the blink of an eye, Bai Hao arrived at the airport in Sichuan province. At this time the sun was high. Bai Hao looked at the time, only more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The temperature in Sichuan province is more comfortable. Bai Hao lazily stretched out a block. The ear came a slight sound of rolling wheels. Raising his eyes, a shiny raw little golden man slowly stopped in front of him, the obsidian body reflecting the sunlight. The window half lowered, revealing a middle-aged man in a suit on the driver's seat. A middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing a professional suit, wearing a pair of white gloves, smiling respectfully but not fawningly, bowed slightly and said to Bai Hao, "Hello, Mr. Bai. This is the car Mr. Xiao arranged for you. Do you think you need me to send you back?" "No, just give me the car." Bai Hao put his luggage in the car and was ready to go home. What the two said, though softly, was still caught by the tourists gathered nearby, and a few low cries instantly exploded from the crowd. "Holy, what's that dude's deal? A Rolls Royce?" A youngster with a hiking bag stared in disbelief, the mineral water in his hand almost falling to the ground. "Shoo, keep your voice down." The companion next to him tugged him. "Did you see that license plate? Sichuan A88888. Must be which big boss people." This license plate was chosen by Bai Hao, who was only in his early 20s, and is as rich as a brocade coat at night, especially when it's still New Year's like this. Not far away, a few Netflix ladies wearing exquisite short dresses were originally still in front of the selfie stick concave modeling. See the situation have probed and looked. One of the girls with elaborate makeup pushed up her sunglasses and lowered her voice. "I noticed it just now. That handsome guy had a different aura when he came out of the VIP channel. Che, isn't he just a rich second generation?" The best friend beside her skimmed her lips, but her eyes were glued to the side of Bai Hao's face and she couldn't move away. "There are so many rich people these days, but why not me?" The doors clicked shut and the Rolls-Royce slid noiselessly out of the driveway. The onlookers watched the limousine with the bomb number plate drive away, gossiping in front of the terminal building. "Who's this? A star? TCH? I guess it's some dude young master again. What's so sour about it? People might as well start their own business." By how that can still hear so much, long ago drove toward home, driving still half to several hours that, this time was brought home by how Yuan Bao also began to meow. Before, it had been in the airbox, probably because the space was too small. Bai Hao had just put it out, and it was running around. "Coco, dude, I'm off the plane. Where are you?" Looking forward to the JPG, Bai Hao didn't drive back to her, but directly called Gao Yike, and with Gao Yike's phone company, Bai Hao wasn't so sleepy on the road. The Sun Public in the distance is also off duty. Until after 7 o'clock in the evening, Bai Hao drove to the door of the house. Bai Chen and Bai Wan had already been waiting at the door. "Big brother, I miss you so much. You still carry Yuan Bao back. Let me see if he's grown fat?" Bai Wan pouted with Bai Hao, and her gaze went to Yuan Bao on the passenger side. "Meow, meow." Although Bai Hao usually mailed things to his home without fail, he came back with a lot of Chinese offers in Maotai as well as foreign healthcare products, as well as gifts for Bai Chen and Bai Wan. "This is for you too. Take these in later." Bai Hao had arrived home and was still able to command his two little brothers, which was still fun to think about. "Big brother, your license plate is Sichuan A88888. It's so awesome. I'll go." When Bai Chen saw the license plate of Bai Hao's car, he was as surprised as if he had seen something rare. "Well, go up there and try it. Just don't drive away. You can try it in the yard." Bai Hao moved the stuff in the trunk towards the house. At this hour Bai Ma was still at the supermarket, which hadn't closed yet, while Bai Dad should still be out fishing. After Bai Hao and Bai Wan put everything away, they realized that the two of them hadn't eaten yet, and just dove headfirst into the kitchen. The family's bacon and sausage is still hanging on a bamboo pole at the back of the kitchen, the fat and thin strips of meat glistening with amber oil, and the smoky aroma seeping into the wooden beams, which hasn't dissipated for decades. Bai Hao rolled up his sleeves, and with a flash of the knife, the bacon was sliced into transparent slices, and the grease on the blade was glistening with a tantalizing luster. "The iron pot is hot. Throw a few slices of ginger and garlic burst incense. Bake in a pot will be zila sound." Rich savory flavor instantly overflowed the entire kitchen. In between frying the bacon, I cut up a couple of Sichuan sausages that I found someone to fill, and the reddish chili oil wrapped around the meat grains and dripped when I threw it into the steamer. Finally, then pat a cucumber. Sprinkle garlic chili oil, by the way simmering a green vegetable. This scent drifted all the way from the kitchen to the yard. Bai Chen was still taking pictures of Bai Hao's little golden man and showing it off everywhere, but his nose was better than a dog's, and when he smelled the scent, he ran straight over and kicked open the kitchen door straight away, and his slippers all ran off. "One, brother, did you fry the bacon? Mom doesn't make it as good as you do." Bai Chen's eyes glistened and he directly reached out to steal and pinch a slice, and was knocked on the back of his hand with a chopstick by Bai Hao. "You said last time that Mom's cooking was better than mine, so wash your hands first. Tell your sister to eat." Shiratsu bared his teeth and shrank back, turning his head to howl at the stairs. "It's time to eat. Hurry up and order." if you don't come the food is gone. Bai Wan was still in her room fiddling with the Reina bell that Bai Hao had given her, and when she heard Bai Chen's voice, she stepped on her slippers and went downstairs with a da-da-da-da-da. Brother, you cooked? Ah, great, now I don't have to do it anymore. Bai Chen still dislikes my cooking. She looked at Bai Chen and said with a disgusting and very disgusting mouth, but her eyes couldn't move away from the plate of oily bacon. Bai Wan is the second oldest, usually in school will not have to care about things at home, but vacation, or responsible for cooking. In fact, her cooking is okay, but cannot help Bai Hao's level is too high. Bai Hao grunted and shoved a slice of freshly baked bacon into her mouth. Come on, I think you guys miss this craft of mine, right? Not to brag to you guys, I want to become a chef, if not too tired. Bai Wan was scalded and huffed, but she still chewed fast and slurred. Brother, I'll leave the meals to you from now on, and I can be lazy. He. Great, you're trying to trick your brother into cooking, aren't you? Bai Hao said jokingly. Bai Hao was very loving to these two younger siblings. Bai Chen had already surreptitiously served the rice and directly grubbed it into his mouth. Bai Wan, your chopsticks don't grab my piece with fat. Bai Hao left Bai Ma and Bai Pa's meal out, so the three of them started eating around the table, and Bai Chen and Bai Wan's chopsticks fought, splashing chili oil everywhere. Bai Hao leaned back in his chair and watched his younger siblings wolf down their food, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curling up. Maybe even the mountain of food outside can't compare to the fireworks in this house. Chapter 91, Remembering the Past. Bai Hao was lying on a chair in the courtyard, looking at the sky full of stars, remembering that the last time he looked at the stars was with Gao Yike. Master White has a little money, is it in? Sister, emergency call, 100,000 urgent. Coco, you'd better have something more urgent than help me cut a slice out of Poundland. Machete JPG. White Master, a little bit of money, only half a day to see. You are so cold to me, after all, it is a mistake to pay. Aggrieved JPG. Coco, cut the crap, just lost 15-20 to Ching Ching, either play money or prepare to collect the corpse. Bai Hao listened to the voice sent by Gao Yike with the noisy sound of mahjong, and smiled evilly, his fingers flipping. Ding, PayPal arrived, $20,000. Master White has a little money, tonight you, Master White, are paying the bill. Delighted JPG. Coco, Master White, you are my half-brother, do you want me to do the splits for you? Bad luck JPG. Bai Hao was enjoying the top worship of Gao Yike on the other end of the cell phone, when he saw lights coming from not far away, and Bai Ma rode a small donkey back with Bai Dad, who was also carrying a bucket of water, with splashes of water splashing outward. Boy, your dad caught some big fish this time. You've been cooking for us at home. It's been a long time since I've had your cooking. After Bai Ma parked the small electric donkey, she mentioned the bucket to Bai Hao's side and said to him in a very normal manner, but Bai Hao's head was full of questions. It wasn't right. Mom, shouldn't you be the one making it for us? I haven't been back for a long time. Bai Hao remembered that other people's homes are not like this. Other people's homes are not all parents tearful stew 10,000 tonic soup. How do their own this also own cooking? Boy, are you growing up? As long as you cook well. Bai Hao is very young as their own cooking. White mom is busy looking at the supermarket. White dad and the school dinner usually do not come home. Bai Hao their own meal will have to rely on their own. And over time the level of cooking has improved a lot. Bai Dad, who had just put his fishing rod away, saw Bai Hao and simply greeted him. Back, tired? Like almost all Chinese fathers, the two met with few words. Well, I got home this afternoon, not tired. Bai Hao also helped to put all the things. Bai Dad saw the car in the corner and the license plate Sichuan A88888, did not make a sound to go into the house to eat the meal that Bai Hao left for them, and Bai Mom did not eat at night when she lost weight. Bai Hao accompanied the two old men in the house and watched TV for a while before going upstairs. Bai Chin didn't know who he was chatting with, holding his cell phone and giggling, and the door to Bai Wan's room was closed. Soon it was the next day, and Bai Ma took Bai Hao on a trip to Grandpa's house to deliver the healthcare products that she had brought back, and ate lunch there with her younger siblings. The afternoon sun was nice and warm on the ridges, and the soil was so soft that it was like stepping on a sun-dried sponge. Bai Hao and Bai Chen walking side by side, occasionally kicking a foot of the ridge side of the dead grass. Childhood memories of going to school all of a sudden flooded up, when he was stuffed with snacks in his school bag, and his buddies playing around. In a blink of an eye, he is already 25, and the road under his feet is still so soft and flimsy. A woman walked in the distance, holding a 3 or 4-year-old boy. The woman was dressed in ordinary clothes. Her hair was pulled back casually, but her eyes, which were curved when she smiled, were inexplicably familiar. But Whitehall couldn't think of anything, and by the time a few of the men were passing in the fields, the woman suddenly looked at Bai Hao and burst out laughing. Bai Hao, it's really you, still so handsome, worthy of being the schoolboy at the time. Bai Hao froze, his brain spinning rapidly. Middle school classmate? High school classmate? Or, the woman? seeing that Bai Hao hadn't recognized her yet, jerked her hair back like a ponytail. Can't you recognize me? I'm Li Wenwen, the one who sat at your desk in the second year. Bai Hao then suddenly realized that the girl who had a ponytail and always loved to stuff small pieces of paper into his pencil case has now faded away from youthfulness, and there are more traces of life between her eyebrows. Ah, come to think of it, this change in you, quite a big one, Bai Hao said as he stared at the child beside her. That's right, I'm a mom now. This is my child. Come on, Xiao Bao, call uncle. This little boy timidly grabbed the corner of Li Wenwen's coat, revealing a pair of bright eyes like a wary little groundhog. Bai Hao squatted down and teased him. Ask uncle to buy you candy. The little boy looked at his mom and then at Bai Hao, and after holding his breath, a sentence popped out in a milky voice. Hello uncle. What a good boy. Here, take this from your uncle and go buy candy. Bai Hao took out a red envelope from his pocket and gave it to the kid. How can this work? Xiao Bao, good boy. Give it back to uncle. Bai Hao, this is not appropriate. You take it back. Bai Hao still forced to give him, and finally Li Wenwen took it. This red packet is not thin to touch. It is estimated that there must be a small thousand. Bai Hao made a few more jokes, making Li Wenwen laugh, and the two of them walked and talked about their former classmates, who got married, who got rich, who made a fortune in business and ended up losing it all. Time is like a crumpled ear of rice, gently shaking and scattering the old light all over the place. It always feels like the old days were yesterday, and in the blink of an eye, you're walking the ridge with your kids. What? Envious? You grab it too. I heard from Auntie Ru Meng that you don't have a date open? The ants in these 10 miles and 8 villages have lost their golden son-in-law. Although Li Wenwen didn't mention the money, who in the whole town didn't know that the Bai family boss was a rich man? Ha 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 ha. How are you doing? Pretty good, Bai Hao casually asked. And although Li Wenwen's face was a bit ironic, she quickly replied with a smile. It's okay, it's just that the kid's dad committed a crime and went in. Excuse me, it's fine. It's been years, my little treasure hasn't even seen him face to face, and I'm about to forget him. Bai Hao didn't know what to say. Instead it was Li Wenwen who was optimistic and kept talking non-stop. After walking for a while, the two said goodbye at the fork in the road, and Bai Hao watched her and the child's back as they drifted away, the setting sun pulling the shadows long. Bai Chen looked at Bai Hao with a curious expression and asked, Brother, did you have a crush on someone back in the day? Roll. Your brother was a fan of 10,000 people back in the day, and they were the only ones who were enamored with me. After saying that, he also gave Bai Chen a kick. How are you and Lin Yu doing? I heard mom and dad know? Bai Hao looked at Bai Chen. He wasn't against early love, especially since Lin Yu had also made Bai Chen's grades better and better. Well, dad said as long as it didn't affect her grades, and her family didn't say anything. You're only in high school and you've got a girl in your arms? On the ridge, the sound of the brothers' laughter and the distant cries of returning birds mingled together, and the evening wind blew, gently dispersing in the southern twilight. Chapter 92, The Mayor's Visit. January 25th, in Magic City. When Liang is wearing a black mink coat is sending Meng Hanyu to the airplane. The two after these months together, really can not part. Originally, Meng Hanyu also wanted to bring Wen Liang home to show his parents, but Wen Liang had to go to England to look for his parents in the new year, so he could only separate for the time being, and the two of them kissed passionately at the airport for a while, and Meng Hanyu waved goodbye. Bai Hao lived in the grandpa's house for 2 days, before spending money to repair. The road quality is really good. The air in the mountains is very good. The temperature difference between the two ends of the morning and evening is a little big. The morning fog in the mountains hadn't cleared, and Bai Hao was squatting by the well platform scraping fish scales, while Bai Wan and Bai Ma had just gone to Grandpa's vegetable garden to pinch some vegetables. The grass carp that Pakba had caught the day before had been in the bucket for 2 days, spitting out all the mud and fish, and now laying on the chopping board with its tail twitching nervously twice. Bai Hao muttered as he squeezed his chopper. Still quite bouncy. Let's see you still, when you get off the pot. Before the words were finished, the sound of tires running over gravel suddenly came from outside the courtyard wall. 3 black SUVs labeled with government logos drove up the newly constructed concrete road and parked in the open space in front of the gate, raising a cloud of dust. The car door opened in unison, and out drilled 5 or 6 people wearing dark ink-colored executive jackets. The party emblem on their chests was golden and eye-catching. At the head was a woman in a camel-colored trench coat. She stepped on her lambskin boots and stepped over the plantain that had emerged from the cracks in the concrete road, and the young male cadre following behind her immediately jogged 2 steps and handed her the folder in her hand at the crook of her elbow. It wasn't hard to tell that this woman was supposed to be their leader. Bai Dad was still helping my mom and picking vegetables, and when he saw the visitor, he hurriedly walked over. Mr. White, long time no see. The trenchcoat woman held out her hand from a distance, the nude-colored beading on her fingernail caps glinting harshly in the sun. Passed by here on my walk up the mountain, knew you were in the neighborhood, and came to pay a visit. No offense, Although the woman was speaking to Bai Dad, her eyes kept lingering on Bai Hao, looking him up and down, and as Bai Hao was putting the fish into the pot to simmer on, he saw the woman looking at him and responded with a smile. The young male cadre behind her who was holding the papers rushed to the courtyard to get her a chair. Bai Wan and Bai Chen also helped to pour the water. Bai Hao wiped his hands on his apron. Although he didn't know what this woman was up to, one thing was clear to him. People coming meant something was up. Mayor Chang, why are you here? Drink tea. Drink tea. You still have to go down to the countryside. This New Year's Day is really hard, Bai Dad said respectfully to Chang Xiuwan, the teacup knocking out a crisp ring on the desktop. Serving people? What hard work. It's not the end of the year. Visit a few 5 guarantee households. See what's still close. Principal Lu's body is really good. As he spoke, Bai Hao's maternal grandfather, Lu Guixiu, also walked out and looked at Chang Xiujuan to give him a greeting. Little Chang, haven't seen for years. Now are the mayor of the town. Can be really great. Chang Xiuwan was a former student of Bai Hao's grandfather, Lu Guixiu, who was a top-notch teacher in the town before he became the principal. Principal Lu, you're kidding. I'm just a student in front of you no matter what position I hold. Chang Xiuwan looked at Bai Hao and said, and this is? My son, doing business in Magic City. Mayor, he's the one who donated the money to build this road. Bai Dad looked to the side of the still cooking. Bai Hao very proud said. At the same time the mayor beside the young male cadres also whispered in her ear. What a hero, so young and so powerful. Looks like we really have a lot of characters in our town. While Chang Xiuwan and a few of them were drinking tea and talking, Bai Hao saw that the fish in the pot was almost ready, so he fried a few dishes that had been prepared in advance. Bai Ma and Bai Wan helped serve the dishes. Bai Dad and Bai Hao's grandfather invited a few people to eat together, and Bai Hao's grandfather even took out the white wine he had treasured for a long time, pouring it for a few people. The young men, all of them, took a sip with their eyes closed. So spicy, ha 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 ha, that's 60 degrees of old wine. The atmosphere at the table gradually warmed up. Bai Hao brought the last plate of braised fish to the table. The amber-colored juice of the soy sauce slipped off the fish. The skin of the fish was fried to a golden crisp. The pungent aroma of minced green onions, ginger and garlic mingled with the sweet and moist aroma of the sauce, and the hot white air looked like a layer of mist under the sunlight. On the side, there was a green and garlicky dish of garlic cabbage, scrambled eggs that were golden and fluffy with the distinctive aroma of a wood-burning stove, a plate of shredded potatoes with hot and sour sauce, and a couple of authentic Chinese sausages and preserved meats. Chang Xiuwan held her wine cup and looked at Bai Hao with gentle eyes and smiled. Principal Lu, your family has really passed down this craft. This fish smells so good that our task force's lads' mouths are watering. The young cadre beside her lowered his head in embarrassment, but his chopsticks were not polite. Quickly clamped a piece of fish belly meat into his mouth. Hot and grimacing, but not good to spit it out. Can only bulge his face and chew. Bai Hao finished his work and sat down, and just as he picked up his rice bowl, he saw Chang Xiuwan just smiling, so he opened his mouth. Mayor Chang, in terms of seniority you and Principal Lu are teachers and students, and my father is considered the same generation. If you don't mind, call me Xiao Bai or Hao Hao are both fine. The elders in the town are all called so. That's a good feeling. Let's call you Xiao Bai. I'm really sorry for today. I was just passing by, but since I've caught up, I have an unkind request from my side. Her tone was soft, but her gaze was firm, and her fingers tapped gently on the glass, weighing the words. Our town took off the poverty cap only a few years ago, but the bottom is still thin. Some children have to walk more than 10 miles to school, and when it rains, the dirt road is very slippery, and it's not a big deal to fall all over the mud, but when it's windy and raining, the parents are worried. She paused, her tone more sincere. You repair the road. The townspeople all say good. The children walk are down to earth a lot, but there are still several villages in the town with poor road conditions. Some children's homes are really difficult, barely able to pay for books, but 3 meals are a problem. I came today, in fact, just want to cheekily ask. As she spoke, her gaze slid over Bai Hao's face and back to Grandpa Bai Hao, her tone sincere and helpless. Principal Lu, you know, in our place, studying is the only way out for children from poor families, and I've been able to do what I can all these years because of your teachings. Bai Hao didn't rush to answer, but just silently picked up a chopstick of fish. The fish was caught by Bai Dad himself. The meat was firm and tender, fried in the pan to a crisp outside and tender inside, but now it tasted like it had somehow gained more weight. Chang Xiuwan's eyes lit up slightly when she saw that Bai Hao didn't immediately rebuff him, but she still maintained just the right amount of restraint. Of course, there's no rush on this, and if you're willing to learn about it, we can talk in detail about specific help programs. Seeing this, Bai Hao's grandpa also put down his chopsticks and saw that Bai Dad and Bai Hao didn't say anything before he slowly took a sip of wine and opened his mouth. Chapter 93, 100 million. Bai Hao is not a person who is unkind to the rich, or else he couldn't have given Bai Dad money to help the students before. But his own willingness and others coming to your door are two different things. Bai Dad didn't say anything because, after being a teacher all his life, he didn't even know who the town mayor was. And if it wasn't for the road repair and the donations he made to help the students in the school last time, where would he have gotten to know these officials? And even though Bai Dad didn't say anything, he knew that it was all because of Bai Hao. Bai Hao's grandpa said to Chang Xiuwan as the elder here, "Little Chang, you're still the same as you were back then. When you have things on your mind, you speak especially politely." Chang Xiuwan laughed all of a sudden, as if she had been seen through her little mind, and her tone finally lightened up a bit. "Principal Lu, do you still remember? Back when I skipped school to go to town to buy books and you caught me, I cornered you the same way." Bai Dad scratched his head. He did want to help those kids, probably because he had been a teacher for too long, so he quietly patted Bai Hao on the back. "Meaning you kid, watch it." Bai Hao helplessly pretended to sigh, but a hint of a smile flashed in the bottom of his eyes, knowing that this meal wasn't going to be finished that easily. Bai Hao put down his chopsticks and gently knocked his fingertips twice on the rim of the bowl. The morning fog in the sky has also been dissipated by the sunlight, and the sunlight shines obliquely into the courtyard, where a few local chickens raised by Grandpa pace leisurely, occasionally pecking the rice grains on the ground with their heads down. Bai Hao's line of sight from the courtyard's mud wall moved to Chang Xiuwan's face. This female town mayor lips with a pleading smile, but the tip of the eyebrow is pressed with fatigue. Under the eye sockets there is a faint green shadow, obviously for these things to run around for a long time. Bai Hao looked at Grandpa Lu Guoxiu and saw that he gently nodded his head, and only then did he just pick up the bottle of white wine and add a glass to Chang Xiuwan's empty glass, looking at these few people and slowly asking, "How much is the town short?" Chang Xiuwan's eyes abruptly lit up, and then she suppressed her emotions and looked at the few people beside her and said with deliberation, "The road hardening piece. The shortfall for the remaining 2 villages is estimated to be around 1.7 million based on actual needs. As for the bursary fund," looking at the young cadre beside him, the other party immediately drew out a document from his briefcase and handed it to Bai Hao. "This is the list of students in need that we have mapped out, and we expect to need $1.2 million in financial aid, mainly for meal allowances and school fees, and some other expenses." Bai Hao flipped through the document. His eyebrows slightly raised. The list was densely packed with children's names, family situations, grades and dreams. Someone wanted to be a teacher, someone wanted to study medicine, and there was a child who wrote crookedly, "I want to go to college and earn money to buy my grandmother a new cotton coat. Want to be a scientist." The pages rustled, and the yard was so quiet that the only sound left was the duck-duck of chickens pecking at rice. Seeing that Bai Hao had been flipping through the information, Chang Xiuwan was afraid that he wouldn't agree and added, "Of course, these can be designated by you for the purpose. The use of funds throughout the open and transparent. The town will have a special person to report to you on a monthly basis to report on the progress." Actually, I shouldn't have been so quick to ask, but with school starting after the first of the year, some kids don't even have a few thick clothes at home. When speaking, Chang Xiuwan choked a little, and the kid next to him who was eating fish very well also stopped, not knowing what he thought. The words did not fall. Lu Guoxiu poured another glass of wine looking at the 3 juniors at home, eyes penetrating like a spring in a mountain stream. He was very happy, the family out of capable people. Bai Hao closed the document, not to mention the fact that this town mayoress document is indeed very real, plus she is still a student of the maternal grandfather, and has dealt with Bai Dad. It is impossible to say that it is impossible not to donate a little. Bai Hao thought of this and suddenly smiled. "Sister Chang, let's do it this way. I can transfer this $1.2 million of student aid this afternoon. Just scan this public account, right?" Bai Hao pointed to the QR code at the end of the document. Before Chang Xiuwan could react, the young cadre had already excitedly pulled out his cell phone. Right. This is our official account. It can be checked. I'll put the electronic contract. As for the money to fix the road," Bai Hao turned his head to look at the newly paved concrete road outside his door. "At 1.7 million, I can only offer 1.5 million. You'll have to figure out the rest." The young cadres are still in a daze, but Chang Xiuwan understood at once. Worthy of being one of the few college students in the town, the wood show and the forest wind will destroy it. Bai Hao is not trying to make too much of a splash, and although they only put up 200,000, that was the government and him doing it together, and Bai Hao is at best a wealthy businessman with a caring heart. Lu Guoxiu nodded with satisfaction as he listened to Bai Hao's words. This grandson of his was really something. "No problem, it's settled." Bai Hao chucked the last piece of fish into Chang Xiuwan's bowl. "Sister Chang, try it. It's been raised for a few days in mountain spring water. No earthy flavor." Chang Xiuwan looked down at the fish in the bowl and suddenly felt her eyes burning. She hurriedly picked up the freshly filled wine glass and said, I'll toast you all for the kids. The glass shook against the sunlight, shattering the watery light under his eyes. The young cadre took notes on his hands and knees, his pen making long ink marks on the paper. On the way out, Bai Hao still called Chang Xiujuan and the young cadre to the car and handed out an envelope. Here's a check. It's a little token of my appreciation for my hometown. Not for nothing of course, but I do have to check the books every month, and if there's a problem, I'm going to take it back. Bai Hao said half jokingly. A few people didn't say anything. Bai Hao looked at their shoes full of mud on their feet. Soon a few people drove away in 3 cars. The young cadre in the car looked at Chang Xiujuan and asked curiously, Changzhen, we've found the right person this time. Unlike Zhou Tai, I don't know how he became the richest man. No pattern at all. Chang Xiuwan did not say anything, just opened the envelope. A construction bank check revealed from inside. Chang Xiuwan, eyes wide open, cannot believe the sight seen in front of him. With his right hand on the check, carefully counted. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 100,000, 100,000, 1 million, 1 million, 100 million, a whole $1 billion. Several people double-checked and even pinched their cheeks hard, unable to believe it was true, but the touch coming from their hands told them it was. Chang Xiuwan secretly vowed to utilize the money to improve the fate of the town's children, study more and have a chance at a better life. As for these, Bai Hao didn't know. Bai Ma was ready to open the door of the supermarket after lunch. Bai Dad went fishing. Bai Chen and Bai Wan packed up all the dishes and left the house, not knowing where they were going. Bai Hao was basking in the sun in the courtyard, swaying, and was about to fall asleep when he felt someone tap him on the shoulder, and when he opened his eyes he saw that it was Meng Hanyu. Chapter 94, A Hot New Year's Eve. Meng Hanyu arrived home this afternoon, and when he heard that Bai Hao was here in Luguoxiu, he directly killed him with a kick of the gas, and even the dog in front of his house didn't have time to bark twice with him. Bai Hao looked up anew, almost didn't recognize it. This is not the old white-faced scholar Meng Hanyu. Now it's like a bandit who just stole out of the coal mine site, so black that it can be used as night camouflage, and so thick that it can unscrew a fire hydrant. He also dragged himself a stool to sit next to Bai Hao. The floor are muffled humming. Cousin, said Manga Mu, stealthily approaching the. Do you think my mom can believe that I found a Magic City female rich woman? He stifled the question for half a day, his expression serious as if he was discussing something heavenly. Bai Hao swept him up and down. I don't know if my aunt believes it or not, but the image you have now fits the persona of someone who is trying desperately to get fit to prevent being replaced after being adopted by a rich woman. Menganyu touched his biceps in thought. I think Auntie will believe it. After all, you've come back this time with a new car and your whole person feels much more mature. Bai Qiao, Bai Hao's aunt, had been on fire a while ago because of Meng Hanyu's affairs, but she was relieved when she found out from Bai Hao's mouth that her son was doing just fine. Meng Kong was out of town because of the construction site, and Bai Qiao wouldn't be back until 2 more days. Seriously, I can't believe now that when Liang would like me, she looks so beautiful and noble. Meng Hanyu's mind kept recalling the scene of the first time the two of them met. That kind of flavorful woman would even look at himself. Bai Hao just couldn't look away and violently kicked his feet. Wake up, you're drowning me in drool. If you haven't thought about it, don't tell me yet. Bai Hao and Meng Hanyu talked about something else. Time passed quickly, and Bai Hao stayed like this until the 28th, and although there were quite a few people looking for him in the middle, they were all rejected by Bai Hao for various reasons. The only time is still because Yuan Bao was beaten by the town's wildcat. The front legs are bloody appeared in front of Bai Hao, heartbroken, rushed to drive it to the town pet hospital. At that time, the veterinarian uncle in the clinic picked up Yuan Bao to check his wounds, and said that it looked like he had been rounded up by the civet gang at the entrance of the village. Bai Hao also placed a lot of cat food at the door for this reason, as a filial piety for Yuan Bao to these groundlings. In the past 2 days, the town has been bustling like a bubbling hot pot. The streets were lit up with red lanterns hanging in rows under the old store signs, swaying in the wind. Vegetable market yells, selling spring scrolls, old man wearing a woolen hat, mouth holding a cigarette, handwritten Fu characters flying, more expensive than the supermarket printed $2, but folks recognize this handwritten New Year's. The people who go out to work are like migratory birds returning to their homes, dragging suitcases and bringing big bags of New Year's goods back. In front of the kiosk at the entrance of the village is full of motorcycles. The gas cap is still hot, a smoky Sichuan brand. The owner of the store, Lao Wang, counted the money with a cigarette in his mouth and smiled so much that his teeth were exposed. Aya, you've come back? Guangdong is doing well, called dog-child youth wearing tight jeans, hair dyed yellow. Handing over a furlong, Wang asked, Uncle Wang, how's business this year? The town's KTVs have long been full, with off-key renditions of congratulations to the rich emanating from the booths, and middle-aged men, red-faced and drunk, shaking dice and bragging. I'm telling you, I'm in charge of 24 people at the plant right now. The kitchens of every household are in full swing. Steamers were steaming, sausages were sizzling in the pots, and the pungent flavor of bean paste mixed with the mellow aroma of soy sauce and meat came out of the windows, making the dogs walk on the street. Old ladies with aprons, hands quickly rolled under the dumplings, mouth chanting, "Eva loves to eat sesame filled." A new milk tea store has opened on the corner, and a few young girls back from the city are sitting on high stools, holding up their cell phones to take selfies, with the mottled old walls and couplets in the background, accompanying the text. #nostalgia is but a cup of pearl milk tea away. As night falls, firecrackers crackle and explode. Children cover their ears and hide behind adults, but can't help but poke their heads out to see the fireworks. The man who came back from work waved his hand. Put more. It's a year of earning face or earning sound. Young people in the square Gatling fireworks, spraying sparks reflecting the whole street golden, more dazzling than the neon lights of the CBD. In the distance, there is the sound of shuffling in the mahjong parlor, and old men and women are playing cards while urging marriage. Bring someone back next year. Look at Simone Zhang's grandson next door. He's 2 years old, and under the old tree at the entrance of the town, a skinny stray dog was gnawing on a chicken bone thrown by who knows who. It looked up at the fireworks in the sky, then looked down and continued to gnaw. As for the Whitehalls, kitchen spatula clanging sound, by how tight apron, arm muscles tense, is on the fire fried back to the meat. The oil splattered and he dodged sideways, yelling, "Bai Chen, where's the garlic? Coming. Bai Chen's hands were busy breaking the garlic cloves, and his fingertips were still sticky with half a slice of garlic skin. Why is this thing so hard to peel? Bai Wan squatted next to the garbage can and peeled potatoes, her knife work flying so fast that the potato skins were connected in a continuous line. She glanced up and laughed. "Brother, the way you peel the garlic, it looks like you're operating on it," Bai Hao said without looking back. "If you two keep dawdling, we'll have to change our New Year's Eve dinner to a midnight snack tonight." In the living room, the mahjong table clattered like firecrackers. Bai Xiao, who just arrived home a few days ago, crossed her legs, cupped a young chicken in her hand, squinted her eyes to survey the cards, and mumbled under her breath, "If I don't win this hand, I'll change my last name to Meng." Aunt Meng Kong pushed up his glasses and slowly played a card. "Xiao, the last name Meng is also quite good." Mrs. White shook her hand and said, "I'll give you a handout. The bar is open." Grandfather Lu Shogwa stroked his beard and laughed. "Young people, indolent." The old ladies watched the battle stoned, occasionally pointing. "Oops, should have hit 80,000. The Chinese New Year Gala was playing a preview program on the TV, and the sound was turned up loud and clear, but it couldn't cover the noise in the house at all. The kitchen suddenly came zero sound. Bai Hao's spicy chicken pot, the aroma of dried chili instantly ran throughout the house. White Mom took the time to turn around and shout, "Good boy, put less chili. Your grandpa can't eat too spicy." Shiraho shouted back waving his spatula, "I know, I'll give him a single bowl." I ended up shaking my hand and scooping another half a spoonful of chili into it. Bai Wan secretly tasted the soup and it was so hot that she spat out her tongue. "Finished, salted. Shoo, keep it quiet." Bai Chen immediately scooped up a dipper of water and poured it in. Aunt Bai Xiao took advantage of the chaos to come to the kitchen, and pinched a piece of freshly fried crispy meat and stuffed it into her mouth, which was so hot that she huffed and puffed. "Fragrance, much better than last year." Bai Hao held up his shovel to drive people away. "Auntie, the kitchen is an important place. No one is allowed to enter." Laughing curses from Grandpa came from the other side of the mahjong table. "Pretty decent, little brat." Chapter 95, The Inescapable Urge to Marry. Busy White Master finally made the meal, but before the New Year's Eve dinner opened, Grandpa Lu Guoxiu sitting on the tie-shirt chair, hand-pinching 4 big red packets, smiling with a beard. Come, children, one for each." "Thank you, Grandpa." Bai Chen and Bai Wan immediately came over with joy. Bai Hao and Meng Hanyu stood next to them and laughed helplessly. Both of them have been working for several years. Meng Hanyu squirmed for half a day, or Bai Hao opened his mouth. "Grandpa, I don't have to, do I? My cousin and I are so old. It's too little. You two can earn money now. You can't afford my pension." "No," Grandmaster said with a glare in his eyes as he looked at the two of them. Bai Ma just played mahjong and won a lot of very happy and Bai Hao and Meng Hanyu in the side. "Boy, Hanyu, take this. It's called a ritual to bless you with peace and prosperity in the coming year. Take it. It was only under the intimidating gaze of the entire family that Bai Hao and Meng Hanyu honestly accepted the red envelopes. "Thank you, Grandma." Grandmaster nodded in satisfaction and added, "By the way, when we turn around and marry the two of you, Grandpa will wrap up a bigger one for you. The next thing is a hot and lively New Year's Eve dinner." Bai Hao's level of that has nothing to say. A few people ate all the praise. Just halfway through the meal, Bai Ma suddenly slapped her thigh. "Oops, almost forgot." She pulled out her cell phone and winked at Bai Hao with a smile. "Boy, Hurry up and make a video call to your old father-in-law and mother-in-law. Let's have a lively time together. The white meat with garlic paste snapped off by House chopsticks. Mom, this is a big moment? People are also eating New Year's Eve dinner. When Bai Ma saw that Bai Hao didn't move, her hand had already dialed the video with fast hand speed. It's better to have New Year's Eve dinner, all at one table. Northeastern Gaojiakong 2. Tian Xiufan was serving a plate of big bones stewed with sauerkraut when the screen suddenly lit up and Tian Xiufan's loud voice immediately popped out of the speakers. In-laws mom, Happy New Year. Gu, Xiufang, keep your voice down. Who is it? Gao Yuntao choked on a mouthful of white wine in his throat, coughed and beat his chest, and the wine glass in his hand almost flew out. Your future in-laws, hurry up in order. Tian Xiufan handily wiped his apron, hurriedly set up his cell phone on the windowsill next to the vase. The camera can just capture their family full of table dishes, golden plucked pot roast, smoking hot pig-killing vegetables, full of big dumplings. Aya, Sister Baijia, was just thinking of paying my New Year's greetings to you guys. Tian Xiufan was all smiles and hurriedly dragged Gao Yike, who was stealing elbows, into the camera. Coco, say hello to Mommy White. On the other side of the camera, a group of relatives from the Bai family poked their heads out in unison, talking in tongues. Yo, this Northeast's New Year's Eve dinner is just ho-hum. Manhwa muttered in a low voice next to Bai Hao. Good lord, this is a food versus line session? I vote for Northeastern cuisine. Manhwa sold boxed lunches at the Magic City construction site this time from the Northeast, and every time he was given a full meal. The amount was large and cheap, but Bai Hao didn't have the time to pay attention to Manhwa. Seeing that the high-level talks between the two families were about to be formalized, Bai Ma took the lead in launching her attack. In-laws, you see the two children have been together for so long. Shouldn't we finalize the marriage? Gao Yike, who was eating, was instantly hit in the head by the dumplings. Cough cough dash. That's a must. Our family is all set. The dowry and everything else is fine. Tian Xiufang said with great approval when she saw Bai Ma mention this. The banquet has to be organized twice, one in the Northeast and one in Sichuan province. Gao Yuntao also came over with his wine glass. Then we have to hurry and look at the date. Next year's double spring year, especially suitable. We'll have to hire a palanquin. Western style is all the rage now. Have you thought of a name for the baby? And at this time, Gao Yike's WeChat vibrated like crazy. Master White has a little money, help. They're already discussing which kindergarten the child will attend. Coco, my dad just asked me if my kid's nickname can be Taiju? Doubtful JPG. Master White has a little money? That might as well be called Hot Pot. Coco, off. You have to call it Flare HPG. Bai Hao didn't hold back his laughter, and was twisted by Bai Ma's ear. What are you laughing at? Brat. Hurry up and make a statement to your old man. Inside and outside the screen, the two families were instantly quiet, and all eyes swished and focused over. Bai Hao stiffly raised his chopsticks. Does that want to finish the New Year's Eve dinner first? Gao Yuntao and Tian Xiufan laughed on the other end of the video. Come on, let's drink first. The two dads clinked glasses in the air, and the crowd laughed their asses off. Only Gao Yike covered his face and sent one last message to Bai Hao on his cell phone. Coco, why don't we elope? Master White has a little money, yes, totally agree JPG. Gao Yike had just quietly finished sending Bai Hao the elopement message when she heard Tian Xiufang sell her out with a voice. Sister Baijia, I see that the children are all strangely shy. Why don't we set a date first? How about the 1st of May next year? The weather's perfect. Gao Yike's chopsticks snapped off the table and he looked at his own mother with round eyes. Mom? And at this time the main man Bai Hao was also surrounded by the whole family. Bai Ma looked at Bai Hao somewhat confused, looking at Bai Hao, as if remembering that he was born, grew up, went to school, took the junior high school, college, to work almost did not let himself worry. The good boy grew up. They are also old. May Day is too rushed. Boy didn't even buy a proposal ring. Grandpa Lu Guoxiu stroked his beard and slowly said to the crowd, boys have to take the initiative. Don't dawdle. I think it's just right to get married on the 4th of July. Golden Week is crowded and lively. Aunt Bai Chow Chow exchanged words with Bai Ma on the side with an excited face. How. Further delay. Your aunt I saved back then the wedding portion money are devalued. Meng Kong just played mahjong just now he was the only one who lost money. But the good thing is that the amount is not big. Screen that end. The Hai family has not been idle. Gao Yuntao poured another glass of white wine. Imposing. He is really like Bai Hao. Handsome. Rich. The key is too good for their own girlfriends. This time the Hai anecdote can go back to Bai Hao to Gao Yuntao and Tian Xiufang's sister-in-law Gao Jialu bought a lot of gifts. Mount Tai Huazi that is needless to say. I'll see about getting a direct license next year. The wedding can be made up later. My daughter is so good. How can I let this Bai Hao kid get away? Tian Xiufang immediately took out her cell phone and opened the almanac, and discussed with Gao Yuntao. Come on, let's pick a date together. Bai Hao's cell phone also began to vibrate wildly. Coco, it's over. They're already checking the calendar. My mom just secretly asked you whether you like Chinese or Western wedding photos. Coco, my dad has just shown me the crib commercial. Chapter 96, Return to Magic City. Bai Hao messaged frantically with Gao Yike. But in the end, the two families left this initiative to Bai Hao and Gao Yike to make their own decisions. Grandpa Lu Guoxiu finally gave them an order time the two of them to discuss on their own. But next year must finish the marriage. The year after the best to hold the baby. Bai Hao's life event was finalized during this lively New Year's Eve dinner. The laughter continued. And just as everyone was having a quick and happy time, suddenly there was a sound of an engine turning off outside the White House gates, followed by footsteps and low voices talking. Before the crowd could react, the courtyard door was gently pushed open and two figures stood at the door. The man was about 40 years old, and between his eyebrows, he could vaguely see a similar profile to Bai Dad and his aunt Bai Chow Chow, but the frost was etched on his face, making him look much more vicissitudinous than his actual age. He was wearing a half-used cotton shirt, carrying a worn travel bag in his hand, his eyes somewhat rushed. The woman stood beside him, not much beauty, but with a gentle brow and eyes that looked like a person with an excellent character, and she held the man's arm. Papa White froze, then jerked to his feet and, Hyo Jun? Bai Chow Chow's eyes widened, and in the next second, she directly rushed over. Sandy, this is Bai Xiao Jun, the third oldest member of the Bai family who's been missing for years, and Bai Hao's youngest uncle, and he's back. The three siblings instantly hugged each other, years of pent-up emotions exploding at once. Bai Dad's eyes reddened. Bai Chow Chow even cried out directly, "You bastard, where have you been all these years? Big brother, second sister, sorry." Bai Xiaojuan's voice choked as he looked at the large Bai family, and the entire courtyard was shaken by the sudden reunion. Bai Chen and Bai Wan quietly poked Bai Hao. "Brother, is this little uncle? It doesn't quite look like it. I remember that little uncle is particularly handsome." Bai Hao looked at the Bai Xiaojun in front of him and carefully sized him up before nodding with complicated eyes. "Uncle Junior, it's been years since I've been home." When Bai Hao said that, memories of his childhood came flooding back. At that time, Bai Xiaojun was the most lively one among the three siblings of the Bai family, and he loved to wander around when he was young, and he didn't get into a lot of trouble, but he is especially good to the children of the family, especially Bai Hao. Every time he comes back we'll secretly give him pocket money, take him to the town to eat delicious, for Bai Hao's request is also to try to meet. Until Bai Hao went to college 1 year, he completely disappeared. Bai Dad also do not know where he went. Bai Hao could still often hear Bai Dad chanting occasionally, "I wonder how the oldest is doing now." And today, he actually came back. After a few people hugged for a while, Bai Xiaojun wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and pulled the woman beside him to introduce herself. "Big sister, second brother, this is Li Feng, my daughter-in-law." Li Feng also smiled gently at everyone. "Big sister, second brother, good new year." Bai Ma quickly wiped her tears and greeted her warmly. "Oops, is this Lao San's daughter-in-law? Come in and sit down." Gao Yuntao and Tian Xiufang were also moved enough by the side and hurriedly greeted to add dishes. Bai Chow Chow tearfully held Li Feng's hand. "It's been hard on you all these years. This brother of mine hasn't bothered you much, has he?" "He's fine." Bai Xiaojun naively scratched his head next to him. Bai Hao, although he did not know why the third uncle did not go home that year, everyone has their own secrets, and he now has the strength to try to make himself this third uncle over better. It was a great meal for everyone, especially White Dad, who drank a lot of wine. The next day, the Bai family all slept in until late, and Bai Ma prepared eggs in sugar water and served them to several people, one for each person. When Bai Hao got up in the morning, his cell phone was still stuck in the interface of chatting with Gao Yike, and there were quite a few people paying New Year's greetings to Bai Hao last night. Lu Xun, Lao Xia, Jun Zi, Wen Zi, Xiang Yicheng. Bai Hao also replied one by one at that time, but in the end, he was also cheated by Gao Jielu and Xiang Yicheng to take away a few big red envelopes, each with more than 10,000 yuan. Mainly at that time, Bai Hao was already a little bit on the head, and they got their way. Bai Hao also gives a big red packet every day to several elders in the family and Bai Chen Bai Wan. After washing up, he saw Bai Dad and Bai Xiaojun sitting in the courtyard discussing something. "Brother, Li Feng is pregnant. I'm going to be a father." "Great. Let's go pay our respects to Mom and Dad at noon. It's been a long time since you've been there too." The graves have been repaired and they're fine now. The two men didn't speak loudly enough for Bai Hao to hear them. At noon the group went to Bai Hao's grandfather's grave to pay their respects. They didn't go back until 3 or 4 in the afternoon, at which point Bai Hao was alone with his third uncle. "Kid, get rich. Sichuan A88888. You kid is awesome. It's not bad. Uncle Junior, how have you been these past 2 years? Do you want to consider working with me?" "Okay, you can't drive tens of thousands of dollars a month," Bai Xiaojun said jokingly with Bai Hao. but Bai Hao answered him very seriously. Money is not a problem, as long as little uncle is willing. Bai Xiaojun is also a person who has traveled all over the world, and naturally knows what Sichuan A88888 stands for. Strength and status. Bai Hao's previous donation of 100 million to the town has long been spread throughout the town. This kind of thing cannot be hidden at all. Bai Ma and Bai Dad know that their son is rich, but did not expect to be so rich, but the two of them did not ask too much, as long as Bai Hao walks on the straight and narrow, on the line. After all, their son hadn't let them worry about him since he was a child. They also know that their son is great, richer than the town's richest man, is a big money. Bai Xiaojun did not reply. He no longer wanted to go out and wander. He had a child. Without a word, he looked out the window, and had to say that the scenery of Sichuan province was really good, and the only drawback was that there were too many mountains, and it was inconvenient to go back and forth. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye to the 15th, the big ant in Mengkong ready to go out at 2 o'clock. Before this want to give Bai Xiaojun in the town to buy a set of houses. Bai Dad for this matter is also agreed. Not to mention that Bai Dad has more than $1 million in hand. 3 people plus Bai Hao and Meng Hanyu in the town of the sales office to see a long time, but also did not find the right. Not too far away from the White family, or the house is too small, or from the construction of a good but also a number of years. And finally still in the mayor of the town under the recommendation of Chang Xiuwan, went to see Bai Hao's home near the neighborhood of an elevator. The house is also very large, more than 150 square feet, spent more than 1 million, Bai Dad full payment to buy, because it was recommended by the mayor of Chang Town. The real estate license was issued after the payment was made, and Bai Xiaojun also added Li Fang's name as a kind of thanks to her. Time flowed like water. Bai Chen and Bai Wan had already gone to school. Bai Hao and Meng Hanyu then boarded a plane back to Magic City, while Gao Yike and Gao Jielu and Xiang Yicheng had already arrived in Magic City. On February 21st, each person at Founder Construction and Unity Financial received a red packet for a great start to the year. Chapter 97 Starving and Daydreaming. It's still a little chilly in February in Mordor. The bronze lions along the Huangpu River have been washed by the rain, and the glass curtain wall of Lujiazui on the other side of the river has long since put away its festive lights, leaving only a cold silver-gray outline. The red lanterns on Nanjing East Road swayed lazily, and the faded spring scrolls were lifted up by the wind, revealing the mottled advertisement posters underneath. The breakfast stalls at the entrance of the alley were set up again, and when the steamer was lifted, white mist poured onto the wires, melting the last remnants of the New Year's spirit. Bai Hao and Meng Hanyu's flight was at noon, and the weather was fine and sunny when they arrived in Mordor. Gao Yike drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom that Bai Hao had given her earlier and slowly parked at the curb of the airport. The window lowered and she rested one hand on the steering wheel, slightly tilting her head to look at the duo who were moving their luggage. Bai Hao and Meng Hanyu were moving several large boxes to the side of the road, the most conspicuous of which was the orange box with the words VIP Airline printed on it, and Yuan Bao was shrinking inside it, having been tossed and turned by the bumps along the way. Sip, Yuan Bao, come out for a breath of fresh air? Bai Hao squatted down and gently knocked on the box. Meow. Yuan Bao responded breathlessly. Even the tip of his tail was too lazy to move. Originally after Bai Hao's food bribe those cats had accepted Yuan Bao, but was taken away by Bai Hao. Bai Ma loved to take Yun Bao with her when she played mahjong, blessing Bai Ma with a lot of money. For a while Yuan Bao was getting a lot of favor. White Hao also sat on 2 bulging nylon woven bags. White Mom and Aunt Bai Chow Chow hard to plug their hometown specialties. Sausage, pickles, dried mushrooms stuffed to the brim. Originally resolute resignation, said Send Express on the line, the result of the White Mom a glare. Express delivery? What if it gets rancid on the way? You're a kid who doesn't know how to live. Yo, it's been a long time. Master White has turned into a Magic City porter? Gao Yike pushed open the car door. The black lace skirt swayed slightly with her movements, and she casually put on a sharp biker jacket outside. As she leaned towards the side of the car, the eyes of the surrounding passers-by swept over, and a few young girls had already begun to whisper. Bai Hao straightened up and patted the ash on his hands. Mr. Gao personally came to pick up the plane? I've got enough face. Why aren't you at work today? Don't be poor. Get in the car. She glanced at the 2 huge nylon bags and the corner of her mouth twitched. You're bringing the old family food market here? A few passers-by who stopped around them looked at them with subtle eyes. Bai Hao's jeans still had the dust from the handling rubbed on them. Meng Hanyu's t-shirt was crumpled, and the two of them were in stark contrast to the shiny Rolls-Royce. TSK. Nowadays the taste of the tycoon is really getting harder and harder to understand. A girl in high heels muttered in a small voice. Her companion covered her mouth and laughed. Maybe it's the driver? Look at that black t-shirt. Does he look like a bodyguard? Chauffeur? Look at his face. It's good enough for an idol drama. Bai Hao vaguely heard a few scattered comments and raised an eyebrow at Gao Yike. Mr. Gao, people say that you have a slippery taste. I'm no longer good enough for you. Hurry up, it's still so. After a new year, Gao Yike gently patted on Bai Hao's buttocks, and looked at him with seductive eyes. Although the two of them sent messages and played videos every day, but it was still almost interesting to be separated from the network. Gao Yike looked at Bai Hao with a cold snort and opened the trunk with a click. Cut the crap and hurry up. If you dawdle any longer I'll let Yuan Bao tickle you. The dollar bill in the airbox gave a timely meow, gave a cry, as if to say, that's right, hurry up. I need to catch up on my sleep. Just as Gao Yike's words fell, Bai Hao suddenly took a step closer. He clasped her wrist with one hand, and his other hand was already pressed behind her head, gently bringing it down. Caught off guard, she stumbled half a step, her back against the door, her black jacket brushing against the cool paint of the rolls. Before she could frown, his lips were already covering hers. That warm, unrefusable kiss. Bai Hao's knuckles stroked through the broken hair on her cheeks, but his movements were extraordinarily gentle. And looking at Gao Yike's delicate face, Bai Hao couldn't help but fiercely aggravate his lips on hers. Gao Yike's lipstick was a light rose flavor. Bai Hao slightly inclined his head. The tip of his nose brushed against the side of her face, and between the intermingling of her breaths, she could smell the scent of sunshine and wind and dust mixed with his body. The passers-by gathered in the distance were instantly silenced. Some sucked in their breath in surprise, and a few of the girls who had been whispering a moment ago stared in disbelief. Manhwa froze in place with a bag of salami in his hand, the corners of his mouth twitching. Holy, isn't this bullying honest people? I'm calling the police. Zhenpu yawned in the airbox and lazily got down, as if he was used to this kind of theater. After a long time, Bai Hao finally stepped back slightly, his thumb brushing against the slightly wet corner of Gao Yike's lips, and the ambiguous aura between the two of them instantly rose quite high. Going or not? How about I take a taxi and leave? Manhwa carried all the packages to the car and saw the two of them still looking at each other with affection. Go now. It's all your fault. I see you were enjoying yourself just now. Enough. I'm going to sue you for bullying honest people. I'm going to let my family Wen Liang clean you up. Gao Yike sent Manhwa to Wen Liang's villa and went back to Sycamore Court with Bai Hao, and when he passed by the doorman, he saw that Chow was giving a lecture to the people below him. Good New Year, Chow, you're back. Ha! Bai Hao opened the car window and greeted him. Chow's body shape has thinned a little, but his face is still the same fighting spirit as before, and when he saw Bai Hao, he immediately ran out in front of Bai Hao and said very respectfully, "Thank you, Mr. White, for keeping this job for me. I really appreciate it. Small things. How is the family? Thank you, Mr. Bai, for hanging around. It's not bad. My mother's body is already able to work on the ground." Bai Hao said a few words to Chow and left. Bai Hao arrived home, just put down the luggage. Yuan Bao has slipped out of the airbox, cocked his tail into the cat's nest to make up for the sleep to go. Looking at the community inside these green plants, really vibrant. Gao Yike walked over barefoot, the hem of her black lace skirt swishing slightly with her steps, her high heels kicked aside as early as when she entered the door. She tilted her head to look at him, her eyes carrying a lazy provocation. Mr. White, long time no see. Bai Hao raised his eyebrows, stretching his foot to hook her ankle, gently tripped. Gao Yike stumbled half a step, was steadily held by him on the waist, warm palm against the thin material of her skirt, the fingertips if there is a rubbing. She raised her head, just on his face close to the head down, breathing interlaced, ambiguous heating. Bai Hao's hand slid into her hair, his knuckles entwining the long hair, slowly leaning back so that she was forced to tilt her face up to meet him. Lips and teeth intertwined, she gently bit his lower lip, and he smiled lowly. Biting? Who taught you that? Self-taught, she teased. That deserves a punishment. He took her by the roots of her thighs and hugged her straight up. Her legs went smoothly around his waist, her bare knees brushing against his jeans, taut muscles all beneath the fabric. She was pressed against the bedroom wall by him, her back sinking into the soft silk sheets, her high heels falling to the side of the bed at some point. His hand plucked at the lace skirt on the side of her leg, his fingertips gently tracing the inner skin. You'll be sorry. I don't believe you. Show me what you're made of. Little crawler, where do you reach? You. The two of them just daydreamed about it. Chapter 98, Who's the Little Trash? Anyway, high school in a small town in Kawasaki province. It seems that the high school in Chuan province starts a little earlier than other places. Bai Chen and Bai Wan face the start of school are also very repulsive, but Bai Wan still has more than 100 days, so she is still a little nervous. After all, Bai Hao's previous results are so dazzling. The class after a winter vacation relaxation, and then want to enter the state of learning is still a little difficult. Sitting together in twos and threes gossip on. Bai Wan's best friend, Sun Miaoqing, walked up to her at this time with a large bag. Wan, do you have room in your house? Can you take in these treasures of mine? Bai Wan opened the bag and saw that it was full of comic books, dolls, novels and some toys. Are you planning to turn them in voluntarily? My mom won't let me play anymore. saying that I need to do well in college, so I want to put these treasures in your house first, can I? Sun Miaoqing looked at Bai Wan with her eyes wide open. Bai Wan's family didn't care about this, or else anything Bai Hao sent would have been taken away by Bai Ma. Okay, you can find a place to put it first. Wan, when I went upstairs, I heard my physics teacher say that your brother really donated a small gold to our town. Ha! When Sun Miaoqing spoke, the few boys next to her also perked up their ears and listened carefully, also curious to know if this was true. I'm not too sure. You'll have to ask my brother. Bai Wan only knew that Bai Hao had promised to donate, but not how much. I told you it was a fake. That's $100 million. It's a lot of money. I wouldn't be able to part with it if I were. That's it. So much money. So you're really going to have $100 million. Can you share some of it with me? Can I give you half? The few male classmates next to them discussed amongst themselves after hearing Bai Wan's reply. And although the girls around them also heard Bai Wan's words, they saw Bai Wan wearing a hair clip on her head shaped like a shooting star, full of shiny diamonds, which looked especially good in the sunlight. This is Bai Hao gave her a New Year's gift. The same jewelry Bai Hao buy quite a lot. Mainly do not know which one the girls like, simply buy a little bit of both. This is Chanel, the latest Comet series of hair clips, she that is still encrusted with diamonds. It is estimated to be a small 10,000. The few girls in the last row of the classroom were also discussing Bai Hao's matter, but unlike those boys, they noticed that Bai Wan was wearing accessories and using a particularly luxurious cell phone, so they knew that the rumors were true, and that even if it wasn't $100 million, it wouldn't be less. Just as these students were catching up, the homeroom teacher appeared at the door with a girl who had left school and dropped out last year. Good New Year, students. The holidays are over. Are collected. Focus on preparing for the college entrance examination. There is also a good news to tell you. Do Jingyi students successfully resume school? With you all the college entrance examination. I hope you'll learn more from Du Jingyi. I'll go. Du Jingyi even resumed her studies. Didn't they say she was dragged away to get married? Du Jingyi? It's over. I'm going to be in the back of the line again. Do Jingyi study in Bai Wan almost? Sometimes two people tied for first, which is the class teacher usually speak loudly in the office of the bottom. But before Do Jingyi family things, not less let the class teacher regret. Good in Changxiu Wan Mayor let the Women's Federation to step in. Let Du Jingyi return to school. Tuition, daily expenses all by the government, while promising that if Du Jingyi to enter the university, but also will continue to provide financial assistance until the university graduation. The government also promised to provide financial support until Du Jingyi graduated from college if she got into college. This kind of thing didn't only happen in Bai Wan's class, but also in the first and second years of high school. Pakba was now sitting in the principal's office, exchanging words with the principal over a cup of tea. Mayor Chang is your father-in-law's student? That's kind of your senior sister, so make the most of it. You know, I'm retiring in a year or two. You're still young, so you should seize the opportunity. White Dad just arrived at the office was called away by the principal. The two men polite. The principal of the White Dads worked to express recognition, but also said a lot of words of encouragement, the meaning of which is self-evident. As for Bai Chen, he was also pursued by many male students, but he wasn't quite as clear as Bai Wan. The morning light of Mordor spilled into the bedroom through the blinds, and Bai Hao sat up with his sore back propped up, his fingers rubbing his temples. The memory of last night was still lingering in his body, remembering Gao Yike's provocative smile from before, and his own wretchedness at the end when he gritted his teeth and turned against the guest. The saying that there is no such thing as a plowed field, only exhausted oxen is all bull *******, and his current waste is the hard evidence. A hand felt to the empty pillow next to him, the sheets cool and silky. Before he could frown, the bedroom door was pushed open, and Gao Yike leaned against the doorframe, the robe sash loosely tied, the red marks from his bite yesterday when he lost control still on his collarbone. She had 2 cups of coffee in her hand, her lips curled in a teasing curve. Yo, little trashy awake? Bai Hao narrowed his eyes and a dangerously soft laugh rolled out of his throat. Say that again? Little rubbish, she trailed off in a long, deliberate voice, tilting her head and setting her coffee cup down on the nightstand. What? So weak you can't even hear your lines? The aroma of coffee hadn't yet dissipated when Bai Hao had already clutched her wrist and dragged her to the bed. Gao Yike laughed and struggled, the robe slipping open halfway between the rubbing, revealing the inner thighs that he had pinched and fingerprinted last night. When he rolled over and pressed down on her, she was still provocatively biting the knot of his throat. Not convinced? Who begged for mercy first last night? I'll let you reminisce today. He clasped her fumbling hand and pressed it to the pillow, sliding his other hand down the socket of her waist and hearing her breath catch suddenly. Who the hell is the little trash? As her nails sunk into his back, Bai Hao finally found his way back to her ear. Now, who's vain? Barely a passing grade for you. It was already after 10 o'clock when the two of them packed up. and Bai Hao drove his car towards the founder's building. Good morning, Mr. Bai. Good morning, Mr. Gao. Once the two entered the company, many employees greeted them. Originally smiling Li Xiaoyu's face rarely appeared some sadness. Bai Hao patted her left shoulder, and then hit on the right side, so that she looked for half a day. How stupid. I'm here. What's the matter? You can cheat a lot of red envelopes in me in the new year? Mr. Bai, that is what I got brightly. You are such a big boss, will not be so petty. Think. Hearing that Li Xiaoyu was still able to argue with herself, Bai Hao knew that it shouldn't be a big deal. Chapter 99, Meeting a Cold Beauty on the Road. Square building. Bai Hao crossed his legs. Shocking electronic sound effects came from his headphones, and his fingers struck a blistering rhythm on the mechanical keyboard. On the screen, Bai Hao's center single hero, Gay Liu, was showing off his operations in the wild area, not forgetting to spit on his teammates. Players, did you buy a house in the field? The opposite side of the middle road is about to make my AD cry. And you're still painting toads? Outside the headset, applause came from time to time from the conference room next door, where Gao Yike and Mr. Zhang were passionately explaining the quarterly goals. The shadows of their waving gestures were reflected on the glass wall, but Bai Hao didn't even raise his eyes. The upper road was 0 to 5. The lower road duo dumped on each other, and Bai Hao's middle road couldn't carry the entire board to collapse even though he had single-killed the opposite side 3 times. A line popped up in his teammate's dialogue box. ADC, will the center roam? The opposite side center has come 3 times. Bai Hao sneered and typed quickly. I roam? You guys give away a blood in the lower lane to start the game, and you can get double killed under the tower. So I'm going to be a delivery boy? In the end the screen was still gray, and he hadn't been able to buck the trend after all. TSK, lose the game, but you can't lose the momentum. Bai Hao reported the hang single in passing, and then clicked on the performance page. A scarlet failure was shocking to the eyes. Boredom, he switched to the short video app. Fingers mechanically on the ground. Cute pets. Beautiful women dancing. Sand sculpture rollover set. When he looked up again, it was dark outside the window, and it was already time to leave work. Bai Hao looked over to Gao Yike's office, only to see her looking straight at Bai Hao. Coco, next time you're absent from a meeting, I'll replace your keyboard with a calculator. Master White has a little money, so you didn't call me? Innocent JPG. Coco, trying to sleep in public again? The last time Beko slept in a photo. Master White has a little money, it's too much. Angry JPG. The two compared notes on their cell phones through the glass for a while, and as the other employees began to leave work, Bai Hao prepared to drive in the underground garage. When Bai Hao stepped out of the elevator with his pockets inserted, the cold air of the underground garage hit his face. He was about to pull out his car keys when his afterglow suddenly reflected into a slender figure of an extremely beautiful woman. She stood in the elevator entrance, slightly tilted her head and looked at the indicator, like an oil painting that was casually placed in this gray garage. Black hair slightly curly, lazily hanging on the shoulders, a beige cashmere coat wrapped around her exquisite figure. The neckline reveals a small section of white neck, collar decorated with a small ruby, lining the skin more and more porcelain white. She noticed the gaze and inclined her head to faintly scan Bai Hao. The dark eyes were like ink and jade dipped in a cold spring, so calm that they didn't have a single ripple. What a beauty! Just a little high-strung, Bai Hao thought to himself, but he understood that with looks like hers, he was afraid that she had long been immune to the attention of passers-by. Bai Hao frankly retracted his sight, nodded casually at her, and walked straight to his parking space. The lights of the garage cast a circle of light golden halo on the side of her high heels, and this beautiful woman still stood there motionless, like waiting for someone. In the car, Gao Yike and Bai Hao were discussing where to go for dinner in the evening, and in the end the two of them found a top-rated private restaurant in the neighborhood. 4 Michelin stars, the chef used to be the deputy of Kyoto Kaiseki Cuisine. Gao Yike said to Bai Hao as he looked over the reviews on a certain groups. Let's go to this one then. Yes, this private dining room is hidden in an old house on the Bund, with a low-profile facade, but the interior is extremely luxurious. The two of them were brought in by the waiter. Bai Hao looked around. The velvet curtains were half closed. The crystal chandelier cast a fine light. A few tables of guests were talking in low voices, and the silver tableware occasionally clashed with a crisp ring. The aroma of truffles and butter floated in the air, mixed with some kind of complex and long-lasting fresh flavor that he couldn't identify. Oh, how good is this fire? Bai Hao's nose twitched slightly, feeling that this chef was afraid to be a match for his own cooking skills. Just after sitting down and ordering, a flash of beige suddenly swept across the field of vision, and that beauty from the underground garage was currently sitting in the card table diagonally in front of her. Her table was set with 6 exquisite dishes: amber drunken shrimp, shrimp crystal clear, dipped in light golden flour carving jelly, Brunswick crab soup, a turquoise color floating in a celadon bowl, crab meat sinking like snowflakes. There were clearly 2 sets of tableware on the table, but she was the only one to serve the chopsticks. When she was puzzled, a middle-aged man with a fat figure smiled and took a seat opposite her. He wore a wrinkled suit, his tie askew, an attentive smile piled up in the folds of his face, and a conspicuous gold ring hooped on his finger. The beauty nodded slightly, the corners of her lips curving into a standard curve. The two raised their glasses to clink lightly, but the light under her eyes was colder than the chilled champagne in her glass. The company's business has to expand or this will have serious consequences once real estate slumps. So next quarter's budget must cut that 40% redundancy in the marketing department, Gao Yike said, suddenly forking up a piece of foie gras and stuffing it into Bai Hao's mouth. Hey, are you not even listening? Bai Hao slurred as his mouth was covered in thick liver sauce paste. Listen, ask Lao Zhang if he agrees. I think the company does not have a few more projects. You can finish all of this project before saying, in passing, I scooped her a spoonful of matsutake stew. Try this, the heat is a little stronger than the last pot you burned at home. Gao Yike glared at him, but his eyes lit up the moment he ate the egg custard. As the night wore on, the waiter guided them to the outdoor observation deck to sober up. The lights of the bund flowed on the Huangpu River, and the cruise ship dragged out long golden ripples. Bai Hao leaned against the railing and suddenly glimpsed the beauty standing alone in the corner. The night breeze lifted the hair at her temples, and the jeweled earrings swayed like a tear that was about to fall. She stared blankly at the river, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the screen of her cell phone. The lock screen was a fuzzy smiley face of a toddler, different from the perfect smile when facing the middle-aged man just now. The arc of her eyebrows drooping at this moment is like butterfly wings wet by rain. Gao Yike followed his gaze and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Ha, isn't that Mr. Chen's? Bai Hao's fingers tapped lightly on the rim of the goblet, his eyes still looking at the beauty not far away as he followed Gao Yike's words and asked, Mr. Chen? Which Mr. Chen? Gao Yike withdrew his gaze, picked up the wine glass and took a sip. The corners of his lips suddenly floated up with a meaningful smile. Nothing. She paused. I just didn't expect to meet her here. Bai Hao raised an eyebrow. You recognize it? Not really an acquaintance. Gao Yike's finger tapped on the desktop. The biotech company that Chen Lichuan recently invested in. She's the chief researcher. Bai Hao instantly remembered. Chen Lichuan, the middle-aged man with the wrinkled suit and gold ring just now. That guy is a little-known investor in Magic City. The means to talk about clean, especially the treatment of beautiful female employees of the Wind. The Circle has been rumored. His investment company is on the upper floors of the founder's building. To say that Bai Hao is still his landlord, Bai Hao couldn't help but give that beauty another look, not knowing whether it was sympathy or pity. At this moment, this beautiful woman was taking out a stack of documents from her bag, looking down and flipping through them, her eyelashes casting light shadows in the light. Her expression was light, like the frost on a glass window, unable to see through her emotions. The waiter beside her came over to refill the water, and she nodded her head slightly in acknowledgement, polite but detached. Chapter 100 A Strong Woman in the Industry. Wen Jin. Huangpu River night scenery is always so people stay, especially for those who come to play, but Bai Hao has long been used to sea. He just went to college when that really want to come every night, but Seymour is also that. Bai Hao clinked glasses with Gao Yike, but he was still thinking, why would someone like her cross paths with Chen Lichuan? You're interested in her? Gao Yike suddenly asked, his tone subtle. Bai Hao looked back and snorted. Was this jealousy? I'll just look around. Oh, Gao Yike narrowed his eyes. Then do you know what her name is? How do I know? Her name is Wen Jin. Gao Yike gently shook his wineglass. A paper on gene editing was published in Nature last year, and it was a sensation in the industry. The kind of sensation that even I, a person in the construction industry, know about. Bai Hao froze for a moment. Engage in scientific research? Aha. Gao Yicheng smiled. Moreover, it's rumored that Chen Lichuan invested 8 figures in that project she's holding. How did you know? Li Xiaoyu and the others asked. Of course. Although Bai Hao is not very fond of gossip, but also have to admire the girl's gossip heart. Upstairs and downstairs company that really do not know the gossip. Bai Hao couldn't help but look over again, and when Jean seemed to notice the line of sight and raised her eyes slightly, her gaze briefly meeting his across half the restaurant. Her eyes were like the waters of a lake in the dead of night, hiding something underneath the calm that no one could see. In the next second, she looked down and continued flipping through the papers as if the stare down had just never happened. At this time, Chen Lichuan pushed open the door of the restaurant and walked in, carrying 2 bottles of wine in his hand, and sat down opposite her with a smile on his face. This restaurant's red wine stash is not bad. Chen Lichuan handed over the wine list with a smile. Dr. With, which one do you like? When Jean closed the document and faintly said, feel free, Chen Lichuan seemed to be accustomed to her coldness, ordering a bottle of high-priced vintage wine for himself, and beckoning the waiter to add a few more dishes, rambling on about the progress of the project. The lab has been making good progress lately. It's the funding piece that's still a little short. When Jean listened without a single ripple on her face. So, Chen Lichuan suddenly came closer, revealing a greasy smile. How have you considered the additional conditions we talked about last time? When Jin's fingers tightened slightly on the napkin, and when she loosened them again, she still had the same calm as water expression. Mr. Chen, I'm only responsible for scientific research. I won't talk about other things. Her voice was not loud, but clear. Chen Lichuan's smile stiffened for a moment, and he quickly laughed again. Geez, don't be so serious. He reached out and tried to touch her wrist. We're all in this for the program. When Jean sidestepped without a trace and took a shallow sip from her wine glass, Chen Lichuan's face sank. Dr. What? Don't forget who was holding up this project. When Jean put down her wine glass, I can always find someone else to invest. Her tone remained indifferent, but Chen Lichuan's face changed instantly. When Jean didn't look like she was bluffing. On the other side, Bai Hao saw this scene and frowned. TSK, is that greasy old man trying to take advantage? Sister, do you think I should go over and save the beauty heroically? Mind your own business. Gao Yike pressed his hand. When Jean doesn't need you to go out of your way. How do you know? I'm a very accurate judge of people. Gao Yicheng smiled. Besides, didn't you realize? What? She was just under the table and pressed the emergency call button on her cell phone. Bai Hao was stunned and jerked his head to Wen Jin's side. Sure enough, in less than half a minute, the manager of the restaurant walked over quickly and whispered courteously, Mr. Chen, sorry for the disturbance. Did you just order vintage wine? We have a problem in our warehouse. We may need you to confirm. Chen Lichuan stood up with a displeased face and followed the manager out. When Jean remained quiet in her seat, her fingertips gently crossing the rim of her cup, the corner of her lips curling up imperceptibly. That was tonight, the only time she genuinely smiled. By the time Bai Hao and Gao Yike left the restaurant, the night had gotten even darker. The lights of the Huangpu River were still bright, but the air was already a bit cooler. Bai Hao had just opened the car door for Gao Yike when he suddenly heard a calm, clear voice. Thanks. He turned around and when Jean was standing not far away, the night wind ruffled her long hair, and the ruby on her neck looked like a dark drop of blood in the light. Her gaze faintly swept over Bai Hao and Gao Yike, the corners of her lips slightly raised, still detached, but a little more real than in the restaurant. Gao Yike raised an eyebrow, slightly flirting. Thanks for what? Dr. What? Your cell phones. Just dropped it on the observation deck. When Jean took out a familiar black case from the pocket of his trench coat, Bai Hao subconsciously touched his pocket, and sure enough, it was his own, and he reached out to take it. Thanks a lot. When Jean shook her head and turned to leave, Bai Hao suddenly opened his mouth. That Chen Lichuan, he didn't trouble you again, did he? If you need to invest, you can go to Founder Construction to find me. She paused slightly in her footsteps when she heard Bai Hao's words, and the light from the street lamp was cast from the side, outlining her thin silhouette. Yes. Her tone was calm, but it held a certain sharp certainty. As the words fell, she raised her hand and stopped a cab, her back like a silhouette, completely blending into the night. Bai Hao watched her leave, pondering. Gao Yike pulled open the car door and patted him on the shoulder. Hey, people are far away. Why are you still looking? Bai Hao returned to his senses and let out a laugh. I'm just curious. Curious about what? Why would someone like her get involved with Chen Lichuan? Bai Hao didn't have a good feeling about Chen Lichuan. In his impression that was a small rascal, while the beautiful woman in front of him was a doctor. The two were really very incompatible. Late at night, in a biotech lab somewhere in Magic City, when Jean, who had left by taxi earlier, swiped her card and entered the experimental area, where the corridor lights were bright but cold, she changed out of her coat and put on a white robe, her fingertips pressing lightly on the fingerprint reader. Dr. What? You're back. Lab assistant Shaolin rubbed his eyes, seemingly having been busy until late. Where's the progress report? When Jean walked over to the computer and entered a long string of passwords, and the screen immediately lit up with complex charts and data, Kobayashi hurriedly handed over the tablet. Phase 3 testing has just been completed and there was a 2% deviation from the expected results, which we are rechecking. When Jean stared at the screen, her brows slightly furrowed. After a few seconds, she struck the keyboard and pulled up a set of parameters. Wrong here. The sample processing temperature is off by 0.5 degrees. Kobayashi's eyes widened. But the lab's temperature recorder shows everything is normal. The recorder was tampered with. When Jin's voice was calm, yet so sure. Chapter 101, Investing in Bai Hao. A chill ran down the backs of the two men in the lab. Kobayashi had been keeping an eye on the place, so nothing should go wrong. Doctor, that's unlikely. When Jean didn't reply as she pulled open the drawer, took out an encrypted USB flash drive from the hidden compartment, and quickly copied the core files. An email alert popped up in the lower right corner of the screen from Chen Lichuan. Title, Urgent Notice of Adjustment of Project Funds. She didn't click on it. just turned it off and grabbed her jacket. Lin, don't go home tonight, go to a hotel. Ha? Wen Jin's voice was soft, but not to be questioned. Chen Lichuan has already started to move. Early the next morning, LC Investment Group, located on the upper floor of the Founder Construction Company, Chen Lichuan sat in his office, listening to his subordinates report. Dr. Wen went to the lab in the early hours of the morning, but our surveillance suddenly went offline for 3 minutes. The technical department said it might have been triggered by the anti-jamming program. Chen Lichuan looked at the crowd and sneered a bit, waving back the employees, and said to himself, "She's quite prepared." He pulled open the safe and took out a contract with the company's official seal under Wen Jin's signature. The technology can be copied, and the people can be changed, he mumbled to himself, as he rubbed over the contract. That's precious. It was 6 o'clock in the morning and it was still light. Bai Hao was awakened by the ringing of the phone and squinted to see that it was an unfamiliar number. Which one? It's me, Wen Jin. I don't know if what Mr. Bai said yesterday still counts. What's it say? The voice on the other end of the line paused noticeably. It's about investing in our program. It was only when Bai Hao heard this that he sat up violently, his sleepiness disappearing. Yes, let's meet at the Founders Building. Without waiting for Bai Hao to respond, the phone had already hung up. Bai Hao stared at the cell phone screen for 2 seconds and suddenly smiled. Interesting. Gao Yike was also woken up by the sound of the phone. Bai Hao rushed to take Gao Yike into his arms, and she hugged Bai Hao like an octopus, and the two of them slept until 8 o'clock or so before getting ready to go to work. Bai Hao drove Gao Yike to the underground garage under the Founders Building. Just as he reached the elevator, he saw Wen Jin leaning against a black Land Rover, his fingertips tapping on the hood. She'd changed into a dress-up black leather jacket, slim jeans, and her long hair was tied back high, adding a bit more sharpness than last night. She walked over when she saw Bai Hao and Gao Yike, as if she had been waiting for a long time. Gao Yike had his hands in his pockets, and his line of sight fell on the metal carrying case by Wen Jin's feet. Are you going to rob a bank with that stance? Mr. Bai is joking. I'm here to talk about cooperation. I have a sample here that can cure some diseases, but the experiments have not been completed yet. Wen Jin didn't pick up on their flirting and directly pressed the carrying case fingerprint lock. With a drop sound, the lid of the box popped open, revealing 3 well-encapsulated test tubes, with the light blue liquid inside glowing with a strange luster under the cold light. The results of my research, a genetic recombination potion, codenamed Snow Goose, has a market valuation of 8 figures to start. It can treat a lot of genetic disorders, especially for newborns. Seeing this, Bai Hao took her upstairs and talked to her alone in his office. I wonder why you picked me. Your ex-boss is upstairs from me. Bai Hao even pointed his finger upstairs as he spoke. Mr. Bai is very powerful. It was Mr. Lu who recommended me to come. Wen Jin spoke like a robot, expressionless. Mr. Lu Shun? Why doesn't he invest in you? Bai Hao hadn't thought that it was Lu Shun who had asked her to come to him. He said he had no money. How much money do you need? The current experiment is only halfway through and has already cost $2 billion, with $5 billion to follow. Bai Hao is still a little surprised to hear this number. After all, this is not a small amount of money. No wonder Lu Shun does not invest. When Jin saw that Bai Hao didn't say anything and thought that he was feeling that this amount was too big. If Mr. Bai invests, $3 billion is fine. I know that the Azure short video platform is also your industry. It won't be $3 billion. When Jin spoke in exactly the same way as the scientist Bai Hao remembered. Just straight to the point. No problem. $5 billion is fine. But I want to know how you're going to handle the contract with Chen Lichuan's company? He's not that easy to deal with. I have my own way. After the two discussed, when Jin left, and went out just in time to see Chen Lichuan also take the elevator down. I thought you didn't want me to invest? Why are you still here? Chen Lichuan thought she was coming to find herself and was too embarrassed to go up. No need indeed. I've already found Mr. White to invest. You. The elevator quickly arrived. When Jin strides out and drives away, Chen Lichuan is still recalling who Mr. White is. Bai Hao. The first time he heard this name was still in the bidding party organized by the government of Mordor last year. It seems to be very powerful, so he made a call to his men. Hey, Wang, go check on Bai Hao, the owner of that Founders Building downstairs from us. Hurry up. Bai Hao's side sent the genetic restructuring agent sent by Wen Jin to Xiaochang, so that he could find someone to test it. And by the way, investigate this Wen Jin. He always felt that there was something going on here, and after arranging everything, he started to continue playing the game. Huirong Financial Corporation, Azure Short Video Platform Project Team. Xiang Yicheng was listening to the company's report by Xiaochang's side. During this period of time, Xiaochang had been teaching her business and management stuff. She was learning fast, and now it wasn't a problem to lead a project alone, and the relationship between her and CZ is also moving in a good direction. Thanks to the Azure Short Video Platform, Xiang Chang was doing live broadcasts before, but she seldom watched live broadcasts. But in the Azure short video platform she worked for a long time is to check the creative videos of these bloggers, which are not lacking in some handsome men and women. She is a little bit aesthetically fatigued, and she feels that CZ seems to be very handsome, but it is not that handsome, and she won't think about the fact that he will cheat on her. She was a bit aesthetically tired of it. Xiang Cheng and CZ are both on good terms, but she doesn't count leaving the happy neighborhood. After all, there's still a free and delicious dinner in the evening, and there's a happy fruit, Gao Jielu. Mr. Xiao, this is what General Manager Bai sent, saying that he wants you to evaluate it and give him an answer later. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the smell of hot fumes wafted from the kitchen, and Bai Hao was bare-chested over an undershirt, with a faded blue plaid apron tied around his waist. Holding the handle of the pot with one hand, he skillfully tilted the spoon, and the stir-fried slices of pork with green peppers sizzled in the pot. The aroma of the peppers mingled with the freshness of the sauce, and the slices of pork were lightly browned on the edges and coated with an oily color of the sauce, next to the small casserole simmering in the tomato rib soup. Red soup bubbling, ribs stewed soft, a few slices of green onion floating on the surface. The rice cooker tripped and the rice was cooked before a few people were called for dinner. Chapter 102 Stall Egg Scramble. Gao Jielu hadn't been a demon for a long time, and Bai Hao and Gao Yike were getting used to it. But at dinner tonight, she wanted to find Bai Hao to apply for a bit of funding, saying that the school was organizing a spring trip. Like a lot of schools in the Magic City, students are more free, and in the spring will also organize students to go to nearby parks or historical sites to play a little. On the one hand, the spring should be more walks, to relieve the pressure of students. On the other hand, is to exercise the students' ability to survive in the wild. Don't you have money of your own? You figure it out yourself. Gao Yike saw Gao Jielu open her mouth from the side and directly refused. During the New Year's Eve, Gao Jielu had cheated at least tens of thousands of New Year's Eve money from Bai Hao's hands. Brother-in-law, I'll do the same thing as last time. I'll pay the interest. Gao Jielu, who had put down her dishes, ran over to Bai Hao and said softly, "No, it's not allowed. If you give it to her, Bai Hao, I won't let you get laid in the future." Bai Hao was threatened by Gao Yike before he even opened his mouth. Gao Jielu had to go back to her room to study, but she soon received help from Bai Hao. Invincible Jielu, seeing is believing edition, thanks. Brother-in-law, I won't let you invest for nothing. Trust me on JPG. White master a little money, do not make a mess on the line. You recently studied well, as brother-in-law rewarded you. Invincible Jielu, seeing is believing version, thank you. Brother-in-law, Master White has a little money, don't let your sister know. Remember, Bai Hao treats Gao Jielu, Bai Chen, and Bai Wan equally. Bai Chen and Bai Wan have their own cards, and Bai Hao will give Gao Jielu some pocket money on a regular basis. But of course it can't be known by Gao Yike. Bai Hao saw the message from Xiao Chang. When Jean is 32 years old, graduated from XXX University in the U.S., received his Ph.D. in 17 years, and is a genius in genetics, having published a paper on gene editing in Nature last year, which was a sensation in the industry. There is a 3-year-old boy, born with a genetic disease. Her husband died in a car accident a year ago. When Jean researched for the codename Snow Goose genetic restructuring agent, the effect is remarkable, but only half of the research. Bai Hao also saw Xiao Chang's comments to her at the end, and it was indeed a formidable character. Her research was indeed meaningful, but the investment was huge, and once successful the gains were also huge. It is recommended to invest. Bai Hao also didn't expect such a powerful character to have such a rough experience. On a spring trip a few days later, the sunlight sliced diagonally through the treetops, casting dappled light and shadows on the grass. Gao Jielu squatted by the brook, her slender fingers stirring the clear stream water one by one. Not far away, in the open space, the class president was painstakingly unwrapping the bento uniformly distributed by the school. A box of cold, hard rice balls with yellowed vegetable leaves. TSK. She smacked her lips softly, but instead of being disgusted like the rest of her classmates she was excited. Zheng Jilan asked as she sat next to her. Judge Ya, I brought food. This is not good, and I really don't know what the school is thinking. We are all seniors and the food is not as good as the first year? This is a great opportunity. Wait for me for a while. At the same time, the iron lunchbox bam on the grass. Wang Lei, the sports commissioner, slammed the bread on the ground. I'm not eating it. This stuff is too hard to feed a dog. His voice was so loud that it drew a few teachers to frown this way. Li Shui quietly tugged on his coat. Keep your voice down. There's a barbecue going on in the lower grades. On the lawn, students from various classes gathered in 2s and 3s, eating snacks and taking pictures. At this moment, Gao Jielu stood under a cherry blossom tree with one hand crossed and said to a few juniors who were listening to the training with their heads bowed, "The money, I've invested it all. It's up to you guys to get your money back today." The little brothers rubbed their fists and nodded their heads. They had seen Gao Jialu's tactics. Following her, they could make money and walk sideways in the class. Who wouldn't be happy? Gao Jialu's eyes suddenly lit up. She slowly straightened up and casually took off her hairband and bit it in her mouth, her thick long hair spreading out like a waterfall. The sunlight cut through the gaps in her hair, casting tiny golden dots of light on the tip of her nose. Hey! She kicked a Tuicho with her toe. Go get that blue sack from the back of my bike. 15 minutes later, a small iron pot was set up under a willow tree upstream from the creek. Zhang Jilan helped Gao Jialu pull up her shirt sleeves, exposing her wrists that were white in the sunlight. Jia Jia, you're amazing. Half the grade turned their heads at the sound of the frying pan. Freshly scrambled egg fried rice. She tapped the edge of the iron skillet with a spatula without looking up. 21 servings. Wang Lei was the first to rush over. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where did you get the ingredients? I bought more when I was grocery shopping this morning. Gao Jialu nimbly flipped the spatula, and the rice grains did a golden dance in the iron pot. Her hair hung down to cling to the nape of her sweaty neck, and she blew on it impatiently. Lan Lan, collect the money. The aroma was like a tangible hook, hooking more and more people to gather under the willow tree. Someone with a varsity jacket blocking a sneaky cigarette pose handed her a 50. Put in more spice. Gao Jialu looked up at the other man and suddenly smiled. The student body president eats this too? There was the sound of iron pots and pans. Some people brought stones as stools, others fanned themselves with their workbooks. Gao Jialu's bangs were gradually drenched in sweat and stuck to her bare forehead. She simply lifted it off with one hand, revealing a brow that was extraordinarily vivid in the smoldering air. Hey! The spatula was suddenly held down. The homeroom teacher stood in front of her at some point, her eyes behind the lenses unreadable for emotion. The whole of Willow was instantly so quiet you could hear the stream. Gao Jialu licked her dry lips, still holding the spatula in her hand. Sensei, want to try it? I'm still a good cook. The corners of the homeroom teacher's mouth twitched for a few moments. He slowly loosened his grip and pulled his wallet from the inside pocket of his suit. Who did not think that Gao Jialu's spring tour can give you the whole pot to? Her a few little brother, but also busy on the sidelines. Do not know also thought they are which restaurant chef which, but the thought of this kid being number one in the school. Still, tempted by the food, he whispered, less scallions. As the sun was setting, Gao Jialu sat by the stream and counted her money. Zhao Xiaofang and a few other juniors came over with bated breath, dividing the money they earned equally among the few of them. Thank you, big sister. Thank you, big sister. The voice was so loud that the surrounding students and teachers heard it, but everyone didn't care, mainly because her cooking skills were really okay, and also because Gao Jialu was something they couldn't afford to mess with at all, including the teachers as well. Who let people have a rich brother-in-law that? Chapter 103, Fire. At night, Gao Yike is lying on the sofa and is brushing short videos, and from time to time, he also exchanges with Bai Hao, how these videos should be shot, but Bai Hao was distracted. He was still recalling what Gao Jialu had told him earlier during dinner. Dude, the school organizes a spring trip and you go buy fried rice? Bai Hao now had a new understanding of his sister-in-law, but it would soon be time for the college entrance exams, so let's just let her relax. Ding! Gao Yike saw the photo of Gao Jialu in the class parent group with a bear stick swinging a spoon, which reminded her that she was so well behaved at dinner in the evening, and that she was browbeating Bai Hao during dinner, so it looked like Bai Hao must have been in on it as well. Gao Yike directly stared at Bai Hao, who was pinching her feet, and looked straight at him. What's wrong? Did you already know? What do I know? Just pretend. My mom is in this group. This side of 502's words didn't even fall. Next door in 501 Gao Jialu's room, Tian Xiufang could be heard loudly reprimanding Gao Jialu. Are you going too far? Are you there to read? Since when do you sell fried rice? Do you still want to go to college? I'm telling you, Gao Jialu, if you don't listen, come back here. It's just too much. Gao Jialu didn't dare to talk back at all, nodding her head while saying no over and over again. Luckily Bai Hao didn't see the scene, or else this old mother-in-law has lawsuits to break in the future. Gao Yike was also warned by Tian Xiufang's message that she didn't fulfill her obligations as a sister, and an angry Gao Yike looked at Bai Hao with eyes that spewed fire. It's all you. I've told you not to pay her. You just don't listen. You're not sleeping next to me tonight. When Gao Yike spoke, the black lace blouse revealed a large area of snow white. Bai Hao is also seeing the video of the beautiful woman, a little hot inside. Bai Hao, although Gao Yike said, but his hands did not stop. Hands along the thighs on the upward groping, slender long legs really let a person linger. Just go with it and touch it. Gao Yike felt the palm on his chest and said directly toward Bai Hao, Bai Hao, you are too shameless. Bai Hao didn't care what Gao Yike said and directly kissed her on the mouth. Gao Yike fought to shake her body but was directly carried to the bedroom by Bai Hao. Bai Hao pressed the man into the mattress, and Gao Yike was still cursing. You, don't go too far. Bai Hao bit her lower lip vaguely. I made a note when I transferred the money for high school sponsorship. As he spoke, Bai Hao's hand had already sharply unbuttoned her pajama bottoms. Bai Hao, you, bastard. She gasped and went to pinch his waist, but in turn he clasped her wrists and pressed them against her head. Bai Hao's knee pushed against the crack of her leg and his breath burned. Wife, I miss you. You. The two were in bed with some clouds and rain. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the sunlight poured onto the bed through a gap in the curtains, reflecting the charming traces of a room. Gao Yike moved slightly and opened her eyes to see Bai Hao's handsome face that slept defenselessly. Not to mention that Bai Hao didn't exercise every day either, but his body was really good. TSK, but he slept quite well. Last night's score is still pending, and this man just fell asleep after having a good time? She narrowed her eyes, the corners of her mouth turning up slightly, and the plan for revenge began in her mind. Gao Yike propped herself up and slowly and methodically straddled Bai Hao's waist, looking down on him from above. Her long, slender fingers gently traced over the knot of his throat, his collarbone, and then his sturdy chest, deliberately easing her force, like a feather brushing against it, itching to the point of scratching. Bai Hao frowned, still not fully awake, but his body reacted instinctively. He muttered and rolled over, trying to hold the person in his arms close, only to feel empty. Where was the person? Just then, Gao Yike suddenly leaned down and gently breathed in his ear, his voice soft. Honey, did you forget something last night? Bai Hao opened his eyes with a jolt, right into Gao Yike's eyes with a teasing look, and immediately grinned. What? Last night wasn't enough? Pa! Gao Yike slapped him lightly on his abs and gritted her teeth. How dare you? What about Gao Jialu? Ha! Ha! It's nothing for a brother-in-law to give a little money to his sister-in-law. Ha 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 ha! You! There was nothing wrong with the words, but Gao Yike was so angry that he directly leaned over and bit his shoulder, leaving a shallow teeth mark. Hiss dash! Bai Hao exaggeratedly drew back a breath, smoothly clasped her waist, directly rolled over in a flip, reversed her and pressed her underneath, smiling in a gangly manner. Wife, so enthusiastic this early in the morning? You! She was just about to speak when Bai Hao had already lowered his head and blocked her lips, and his palms had already probed into her pajamas, his movements so skillful as to be infuriating. Gao Yike struggled twice, but the result was that he instead clasped his wrists and fixed them on top of his head, this time completely unable to move. Damn, how come this man has so much stamina? What we didn't finish last night, we'll take our time today? Bai Hao rubbed the tip of her nose and deliberately lowered his voice, low and provocative. Gao Yike's face burned, but his mouth still refused to admit defeat. You let go first, or I'll really get angry. Bai Hao laughed lowly, his fingers gently cupping her chin. But I see you clearly enjoying yourself. She glared at him in annoyance and was about to retort when there was a sudden heavy knock at the door. Bang! 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 Who is it? This early in the morning. Bai Hao had moved to the happy neighborhood for a long time, and it was the first time he had been disturbed in the morning. Bang! 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 The knocking outside was louder than before. Let me get the door. Gao Yike, who was underneath Bai Hao, said, I go to open the door. There's a fire downstairs. Hurry! There's a fire. All at once the air in the room froze for a second. The two of them looked at each other, and Gao Yike took a deep breath and directly yanked over the quilt to cover his entire body, kicking him hard in the process. Come on! She quickly pulled on her clothes with a red face, only to stagger and almost fall when her legs went weak just as she got out of bed. And on the bed, Bai Hao poked his head out from under the covers with his messy hair. There's a fire! Hurry up! Gao Yike turned around and glared fiercely at him, and Bai Hao casually took out a pair of pants and clothes and put them on his body. So he directly picked up Gao Yike, who was still on the ground, in his arms. Don't move, I'll carry you. Without saying a word, Bai Hao directly picked up Gao Yike, who was still struggling on the ground, in a horizontal hug. She was just about to say something when he rushed out with an arrow step. The hallway was already filled with smoke. Gao Yike subconsciously wrapped her hands around his neck, her face buried in his chest, her voice muffled. Put me down, I can walk on my own. Bai Hao ignored her and carried her in his arms as he rushed toward the stairway. Cut the crap and get a grip. Noisy footsteps and shouting came from downstairs. Hurry, get downstairs. Chapter 104, The Fateful Yuan Bao. Gao Yike looked up and saw Bai Hao's taut jawline, his brows slightly furrowed, his eyes focused ahead, but the hand holding her was steady, not loosening at all. She suddenly felt a heartbeat in her chest that was ridiculously loud, and wasn't sure if it was from the fire or from being held in his arms. This asshole, he's running really fast. Just as he reached the entrance of the building, the door to 502 was violently pushed open, and Xiang Yicheng rushed out with her hair in her cape, and when she looked up and saw them both, her eyes glared like bronze bells. Coco, you guys are eloping? Elope my ass. There's a fire downstairs. Bai Hao growled impatiently, but his feet didn't stop at all. Xiang Yicheng froze and ran down with him. Wait for me, I'll run too. when Bai Hao rushed all the way to the third floor with Gao Yike in his arms. Rolling smoke was already gushing out from under the doorway of the 301, and the scorching air was so hot it was like swallowing a mouthful of coals of fire to even breathe. Wait! Gao Yike suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. His voice taut, 301 is not right. Bai Hao's steps braked and followed her line of sight, and under the crack of 301's door, there was a vaguely eerie orange-red firelight, and what was most alarming was that a pungent odor of coal was overflowing from inside, so thick that it was almost suffocating. Damn! It's going to blow up. Bai Hao's voice sank suddenly cold. Xiang Yicheng huffed backwards in the back. Coco! Bai Hao! Run! Bai Hao reacted extremely quickly and turned his head to rush downstairs, but then he suddenly heard a boom. Behind him, a deafening pop. 301's gas tank blew up. Flames roared out of the door like a colossal beast, and the shockwave toppled the glass of the entire floor, sending shards of debris flying in a torrential downpour. The heat wave pushed the three of them forward viciously, and Bai Hao instinctively shielded Gao Yike underneath his body. The wet quilt wrapped around the backs of the two of them in death. Keep your head down. He lunged Xiang Yicheng to the ground with a sharp cry, a sharp piece of glass rubbing against the ends of her hair and digging deep into the wall. A few short seconds later, the hallway fell into an eerie dead silence, with only the crackling sound of burning flames. When Bai Hao looked up, 301 had been reduced to a fire cave, and smoke hovered like a black python, licking the ceiling. 1 second later, they would have been engulfed. Well, can you still walk? His voice was hoarse from the smoke, but his hand was terribly steady, clutching Gao Yike's wrist and pulling the person up, while his other hand tugged Xiang Yicheng. Gao Yike's lips turned white, but he nodded through clenched teeth. The three of them just stumbled and rushed down the stairs, with the muffled sound of a collapsing load-bearing wall constantly coming from behind them. A second explosion occurred as they fled downstairs to the plaza. The whole building trembled violently. The floor where 301 was located looked like it had been smashed by a giant's punch, and fireballs wrapped in bricks spewed into the sky. The crowd screamed and dispersed, and Gao Yike fell into Bai Hao's arms, only to hear the deafening sound of his heartbeat. It's okay. I'm here. What are you afraid of? Bai Hao's palm covered the back of her head. His voice mingled with the trembling of a hijacked life. The fire trucks were approaching with their sirens blaring in the distance, while Gao Yike clutched the corner of his prairie-torn shirt, suddenly realizing that her man, even in life-and-death situations, had never let go of her hand. Gao Yike was touched, while Xiang Yicheng on the side watched the 502's house being engulfed by fire little by little. The smoke rolled over and covered half the sky, and the tongue of the fire licked hideously at the entire residential building. Oldly from 402 is still upstairs. In the crowd, Auntie Wang on the first floor grasped the security guard's arm with a pale face. He can't run fast with his bad leg. Fire ladder going up. The security guard hissed his voice in reassurance, but as soon as the words were out of his mouth, there was another crunch of exploding glass, and 501's window crumbled open. The fire snake instantly bursting out and igniting the pot of greenery on the windowsill that he hadn't had time to put away. Xiang Yicheng stood at the edge of the crowd, staring dead on at the blaze that was burning brighter and brighter. His fingertips almost pinched into his palms. My cat. The little girl on the 6th floor crouched on the floor crying her heart out. Nini is still in the balcony cage. Bai Hao suddenly let go of Gao Yike, grabbed a bottle of mineral water on the ground and poured it through his t-shirt to rush toward the building, which was held down by 2 firefighters. Don't want to die? Such a big fire. My cat is still upstairs too. Bai Hao saw the little girl on the 6th floor and guessed that Lai Yuanbao was still upstairs. Don't say cat. Nothing. You can't go up there. Just as the firefighters blocked Bai Hao. In the distance, the high-pressure water gun was finally set up, and the Silver Dragon water column crashed hard into the fire. But the water spray had just touched the 501's balcony. Bang! The fireball caused by who knows what lifted half of the wall straight up into the sky. Sparks like blood-colored fireflies drifting through the sky. The firelight reflected half the sky, and the smell of charring choked people's throats. Gao Yike stood at the edge of the crowd, her fingers clutching the corner of Bai Hao's coat until her bones turned white. That explosion had shaken her eardrums to the point of raw pain, and the balcony of 501 had been completely turned into a sea of fire by now. Meow, meow, meow. A faint purr suddenly sounded at her feet. Gao Yike snapped her head down. A wet golden color with black smoke rings of a small leopard cat appeared at her feet at an unknown time. Its fur was dampened by the water spray into locks and locks, and its ears were still stained with a little black ash, but its tail was high up, like a stubborn little flag. Genpu? Gao Yike could hardly believe her eyes, and the moment she crouched down, the cat had lightly jumped into her arms, making a low purring sound in her throat as if to comfort her. Bai Hao turned back at the sound, a flash of consternation flashing in his eyes, and then he rushed over with large strides. He reached out and cupped the back of Yun Bao's neck, and Yuan Bao immediately meowed. Little heartless, thanks to me worrying about you, you didn't know to come to me. Bai Hao raised an eyebrow. but in the bottom of his eyes was an afterthought that he couldn't hide. He turned to hold the cat's stomach and tucked it back into Gao Yike's arms. Where did it come from? Gao Yike wrapped her arms tightly around the furry mass in her arms, and in her palm she could clearly feel Yun Bao's rapid heartbeat. It was obviously terrified as well. She looked up and around, the spray from the fire hose filling a hazy barrier. How on earth did this little guy run down from the 6th floor? Yuan Bao seemed to have sensed Gao Yike and Baihao's doubts. Yun Bao curled up into a ball, his wet head burrowing into the crook of her arm, his golden cat pupils reflecting the firelight. After more than 20 minutes, the fire hoses finally suppressed the tumbling flames, but the happy neighborhood was uninhabitable. Baihao drove directly to Wutong Court, and when the car braked sharply in front of Wutong Court, Baihao realized that he was barefoot. He looked down and wondered when he had run away. Where are your shoes? Gao Yike rubbed Yun Bao's ear with his fingertips. Carrying you down the stairs. The three men stood at the elevator entrance of the underground garage of Sycamore Court, their hair disheveled and their clothes ragged, like remnants of soldiers who had just been evacuated from the battlefield. The hem of Baihao's torn t-shirt fluttered, revealing a fresh abrasion on his waist. The legs of Gao Yike's silk pajama bottoms burned out jagged cracks, while Xiang Yicheng's short sheepskin boots simply cracked their soles, and every step was like stepping on the rattling boards of a duckling. Too bad. Chapter 105, if you want to change, change the best. Sycamore Court. The sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Sycamore Court, spilling onto Baihao's freshly showered naked upper body. Water droplets slid over his tight abs, outlining a crystalline arc. He pulled a black t-shirt over his head, his wet hair hanging in front of his eyes with some cold vapor that hadn't dissipated yet. Gao Yike and Xiang Yicheng went to the supermarket downstairs to do some shopping after taking a bath, and Yuan Bao was also taken away by them. Yuan Bao's fur was burned black quite a bit and needed to be recut. He leaned against the window alone, his fingertips gently tapping on the windowsill, looking at the Huangpu River in the distance, but his thoughts were still stuck in that fire this morning. Happiness Neighborhood. That is the place where his dream began. 501 sofa, bedroom, bathroom, kitchen where there are no traces of his fight with Gao Yike left, but all of this is gone. Yuan Bao's cat's nest and Baihao's specially made cat climbing frame for it, as well as those precious first edition of his collection of books, all gone. But fortunately, people are fine, cats are fine. Just now this Sycamore Court's large flat, 4 people and a cat together, obviously not enough. The main thing is that Baihao wants to have his own space alone with Gao Yike. Baihao's eyes fell on the coffee table on the string of keys left by Manhwa when he lived there before there was the word Shengshi Haotai. Baihao remembered where he had heard this 4-letter word. It shouldn't be Wan Liang told him. It should have been Lushin or Lao Xia's mouth that he heard it. Opened the computer and saw the Shengshi Haoting related photos of the district profile. Is a high-grade district, and Wutong Court of the same grade, but it's more villas. Wutong Court also has villas, but too few, and all sold out. The house looks good and is large enough. This one also has a good view, and like Sycamore Court both have a view of the Huangpu River outside. When the time comes, you can enjoy the view with Gao Yike in front of the window and do something shy. At the thought, Baihao snorted, fished out his car keys and headed out. If you're going to replace it with the best. It's not that bad anyway. Today is a working day. The cars on the road at this time are relatively few, only a few tourist buses, and soon arrived at the sales center of Shengshi Mansion. The sales center of Shengshi Residence is even more luxurious than Baihao imagined, with floor-to-ceiling windows, a brilliant interior, a high hall with sparkling crystal chandeliers, and even the floor reflecting cold light, as if stepping on banknotes. A few salesmen in suits were sitting around the tea break area drinking coffee, and when they saw Baihao walk in wearing a simple black t-shirt and slacks, a hint of disdain flashed in the bottom of their eyes, and they didn't even come over to the reception. Baihao frowned and walked himself over to the sandbox to look at the floor plans. After a few minutes, finally a young saleswoman reluctantly approached, barely putting on a professional smile. Hello sir, are you buying a house? Which house type are you looking at? Were you referred by a friend? Buying a house. Would like to see if there are any suitable townhouses or detached houses that are 500 square feet and up. Although Baihao knew that the saleswoman was reluctant, he still smiled and replied lightly. The corner of the saleswoman's mouth twitched slightly, and her eyes looked Baihao up and down, looking down on him as if to say, you can afford it? But it was still a perfunctory response. Oh, for townhouses or detached, there are a couple of units over there you can look at. But your money. She said the words fund so small that Baihao didn't hear them as she walked ahead. She just wanted to point to a random model in the corner to try to cope. Suddenly, the door of the sales office was pushed open. A man and a woman walked in side by side. The man in a high-fashion suit, wrist Rolex glitter, the woman wearing a tight skirt, stepping on 8 centimeters of high heels, hand carrying the new Hermes, heavily made-up face written all over the I'm very rich, come and lick me. A few sales that had been lazy instantly came to life and scrambled to surge up. Mr. Wu, you're here again. are you still satisfied with the villa? MS. Lynn is so beautiful today. We've just arrived at a few sea view model homes. Should we show you? Bai Hao coldly looked at the image and sneered in his heart, but didn't intend to count on it and continued to look at the room alone. Touching the wristwatch on his hand, Bai Hao hemmed and hawed. There are eyes that don't recognize MT. Tai. This one is out of print. He walked over to a luxury detached sandbox and nodded slightly. This is good. The courtyard is large and well lit, and the garden that Gao Yike likes is spacious enough, and Yunbao has plenty of room to toss around. It's still 3 stories. Enough for 4 people. How much is this building? Bai Hao opened his mouth to inquire, but before the sales next to him could respond, the pair behind him also walked over, the woman leaning daintily on the man's shoulder. Hubby, this is a nice building. Just perfect for converting into a pet house for my little boomerang. The man had an arrogant face and glanced at Bai Hao. You, move over. Bai Hao was filled with speechlessness. The sale from earlier immediately doggedly came over. Sir, this is our VIP customer, Mr. Wu. He may prefer this one. Why don't you look at something else? Bai Hao's gaze was cold as he stared at her. Why are you interrupting when I'm asking him a question? The woman looked at Bai Hao and rolled her eyes, saying very arrogantly, Yo, you didn't really think you could afford it, did you? This set of minimum 65 million. Oh. And the man beside her snorted when he heard the price. Don't mind him. I think he's an air conditioning guy. Come on, honey, let's go see the model home. I'm going to have a good time with you tonight. Nasty. Just know how to bully people. Bai Hao's slender fingers absently tapped twice on the glass sand table, his eyes sweeping over the surrounding sales with a few moments of playfulness that showed contempt. Shangshur Haotai, right? His tone was unhurried, his lips curved into a cold arc. The Land family's estate? The female saleswoman on the side couldn't help but sneer when she saw that not only was he not kicked out, but he actually dared to call the Liu family by their name. The Liu family is a huge organization in Mordor. Sir, this is not an ordinary property. If you don't want to buy it, don't waste everyone's time. Before she could finish her sentence, Bai Hao had already pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. The moment the call was connected, his low, smiling voice caused everyone around him to hold their breath for a moment. Hey, senior, busy? He lazily leaned against the side of the sandbox. I'm Bai Hao. Well, thinking of supporting your business in passing, I came to the Centurion residence to take a stroll. I don't know what was said on the other end of the phone, but Bai Hao's smile deepened under his eyes, and he raised his eyes to carelessly sweep over the female salesperson who just had a haughty attitude, and faintly said, Nothing, just came over to take a look around and see how you entertain people here at your house. As the last word fell, the faces of all the sales present instantly changed. The sales manager had heard Lucian's voice before, and it was exactly the same as the voice on the other end of the phone, proving that the teenager in front of him was indeed powerful. He was sweating profusely, and at this moment, his phone also rang, so he knew something big was wrong. It's going to be over. Chapter 106, I promised I'd adopt you. Bai Hao just hung up the phone. Before that, sales hurriedly end tea, coffee, soda with a pleasing face appeared in front of Bai Hao. Of course, there are also do not believe in, just stand in place to watch, but the hands are ready to things. These people are human beings. 5 minutes later, the sales manager from before rushed into the hall in a near jogging position, followed by 2 equally flustered assistants. White, Mr. White, I'm sorry, it's because we were blind and slowed you down. I didn't know you were a friend of Mr. Liu. The manager, cold sweat seeping from his forehead, bent down respectfully and apologized. Which suite do you have your eye on? We'll arrange the most detailed presentation for you right away. Give you 20% off. Bai Hao stood up and slowly straightened his cuffs, then raised his hand to point at the model of the single house. This one, the one with the garden. Okay, good. This set is absolutely tops. The manager responded in a loud voice, then glared fiercely at the saleswoman who had just slowed down Bai Hao. Why don't you get the hell out of here? The saleswoman went white as a sheet and rolled out of the lobby, and just now the pair of condescending elite men and women, at this moment has frozen in place. The man called Mr. Wu's hand car keys snapped fell to the ground. Bai Hao didn't even look at them, but continued to communicate with the manager. Is the one next to it still there? If I buy them both, can I knock these 2 together? Do you want to break through the wall? Or the yard? The yard will do. If he broke through the wall, he would have to be disturbed by his sister-in-law when he and Gao Yike were shy. Yes, we can help you with the construction. Okay, then these 2 sets. I'll take them. Thank you. That manager heard Bai Hao's casual tone, first stunned. By villas like buying cabbage, but also by 2 sets in a row? His eyelids jumped hard twice, the pen cupped in his hand nearly slipped, and the expression on his face was as shocked and comical as if he'd been struck by lightning. Mr. White, Mr. White, you mean, both sets, both of them? His voice shivered slightly, and bean-sized beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Even the collar of his suit was shiny with sweat, but he still held himself together and didn't dare to wipe it off, for fear that the action would be too big to cause Bai Hao any displeasure. Bai Hao raised his eyes and glanced at him, seemingly smiling. Why? Is there a problem? The manager then snapped back to his senses and shook his head in panic. No, absolutely no problem. He fumbled through the contract, paper clattering, even a few pages pinched out of folds from his nervousness. I'm just a little surprised. Cannot be surprised. You know, a set of single-family houses in Huangshon Mansion is worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and it's not unheard of for people to buy 2 sets of them in a row. But which of those people didn't let the team come to talk about it a few months in advance? Which is like this ancestor in front of me. Casually a finger is like ordering a takeaway is easy. The manager secretly raised his eyes to look at Bai Hao's demeanor, and saw that he looked indifferent, as if he had only done a trivial thing, and then his heart shivered again. How is this buying a house? This was buying a toy. The elite man next to him, the general manager Wu, was already as pale as dirt at this point, his legs softening as he took a few steps back, muttering under his breath, 2 sets, that's more than $200 million. The female companion was even more horrified, her lips losing color, her fingers in a death grip around his arm, her bright red nail polish painted fingers almost digging into his flesh. But Bai Hao didn't even share his I-wins with them. He just swept his head down to the contract and signed his name sharply, then said to the manager, plus a rush, I'm moving in this weekend. The manager almost bit his tongue at the words and hurriedly nodded his head as if pounding garlic. No problem, absolutely arrange it properly for you. His fingertips were shaking as he pinched the contract, but in his heart, he was already crying tears of joy. This month's performance. No, this year's performance is solid. Bai Hao raised his eyebrows in satisfaction and turned around to go and sign the contract properly. The manager was still babbling and following behind, smiling all over his face. Mr. Bai, if there's anything else you need, just order. Bai Hao looked at the 2 men and said, those 2 people just now, I don't want them to see me sign the contract. I can't sign it with them present, and don't let me see them here in the future, or I'll doubt your level. The woman's exquisitely made-up face twisted momentarily as she screamed shrilly. What gives you the right? Shut up. The man yanked her violently, cold sweat seeping from his forehead, and said in a low voice, he was able to contact Lu's people, and he was also able to pull out more than $200 million at once. This is not something we can deal with. So hurry up and leave. Don't come back. The woman's face turned white all of a sudden. The consequences of offending a real big shot could be more than simply being thrown out. However, Bai Hao was already too lazy to pay attention to their reactions. His cell phone vibrated, and the words Gao Yike popped up on the screen. The moment he picked up the phone, his aura abruptly softened. Finished shopping? He let out a low chuckle, his voice too gentle for words. And, well, later you and Xiang Yicheng will come over to see the new home. Gao Yike on the other end of the phone seemed to freeze for a moment. New home? You, buying a house? Aha. Inside Indigo Court Supermarket, Gao Yike carried a shopping bag in one hand and a cell phone in the other, frowning slightly. New home? Where are you? Bai Hao smiled and looked at the excited manager not far away and said faintly, Huangshon Mansion. Just ordered a villa. How about it? Want to come and take a look? Before that side could reply, Xiang Yicheng's voice had already interjected. Villa? Bai Hao, you're crazy. The 4 of us plus a cat need to live in a place that big? Zhenpu also came over and meowed, as if in agreement. Bai Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's not like I want to be alone with you. Wait until you come over and see it. After hanging up the phone, he stuck his hands in his pockets and lightly glanced at the sales lady who had been scared silly. Come on, take me to sign the contract. The sales lady woke up as if in a dream, and hurriedly nodded and invited him to the VIP reception room. The manager personally brought the best coffee and snacks, and couldn't wait to take on the form of a humanoid bowing machine, and just now also flaunted the elite men and women who had long ago slipped and ran out of sight. Bai Hao lazily leaned back on the sofa, sliding his phone to read the terms of the purchase while thinking, this house, Gao Yike should like it, right? Half an hour later, Gao Yike and Xiang Yicheng arrived at the Huangshon Mansion with a trimmed and refreshed yuanbao. Gao Yike just got off the car and saw Bai Hao waiting for her at the entrance of the sales office. Under the sunlight, the man's side face lines are harsh and lazy, like a lion that has just tamed its territory. You'd better explain what this is all about. She raised her hand and pointed to the luxury building behind her. Bai Hao approached and reached out to naturally take the shopping bag in her hand, smiling in a low voice. Explain what? Isn't it obvious? I want a home with you. A bigger home. Didn't we agree before that I would adopt you? Gao Yike said, pretending to be angry. Chapter 107. Do you want to get pregnant before marriage? Gao Yike was stunned when she heard Bai Hao's words, and the tips of her ears quietly blushed. Xiang Yicheng on the side covered her mouth to stifle her laughter, while Yuan Bao had a laid-back look of not being surprised. wagging her tail in Gao Yike's arms and meowing pleasingly. So which building did you pick? Gao Yike coughed, forcibly changing the topic. The one in C, the one with the garden. You can grow flowers and plants in the yard, and Yun Bao can run around. Bai Hao said as he walked over and reached out to rub her hair. Go check it out? Before Gao Yike could speak, Xiang Yicheng had already pulled her inside. Go! Hurry up and see how outrageous Rich's new home is. You bought two? I'll go. Bai Hao, you're too powerful. It'd be nice when my CZ can be so atmospheric. Gao Yike looked at her bestie from the side. You're thinking too much. It's already rare to have one genius like Bai Hao, and you want another one? Then are they still alive? On that day, Bai Hao did not even blink. Directly full payment took 2 3-story villa. By the way, also borrowed the name of Lu Shenlu. Big young man let the manager of all the sales of today's duty all changed again. Shengqi Heoting should rectify the service attitude. Shengshi mansion houses are existing houses, but also need to wait a few days to live in. The 3 people back when the sky is already dark. Bai Hao invited the 2 of them and Yuan Bao went to eat Japanese food, mainly so that Zhenpo can have some fresh fish. The last bluefin tuna had Zhenpo meowing at home for a long time. In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun was lazily sprinkled on the old residential buildings, and Gao Jialu was carrying a heavy school bag and dragging her steps along the curb, her whole body wilting like a weed dried by the sun. She sighed and complained at her girlfriend Zhang Jilan. That paper the physics teacher handed out today, was it done by a human being? I was skeptical that he was writing in the sky on the last question. Zhang Jilan nibbled on the grilled sausage she had just bought and laughed vaguely. Jia, don't struggle. Old Lu's roles have always been equal for all beings, and no one can write them anyway. Not even if you have your brother-in-law's tutelage. Ha 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 ha. The tutors that Bai Hao hired for Gao Jialu are all famous teachers in Magic City, and some of them charge tens of thousands of dollars for their lessons. Gao Jialu was about to roll her eyes when suddenly, Zhang Jilan's arm slammed into her and her voice rose steeply. Holy, Jia, you see your house bombed? It's not like you can't do a physics paper and you're going to blow up your house? Gao Jialu looked up and instantly opened his mouth wide. 502's entire balcony window is gone. A black blur. The next building's glass cracked like a spider's web. The window frame hangs crookedly on the edge of the window, swaying gently with the breeze, as if it will be smashed down in the next second. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Gao Jialu almost jumped up in shock. I was fine when I left this morning. Why is my home gone now? Zhang Jilan stammered as her eyes glazed over. Your house isn't being bombed by airplanes, is it? I see that in the movies. What airplane bombing? It should be a fire. I just don't know how my sister, brother-in-law, and Ching Ching are doing? Hurry up and call and ask. Better go upstairs first. The 2 of them looked at each other, and in unison, they scattered their legs and ran towards the door of the unit. However, just as they rushed downstairs, the old man who was riding in the cool next to them slowed down and stopped them. Little girl, run what? The 3rd floor today gas explosion. The whole building shook. Not only your house. The 4th floor is the same as your house. Gas explosion? Before Moncler Outlet Store the words fell, Gao Jialu directly screamed out in a shrill voice, her voice splitting. The oldest waved his hand as if he'd seen it all before. It's okay, the fire has long since put out the fire early. The good thing is that the 3rd floor of the morning to go to work, the other people did not have any major injuries. The neighborhood committee said this time by the laws confined them to assess the 1st, then unified report. The 3rd floor of the family is to come to work in the Magic City. There is no money. Gao Jialu sucked in a breath and turned her head to look at Zhang Jilan. Explosion in the morning. My sister didn't even tell me. Pissed me off. A good one to go home. Home is gone. Zhang Jilan was silent for a second and said quietly, your sister won't give you the slip. Ha 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 ha. Good for you Lan Lan. Let's see if I don't clean you up later. Gao Jialu still have confidence in their own sister. No matter how much brother-in-law certainly will not give their own forgotten, but did not notify her words. Must be something happened. So took out his cell phone to dial the phone. I'll call and ask my sister now. Let's see what hospital they're in now. Yes, Jia, ask nicely and we'll go visit together. Your sister and your brother-in-law. The 2 already thought that something had happened to Bai Hao and Gao Yike, and even though the old man had just said that there was no major damage, it wouldn't do to be roasted by the fire. Bai Hao, who was eating at the moment, suddenly sneezed violently, several times in a row. Is someone thinking about me? Gao Yike just tried to talk and started sneezing himself. Are you 2 catching a cold? Eat early and go back and get a good night's sleep. Ding ding. Ding ding ding. Gao Yike's phone rang, and at a glance the caller ID turned out to be Gao Jialu's. Oh no, I forgot to tell Jia that we're at Sycamore Court. She must be worried sick. Sis, which hospital are you guys in? Are you guys okay? Lan Lan and I will go check on you. No, we'll be back in a bit. You take a cab to Sycamore Court first. We'll be right back. Have you eaten? I'll bring you your food. Gao Jialu hung up the phone after confirming that Gao Yike and Bai Hao were fine. Suddenly, snap, wow, one of 601's windows finally couldn't hold up and smashed straight into the downstairs greenbelt, shattering glass all over the place. The air froze for 2 seconds. Zhang Jilan listened to the entire program from the side and patted Gao Jialu's shoulder, sincerely comforting her. It's good that it's okay, and the house isn't important to your brother-in-law, so I envy you for having a brother-in-law. Zhang Jilan and Gao Jialu are in a neighborhood, but it does not mean that the two families are the same. In fact, Gao Jialu is not as good as Zhang Jilan, but cannot help but Bai Hao is rich. Sycamore Court. Several people had finished eating long ago. Xian Yichang and Gao Jialu had already slept in the guest room, while Gao Yike stood alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, staring out at the night scene. Bai Hao encircled her from behind, his chin resting gently on her shoulder. Thinking about what? I was trying to figure out how I could bag you, and now it seems like realizing that goal is getting farther and farther away. Gao Yike looked back with a smile in his eyes. Such a big house would be too empty for the two of us to live in. Bai Hao knew what that meant when he heard it. You want to get pregnant unmarried. Chapter 108, just raise your family's rent. Piss you off. After the farce of, Bai Hao rested at home for a few days, and saw that it was the beginning of March, and it was time to collect the rent. Bai Hao and others suddenly rich people. The first thing to do when you have money is to buy some real estate. Xiao Chang's building is too far away. Bai Hao generally will not go over, but the rent of the building founder's building is not a word of their own. Upstairs, it's going to be you. Founder Construction Company. Upstairs in the luxurious office, Chen Lichuan stared at the statement that the finance department had just handed over, and slammed the document on the table with a gloomy face. A 20% increase? Ha! There are so many companies housed in this office building. Why did you raise mine? He sneered, his knuckles tapping on the desktop with an uncomfortable rhythm. The manager of the administration department wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and reported in a low voice. Mr. Chen, what the property side is saying is that the cost of floor maintenance has risen recently, and some of the big customers may need to bear some of the costs. Chen Lichuan raised his eyebrows, his eyes sharp as knives. Big clients? Who in the entire financial business district doesn't know how much money we, Tachikawa investment, spend here in a year? Maintenance costs? He snorted. Don't even make up a decent excuse. The manager gulped and hesitated. There is also a message, not quite accurate, but I heard that in fact the property rights of this building is downstairs founder building by total. Chen total, this is what I heard from other people. By how? TMD. Chen Lichuan stood up violently, his face suddenly grim, his fist slammed hard into the desktop, shaking the teacups clanking. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I knew it, this is coming at me? He paced back and forth through clenched teeth, his chest rising and falling violently. Bai Hao. It's Bai Hao again. 3 years ago, he took great pains to lay out the field of biomedicine, staring at Dr. When gene teen research and development of gene-targeted special drugs was a good thing to cooperate. Once the success of the next few years, the money invested in the market valuation of at least 10 times. As a result, he White Hao intercepted halfway, waved his hand directly to win gene injection of 3 billion. Hard to snatch the project. Asterisk 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 me. When I think of this Chen Lichuan heart too angry. Now this special drug has almost entered the clinical trial stage. As long as the success of the market, the profit is more than 10 billion? This should be his Chen Lichuan's fat meat. But Bai Hao easily gripped away. Now even the office building he rented is being acquired by the other side, and it's only going up for him? This is not a business practice. This is outright humiliation. Chen Lichuan narrowed his eyes, a flash of gloom under his eyes. Since he doesn't leave away back, don't blame me for being ruthless. He suddenly stopped and spoke in a cold tone. Go check Bai Hao's recent movements, especially the projects involving gray areas under Bai Hao's name. He sneered. Doesn't he want office buildings to earn my money? I'd like to see if he has the life to count the money. For the rent of this building, he, Chen Lichuan, is burning it and will not let Bai Hao earn one more penny. At night, Chen Lichuan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The whiskey glass in his hand reflected the neon of the city in the rain, and the cold light flickered in his eyes. In his other hand, he clutched the lawyer's letter he had just received. Bai Hao had not only increased his rent, but now he had also frozen 2 of his overseas accounts on the grounds of commercial contract disputes. On the table there is also the results of the previous investigation of Bai Hao. A little gray area of the project are not pure and simple is rich, and is a very rich kind of money. Tens of billions of dollars or more than. No wonder the investment to win gene so fast. TMD. Bully. He threw his head back and took a sharp gulp of wine, the alcohol burning his throat but not suppressing the murderous intent that churned in his chest. Since business and law are useless, he murmured, a cold flash in his eyes, then you deserve to die. Late the next day, a certain hidden underground clubhouse. The lights were dim and the smoke was dense. Chen Lichuan sat in a corner box, opposite a man wearing sunglasses and an expressionless face. I want Bai Hao to disappear. Chen Lichuan opened the door without any nonsense. The sunglasses man slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke, his voice low and hoarse. Death? Be like an accident. Price? $50 million. Have to be paid now. Half when it's done. The sunglasses man nodded and pulled out 2 photos from his pocket. One was of Bai Hao himself, even though it was a sneak peek. Bai Hao was still so handsome. And the other was of Bai Hao's personal car, a bulletproof grade black Maybach S680. Yes, next Wednesday, he'll be coming home from the Founders Building, taking the Esplanade. He pointed to a point on the map. There's a stretch of road here with a loose guardrail that could create a brake failure. Car wrecks. The corners of Chen Lichuan's mouth were slightly raised and his eyes were scarlet. Very good. Bai Hao is still playing games in the company every day as before these days. Or else he is thinking about life, and he is looking at the house in Shengshihihati which is about to be renovated. A few days ago, when Liang even messaged Bai Hao that they were going to be neighbors. 3 days later, a car mechanic-looking man sneaked into the building's underground garage and took advantage of the situation to tamper with the braking system of Bai Hao's Maybach. At the same time, the accident experts hired by the sunglasses man had stood guard on the Esplanade Hill Road to confirm that the plan was sound. Everything is ready for him to die tomorrow. In the evening, the sky was overcast and a rainstorm was on the way. Bai Hao still finished the game as usual, and was ready to go home at the point, but this time he didn't take Gao Yike with him, and when he took the elevator to the downstairs, Bai Hao didn't know where to go, and he only saw the Maybach slowly driving out of the underground parking lot. The Maybach was traveling smoothly on the road. A figure leaned back in the seat and closed his eyes. It was hard to see outside, so he could only roughly know that it was Bai Hao. The guy driving the car wasn't from Founders Construction either. At that moment, bang! A muffled sound. The vehicle shuddered violently, and the originally smooth road surface suddenly lurched violently. The driver's pupils shrank, and he instinctively slammed on the brakes. Brake failure? Oh, the brakes are failing, the bodyguard yelled. The Maybach was like a wild horse, madly rushing to the edge of the road, and in the nick of time, a black SUV suddenly crashed from the side. Boom! In a moment of loss of control, the Maybach was pushed heavily back into the middle of the road and finally came to a stop after a violent scuffle. The car door popped open. The bodyguard pulled out the back seat of the person. The two stunned that accident out of the SUV but instantly disappeared into the night. Inside Tachikawa Investments office. What? He's not dead? Chen Lichuan stood up violently, his face turning blue. Yeah, something's gone wrong. The brakes have been interfered with. Killer said urgently over the phone. Someone beat us to it, tampered with the car ahead of time and changed the plan. Chen Lichuan's heart was beating wildly. A chill went straight from the soles of his feet to the ceiling of the sky. Could it be that Bai Hao already knew? He immediately turned around and was about to order an evacuation. But just then, boom! The office door was kicked in hard. Chapter 109, A Tree with Deep Roots. Boom! The gate was directly crashed open. 5 or 6 Interpol officers in police uniforms rushed in with a license, and the head Interpol chief flashed his credentials with an expressionless face. Chen Lichuan, right. The Economic Investigation Team verified that you are suspected of manipulating the securities market, money laundering in underground money banks, and also suspected of an attempted murder case. Please come with us. Chen Lichuan sneered, forced to pretend to be calm. Manipulation of the securities market, underground money laundering, these two police may evidence, but he casually finds someone to top the crime on the line. But attempted murder he cannot admit. Attempted murder? Where's the evidence? Captain Lu didn't say anything, but directly raised his hand and signaled the police officer behind him to hand over a document. This is a communication record retrieved from your private computer server. Captain Lu flipped open the file, his eyes sharp. 3 days ago at 8:13 p.m., you contacted an offshore number with the contents of a document about you buying a murderer. There is also the instruction that you ordered to do it yesterday. Chen Lichuan's pupils shrunk slightly, and before he could open his mouth, Captain Lu added another sentence. Also, Whitehall's brakes were tampered with, and the car recorder in that car caught everything. The Rayal kill is waiting for him here. Take away. Ka! The moment the handcuffs were snapped on, Chen Lichuan's eyes completely clouded over. He struggled violently and gritted his teeth. You guys think you can convict me just like that? Do you know how many people I know? I didn't hang out in Magic City for nothing. I'll get out. Captain Lu sneered. Mr. Chen, Lu's group just handed over all of your transaction records in Southeast Asia to the police. I don't think you'll be able to get out. The Lu family? Lu family why? Lu Shun? It can't be. In an instant, Chen Lichuan's expression froze. His lips trembled slightly. Finally realized that he had fallen into a long-designed bureau. Bai Hao knew from the beginning that his car tampered with. Lu Shun took the opportunity to fall into the well, and he, Chen Lichuan, completely finished. The police car whistled away from the building, the flashing police lights especially blinding in the rainy night. Bai Hao, who was watching everything from upstairs, was listening to the financial news updated in real time on his computer screen. Lucian's phone call also came in at this time. Well, is this gift satisfactory? Can you give my brother a face for buying the house last time? Senior, I forgot about it long ago if you didn't tell me. Ha 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 ha, come out and get together sometime? Yes, I'm interested in DR. When's project 2? No problem. Bai Hao hung up the phone and gently hooked his lips. The Lu family strikes cleanly. This size is cute. He thinks he's playing a business war, but he doesn't realize that the Lu family plays by the rules. A behemoth like the Lu family is like a tree. When you see his tall trunk, you have to think that the tree has been rooted thousands of meters underground. The messages on Bai Hao's cell phone lit up again, and messages from several hours ago could be seen. Lucian, everything is ready. In half an hour, the Marina Police Department will receive Tachikawa Investments' underground money changer transaction records for the past 3 years. Luke, the attempted murder video has been submitted for you, and everything is going according to plan. Land sinking, take it down. And at that moment, the computer also showed that Tachikawa Investments stock suddenly began to plummet. It started when Chen Lichuan's personal assistant was photographed exchanging chips at a casino in Bangkok, which is above a famous arms exchange in Southeast Asia. Coupled with Chen Lichuan was taken away. All of a sudden the news. Bai Hao let Xiao Chang in the dark to mess around. Coupled with the strength of the Lu family, not a day Lichuan investment will be down. The heavy rain in Magic City didn't stop. Gao Yike was still busy working. Bai Hao watched her working. It was too beautiful. Bai Hao had met so many women before, but none of them could make him want to marry. Until he met Gao Yike, he found the answer in his life. It was raining outside, and Bai Hao looked out for a moment without knowing what he was thinking. 1 week later, the night color gently enveloped the courtyards of the 2 top-notch villas of the Shengshi mansion. The courtyard here is extremely well designed, with rockeries and jagged green stones, between which the water meanders down the artificially excavated stream channel, eventually merging into the crystal-clear koi pond. A few low-key luxury outdoor lamps are staggered around the pool, and the soft halo of light reflects on the water, sparkling and beautiful. The courtyard is a small 100 square feet in size, surrounded by greenery, with several precious Luohan pines standing silently, emitting a faint woody fragrance. In the center of the courtyard, Bai Hao is standing in front of an outdoor smokeless grill, skillfully turning steaks and seafood on the grill. He was wearing a superbly tailored black casual shirt with 2 buttons casually undone at the collar, revealing a well-defined collarbone. Under the firelight, his eyebrows were extraordinarily deep, and his thin lips were slightly pursed, appearing focused and calm. The cuffs of his sleeves were rolled up to his small arms, and his right hand held a silver barbecue tongs, precisely adjusting the fire from time to time, and the aroma of barbecued meat mixed with the charcoal roasted wood fragrance slowly filled the air. Inside, through the floor-to-ceiling glass door, Gao Yike can be seen sitting around a handmade rosewood mahjong table with a few other girls, her fingertips elegantly pushing the cards, and from time to time there is a clear snap sound. Kung! Xiang Yicheng smiled as he pushed down 3 cards and drew one from the pile in passing. The corner of Gao Yike's lips gently hooked up, his eyes sly, his fingertips flicked. Touch! Wang Dan wailed. You two are such dogs. Forget it, go on. Bluemont supported his chin with one hand and shook his head with a light smile. Stop struggling, they win every time. Ruo Chao lazily leaned back in his chair, a glass of champagne cupped in his hand, his eyes occasionally drifting to the window. Bai Hao baked so many things. Are you sure we can eat them all? When have you seen him get wasted? Xiang Yicheng raised an eyebrow. Besides, it's not like there's still old Xia and the others. Before the words left his mouth, he saw old Xia standing in front of the cooking table outside the house, earnestly helping Bai Hao skewer the marinated snowflake beef into skewers. His movements were sharp and capable, and with a stroke of the blade between his fingers, the meat pieces were evenly sized and neatly stacked on a plate after being skewered. Inside the villa's underground wine cellar, June and Winto were picking out tonight's wine. The wine in this place costs more than my house. June sked, his fingers carefully brushing over a row of 1961 Lafite, his eyes glowing. Chapter 110 The Great Reunion. When Bai Hao bought the villa, he didn't think that there was a wine cellar underneath it. The temperature of this wine cellar is constant at 18 degrees. Surrounded by dark natural oak wine cabinets and topped with crystal chandeliers, the light is gentle yet luxurious. Each bottle of wine is displayed like a work of art in its own red velvet compartment, with Petrus, Romane Conti, Gold Drop, and even the $1 million Tsunami Eagle, all lying quietly in their exclusive places. The corner of Wintao's mouth twitched. You touch it gently. This thing could cost you a year's worth of living expenses if it breaks. Nonsense. Of course I know. I should have known I'd go work for Hiroko's company. Toshi rolled his eyes and carefully took 2 bottles of Dom Perignon champagne from the shelf. and brought along a bottle of Yamazaki 25-year-old whiskey. Is that enough? Get me some beer. I can't drink those. June glanced at him with slanted eyes. You're a big man. You don't drink when there's good wine. You want beer. I'm really convinced. There seems to be one at the door. Move it. You know. The two men smiled at each other and headed out the door, clutching their bottles of wine. On the other side of the yard, Bai Hao finally finished his grilling project and took off his insulated gloves, casually resting them on the cooking table. He narrowed his eyes and surveyed the baked ingredients, a small smile seemingly floating on his lips, clearly pleased with his handiwork tonight. Dinner! He raised his eyebrows gently, his voice low and sharp. The crowd quickly gathered around, and the long solid wood table was already filled with a variety of grilled items. Thick-cut M12 Wagyu beef, charcoal grilled Boston lobster, black truffle prawns, and roasted apricot mushrooms with herb butter. Each dish was plated with extreme care, with just the right amount of heat, and a perfect combination of charred flavor and tenderness, visually whetting the appetite. Xiang Yicheng chucked a piece of beef first, and just after entering the mouth, his eyes lit up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Bai Hao, did you sneak off to New Oriental to further your education? How come it smells better than Michelin? That's my strength. It's not like you don't know. Bai Hao looked at her smugly. Brother is just so awesome. Wang Dan took a bite of lobster meat, his cheeks bulging slightly as he nodded vaguely. This sauce is perfect, sweet and spicy with a hint of garlic. What's the recipe? Ancestral recipe. Bai Hao lifted his glass with a smirk and took a sip of whiskey, the knot in his throat moving slightly. Gao Yike, one hand resting on the chin, the bottom of the eyes held a smile, did not have the good sense to point out that you also ancestral on. Your ancestors are teachers. White after a glance at him softly open. He's holding your stomachs, so I guess the line of daily dabblers will get longer from now on. The crowd roared with laughter at her words. Old Xia and June were already drinking, and every now and then they added some wine to Bai Hao's glass. Just as the atmosphere was thickening, the doorbell rang. Who is it? Bluemont probed toward the door. Bai Hao raised his eyes slightly deeper, as if he had expected it. A few seconds later, the butler led a slender figure in slow steps. It was Lu Xin. He wore an iron-gray custom-made long trench coat today, with a turtleneck sweater inside. The whole person was cold and elegant, but inexplicably carried a sense of immovable oppression. His right hand was carrying an exquisite craft paper gift box, the lid of which was stamped with the logo of a top leather goods store. Obviously a specially prepared gift. Sorry to interrupt your meal. Lucian smiled faintly and swept his gaze across the crowd, eventually landing on Bai Hao. I've heard that schoolboy White is an amazing cook, so I've brought a bottle of 1959 Latour. I wonder if it goes well with tonight's dishes. Bai Hao nodded slightly, the corners of his lips slightly raised. I'll admit to bringing a bottle of water if the senior comes. Good day, Mr. Luck. Good day, Mr. Luck. Good day, Mr. Luck. It's been a long time. Old Xia, Jun Zai, and Wen Tao all greeted Lucian. Xiang Yicheng also knew Lucian, and the others had more or less heard of Lucian's name. Bai Hao had just sat down to greet Lucian when the doorbell was knocked again. This time, it was naturally when Liang and Meng Hanyu, the two of them. The moment when Liang and Meng Hanyu pushed the door in, the atmosphere of the entire courtyard seemed to brighten up a few points. When Liang was wearing a low-key but extremely elaborate outfit, a cream cashmere turtleneck sweater with dark gray hand-cut wool pants, and a khaki Bottega Veneta coat on the outside, casual but not too refined. His wristwatch is a Patek Philippe Ref 5205G perpetual calendar, which is hidden in the cuffs, revealing an unobtrusive nobility in a low-key manner. Meng Hanyu standing beside him, on the other hand, was handsomely dressed in a sharp, slim-fitting black suit with a cool-toned silver-gray shirt, no tie, and two buttons undone at the collar. Bai Hao also didn't expect this old cousin of his to be taken care of so well by Wen Liang. As soon as the two stepped through the door, Wen Liang smiled and held up what he'd brought with him, a bottle of 1961 Dom Perignon and a black, gold-leafed dessert box. Sorry for being late. Wen Liang's voice was gentle and pleasant. There was a meeting at Squire Sanders today, which delayed the meeting. Xiang Yicheng whistled. Holy, 61 champagne? That's even rarer than Mr. Lu's Latour. Meng Hanyu casually put down the bottle of champagne worth more than 6 figures, moving as casually as if he had thrown a bottle of mineral water. It's not that he's pretending. He really didn't know that this bottle of wine was so expensive. If he had to choose, he would have chosen to drink beer just like Wen Tao. Bai Hao raised an eyebrow and smiled, seeing the crowd. What a rare sight. Everyone must have fun today and not get drunk. Wen Liang laughed softly, his voice soft and elegant. That depends on who's grilling the meat. If it's not good, I'll hit the road right away, and I'll be right next door anyway. The crowd laughed, but Lucian did not remember that Wen Liang had bought his own house. Although such a thing is not his turn to ask, but the Magic City can be fully paid $100 million to buy a house, or relatively rare. Senior Lu, this is my old cousin. This is Wen Liang. You may not know it, but Lover's Nightclub, you know it, that's run by Wen Liang. So it's you. Nice to meet you. I didn't patronize it much when I was in college. Won't Ms. Wen give me a membership? Ha 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 ha. Lu Xiao is joking. This is all a small fight compared to the business of the Lu family. Menghan Yu didn't say anything, but after saying hello, he directly took a pair of chopsticks, caught a piece of Wagyu beef from the grill, and took a bite. Then his eyebrows raised slightly. TSK, you've improved your craft again, old cousin. It's so delicious. Wen Liang couldn't help but ask with a smile, is it that good? Looks like I'll have to try it. That's still closer than me. Menghan Yu said to Wen Liang. Bai Hao narrowed his eyes at him. You, if your mouth was as hard as your body, you'd probably have been beaten to death long ago. The crowd laughed again. Wen Liang shook his head inside, reaching behind him and gently patting Menghan Yu's shoulder, like he was calming an arrogant wolf dog. Wen Liang smiled and raised his glass. So no drunkenness tonight. Bai Hao lazily clinked glasses with him. Fine. I don't work tomorrow anyway. Gao Yike gave him a blank look. Master, are you going to work? You're just going to have fun, aren't you? You have the nerve to say you're going to work. Chapter 111, Time flies. After 3 rounds of wine, Lucian's arms propped up on the European-style carved railings, holding half an unlit cigarette between his fingers, his gaze sullenly looking at the city of lights in the distance, gray smoke in front of his cold-side face, lining that pair of dark eyes more and more deep and difficult to understand. The sound of footsteps came from behind them, and Bai Hao's steady voice rang faintly. Senior, smoke less. It's not good for your health. Lucian didn't turn around, just gave a lazy laugh. Hokage, when did you start caring about that too? It's different when you have a woman. Bai Hao stood next to him, also leaning against the railing, the cuffs of his suit glistening with an understated luster in the moonlight, and the piece of Patek Philippe between his wrists flickering slightly with a cold aura. His gaze fell calmly into the distance, and his tone was low and level when he spoke. Wenjin's research, the one I mentioned to you last time. Lucian's fingertips paused slightly, then snorted lightly. Of course, gene-targeted potent drugs. They're going to work soon, right? Bai Hao had only paid the money over these days, but he wasn't sure about the exact progress. Well, theoretically, yes. I know that this technology can cure a wide range of terminal diseases, especially for genetic problems in newborn babies. Senior, if it were you, what would you choose? Choose what? Lucian looked at him sideways, his eyes calm and unperturbed. Choose to harvest them for the rest of your life, or cure them completely. There was a brief moment of silence. The question was too difficult. The night breeze blew Lucian's suit collar. His eyes slightly converged, and he slowly said, some people in my company have suggested that only 6-month or 1-year courses of remedies be put out so that patients have to keep buying them and profits continue to grow. Bai Hao's eyes suddenly went cold, and his knuckles tightened unexpectedly, watching the cigarette body in Lucian's hand silently folded into 2, the ashes rustling down and being swept away by the night wind. Businessmen seeking profit is natural, but he still can't accept this kind of blunt knife-cutting type of profit. At this moment he realized that he was never considered a qualified businessman. He was never, before all kinds of which like a businessman's behavior. Bai Hao's lips were taut and he was just about to say something. Lucian, however, took the first step. But you alone invested in this project. The decision is yours, and you may not accept what the others say. Bai Hao looked at him sideways with a slight frown. What do you mean? Lucian's lips held a very shallow arc, his voice low and certain. I won't interfere, and the medical resources under the Lu family will fully cooperate with you, so you can run it however you want. Bai Hao stared at him with a sullen gaze, as if confirming the meaning of those words. Although Lucian was in charge, but the internal factions within the Lu family were complicated, and any decision had to take into account the interests of the family, so he couldn't really be so permissive. Seeming to see through his misgivings, Lucian let out a low laugh. Don't look at me like that. I'm not testing you. We've known each other for so long in college at least. You know me. There are some things I really don't care about. The night wind blew, and the flowering vines in one corner of the terrace rustled softly. Bai Hao was silent for a long time, then suddenly pulled his lips and smiled. Okay, then listen to me. He turned sideways, his eyes clear and determined, and settled on one word. Directly mass-produce the most thorough version of the one-time cure. Good. Lucian didn't show any hint of surprise and only nodded his head gently. He had known that Bai Hao would choose this way. A moment later, Lucian raised his hand and looked down at the table and faintly said, It's late. I'll go first. Have someone send me the program when you're done thinking about it. Senior. He turned around to leave when Bai Hao suddenly called out to him. Lucian stopped walking and looked at him with a sideways glance. Bai Hao's voice was light and slow, but his eyes were extremely deep. This business, your Lu family made a lot less money. The board of directors, those old men, will not find you trouble? Lucian raised his eyebrows slightly and threw down a sentence lightly. So what? Without me, they could have earned this money? How dare those old guys open their mouths to me? They don't deserve it. Trench coat flipping. His back quickly disappeared around the corner of the stairs. Bai Hao stared at his back for a few seconds and suddenly let out a low laugh. Yes, this was the Lucian he knew. A person like Lucian didn't care about the eyes of the onlookers. He tilted his head and looked at the night sky. The corner of his lips curled slightly. Was he doing something good that? Time flies. March, April, May, until the 1st of June. Bai Hao was in the office of the founder's building, and had just talked to Wenjin on the phone. Their side of the research and development is nearing the end. It may be that this month will be on the human experiments, but Bai Hao doesn't care, because he booked a flight for tomorrow afternoon. Bai Wan said that she wished to see Bai Hao during the college entrance exams, and there was no way around it. Who let Bai Hao dote on his sister, so he booked a flight back. As for sister-in-law Gao Jialu can only let Gao Yike take good care of it. The two children's college entrance exams. It's really a big difficult thing. On the 2nd, Gao Yike drove Bai Hao to the airport, where the two had a passionate kiss and said something to each other about missing you before Bai Hao boarded the plane. At 5:30 p.m. The sky of the small town in Chuan province was still bright and clear from the early summer, and the sunlight slanted over the trees lining the streets, with their shadows. Bai Hao leaned against the door of the car, an unlit cigarette clutched in his fingertips, absently looking at the town scenery, the familiar streets, the familiar street stores. Mr. Bai, will you go home first or? Driver old Wang asked respectfully. This old Wang was the driver Xiao Chang had assigned to Bai Hao, and this time, Bai Hao was a bit tired, so he let him drive. Bai Hao waved his hand, his voice lazy. There's no rush. I'll sneak around for a bit. You can just drop off my bags for me first. Lao Wang answered and drove the eye-catching Sichuan A88888 slowly away. Bai Hao looked at the distant sun. Chuan province and Mordor are just not the same. June in Chuan province will have to wear short sleeves. Mordor then you can still struggle a little. He took off the jacket he was wearing and walked slowly towards the town center, intending to buy some of Bai Wan's beloved crispy candies. However, his footsteps had just turned down a street when his eyes suddenly stopped on Bai Chen and his little girlfriend Lin Yu. Not far from the door of the milk tea store, Bai Chen is holding a girl's hand. The two look extraordinarily close. The girl was wearing the uniform of a small-town high school. Her black hair was tied into a high ponytail. Her skin was fair, the lines of her side face were soft, and the corners of her eyes were slightly upturned when she smiled, carrying a few points of bright and colorful vitality. Bai Chen, on the other hand, was listening to her with his head down, his eyebrows very joyful, giggling like a 2B, TSK, brat, quite good at falling in love. Bai Hao couldn't help but snicker. However, in the next second, his eyes suddenly went cold, because behind Bai Chen and Ling Yu, 5 or 6 young men in the shape of gangsters were following nonchalantly, looking gloomy, their gazes staring at the two men's backs from time to time, clearly not harboring good intentions. Bai Hao narrowed his eyes at these people. Chapter 112 tells you to call someone. In that group of gangsters, the leader had dyed yellow hair, a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth, and wore an exaggerated silver chain around his neck, his eyes sorrowfully scanning Bai Chen and Lin Yu in front of him. Brother Yu, that's the kid, right? I've been staring at him for a few days. It's just that his family has some money. What's the point of pretending? One of the sidekicks cursed in a low voice. The yellow hair called Brother Yu sneered and flicked his cigarette ash. What's the hurry? Find a deserted place later and clean him up. Women don't move. I'll be useful. The other tall, skinny guy hemmed and hawed. Brother Yu has taken a fancy to it? Pretty indeed. Much better than the widow Wang from the next village. Yellow hair licked his lips and smiled a hideous smile. That's for sure. I've been eyeing her for more than a day or two. TSK, if it wasn't for that white Chen brat meddling, he would have gotten his hands on her a long time ago. Big brother, I heard. This Bai Chen's brother is a cowman. Donated a small gold to the town that. What are you afraid of? All said 100 million. You saw it. Did not see is not donated. Say I raw rice cooked rice? The old man is cool, but also care about those for what? And when the time comes, I'll let you guys have some fun too. Thanks boss. Bai Chen, who was walking in front of him, had an imperceptible footstep, and the tip of his ear gently moved. And even though the distance wasn't really close, the sound of the group's conversation drifted into his ears. Lin Yu beside her noticed the difference and blinked at Bai Chen. What's wrong? Bai Chen's face didn't change. He just lightly shook her hand and lowered his voice. Yeah. Whatever happens later. You run first and go directly to the police station to find the police. Understand? Lin Yu froze, then her eyes flinched slightly and she whispered, is that them following again? Bai Chen didn't answer, but his eyes grew colder and sharper. He had long since noticed that this group of people had been frequently appearing around Lin Yu lately, and today, It was clear that they had no intention of continuing to follow from afar, just as Bai Chen was secretly on guard. A lazy, low voice suddenly sounded behind him. Bai Chen. Bai Chen stiffened and jerked back. Under the sunlight, Bai Hao was looking at him with one hand in his pocket and the other hand casually carrying the bag of ghee candy he had just bought with a smirk. This is your girlfriend Lin Yu. Looks really good. Your kid let you show me on New Year's Eve. You don't want to. Bai Chen was stunned. Lin Yu also froze, while the group of gangsters behind him had a change of expression. After all, Bai Hao's aura was not an ordinary person by any stretch of the imagination. Yellow Hair narrowed his eyes and whispered through clenched teeth. Who the is this again? The tall, thin man gulped. Brother, I've seen him during the New Year's Eve. He drives a Sichuan A88888. He's Bai Hao, the one who donated $100 million to our town. Bai Chen didn't expect to run into his big brother here at all. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes and his face became happier. Big brother, why are you back? Do mom and dad know? Bai Hao smiled at Bai Chen. His eyes moved from Bai Chen to Lin Yu's face beside him, and swept a glance at the punks who were stupidly moving not far away, and finally said with a smile on his face, What? Big brother comes back and has to report to you in advance? What are you doing here if you're not in school at this hour? Lin Yu tugged on Bai Chen's sleeve and asked in a small voice. Bai Chen, is this your brother? So handsome, much more handsome than you. Bai Chen let out a hum, and before he could open his mouth to explain, Bai Hao had already leaned over slightly and stretched out his hand towards Lin Yu, a harmless smile on his face. Hello, I'm his big brother, Bai Hao. Lin Yu's cheeks warmed slightly at his deep gaze, and she hurriedly reached out her hand to lightly shake it. Hi, my name is Lin Yu. Lin Yu. Bai Hao repeated her name slowly and methodically, his smile deepening. Pretty good name. Bai Wan is going to take the college entrance exam, so I came back to accompany her. Then you'll have to come back too, big brother, when I take the entrance exam. A short guy in the gangsters not far away said quietly to Yellow Hair. Brother you, these two are blood brothers, right? It doesn't look like they're dealing with each other. Yellow Hair stared sorrowfully at Bai Hao for a few seconds before finally sneering. Damn, here comes another meddler. No one is leaving today. After saying that, he violently slammed the cigarette in his hand to the ground, sparks splashing everywhere, striding behind Bai Chen, reaching out to grab Lin Yu's wrist. Lin Yu, how many times have I looked for you? You must come with me today, or else the money your father owes. He. Lin Yu flinched in fear. Bai Chen reacted extremely quickly, yanking Lin Yu behind him, his other hand fiercely clenching Yellow Hair's wrist, his eyes cold and stern. Looking for death? Yellow Hair was wrung raw by his force. His forehead veins rippled and he cursed angrily. Grass, who the hell are you? Lin Yu is my girlfriend. Her father still owes me money. Girlfriend? Bai Chen sneered. Are you dreaming? Lin Yu was shaking with anger and her eyes were red. Lin Yu, you're talking nonsense. When did my dad owe you money? Don't you dare slander me here. Yellow Hair laughed sardonically. What? You don't recognize your debt? That's fine. I'll let you recognize reality today. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand violently, and the gangsters behind him instantly surrounded him, all of them with bad eyes, clenching their fists and smiling fiercely as they approached. Pedestrians on the street saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly dodged away for fear of being affected. Bai Chen shielded Lin Yu behind him and whispered to her, when you get a chance later you run and go straight to the town police station. Bai Hao stood on the sidelines, leisurely pulling out a cigarette and lighting it, taking a deep drag, seemingly completely unconcerned about the scene in front of him. Seeing this, Yellow Hair thought that he had wimped out and taunted even more wildly. What? Big brother wimped out? Don't dare to meddle in his brother's affairs? You don't look like a ruthless person who donates $100 million. Are you a fake? It's not that I don't dare to take care of it, but I don't think that you bunch of trash are worthy of letting me make a move. He slowly looked up, his eyes steeply cold. Almost at the moment his words fell, a black Toyota Baidu roaring brakes stopped at the side of the road. The car door bang open. A few dressed in black suits of strong men walked down quickly, expressionless approaching this side. Yellow Hair's expression instantly stiffened. What is this? Bai Hao flicked the ashes of his cigarette and spoke in a relaxed tone. Now, can we talk properly? You just said that Lin Yu's father owes you money? What's going on? These people are the bodyguards that Xiao Chang assigned to Bai Hao. We must know that the last time Chen Lichuan looked for killers but Xiao Chang was shocked. Such a thing cannot occur again. What kind of good man are you relying on the number of people? Dare to let me make a phone call? This little Yellow Hair resumed his arrogance from earlier, looking at these bodyguards with disinterest. Sure, go ahead and call, and I'll even let you guys get to the guys. I'll be right here, Bai Hao said with an indifferent face. Really? Well, that's what you said. Waiting, kid, you're going down. Yellow Hair put down harsh words as he ran, fearing that Bai Hao would chase him. Chapter 113, Mr. Bai, the town's god of wealth. Bai Hao expressionless, took out his cell phone to the mayor of the town. Chang Xiujuan made a call to explain the situation. Usually the two are green bubble contact. Chang Xiujuan often shows Bai Hao some photos of her work in poverty alleviation in the countryside. On the one hand to confirm that she has not embezzled a little bit of Bai Hao's donations, and on the other hand, she still wants to tell Bai Hao that her hometown is still poor, and that she needs to have more support from people like him. Yellow Hair looked back while running, and when he saw that Bai Hao hadn't let anyone chase him, he got a few more guts and pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number, his tone urgent and ingratiating. Hey, Howie, I'm Xiao Huang. Yeah, I ran into some trouble here on Town Center Street. There's an outsider with a bodyguard looking for trouble. Right. Brother Hao, can you come here? There was a curse on the other end of the line, followed by the crunch of a bottle hitting the table. Asterisk. Who ate the bear's heart and leopard's guts to spill their guts on my territory? Wait. Yellow Hair hung up the phone, and the fear on his face instantly turned into arrogance as he shouted at Bai Hao from afar. Just wait. My hoe is on his way. Bai Hao didn't even raise his eyelids, just lowered his head and fiddled with his cell phone. Bai Chen stood on the side, his brows furrowed, and he whispered, Big brother, the people in the town are not to be messed with. This Hao has some connections behind him. Oh, Bai Hao raised his eyebrows and finally raised his eyes. Who's behind him? Bai Chen shook his head. How would he know all that as a student? Only that he had heard some rumors at school. I'm not sure about the specifics, but I've heard that he's close to a certain leader in the county, and he's usually used to running roughshod over the town. Lin Yu nervously clutched Bai Chen's sleeve, her voice trembling. Why don't we just go ahead? Bai Hao glanced at her and said lightly, What are you afraid of? Who cares about Ho? After messing with your head, will I let them go? It's not that easy to touch my family. Bai Hao's tone was so certain that Bai Chen and Lin Yu glanced at each other. Neither of them said anything else, but their hearts were warm. Soon, there was a sound of roaring engines in the distance, and a modified black Honda sedan came barreling in, braking sharply on the side of the road. The car door opened with a bang, and a burly man of about 40 jumped out of the car, followed by 6 or 7 big men. The man wore a flowery shirt with a thick gold chain around his neck, and walked with a sweeping 8-footed stride, like a crab on the rampage. Damn it, which one of these ungrateful people didn't inquire about who I am? I really don't want to live, he roared gruffly, his gaze swept over, but he paused violently. Bai Hao still stood there with a smirk, not even changing his posture. When Hao saw who it was, his legs were soft for a moment, and he almost kneeled down, and he had seen Bai Hao once when he drove Chuan 88888 in the new year. More accurately, it is in a county Chang Xiujuan organized symposium on poverty alleviation, far from having seen Bai Hao sitting on the stage, and not even his turn to go up to toast such a small role. Damn, this Yellow Hair pits me. Hao's face was white, the cold sweat on his forehead rushing down, and the arrogance just now instantly disappeared without a trace. He fiercely stepped forward, a slap-hard fan in the Yellow Hair face. Are you blind? This is Mr. Bai, the god of wealth of the county. If you dare to mess with him, will the officials let you go? SB. Yellow Hair staggered a few steps from the blow and looked confused. How could Hao care less about him? He quickly walked to Bai Hao and compensated with a smile. Mr. White, misunderstanding. It's a big misunderstanding. These little brats didn't know you were here. They bumped into you. I'll apologize to you for them. He said he was about to bow his head, his posture lowered to the dust. Bai Hao finally spoke slowly. Brother Hao, right? Just now I heard your little brother say that Lin Yu's father owes them money? Hao froze and turned his head to glare at Yellow Hair, who shrunk his neck and stammered, not daring to speak. Bai Hao snorted. What? Afraid to admit it? Mr. White, I really don't know about this matter. It must be some kind of set-up loan. Mom by this kid. He kicked Yellow Hair violently. Get over here and explain it to Mr. Bai. Yellow Hair was really scared this time, rolling over and stuttering. Mr. Bai. Lin Yu, her father, borrowed $10,000 from us the year before last, saying it was for the family to build a house, and then he couldn't pay it back. I just thought, if you don't let Lin Yu be my girlfriend, this thing even too clear. He stumbled over his words, but everyone in the room heard and understood that this is not at all what is owed money. Purely a rogue set of loans. Lin Yu's eyes turned red and tears sprang out at once. Nonsense. My dad didn't even ask you guys to borrow money. You guys just see that my family has no background, have been bullying me. Bai Hao's face chilled a little. He didn't look at Yellow Hair again, but just turned his head to the bodyguard on the side. Go, drive Lin Yu to the town police station and let Chang Xiujuan handle this matter personally. The bodyguard nodded and escorted Lin Yu to the car. Howie and Yellow Hair watched, but didn't even dare to stop them. Only then did Bai Hao pat Hao on the shoulder, his voice soft but creepy. Howie, you're doing well in town, aren't you? No, don't dare. I see you're daring enough. Bai Hao laughed, his tone abruptly cold and hard. Before tomorrow, send all these lending books under your hand to the town police station, and I'll have Chang Xiuwan Chang Mayor keep an eye on you to do it. Hao's face turned white. This was simply asking him to cut off his own fortune, but he didn't dare to refuse at all and could only nod repeatedly. I'll do whatever Mr. Bai says. Bai Hao stopped looking at him and turned his head to Bai Chen. Go on, go home. Don't let mom know about this or you boys will get a beating. Bai Chen pursed his lips and followed his footsteps, and before turning the corner, he turned back and coldly glanced at Yellow Hair, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, and Hua, who was cold and sweaty, with eyes like knives. In the car on the way back, Bai Chen stayed silent. It wasn't until he was almost at the house that he suddenly spoke. Big brother, did you already know about Lin Yu being harassed before? Bai Hao held the steering wheel with one hand and said absently. I don't know, so how do you? You're my brother, but I know that in this world, a girl who can make a stuffy guy like you take the initiative to hold her hand must not be simple. So bullying her is bullying you, and I can agree to that? Bai Hao hooked his lips, a hint of a smile flashing under his eyes. So, it's just a matter of minding by the way. Bai Chen was silent for a long time and whispered, thanks, I'm your big brother. Brothers still talk about this. It's better than anything for you to get a good college entrance exam. Don't let mom and dad worry. The next day, Little Yellow Hair and his minions were all arrested by the police, and all of those loans he had set up were also terminated by the police. In the evening, Chang Xiuwan also gave Bai Hao a call to apologize. She also did not think that there were still such scum in the town. Before they were busy dealing with poverty alleviation. Did not pay attention to these. Chapter 114, The Examination in Progress. The evening breeze in June was a little hot, and the entrance to the town's high school was crowded with waiting parents looking expectantly in the direction of the school building. There were old ladies carrying thermoses sitting in the flower beds, shaking their fans and chanting at the same time. Nui Nui has been studying hard these past 2 days. I've made some soup. I'll have to let her drink it while it's hot later. A few middle-aged men stood next to them under the streetlight gulping down clouds and chatting about business and their children's prospects, occasionally glancing toward the school gate. A few parents on electric bicycles sat on their seats swiping their cell phones, occasionally looking up to check the time. Bai Hao's Sichuan A88888 was parked not far away in a low profile, and it was a little dark, so it didn't attract too much attention. Bai Hao leaned against the car door, scratching his cell phone with a flat expression. For her part, Mrs. White tiptoed around the school grounds every now and then, mumbling under her breath, why isn't it out yet? Couldn't be another detention for the teacher, could it? My sister will still have detention. It should be the teacher looking for her for something. Bai Chen was chatting with Lin Yu on his cell phone and heard Bai Ma's worry before she opened her mouth to say, Bai Chen, you came to pick up your sister? Bai Chen. There were a couple sophomore-looking teens in the crowd greeting from a short distance away. Bai Chen stood aside and heard the sound. His eyes swept through the crowd before he saw a few familiar faces pass by him with surprise in their eyes. And with a greeting, these people laughed. Isn't that Bai Chen's brother? What's the name? Bai Hao. The one who donated $100 million? Right, it's Bai Hao. I saw him on my dad's cell phone last time, and my dad said I'd be fine if I had it. Man, the real person is even more handsome than in the photo. They actually came to pick up Bai Wan in person? I wish I had a brother like that. I'm envious. I heard that one of Bai Wan's headbands costs thousands. That, really? Fake? It's some kind of LV. Wow. These people's discussion is very small, but can't help the crowd gradually spread. Many students and parents are secretly looking this way. Bai Ma also looked at Bai Hao, a bit in disbelief. What kind of headband costs thousands of dollars? Before she could open her mouth, Bai Hao hurriedly explained. Mom, I'm not so sure about that. Gao Yike bought it for her. You know I don't pick those things. Bai Hao directly performed an aggravation that has nothing to do with me. Something directly asked Gao Yike. By the way, isn't that Coco's sister taking the entrance exam tomorrow as well? Bai Ma no longer said anything once she heard it was sent by Gao Yike, but instead asked about some recent developments. Just as they were chatting, the dismissal bell for the seniors building rang through the campus. Soon, the school gate one after another pouring out of the students home from school, some carrying a school bag trotting out, some pushing a bicycle in groups chatting, while more seniors are dragging a heavy bookcase, looked tired but with a stubborn energy. The only thing I didn't see was Bai Wan. Mrs. White was a little anxious. Was it really left behind by the teacher? Bai Hao raised his head, his sight passing through the crowd at the school entrance. It wasn't long before a slim figure finally appeared at the end of the corridor. Bai Wan was holding a pile of thick test papers in her arms, and behind her was dragging 2 large bookcases stuffed full of books. Taking a step and stopping, it looked like a lot of effort. Sis, Bai Chen shouted, quickly walking over to take the box in her hand, so heavy that she could barely hold it. Bai Hao narrowed his eyes. You're moving the whole classroom out? We're all going to take the college entrance exam tomorrow. These things are useless, just throw them away. Bai Hao was very dashing at that time, and a few days before the exam, he gave all these papers and books to the janitorial grandpa, and even pretended to get a bottle of water for the grandpa to drink. Bai Wan wiped the sweat from her forehead, but her eyes were bright. Our teacher told us to take it home and review it, saying that it's the last night and we have to fight for it, too, so we can't slack off. White Mom painfully took the test paper in her hand. You did so well on this practice test that your teacher kept you? It's not just me. The top few in my grade are left behind. Bai Wan smiled and glanced behind her. A few of her classmates with similarly high grades had just walked out as well. The boss said a few of us are the town's hopes, so we'll have to steady our hearts tomorrow and get a clean bill of health out of the school. The pressure is all on you. Bai Hao reached out and rubbed Bai Wan's hair, his tone rare and gentle. It doesn't matter how many exams you take. You know brother can give you guys a great future. Don't wear yourself out. I'll be heartbroken. Bai Hao's words would not be doubted by Bai Chen, Bai Wan, or Bai Ma because he was truly powerful. Bai Wan raised the corners of her mouth and smiled warmly and firmly. It's okay, big brother. I'm not tired. The whispers intensified as some of the students around them recognized them. That's Bai Wan. I heard she got 701 this time. 701? My God. When did we ever get a score like that out of our school? And her brother donated so much money to the town. What kind of characters are in this family? I'd be satisfied if you could get half her score. Go home. Bai Hao turned a deaf ear to these murmurs, lifting one of the bookcases with one hand and speaking to Bai Wan. Come on, go home. Bai Wan nodded her head and walked outside while looking back towards the campus with a deep gaze. High school was almost over. Some classrooms in the building are still lit up, and many of the residential seniors are still studying hard. Bai Dad didn't go home for the past few days because he was a teacher, but when he was at school, he had instructed Bai Wan not to be nervous and to calm her mind. The town was extraordinarily quiet this night, as if even the stray dogs knew it was time for high school. Bai Wan was also a bit sleepless at first, but Bai Hao told a little about the time when he was in the college entrance exams and Bai Ma forgot to put salt in the breakfast for him, which gave Bai Wan a tease to stop her nervousness. Bai Hao watched his sister fall asleep before leaving the room. June 7th. The early morning mist had not yet cleared, but the whole town had awakened. At the entrance to the school, security personnel set up a cordon early, police officers to maintain order, prohibiting vehicles from sounding their horns. Parents are waiting across the street, some carrying breakfast in thermos cups, some holding a red banner that reads, "We will win the college entrance exam." Bai Hao drove Sichuan A8888 a low profile and parked not far from the school entrance, and Bai Ma was nervously organizing Bai Wan's pass and stationery bag, and her mouth kept admonishing, "Never make a mistake on your answer key, skip questions you don't know, and don't be nervous." Bai Wan smiled and took the bag, a fine light shining in her eyes. "Mom, I've taken practice test 701. Why are you panicking? Just think of it as another set of papers." Pak Tatsu patted her on the shoulder. "Sis, my hands were shaking with nerves before the test, and I ended up doing okay. With your mindset, you're a sure winner." Bai Hao leaned against the side of the car, his gaze quietly falling on Bai Wan, and only said, "Go ahead, take you to fondue after the test." Bai Wan snorted and waved her hand, turning around and walking towards the examination room. Chapter 115. Sister and sister-in-law blackmail together. The high school exams seemed to make the whole town fly by, and 2 days went by in the blink of an eye. On the afternoon of the 8th, at 5:30, the bell for the end of the English exam rang abruptly. After a moment of silence, the campus erupted in a burst of cheers. Countless senior students like birds out of the cage, screaming, running out of the examination room. Some people hold their hands up to the sky and laugh. Some people excitedly and classmates embrace jumping. More people cannot wait to throw the bag into the air, full of relief of the smoothness of the face. Teenage spirit is evident in this moment. Bai Wan was naturally one of them. She is almost the first to run out of the school door. Long hair with running slightly flying, usually cold face is now overflowing with a bright smile that cannot be hidden. She is still wearing the school uniform short-sleeved, arm because of running and reddened, forehead seeped out a layer of thin beads of sweat, but the eyes are as bright as stars, is truly free of joy. From afar, she saw Bai Hao, Bai Chen, and Bai Ma standing in the crowd, each of the three holding a bouquet of bright and colorful flowers, and Bai Ma's eyes were even slightly red, but the corners of her mouth couldn't stop rising. Pak Tatsu spotted her at once and shook her arm high in the air as hard as he could. "Sis, here, here." The voice was so loud that the surrounding people couldn't help but look sideways. Bai Hao, on the other hand, stood on the sidelines with a pale expression, and between his slender fingers, in addition to a bunch of pink peonies that bloomed extremely profusely, he also hung a brand new Apple bag, which contained the latest model of cell phones, tablets, and watches, all of which were top-notch configurations. Bai Wan had just rushed to them when Bai Ma shoved a bunch of sunflowers into her arms. her voice choking. It's good to be done with the test. It's good to be done with the test. Hard work, my baby. Bai Chen snapped and shoved the starry sky in his hand on top of her head, smiling in an extremely indulgent manner. Congratulations. The senior sacrifice has finally climbed out of hell. Ouch. Sis, don't whack me. Bai Wan retracted her fist, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up as she raised her eyes to Bai Hao. He didn't say anything, and straight away handed her the bunch of peonies in his hand, while his other hand hung the gift bag onto her wrist. Congratulations. Congratulations. Second college student in the family. Ha 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 ha. A gift for you. Bai Wan blinked and deliberately said, thanks brother, I want to go to Magic City. Okay? No problem. You can go whenever you want. Second sister, what am I going to do when you go to Magic City? I still have to go to school. Because of the high school entrance examination, Bai Chen these days are on vacation. But the high school entrance examination is over. It is going to be the turn of these sophomores of theirs to enter the cage. The corner of Bai Hao's mouth curled imperceptibly as he listened to Bai Chen's words, raising his hand to rub the top of Bai Wan's hair. What about the exam? Just get into Tsinghua University. I think it's okay. She pretended to be contemplative for a moment, then suddenly smiled brightly. If I can fail this paper, no one can probably do well on it. Bai Chen, who was at the side, laughed out loud with a pfft. Sis, when did you learn my bragging problem? White Mom squeezed her arm with tears in her eyes. Baby, got me worried sick about you. Surrounding sounds. The family's interactions were so dazzling that the parents and students around them gave sideways glances, and many of them muttered in whispers. That's Bai Wan, right? Her family bought her so many apples? That cell phone is worth half a year of my living expenses. I'm envious. Her brother is handsome and rich. Ooh-hoo, I want this kind of brother too. Then ask your mom to give you a brother. Ha 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 ha. A burst of giggles erupted from the crowd, and a girl who was bold enough to make a point of getting close to Bai Hao, pretended to calmly straighten her long hair, and said with a smile, brother, can you add a WeChat? Bai Hao didn't even deviate his eyes for a moment and said dryly, can't. Bai Chen frantically stifled a laugh beside him and tugged Bai Wan to whisper. In the evening, the family ate a steaming hot pot in the yard of Grandpa and Grandma's house. Grandpa drank 2 cups of wine and rambled on about Bai Wan's childhood. Grandma smiled and chucked vegetables into everyone's bowls, while Bai Hao slowly and methodically peeled shrimp for Bai Wan, and in the process fished out the meat from the hot pot and put it on her plate. She is the princess. The meal was just finished when Bai Hao's cell phone suddenly vibrated non-stop. He frowned and unlocked it to see that it was all bombarded with emoticons from his sister-in-law. Invincible Jellu, seeing is believing edition. Sis, husband, you, finished, egg, size, laughs. Invincible Jellu, seeing is believing version. You know how nervous I was in the exam room. Invincible Jellu, seeing is believing edition. Pissed off, pissed off, pissed off, pissed off. Bai Hao stared at the screen, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, and Bai Wan peeked over with sharp eyes and snorted out a laugh. Bai Wan and Gao Jielu have not met, but they have green bubbles, probably because they are of similar age, and their relationship is not bad. Bai Hao rubbed his brow, a rare bit helpless, and lowered his head to type. Master White has a little money. When I go back and buy you dinner, you can go anywhere you want to play. Invincible Jellu, seeing is believing version. Humph. Invincible Jellu, seeing is believing edition. 2 meals. Don't think that's going to buy me JPG. Bai Wan stifled her laughter and took her cell phone and simply sent a voice. Master White has a little money. Ja. I'll help you blackmail him for 3 meals, plus an afternoon tea. We'll take a trip to Sanya then. Invincible Jellu, seeing is believing edition. Sold. Bai Hao silently rubbed Bai Wan's head and let out a light sigh. You guys are good at cooperating. Bai Wan looked at him with a smiling face and cunning eyes. Brother, get used to it. Bai Hao, for these 2 sister feelings this good, is also happy. To the Hai Jia Lu transferred a big red envelope. In the summer after the college entrance examination, the summer heat is getting thicker, and the sunlight sprinkled on the water, flooded with sparkling golden broken light. Bai Dad is rarely free for a few days, so he pulled Bai Hao together to go fishing in the reservoir on the outskirts of the city, as a right to relax. Pierre and a few familiar teachers are senior class teachers. Just after the college entrance examination, all tired with a few points of relaxation, the hand is still holding a thermos. A look of occupational disease has not yet healed. A nearly retired old teacher, gray hair, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses. The whole person is as thin as a bamboo pole, but his eyes are particularly bright. His fishing rod is an old antique. The grips are worn shiny, but still cared for like a treasure. There was also a middle-aged, hairy man with a round face that smiled like a ripe persimmon, always wearing a faded polo shirt with a bulging fanny pack strung around the waist of his pants. The only female teacher, with short, sharp hair and a string of sandalwood Buddha beads on her wrist, had a quiet disposition. A gentle breeze brought a touch of coolness to the surface of the water. Bai Hao stood on the bank and flicked his fishing rod out. The reel made a subtle buzzing sound. and the hook snapped into the distant water waves. Bai Dad sat on a folding chair, slowly brewed a pot of tea and smiled. It's a nice place, quiet and lots of fish. Old Bai, do you think our school can produce a top student in the province this year? The female teacher squinted her eyes, staring intently at the float, and returned slowly. It's hard to say. We're too small here to compete with those provincial capital high schools. That's not necessarily true. Wasn't Bai Hao that year? His sister did well on this exam too. The gazes of the crowd turned to Bai Hao unanimously. He still had the same bland demeanor. Only the corners of his lips were slightly raised. She's more talented than I am. As he was saying this, the rod sank in his hand. The reel spun rapidly, and tensed with a swoosh dash. Ooh, a big fish. Bai Dad immediately put down his teacup and stood up. Bai Hao flipped his wrist, stabilized the rod, and slowly reeled in the line. The surface of the water churned fiercely, and a large, silver-white fish struggled and leaped out of the water, throwing out a string of crystalline splashes. Good lord, that's got to be 5 or 6 pounds, right? In the distance, the setting sun's rays spread across the water, reflecting a soft orange-red color. Chapter 116, Bai Chen confesses, I'm in love. Bai Hao these days are living a very leisurely, every day with Bai Dad to go fishing, or else with Chang Xiu want to participate in a variety of poverty alleviation meeting. These days there is no less publicity. The Bai family is now also considered the town's famous family. The people in the town all gave a thumbs up and a good ton of praise when they mentioned the Bai family, but Bai Hao didn't pay attention to these things. The atmosphere in the White family's after-dinner parlor was surprisingly quiet. Bai Dad was sitting on the sofa, his fingers lightly knocking on the coffee table, his brows furrowed, his eyes as sharp as knives. Bai Mom these days because Bai Wan just finished the college entrance exam, so these days when she closes her door to come home is very early, on the side to clean up the fruit plate, from time to time glancing at Bai Chen and Lin Yu standing in the doorway, her eyebrows hiding complex emotions. Bai Hao leaned against the balcony door, calmly looking at Bai Chen and Lin Yu, recalling that when he was in high school, he didn't seem to have any favorites, and it seemed like everyone in his class was very green at the time. Unlike these students now, Bai Wan, on the other hand, was sitting at the dining table, holding a cup of tea in her hand. Her eyes were lowered as if she was intently observing the sinking and floating of the tea leaves, but her whole body was like a taut bow, waiting at any time to step in and pull whoever she wanted when the situation got out of hand. Bai Wan usually didn't care much about mentioning Bai Chen, but she didn't know what was going on. But she was worried about Bai Chen on such a formal occasion tonight. After all, she was the second sister. To the side, Bai Chen's hand secretly clenched and unclenched. His throat tightened. His throat felt like it was stuffed with a lump of charcoal. He took a deep breath and took a step forward. Dad, Mom, I have something I want to say. Without lifting his head, Papa White's fingers tapped the coffee table with a minute more rhythm. Say it, me and Lin Yu. Bai Chen suddenly got stuck in the middle of his sentence. He grew up in front of the White father is a dangling, playful look, never such a serious open mouth to talk about anything, not to mention this early love thing. Lin Yu stood next to him with her head down, her fingers pinching the corner of her school uniform, her nails white. She was actually more scared than Bai Chen, running around the Bai family's supermarket since she was a child. Bai Ma had given her candy every time, and Bai Dad had once tutored her in her homework, but now, she was like a prisoner standing in the judgment seat. Papa Bai finally raised his head and swept his gaze over the two, his tone terribly flat. And then what? We are together. Bai Chen took a deep breath and said it stiffly. The tea in his hand was placed on the coffee table, and a few drops of tea soup splashed out. Bai Hao early guessed Bai Dad's reaction. At least still high school teacher's own son in love. If called other students no, Bai Dad how to restrain them. Bai Wan eyebrows imperceptibly moved a little. White Mom's movements also stopped. The atmosphere in the living room instantly dropped to freezing point. When did this happen? Papa White's voice was low and cold. Last year in October. Bai Chen gulped, feeling his throat burning and hurting, but he didn't back down but I've liked Lin Yu for a long time. Papa White took a deep breath and his chest rose and fell as if he was forcing down his anger. Pak Tatsu, you know you're a senior next year? I know. You know that Lin Yu is a senior next year too? No. Do you think because you have good grades that you are qualified to think about this? I'm telling you once you fall in love studies are bound to slip. You. The words were like a smothering blow, and Bai Chen clenched his teeth, his cheeks straining out into harsh lines. Dad, I want to be clear. I like Lin Yu a lot. I just like her. He looked up and straight into his white dad's eyes, more serious than ever. And, I'll study hard and won't let this kind of thing hold me back. Papa White sneered. Pretty words for anyone. Seeing that the smell of gunpowder between father and son was getting stronger and stronger, Bai Ma finally couldn't help but open her mouth. Old Bai, calm down. Your appearance is scaring me. She walked over with fruits and gestured for Lin Yu to sit down. Xiao Yu, don't stand. Sit down and talk. Lin Yu sat down carefully, her fingers still clutching the corner of her coat, her lips trembling slightly. Uncle, Aunt, I'm sorry, Mrs. White sighed and patted her hand gently. Silly child, this is not all your fault. She turned her head to Bai Dad. Old Bai, the child is so old, can't we talk properly? Bai Dad had originally tightened his face, his eyes sharply sweeping over Lin Yu and landing on Bai Chen, but when he finally looked at Bai Mom, the expression on his face became very soft. Okay, let me ask you guys a few questions. First, can you guarantee that you won't interfere with your studies? Second, if either of you fall out of the top 20 in your grade on midterms, the relationship ends. Do you do it? Bai Chen snapped his head up. Dad, can't do it? Bai Chen gritted his teeth and turned his head to look at Lin Yu. Lin Yu reddened her eyes and nodded slightly. I can do it. Bai Chen's grades were much better than Lin Yu's, who was usually just over 100, and since she had dared to agree, Bai Chen had no choice but to do so, but in his mind he had already begun how to make up lessons for Lin Yu. I don't have a problem with that. Papa Bai stared at them both for a few seconds and grunted coldly. Good. Remember what you said today. Bai Hao finally stood up straight and walked over from the balcony, reaching out and pressing on Bai Chen's shoulder with a force that wasn't too light or too heavy, like he was giving his brother a little support. Bai Wan also stood up and wordlessly stood next to Lin Yu, gently handing her a tissue. White Mom couldn't help but smile a little as she watched the scene. Alright, child matters, take your time. She touched Lin Yu's head. Xiao Yu is a good child, much better than that asshole your father. Lin Yu's tears didn't hold on for a moment and swished down. She hurriedly lowered her head and wiped them away, the tip of her nose red. Bai Chen secretly pulled her hand, wordlessly comforting her. Pakpa stood up and walked towards the study without looking back, dropping only one sentence. I'm looking at grades on finals. Bang! Slammed the study door. The living room instantly loosened up. Bai Wan picked up a cup of tea and handed it to Lin Yu, speaking softly. Don't be afraid. My dad is like that. No one can stop him when his temper gets the best of him, but he won't really object. Bai Hao stood aside, the corners of his lips slightly raised as he faintly said, Okay, problem solved. Time for bed and homework. White Mother did not care about these children. White Mother stood in front of the study, gently pushed open the door. The door shaft issued a subtle creak sound. The lights weren't on all the way in the study. Only a warm yellow floor lamp was left on, and the silhouette of White Dad looked a little softer in the light. He sat at his desk, fingertips resting on a spread-out lesson plan, but his eyes fell somewhere unknown, his brow still unrelieved. Old Bai, White Mom called out to him softly. Papa White didn't turn around, just gave a low Mrs. White closed the door and walked over to him, reaching out to press a hand gently on his tense shoulder and smiled. What? Really pissed off at your son? Papa White was silent for a moment. Chapter 117, a few days without a fight. White Dad was silent for a moment before he took off his glasses, pressing his fingertips against his brow in a low tone. I'm not pissed off. I'm afraid he's holding himself back. Bai Ma smiled as she pulled a chair over and sat beside him, picking up the thermos on his desk with her hand. The tea inside had long since cooled, and she frowned. Forgot to drink again? When Pakpa didn't answer, she got up and refilled the hot water, handing it back to him. You've been worrying all your life, and now you even have to be stern when your son falls in love. Bai Ma shook her head. Chen Chen is stubborn, not like a beady and so worry-free. The more you push him, the more stubborn he is. White Dad took the glass of water. His fingertips were burned, but he still held it tightly and muffled his voice. I wouldn't be like this if he really had some sense of proportion. Bai Ma looked at him sideways and suddenly reached out her hand, her fingertips pressing on his brow, like she was trying to smooth out those deeply wrinkled lines for him. You obviously feel sorry for them, and you keep making this evil face. Bai Dad finally looked at her, his tense face finally easing up a bit. I just don't think that he's stable enough to be a senior soon, and he's still thinking about a relationship? It's unsteady. Mrs. White laughed softly, but who hasn't come from that? She suddenly winked prominently. Didn't you get chased by my dad with a broom when you waited for me downstairs at my house after school? Bai Dad's expression stagnated. Then he coughed lightly, and the roots of his ears were actually vaguely reddening a bit. Can that be the same? White Mom couldn't help but laugh out loud. Of course it's different. You're more reckless than a son. Bai Dad glared at her helplessly, but didn't retort. He lowered his head and took a sip of tea before he whispered in a long time. I'm just afraid he'll go the wrong way. Mama White looked at him, her eyes softening, and reached out to cover the back of his hand. I know, she said warmly, but there are some paths that he can only walk on his own. All we can do is not stop, but help him when he falls. The study fell into a moment of quiet silence, the warm light from the floor lamp enveloping the two, as if even time had slowed down. Eventually, Bai Dad sighed and held Bai Mom's hand, his voice softening. You always spoil him. The White Mom smiled. Aren't you? Bai Dad was poked and prodded, so he no longer denied it. shaking his head and laughing a little. The depressed color between his eyebrows completely dispersed. He squeezed her hand and whispered, "It's late, baby, you get an early night." The white mother stood up, but instead of rushing off, she leaned over and placed a soft kiss on the corner of his forehead. "Don't think too much. My son is not as ignorant as you think." Pakpa was stunned, then let out a low laugh and raised his hand to pat her back. "Go on." When the study door closed again, Pakpa leaned closer to the back of his chair, the warm light reflecting off the corners of his slightly upturned mouth. The door to Bai Hao's room was gently brought up, cutting off the faint sounds of conversation in the living room. He leaned against the bed. His slender fingers scratched the screen of his cell phone. The small red numbers of WeChat's top chat box stabbed his nerves. 18 unread messages, all sent by Gao Yike. The corners of his mouth quirked up wordlessly as he tapped on the dialogue. "Coco, I just finished meeting a client. I'm exhausted. I miss you. JPG. A blurry side view of Yike seemingly in a car. Neon dots of light from the window falling on her jawline. Coco, 10 seconds of voice. Bai Hao didn't rush to listen to the voice, but first stared at the photo, his fingertips touching the side of Gao Yike's face in the screen, as if he could touch it through the screen. Only then did he tap on the voice, and Gao Yike's low, hoarse voice with a smile mixed with the sound of a slight electric current drilled directly into his eardrums. "Coco, Bai Hao, are you about to forget me?" The heart slammed, and the blood seemed to burn a few points. Bai Hao's breathing was slightly taut, and his slender fingers pressed against the screen. "Master White has a little bit of money. I just finished taking care of things at home." The message had just been sent, and it was answered almost in seconds from the other side. "Coco, oh, brother confessed? Gee, is your dad in blackface again? White Master a little money, the usual. This is also your father. Fury JPG. Coco, yes. Coco, so now, is it time to deal with me?" Bai Hao narrowed his eyes. His eyes darkened a few points. His fingers gently rubbed on the screen, and he directly dialed the video call over. The opposite side quickly connected. The screen lit up, and Gao Yike's gentle and beautiful face filled the entire screen. She was leaning against the head of the bed in Shangshi Mansion, her shirt collar open, her collarbone hidden, a lazy smile at the corner of her mouth. "In such a hurry?" Bai Hao's gaze swept from top to bottom. It was so beautiful. The knot in his throat rolled down. "I haven't seen you in half a month. Do you think I'm in a hurry?" Gao Yike could see Bai Hao's appearance and let out a low laugh, deliberately tugging at his collar. "Oh, so where do you want me?" The room was quiet, with only the low breathing of the two men gently interlacing through the speakers. Bai Hao stared at him, his eyes dark as ink, and said slowly, "You guess." The playfulness in the bottom of Gao Yike's eyes deepened, and his fingertips tapped on the screen as if they were spacing out and pointing at his chest. "Well, I can't guess. Like." Yike lowered his voice, with a frosted, grainy, "Where do you put your hands?" "Now." Bai Hao's eyes sank, and his fingers slowly moved down and landed on his belt, the metal buckle rattling lightly. Gao Yike's breathing was noticeably heavier and his voice was completely muffled. Asterisk. "Bai Hao, you did that on purpose, didn't you?" When Bai Hao saw her appearance, the corners of his lips hooked slightly and he said wistfully, "You didn't start the provocation?" Gao Yike suddenly moved closer to the camera, his voice lowered to an extremely low level, with a bit of gnashing of teeth. "You wait until you come back. See, I won't make you look good." Bai Hao hummed lightly. "What are you going to do when I get back? To serve me well?" There was silence across the room for a moment, then suddenly a laugh, low and harsh. Q. When Bai Hao heard Gao Yike's words about tigers and wolves, his chest felt like it had been scalded, and Bai Hao breathed slightly sharply. Gao Yicheng could see Bai Hao this way. Gao Yicheng let out a low laugh, his voice pressed ambiguously and provocatively. "Blushing? That's all I said and you can't stand it?" Her tongue flicked against the tip of her teeth and her voice was huskier. "Thinking about what I'm going to do to you now, aren't you?" "Shut up." "Shut up what?" Gao Yike deliberately slowed down his tone. "You're so sensitive. When you come back to touch me, are you directly?" "Gao Yike." Bai Hao's breathing was obviously messed up. "Why are you screaming so loudly?" Gao Yike stifled a laugh. "Afraid of me? Or, afraid that you can't help it?" Bai Hao took a deep breath, his fingers clenching the sheet. "Uing. When I get back, I'm going to make you look good, and you're not going to get out of bed." For a long time the screen went black and the only sound left in the room was breathing. Bai Hao threw his cell phone aside, raised his hand to cover his eyes, and a little helpless muffled laugh spilled out from the depths of his throat. "Good you Gao Yike. If you don't clean you up for a few days, you're going to go up to the house." Chapter 118. The research and development was successful. The morning mist shrouded the mountains of Sichuan province, and the damp, slightly cool air seeped in through the half-open window, ripping Bai Hao out of his light sleep. The ringing of his cell phone pierced the silence, and he squinted at the screen. Winnie Win, 1875 to 1907. Famous female martyr of the anti-Qing revolution. the subject of several books and films. Only then did Bai Hao roll over and press answer, his voice still carrying the low rasp of not having woken up. What's wrong? Dr. Win. On the other end of the phone, Wenjin's voice was almost so excited that it trembled. It's done, Bai Hao. The human experiment has succeeded. Our gene-targeted potent drug, the malignant cells in the last batch of tested children were completely cleared and there was no rejection. So it's ready for mass production. Bai Hao instantly sobered up when he heard this news. He sat up with a jerk, his fingertips tightening slightly, his throat feeling like it was choked with something. Are you sure? Okay. Wenjin's voice was hoarse but exuberant. I just finished submitting the final report, and all the data is perfectly in line with expectations. She paused for a moment, suddenly realizing something. Wait, why is it so quiet on your end? You're not in Mordor? In Sichuan province, Bai Hao replied briefly, quickly getting out of bed and pulling open the curtains. The early morning fog in the mountains had not dissipated, and the distant layers of emerald green mountains were hidden in the clouds, like unawakened hibernating dragons. He tied the buttons of his shirt with one hand, his tone having regained its calmness. How soon will the mass production program start? Within 2 months. Wenjin spoke quickly, but the materials may also need you to find some suppliers. Lu family. Bai Hao interrupted her, his eyes sinking slightly. Just go directly to the Lu family. I talked to him before. Wenjin was silent for a moment and asked tentatively, you mentioned it to Lu Shun? Said it before. Bai Hao walked towards the bathroom, unscrewing the faucet with one hand. The cold water splashed on his face, completely washing away the last trace of sleepiness. He looked up, his own eyebrows in the mirror were sharp, and under his eyes was a calmness that had settled. The sound of paper flipping came from the other side of the phone, and Wenjin gasped, when will you return to Magic City? I'll talk to you in person about the specific program. It might take a few days. We have to wait for my sister's college entrance exam results to come out before we go back. Bai Hao pulled a towel and wiped his face. He paused for a split second and suddenly asked, how long has it been since you've slept? There was silence on the other end of the phone for 2 seconds, and Wenjin let out a laugh, his voice tired and light. How does a research dog deserve to sleep? Can't even drink coffee until the data is out. Bai Hao frowned. Go rest. I'll take care of the mass production when I get there, and if I can't wait, I'll have Xiao Chang take care of it. Hanging up the phone, he stood in front of the window, staring at the light of day breaking over the distant ridges, a sinking, burning sensation welling up in his chest. 5 years of research and development, before and after several billions of investment. Dr. Wen is really powerful. Although Bai Hao didn't quite understand these things, Dr. Wen's results would definitely help a lot of people, and it was still exciting to think about. His cell phone spun halfway around in his palm, and with the point of his fingertips, he dialed a number. Lu Shun. After 3 rings, the phone was picked up. Lu Shun's voice came through, lazy with a hint of playfulness. Schoolboy. So early? Is there good news to share with me? Bai Hao straightened his cuffs with one hand and spoke in a calm tone. The experiment was successful and mass production can begin. There seemed to be a slight ringing on the other end of the phone, like someone straightening up from a recliner. Lu Shun's voice was clearly serious for a few moments. All the human experimental data came through? All up to standard. Wenjin personally watched over the finish. Bai Hao's gaze swept out the window. The fog had completely lifted and the sunlight illuminated the verdant mountains in the distance. Your batch of catalyst? Are you still guaranteed a supply? No problem. It's still what we discussed before. I'll give you the green light from my side. Everything is up to you. Bai Hao and Lu Shun both did not say anything, as if by default is temporarily not announced to the public, the Lu family to lay out in advance. Otherwise by the time this tens of billions of dollars in profits will cause unnecessary trouble. Lapse. At 3:27 p.m. on June 22nd, the air conditioner in the living room was whistling cold air. Bai Ma and Bai Dad accompanied Bai Wan to sit cross-legged on the sofa. Bai Dad wasn't nervous. He knew that Bai Wan's grades had always been very good, and this time was no exception. Bai Wan's cell phone screen lit up but immediately pressed out. This was already the 7th time in 5 minutes, and it looked like she was very nervous. Bai Chen, who was home on vacation, said vaguely as he nibbled on a watermelon. Bai Wan, why do you have a hand cramp? Why are you nervous? You're either first or second. Suddenly, there was a ding and the class group was the first to explode. The class president sent 3 exclamation points in a row. I can check my score. Bai Wan's fingers hung above the query button shivering slightly. Bai Hao had stood behind her at some point, his warm palm covering the back of her cold hand. I'll order. The moment the results page popped up, the room was dead silent. 682 points. Even math and English were perfect scores. Bai Chen's watermelon snapped to the ground, splashing bright red juice all over the place. He counted the score 3 times with wide eyes. Crap. Groove. Before that exclamation could fall, White Mom's cell phone vibrated like crazy. Excuse me, are you Bai Wan's parents? this is Tsinghua University admissions office. Followed by a call from Peking University, Fudan, Shangjia. The landline and cell phones in the house were ringing one after another. Bai's father fumbled with the phone, the expression on his face changing from shock to pride and finally to helplessness. Instead, Bai Hao stared at his cell phone and frowned. The text message from the Provincial Examination Center was half an hour earlier than expected. And he tapped on the call log, and the most recent missed call showed Bureau Chen. Just at this chaotic moment, the doorbell rang. The director of education in formal attire stood at the door with two school leaders, an unusually warm smile on his face. Mr. Bai, congratulations, you're not only fifth in the province with this score. Bai Wan's fingertips suddenly tightened, pinching out a few crescent-shaped marks on the armrest of the sofa. She turned her head to look at Bai Hao, who was dialing back the phone from the balcony, the wristwatch under her shirt cuffs reflecting cold light. The leader of the school board in the living room is still pontificating. Already contacted a CCTV reporter, wanting to do a special report. Bai's mom wiped her tears with excitement. Bai's dad has been a teacher for so many years, and when he heard the fifth in the province, he also greeted his guests with tea on his hands and knees. When the Bai family was joyous, Bai Hao's phone suddenly rang. Senior, someone wants to get involved. I can't stop them, and the Liu family can't stop them either. So look when you'll be back and we'll discuss it. Okay, I'll be back tomorrow. Let's discuss the specifics when the time comes. When Lucian spoke on the other end of the phone, you could feel that he was under a lot of pressure. And although Bai Hao knew that money moves people, he didn't expect it to be so fast. In the devil's capital prison, Chen Lichuan had just hung up the phone, a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. Want to eat my fruits? How can it be cheap for you guys? If I'm not good, you guys are not good either. Big deal. The fish is dead.